Hey, I suggest you hurry up and send me back. Not far away stood a red-haired girl, her hands planted firmly on her waist, as she lifted her chin and scolded the other person in a coquettish tone. Did you hear me, or not? Believe it or not, once I get back, I'll have my father send someone to teach you a lesson. Damn, where is this place? Lin Linyi opened his eyes, the foolishness unique to university students flickering in his gaze along with deep confusion about his current situation. He rolled his eyes around, his gaze sweeping rapidly over the surroundings. All around was cloud and mist faintly tinged with silvery light. Though everything seemed close at hand, anything slightly farther away was impossible to see clearly. Wait, where on earth did they dump me? Lin Linyi muttered helplessly. Just a moment ago, I was sitting in the student dormitory eating breakfast and scrolling through some brain-numbing short videos. How did I suddenly get dragged here? His doubts swelled endlessly within his heart, and he could only turn his gaze toward the other two present. I heard you, don't be so anxious. The voluptuous woman's body was draped casually in broad pieces of linen, while snow-white hair cascaded down her back to her waist, shimmering with a silvery glow. Her pale eyes seemed to contain countless stars, and a faint smile curved her soft pink lips. Once everyone is here, I will explain everything to you properly. She sat upon a throne built entirely of pure white jade, her long hair gleaming with silver starlight spilling over her chest. She inclined her head lightly toward Lin Linyi. See, the second person has just arrived. 'Tis fine, I can wait a few minutes. Zhong Yaqian clicked her tongue, glaring at the woman with clear dissatisfaction. She then turned to give Lin Linyi a long, deep look, lowered her head, and fell quiet. Seeing this, Lin Linyi tacitly chose silence, as well quietly observing how the situation would unfold. The Baixing Academy he attended was, after all, a key 985 university in the province. For someone to abduct him from such a school and bring him to an unknown place was enough to prove that this woman was no ordinary kidnapper. The three remained silent as time slipped by. After a few minutes, the magic array beneath their feet flared with blinding white light, and three more girls appeared in the small enclosed space at the same time. Counting Lin Linyi and Zhong Yaqian, there were now 5 people in total. The 3 newly arrived girls, like Lin Linyi when he first came, stood there like country bumpkins who had just entered the city, eyes wide, mouths slightly agape, their expressions blank with shock. Strange, 3 people appearing all at once. And that white light effect. Was I knocked out at school and dragged off to shoot a movie or something? Lin Linyi locked his gaze on the place where they had appeared, completely bewildered, utterly unable to make sense of what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The woman extended her slender alabaster fingers, gently counting their number. She rose from her seat, and the sinuous curve of her waist and her full breasts, together with her voluptuous, graceful figure, were revealed in their entirety. All right, everyone is here. Let me briefly introduce myself. I am the goddess of light of this other world. You may address me as the goddess of light, though it's fine to simply call me goddess. The goddess of light inclined her head slightly, a smile blooming on her exquisite, graceful face. I imagine all of you have many questions. That's all right. Voice them, and I will answer them one by one. She raised a single finger and pressed it lightly against her full pink lips. But to save time, each of you may ask only one question. 5 people, so only 5 questions. Think carefully before you ask. As the goddess's clear, sweet voice faded, Lin Linyi and the girls beside him all fell into silence. Only one question. Yet there were far too many doubts. What should he ask? Lin Linyi's brows knitted tightly together as he racked his brain, trying to decide what question he truly needed answered. Gee, goddess. While the others lowered their heads in deep thought, a timid, milky, soft voice sounded. Following the voice, Lin Linyi looked over and saw a petite girl with pink hair and pink eyes, her figure small, yet her ample chest astonishingly large. Tears shimmered in Li Xiaoning's beautiful eyes as she looked straight at the goddess of light. She bit her lip timidly, her voice trembling as she asked, May I ask, where is this place? Is this still our original world? It sounds like you've actually asked 2 questions, but never mind, the answer to both is essentially the same, the goddess of light said with a faint smile at the corner of her lips. This is another world, an alternate world. It is no longer the world you came from. Another world. So it's a transmigration. Lin Linyi stood off to the side, ears pricked, carefully absorbed. Okay, thank you, goddess. Li Xiaoning forced a smile, her eyes reddening further as the light in them thickened into gathering tears. The answer to her question left a heaviness in everyone's hearts, everyone except Lin Linyi. In his original world there really was nothing and no one he truly felt attached to. Born in an orphanage, raised in poverty, he had survived only thanks to the support of the state and society. If not for living in modern times, he might have suspected he was the protagonist of some novel blessed with a golden finger. Zhong Yaqian shook off the gloom in her chest and looked toward the goddess of light, hope flickering in her eyes. Hey goddess, do we still have any chance to return to the world we came from? Her question voiced the desire in everyone's hearts, and the air fell utterly still as they awaited the goddess's answer. Of course there is a chance for you to go back, the goddess replied. Smiling brightly at Zhong Yaqian, the goddess twirled her slender fingers in the air. In fact, there will be many such opportunities. Whether you can grasp them, though, depends entirely on you. That's great. Zhong Yaqian clenched her small fists and gave them a little shake of flame called hope igniting in her eyes. Hearing the goddess's reply, the others also felt a warmth rise in their hearts. At the very least, the atmosphere was no longer as suffocating as before. With those two leading the way and questioning the goddess, the other two girls also began to ask their own questions in turn. What must we do in order to return to our own world? There are two kinds of circumstances, the goddess replied. By completing quests you can return for a short time. Saving the world, on the other hand, is the path to the permanent return you long for. Why were we chosen to come to this world? It's all the work of fate, is it? Haha. No, it's just random, that's all, she answered. After laughing, the goddess lightly patted her towering chest, the twin peaks trembling at the touch. She turned her head and looked at Lin Linyi with a playful smile. You're the only one who hasn't asked anything yet. The others also turned their gazes toward Lin Linyi. They had already used up 4 questions, only his final question remained. From the questions of the other 4 girls, plenty of information could already be inferred, and Lin Linyi had more or less settled on what he wanted to ask. Goddess. Lin Linyi met the goddess's beautiful eyes, which shimmered with spring water-like softness, and spoke with utmost seriousness. If we die in this other world, what will happen? Will we truly die? The goddess of light paused. Her once lazy expression drew back into something more composed, and she looked at Lin Linyi with unexpected intensity, as though surprised by his choice of question. After a brief silence, she looked at them all with a complicated expression, her voice muffled slightly. If you die in that world, then you are truly dead. As expected, death meant death. They would have to be far more careful. With the goddess's words, the air once more sank into dead silence. The girls beside him lowered their heads, lost in their own thoughts. Li Xiaoning's voice had taken on the edge of a sob. Can't you just send us back? My mom, if she finds out I've disappeared, she'll be so worried about me. The goddess sighed softly at that. I'm sorry, I cannot send you back. But it's all right. The hope of you returning alive is still very high. All right, she said in a deliberately light tone, trying to dispel the fear in their hearts. Up to this point, all your questions have been asked. I'll summarize things, and then you'll have to leave. Li Xiaoning's soft sobs echoed through the pure white space, staining it with sorrow. Lin Linyi listened to the goddess's words with utmost care, afraid of missing any crucial detail. To put it simply, this is a death game. The goddess lifted the back of her hand, upon which a black sigil was inscribed. At her light touch, a panel of light unfolded from it. You will be sent to a fantastical other world inhabited by many races and various black sigil professions, where sword and magic prevail. Their skills and professions form the core of all combat power. She hooked a strand of her white hair by her ear and twined it around her finger again and again as she spoke softly. Just like this, you can call up a panel from the black sigil. This is a unique, miraculous ability of that other world. She continued, each time you arrive there, the black sigil will randomly refresh quests. Fail the quest, and you die. You complete it, and you return to Earth. The rules of the game are that simple. As though recalling something, the goddess's lips curved in a smile as she added, and don't be afraid of crashing on your very first mission. The first 2 quests are bonus rounds, giving you time to grow. She sat back down upon the throne, her pure, flawless legs crossing high as the dim scenery beneath her skirt flickered in and out of sight. Resting her chin lightly on her pale, tender hand, she beamed at them. So, this death game, isn't it quite interesting? A death game? Sounds fun, doesn't it? The goddess's slightly mischievous voice echoed in the air. Yet Lin Linyi and his 4 teammates all wore extremely grim expressions. On Earth they were nothing more than students too weak to even trust a chicken. Now they were suddenly being sent to an unknown otherworld, forced to risk death to complete some so-called mission. What kind of sick joke was this? So even though this is a reward stage, you're still worried you're too weak and will fail the mission. Sensing their anxiety about their own capabilities, the goddess of light smiled and explained, do not worry. Once you arrive in the other world, you will obtain a black mark and then awaken a profession. That is something every inhabitant of the other world possesses. It is the very foundation of their survival. Hearing that he would awaken a profession, Lin Linyi's expression eased slightly. So there would be some kind of support after all. For a moment he had thought he would have to fight otherworldly beings with his bare hands. All right, time is almost up. You should be going. The goddess blinked playfully, covering her mouth as she let out a soft laugh. May your mission go smoothly. With a crisp snap, the goddess of light raised her pale, slender fingers and brought them together. A massive magic circle radiating gentle white light blossomed beneath the team's feet, encircling all 5 of them. The fact that he was going to the other world could no longer be changed, so Lin Linyi simply forced himself to relax, taking the time to carefully study the exquisite, alluring goddess before him. The world is being destroyed, the world is weeping. Outside the magic circle, the goddess gazed at them with gentle eyes, a faint smile resting upon her lips. She closed her eyes tightly, her hands resting quietly upon the vast, undulating curves of her chest. Her moist, delicate lips moved in a soft prayer. "O brave ones, please save this world on the brink of shattering." The magic circle flickered, blinding white light surged skyward. Lin Linyi and his 4 teammates vanished from where they stood, as though they had never existed at all. In the small space filled with white mist, only the goddess remained standing, her figure solitary, as faint sorrowful sighs could be heard. When Lin Linyi came back to his senses, the exquisite goddess before his eyes and his 4 teammates had all vanished without a trace. Dry, withered leaves were strewn across the ground at his feet, and the scent of trees and damp earth filled his nose. "Where is this?" Lin Linyi scanned his surroundings warily. There was no sign of his teammates in sight. Only towering, unknown trees everywhere and thickets of shrubs bearing strange, alien fruits. It was clear that Lin Linyi had been transported by the goddess to some forest in the other world, and that he had become separated from his 4 teammates. As he was cautiously studying his surroundings, a bizarre, burning sensation suddenly flared on the back of his right hand. "TCH, what's going on?" Lin Linyi pulled back his gaze, raising his hand to scratch lightly at the heated spot on the back of it. Yet the burning sensation did not abate in the slightest, instead it intensified as time passed. The searing heat grew sharper and more pronounced. Just as he was at a complete loss, the burning faded away, replaced by a chilling coolness that seeped deep into his bones. As the burning slowly subsided, a strange black mark emerged on the back of his right hand. It resembled a ferocious black dragon baring its fangs and claws as it coiled across Lin Linyi's skin. "What is this?" Lin Linyi swallowed hard, recalling the goddess's demonstration. He reached out and gently touched the black mark. The instant his fingertip met the mark, it lit up, and a virtual panel blossomed into existence in midair. Individual Lin Linyi, age 19. "So this thing is something like a game interface." Lin Linyi frowned, staring intently at the panel. "Why doesn't it have a single useful piece of information?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the black mark began heating up again. The black text on the panel twisted and warped, melting into inky droplets that wriggled like countless tadpoles clustering together and spasming. The ink coalesced into a single mass, then reshaped itself into a line of text. Initial profession: awakening in progress. Profession awakened. SSS rank scholar. SSS rank scholar, the world's sole and most powerful support type profession. Skill obtained: appraisal LV. 1. Focus your gaze on an item to view detailed information about it. Each level increases accuracy and reduces mana consumption by 10. Analysis LV. 1. Analyze the composition of items and the weaknesses of enemies. Striking a weakness may trigger special effects. Experience gain efficiency LV. 1. Increase experience gain efficiency by 100. Each level increases this by an additional 100. Multi-profession holder LV. 1. Increase maximum number of professions by 1. Allows profession solidification. Job changer LV. 1. After a profession reaches max level, you may change jobs while retaining all skills and attribute enhancements. Damn. It feels like I've awakened something outrageous. Lin Linyi stared fixedly at the light screen projected from the black mark, his fingers trembling uncontrollably with excitement. Multi-profession holder has taken effect, awakening your new profession. Awakening successful. Profession awakened. Crank fisherman skill obtained. Harpoon mastery LV. 1. Gain an iron harpoon. Damage dealt when using harpoon-type weapons increased by 10, with each level adding another 10. Nemesis of fish LV. 1. Final damage dealt to fish and fish-like creatures increased by 10, with each level adding another 10. No sooner had the light screen finished generating than an iron harpoon wrapped in coarse cloth appeared out of thin air, dropping onto the leaf-covered ground. Not only an SS rank profession, I even get another new profession. Lin Linyi's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the professions and skills displayed on his panel. Didn't they say that in the other world everyone only has one profession? Updating panel. Individual panel is being regenerated. Lin Linyi's updated panel appeared as follows. Individual Lin Linyi professions: SSS rank, scholar LV. 1. Crank fisherman LV. 1. Slaying living creatures increases profession level. Skills appraisal LV. 1. Analysis LV. 1. Experience gain efficiency LV. 1. Multi-profession holder LV. 1. A job changer LV. 1. Harpoon mastery LV. 1. Nemesis of fish LV. 1. Using a skill increases its skill level. Attributes: stamina F, mana E, strength F, agility F, endurance F, intelligence E. When profession level increases, attributes may be increased at random. The average human's attributes are all frank, different races vary. Gazing at the updated panel, Lin Linyi's breathing grew hot. I feel like I'm terrifyingly strong right now. Yet he did not forget the question he had asked the goddess. Injuries and death in this world meant real death. To play it safe, he decided not to go hunting monsters before he reunited with his teammates. Another crisp chime rang out as the light screen flared to life again. The excitement on Lin Linyi's face froze instantly, his expression turning solemn. Current mission: slay 100 monsters in the ruined forest. Current monsters slain. 0 time limit 10 days. Team members remaining 5. Warning: failure to complete the mission will result in total party annihilation. So this is the so-called mission. Lin Linyi's brows knitted tightly as his fingers slid across the lights. From the mission description, he could tell that he was in a place called the ruined forest, and that he had to kill 100 monsters in this forest within 10 days. However, Lin Linyi was separated from his teammates, and he had absolutely no idea what those so-called monsters were like. After carefully reading through the mission twice more, his thoughts slowly clarified, and he closed the mission interface. Rather than worrying that he might fail the mission, the more important thing right now was to study his professions and ability. Let me see what these skills actually do. Lin Linyi's eyes burned with curiosity as he eagerly opened the skill descriptions, studying them with relish. After reading through the ability descriptions, he gained a preliminary understanding of his professions and powers. In simple terms, the SSS rank scholar granted him infinite possibilities. The longer he survived, the more professions he acquired, the stronger he would become. The crank fisherman, on the other hand, bestowed upon him a concrete means of attack and a usable weapon. It seemed this journey to the other world was not going to be boring at all. The harpoon was embedded in the soft mud of the forest, and Lin Linyi effortlessly pulled it out. He shed the coarse cloth wrapped around the harpoon and brought the glimmering weapon closer to his eyes for a meticulous examination. The harpoon was 4 feet long with 3 sharp blades extending from its tip, incredibly intimidating. After focusing on the harpoon for a while, a small string of black text suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Iron harpoon, crafted from high-quality iron, or using the kingdom's advanced technology, it possesses considerable power. Identification skill, huh? Seems decent. Lin Linyi raised an eyebrow, then gripped the harpoon tightly and tried swinging it a few times gently. Slash, thrust, flick. The harpoon whistled through the air, tearing it apart continuously. Alright, now I have some means to protect myself. Lin Linyi placed the harpoon behind his back, a satisfied smile crossing his face as he took a step forward into the depths of the forest. Next, I should search for my teammates and explore the surroundings. But for now, it's best not to engage in battle with monsters. Let's gather the team first, and then come back for a righteous group fight. Amidst the layers of shadows cast by the trees, Lin Linyi transformed into a fleeting silhouette, swiftly weaving through. Staying in the forest for 10 days and killing 100 monsters requires food and resources which are indispensable. Thus, Lin Linyi planned to first find some food and supplies in the forest, look for a safe place to establish a base, and then gradually search for the 4 scattered teammates to attempt to slay monsters. Lin Linyi's gaze swept through the trees and shrubs, a wealth of information flooding into his mind. There were various fruits to satiate hunger and replenish hydration, but more were inedible and toxic. White-stemmed mushrooms, a type with a sweet aroma, but hallucinogenic properties. Withered fruit resembling apples in shape and full in color, but containing highly toxic berries. With the aid of his identification ability, Lin Linyi quickly filtered out edible food, rushing over to gather it. He alternated between diving into bushes to pick berries and climbing tree trunks to pull vines, amassing a substantial amount of supplies. Arkberry, sweet in flavor, edible and medicinal, but excessive consumption can lead to vomiting. This berry is good, or it can stave off hunger. He'll pick some to put in my pocket. Lin Linyi swept his hand over, cradling a bounty of arkberries in his arms. Rain tree vines, extremely flexible, rich in moisture, edible, with no side effects. These vines can be used to replenish moisture and can be dried to bind things. Let's take some along. Before long, Lin Linyi's pockets were bulging, stuffed with various edible berries, and several loops of rain tree vines were draped around his neck, resembling an uncivilized wild man. While collecting supplies, Lin Linyi did encounter some monsters, but fortunately, with his identification skill, he carefully avoided them. It wasn't that Lin Linyi couldn't confront these monsters; on the contrary, he was quite eager to test the waters with his harpoon. However, his primary goal now was to find a place to rest. Otherwise, when darkness fell, he feared he would become the monster's prey. After an unknown period of walking, Lin Linyi found himself facing a rocky cliff about 10 meters high, blocking his path. A cliff? What do I do now? Lin Linyi looked up, rubbing his sore eyes. The prolonged use of identification had put considerable strain on his vision. I've come this far in this direction, oh, I can't just take a detour now. The towering cliff obstructed Lin Linyi's way. To take a detour now would mean retracing his steps and taking a completely opposite route. But it was already around noon, and the sun hung high in the sky. Even if he took a detour now, he wouldn't be able to find a safe spot before dark. This cliff doesn't seem too high. Should I try to climb up? Lin Linyi scrutinized the cliff, lost in thought. Something seems off. The shapes of these crevices are a bit strange. He appeared to have discovered a clue, activating his identification skill and scanning the cliff area. In one of the crevices, a naturally formed stone cave came into view. The cave hidden within the crumbling forest cliff was a natural formation, shaped by wind and rain. Great! A cave! Lin Linyi exclaimed joyfully as he rushed towards the cave. If I use the cave as a temporary shelter, I won't have to backtrack. As Lin Linyi approached the cliff getting closer to the cave, he took the harpoon from his back, gripping it tightly, and cautiously peered inside to observe any activity. The cave was roughly 10 square meters with only a few scattered large or small stones on the ground, showing no signs of monsters. Seeing that there were no monsters in the cave, Lin Linyi breathed a sigh of relief. He swiftly squeezed into the cave, cleared the stones on the ground, and stored all the supplies he had gathered inside. Phew. That wasn't easy. Lin Linyi sat cross-legged on the gray floor, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he looked through the crevice of the cave at the sky outside. There's still time. I can search the forest for more resources and try to find traces of my teammates. Since I have awakened my profession with the black patterns, my other teammates must have awakened as well. Rather than fighting alone, it's better to reunite with them as soon as possible. I've found food and shelter. Next, I need to find my teammates. He slung the harpoon over his shoulder and plunged back into the forest. In the vast wilderness, Lin Linyi concealed himself among the trees, moving cautiously. Hiding among the trees were forest sheep, a large pack of wolves wandering in search of food, and ugly goblins hunting. Thanks to the identification skill, every creature in his line of sight was exposed, allowing him to quietly bypass all monsters and proceed cautiously. Nearby, a towering goblin was surrounded by 5 or 6 smaller goblins. Lin Linyi focused on the goblin nearby, checking its information. Are these creatures the monster? C-class monster LV. For goblin, the most common low-level monster in the forest, it is short, ugly in appearance, greedy, cunning, violent, and bloodthirsty, prone to ambushing in groups. C-class monster LV. 9 Great Goblin, a larger goblin, stronger and smarter than the ordinary goblin, often serves as a leader, leading a team of goblins in hunting. A pack of goblins before Lin Linyi was in pursuit of a forest sheep. They clutched a wooden club in their short claws, its surface mottled with blood. With a heavy thud, one struck the sheep's hind leg, sending it tumbling to the grass as crimson blood seeped into its wool. The leader's hideous face curled into a grin as he hefted a massive stone cudgel toward the dying sheep. With a single blow, he crushed its skull, then hoisted the carcass and strode away, followed by the others. Lin Linyi watched them with a grave expression, counting silently 1 large goblin and 5 smaller ones. The current task required the slaughter of 100 monsters, creatures like these goblins. But Yixian hesitated, uncertain whether he should engage those monsters now. Goblins are not aquatic monsters, they don't grant the fisherman bonus, and a heat-in fight might leave me injured, he thought, frowning as he fixated on the prowling goblins and tightened his grip on the harpoon. Better to avoid them and seek out teammates first. After a moment of deliberation, Lin Linyi decided to detour rather than confront the monsters directly, hoping to avoid injury. His immediate priority was to find his scattered teammates in the forest. Lin Linyi's figure melted into the thicket as he pressed deeper into the forest, collecting resources along the way, while keeping an eye out for any sign of his companions. With the experience from previous foraging, Yixian quickly amassed a generous stock of supplies this time. He gathered harmless fruits to stave off hunger, thirst-quenching vines, and soft grasses suitable for bedding. Enough that Lin Linyi needn't worry about food or water for the time being. Unfortunately, there was no trace of his teammates. Strange, he thought. As he walked back toward the stone cave, Lin Linyi suddenly noticed several mangled corpses by the roadside. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, and finding nothing amiss, crouched to inspect them. Approaching the bodies, he realized they were all the corpses of the smaller goblins. Flies swarmed over the bodies, each skull had been smashed to fragments, the green skin still slick with blood, and pale fresh brain matter lay exposed in the shattered craniums. Scattered among the goblin carcasses were flecks of deeper red blood. Lin Linyi compared the stains, and judged them unlike goblin blood, more like human blood. The bodies were still warm, which suggested they had died only moments before. Lin Linyi frowned, touching a goblin corpse. Were they killed by locals? These wounds, they looked as if some blunt instrument had been beaten in. After a while he reached a conclusion and murmured, if nothing else, these goblins were likely slain by my teammates. To verify his suspicion, Lin Linyi lightly touched the dark mark on the back of his hand and opened the task interface. Current task, slay 100 monsters in Po Bai Sunlen. Currently slain 4. Deadline 10 days. Team remaining 5. Warning. Failure of the task will result in the annihilation of all members. The task interface had indeed updated, but the condition of that teammate now looked dire, Lin Linyi thought as he stared at the mottled blood on the ground and clenched his fists. After all, there were only the corpses of the small goblins here. No sign of the large goblin's body. He sprang to his feet and followed the trail of human blood, legs pumping as he gave chase. Not far away in the forest, Li Xiaoning, wearing sneakers and pale with panic, pressed herself against a verdant tree, covering her mouth and holding her breath. She clutched a wooden staff stained with bright blood, her white robe was splattered scarlet pink hair plastered damply to her cheeks, and her fair face, smeared with sticky sweat and flecks of blood. Thud thud. Heavy footsteps approached, and a towering shadow loomed by the tree. In its hand it held a blood-smeared stone club, and its hulking muscles glistened. The large goblin had arrived. A puzzled expression crossed the leader's ugly face as it bobbed its head and surveyed the area, as if searching for something. Failing to find the fleeing prey, it dropped its club and sniffed at the scent of blood upon the ground, making guttural noises as it hunted. Suddenly, it seemed to detect something. The creature sprang up, its narrow green eyes locking onto the spot behind the tree where Li Xiaoning hid. With a roar, it hoisted the stone club and unleashed a sweeping blow. The club arced like a streaking meteor toward the tree that concealed her. Realizing she had been spotted, she vaulted to the side and evaded the strike, then changed direction and fled. The tree behind her crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, burying the soil in a cloud of yellow dust, while leaves trembled and scattered to the earth. The goblin bellowed in frustration at the missed blow and pressed the chase club raised. Li Xiaoning sprinted away like a rabbit, her small legs pumping desperately. She was petite with short legs and a voluptuous chest that jostled with each stride. Her speed was not much greater than the lumbering goblin's. A girl's stamina is limited. Soon Li Xiaoning's pace began to falter, and the distance between her and the goblin steadily closed. Whether by instinct or not, she could faintly smell the goblin's repulsive stench of rot and blood as it— "No, please no." Li Xiaoning panicked, eyes rimmed red, her peach-colored pupils swimming with tears. If the goblins caught her, she thought she'd rather die than be taken. Just as despair tightened around her, Lin Linyi burst from the nearby underbrush. "Here," he cried, seizing Li Xiaoning's hand and sprinting toward the stone cave. "I'm here to save you. Let's go." Li Xiaoning clutched her staff with one arm and gripped his hand with the other, her pale legs kicking frantically. "Why? You are—" she stammered, bewildered. Her gaze was full of questions, but Lin Linyi offered no answer, brushing it off with, "Well, worry about that once we're alive." After confirming that the bodies had been made by his teammates, he had followed the trail of blood and rushed here. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. His companion was not dead yet. The pursuing goblins' roars grew faint behind them and finally vanished. Lin Linyi gripped Li Xiaoning's hand, and in a blur of motion slipped into the stone cave. Once inside the cave, Lin Linyi let go of Li Xiaoning's small, yielding hand and braced himself on his knees, breathing hard. Li Xiaoning collapsed to the ground without a shred of composed maidenly grace, her pale pink hair a tangled mess, lips cracked from thirst, her delicate face drained of color. Yes, we survived," she whispered, patting her heaving chest as she drew breath through parted lips. After a brief respite, Lin Linyi rose from the earth and looked toward her with concern. "Are you hurt?" he asked. I'm fine," she answered. Li Xiaoning wiped sweat from her cheek with the back of her hand and gave a shy, embarrassed smile. "I ran quickly, though I'm not wounded." The two sat side by side in the cave, and a quiet, lingering atmosphere settled between them. The cave fell silent, and Lin Linyi seemed to hear the faint sound of Li Xiaoning's breathing. Suddenly a strange sound echoed in the cave, a pitiful noise from the girl's stomach. Lin Linyi glanced at Li Xiaoning with a puzzled expression, noticing her shyly covering her face with her hands as she stammered, "It wasn't me. I'm not hungry. This is just my stomach acting up, making noises on its own." Li Xiaoning's cheeks turned crimson as she bit her lip, unable to meet Lin Linyi's gaze. Indeed, they had just been transported to the forest that morning without any food, and not long ago they had been chased by monsters, surely exhausting a lot of energy. Thinking of this, Lin Linyi smiled and stood up to get some food for Li Xiaoning. "I happened to find some food in the forest this morning. Looking outside, it's already afternoon. Once the sun sets, it will be dark soon. Regardless of whether you're hungry or not, it's good to eat something." Thank you," Li Xiaoning said, her head lowered, her earlobes flushed. "Here, you should eat something first." Lin Linyi picked some berries from a stone that stored food and handed them to her. As she took the berries, their fragrant aroma wafted into Li Xiaoning's nostrils, stimulating her ravenous appetite. Li Xiaoning stuffed the berries into her mouth, wolfing them down, her cheeks puffed out like a famished little hamster. The cave was quiet, with only the subtle sounds of Li Xiaoning chewing the fruit. After a while, the sounds of her munching finally ceased. Huff! Li Xiaoning let out a delightful little burp, patting her stomach. Delicious, thank you." She scratched her head, feeling a bit shy. "Two still don't know your name." How about—" Lin Linyi stroked his chin deep in thought. "We introduce ourselves." After all, they were teammates and would need to work together on their tasks, so it was better to get acquainted now to avoid any awkwardness later. Good." Li Xiaoning smiled shyly, her adorable dimples showing. Am Li Xiaoning. A female. 19 years old. And my profession is level light priest, currently at level LV 3. She gently touched a black pattern, and a light screen appeared. Individual, Li Xiaoning, profession, level light priest LV 3, skills, healing LV One guide's magical power to repair physical damage continuously restores health. The higher the level, the stronger the healing amount and effectiveness. Purification LV. One dispels various debuffs, curses, and abnormal states on targets, purifying negative effects. She lowered her beautiful eyes, clasped her hands together, and a warm light appeared in the air, bathing Lin Linyi in its glow, restoring some of his stamina and making him feel warm. This is the healing spell. A light priest. At LV. 3 Killing monsters could yield experience. It seemed she had leveled up her profession by defeating those goblins. Lin Linyi nodded thoughtfully, then extended his hand to her generously. Nice to meet you, Li Xiaoning. I'm Lin Linyi, your teammate. Li Xiaoning nodded seriously, taking Lin Linyi's hand in a formal shake. Her hand felt soft and delicate like a cool little pudding ice cream. Reluctantly, she let go and Lin Linyi explained his profession. My profession is a bit special. One is an SS-level scholar, and the other is a clever fisherman, both at LV. 1. SS level. Li Xiaoning slightly opened her lips. That sounds quite impressive. Lin Linyi popped a few berries into his mouth, choosing not to say more. Li Xiaoning quietly gazed at the darkening sky outside the cave, and silence flowed within. After a long while, Li Xiaoning broke the tranquil atmosphere of the cave. Lin Linyi. Li Xiaoning's voice was soft, tinged with a slight tremor. She bit her lip, looking down as she whispered, "What do you think of this game, eh?" "I don't care about the game." Lin Linyi swallowed the berries, his gaze lowering. "I just want to survive." What a coincidence, I want to survive too." Li Xiaoning's eyes sparkled as she covered her mouth and laughed. "I still remember the question you asked the goddess." She paused, a faint smile appearing on her lips. "In this world, death means real death. We cannot return to our original world." Lin Linyi remained silent. Li Xiaoning, sitting next to him, continued to talk to herself. "Thank you for saving me earlier. If it weren't for you, I might have been killed by that big goblin. We're teammates, no need to be so polite." Lin Linyi exhaled heavily, his expression serious. "After all, the more people survive in the team, the greater our chances of survival. Don't you think?" Li Xiaoning's mouth slightly opened in surprise, and then her beautiful eyes lit up with dazzling light. Yes." She lowered her peach-pink eyes, whispering softly, but Lin Linyi couldn't catch everything. She said only vague words like survive, go back, mom and dad. Outside the cave, the sky had completely darkened. Unidentified birds, or some bird-like monsters, were calling out in the dark. Lin Linyi gathered some dry firewood and lit a small bonfire. Since their earlier conversation, Li Xiaoning had been silent, sitting quietly with her knees hugged to her chest. Her soft, delicate face was buried in her arms, and her peach blossom eyes were filled with confusion. "Li Xiaoning, you should rest early, it's getting late," Lin Linyi said, glancing at her to offer some comfort before continuing to add firewood to the bonfire. The burning pile occasionally crackled with sparks jumping out and slowly dissipating. "Before completing the task of killing 100 monsters, I want to find the other 3 teammates first to ensure their safety. Plus, moving as a 5-person team will lower the chances of getting hurt." Li Xiaoning slowly got up from the dusty ground, cautiously glancing around the cave. The cave was spacious enough to accommodate a 5-person team. There were no stones on the ground suggesting it had been cleared, and there were several flat stone slabs with food and supplies laid upon them. In addition, there was a small bed made of straw. But rather than a bed, it resembled a regular flat stone slab covered with a thin layer of straw. "Wait, there's only one bed." Li Xiaoning's eyes widened in realization, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, wearing an incredulous expression. Lin Linyi." She glanced shyly at Lin Linyi by the bonfire, her smile a bit forced. Her long fingers fidgeted with her shabby clothes. "It seems there's only one bed for resting. But there are 2 of us. So how are we supposed to rest tonight?" "How to rest? Of course you sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the stone slab. Besides, the straw was something I painstakingly collected bit by bit. I haven't even slept on it yet." However, the words changed on his lips. "It's crucial to maintain good condition when coming to another world." Lin Linyi turned to her, then continued adding firewood to the pile, saying lightly, "After all, no one knows what will happen tomorrow." Li Xiaoning blinked, her expression a bit dazed, seemingly not understanding what Lin Linyi was saying. To be in good shape for finding the other teammates tomorrow, sleeping on the stone slab covered with straw is the best option. So, Li Xiaoning swallowed her shyness, staring intently at Lin Linyi. "So I'll pile some vines in the middle of the bed to create 2 areas. You can choose to come sleep here, or opt for the other cold, hard stone slabs." Lin Linyi maintained a serious expression. "If you really don't want to." He thought to himself, that would mean you sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the stone slab. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoning's face showed a hint of shyness. She walked cautiously to the stone slab, and lay down, turning her back to Lin Linyi. "To choose to sleep on the bed with you. You go ahead and sleep first. I'll add some more wood to ensure the bonfire lasts until tomorrow." The cave slowly quieted down, the air filled with Li Xiaoning's clear breathing and the crackling of the bonfire. Lin Linyi added enough firewood to ensure the bonfire would continue to burn through the night. Afterward, he lay back down on the straw bed. Noticing a strange yet cool and fragrant male scent approaching, Li Xiaoning's body stiffened, and she unconsciously shifted away from him, her small pale toes curling slightly. Lin Linyi, however, thought little of it. He closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. Just as his consciousness began to blur, ready to drift off, the girl's anxious, yet nervous whisper shattered his drowsiness. Lin Linyi. Her sweet and melodious voice floated softly through the quiet night, sounding exceptionally clear. Are you asleep? Lin Linyi. Are you asleep? She seemed worried he couldn't hear her calling out softly a few more times. Not yet. What's wrong? Lin Linyi sighed helplessly, turning to look at her through the vines between them, asking softly. Her tone was low and slightly negative, her pink eyes clouded with confusion in the dark. She bit her lips, speaking weakly. I'm a little scared and I miss home. And I can't seem to sleep. It's okay if you can't sleep, let's chat a bit. I'm scared too. He internally mused, afraid she might keep him up. Lin Linyi. Can we really survive this? We can. Lin Linyi hesitated for a moment, looking straight into her eyes, his tone resolute. We will survive, and even if we face danger, I will protect you just like today. Then you promise me. Right. No problem, hurry, and sleep now. Li Xiaoning slightly pursed her lips, her pink pupils darting around, not daring to meet his gaze, like a timid quail, nervously tucking her head in and closing her eyes. Minutes passed, and her even breathing gradually came from the other side, indicating she had likely fallen. Outside the cave, strange birds continued to screech. After Li Xiaoning called out to him, Lin Linyi lost his sleepiness for the moment. Quietly, he gazed at her defenseless, sweet, sleeping face through the vines. Her fluffy peach-pink hair cascaded evenly over the straw, and in her side-sleeping position, her ample chest pushed her clothes into disarray, the youthful, well-rounded curves emanating a faint scent that wafted into Lin Linyi's nose. TSK. This silly girl, after waking me up, is sleeping so sweetly. Lin Linyi's lips curled into a slight smile as he slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness once again blurring as he slipped into slumber. Curse it. Huff. Just wait for me. Deep within the lush, sun-obscuring forest, 3 maidens, their bodies stained with blood, emerged from the undergrowth in disarray, stumbling hurriedly as they fled. The maidens presented a peculiar sight. One bore a long sword and blade on her back, another clutched a longbow, and the last gripped a short wooden staff tightly in her hand. The only commonality among them was the panic and exhaustion etched on their faces. Their garments soaked crimson blood dripped drop by drop along the maidens' fair skin, staining the ground, yet they seemed oblivious, pausing not a moment as they rushed desperately into the distance. Rustle. Shortly after the figures had run past, over a dozen small dark shadows emerged from the grass, one after another. Sunlight filtering through the treetops revealed their forms, creatures known as goblins. Their skin was emerald green, their noses red, and swollen ears sharp and pointed. They wore animal hide around their waists, their limbs were short, and between their claws they gripped wooden clubs stained with fresh blood. The goblins seemed to be searching for something. All dozen or so lay prostrate on the ground, twitching their red noses as they sniffed the lingering scent in the air. Gurguga. A goblin noticeably larger than the others, with a missing chunk from its ear, halted abruptly and stood up. Gagaga. Ga. Guga. It pointed its stubby finger in the direction the figures had fled and roared loudly. Gagaga ah guga. Ga. A troop of goblins scrambled up swiftly and followed the trail of blood, chasing after the fleeing figures. Their clamor was so imposing that it startled many mountain birds into taking flight. Soft daylight filtered through the crevices of the stone cave, gently sprinkling onto the bed of straw. The campfire beside it had long died out, leaving only a mound of ash. Lin Linyi, lying on the straw bed, felt his eyelids flutter as he slowly regained consciousness. What a good sleep. He rubbed his eyes and looked around in confusion. Where is this? A glimmer of light appeared in his vacant eyes as he gradually recalled what had happened yesterday. So it wasn't a dream after all. Air. Why do I feel a bit warm? Lin Linyi belatedly looked down to find Li Xiaoning lying quietly there. Her warm, soft, and delicate body was curled up in his arms, just like a docile kitten. Lin Linyi was taken aback. He furrowed his brows, his face flushing slightly. Not big sis, how did you climb into my bed? Looking at her peaceful, sweet, sleeping face, Lin Linyi found himself reluctant to wake her. This ambiguous posture continued for a while, until Lin Linyi felt unbearably hot all over. Then, he finally woke the slumbering Li Xiaoning. Li Xiaoning. Li Xiaoning. He reached out and patted her fair, smooth cheek, the texture so bouncy it felt like freshly made pudding. Wake up, Li Xiaoning. After several calls yielded no response, Lin Linyi steeled himself and pinched her cheek hard. Li Xiaoning's delicate skin, violently treated, instantly turned rosy. She slowly opened her drowsy eyes, finally showing signs of waking. Huh. Li Xiaoning yawned, her beautiful pink eyes glistening with tears, still dazed from sleep. Lin Linyi. What is it? She pouted her red lips, casting a reproachful glance at Lin Linyi. Can you stop bothering me? They'll sleep a little more. Don't disturb me. After saying this, she buried her head back into Lin Linyi's chest, wiggled her bottom gently, then quickly fell silent again, her breathing even as if she had fallen asleep. Lin Linyi. Big sis, you really have no worries, huh? I recall we just met for the first time. Lin Linyi rubbed his forehead in exasperation, the veins on his temples bulging wildly. After a long moment, he let out a heavy sigh, his eyes turning resolute as he slowly raised his hand. Slap, slap. Get up. Whoa. I'm really sorry. Li Xiaoning pressed her little hands together, her big eyes teary as she looked at Lin Linyi. I really didn't mean to. Tell me, I clearly divided the bed into 2 areas. Why were you on my side? Lin Linyi held a fruit the size of a fist and bit into it heartily. If you don't give me a proper explanation. After chewing and swallowing the fruit, he glared fiercely at Li Xiaoning. I won't give you breakfast. Woo. I see. Li Xiaoning sat on the ground in a duck-like posture, wiping her tears with her small hands. I just... Her cheeks flushed, her voice hesitant, like a poor rabbit being bullied by a big bad wolf. I got up last night. To use the bathroom. Outside. There was something really strange. I was scared. Wanted to sleep next to you. So this silly girl got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, saw some monster outside, got terrified, and crawled. But I remember she had already awakened this glass profession holy light priest. Couldn't you have just thrown a few healing spells at them to scare them to death with your big wooden staff? Alright, I understand. Have something to eat first. Lin Linyi silently grumbled inwardly, while placing a pile of berries before her. Woo. Not only did you save me, but you're also willing to keep sharing food with me. Lin Linyi, you're truly a good person. Li Xiaoning sniffled the small trickle of snot hanging from her nose, gently bit into a berry, and revealed a sweet dimple. Sniff. It's really delicious. She wiped the tear streaks from her cheeks, and eagerly grabbed another fruit, gobbling it down. After we get back to reality, I must repay you properly. Hearing this, Lin Linyi's mouth twitched, his eyes brimming with helplessness. Let's talk about getting back first. Girls this easy to appease were rare. Just a meal, and she was won over. But mentioning returning to reality reminded Lin Linyi of something. He lightly touched the black pattern, and the task interface appeared. Current task: defeat 100 monsters in the ravaged forest. Monsters currently defeated 9. Time limit 9 days. Remaining team members 5. Warning. Failure will result in the annihilation of all members. Reached 9 already. Lin Linyi stared at the quest info, eyebrows shooting up. Must be the other teammates who killed them. Yesterday afternoon, Li Xiaoning had slain 4. So these extra 5 monsters could only have been killed by the other 3 teammates. At this rate, killing 100 monsters within 10 days didn't seem impossible. Watching Li Xiaoning, whose cheeks were puffed like a hamster as she wolfed down her food, Lin Linyi finished his own berry, took a gulp of water from a vine, and stood up slightly. Li Xiaoning tilted her head, looking at him quizzically. What's wrong, Lin Linyi? After you finish eating, pack up, grab your weapon. We're going out. Lin Linyi hoisted the fish spear onto his back and began preparing. Going out? Where are we going? Li Xiaoning blinked, licking the fruit juice from her lips with her pink tongue, her tone naive. We have food and water in the cave. Why go out? I told you yesterday. Lin Linyi sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Today we're going to find the other 3 teammates who got separated. Oh, let me eat a bit more. Li Xiaoning took slow, tiny bites, squinting at Lin Linyi. TSK. Lin Linyi glared at her and raised his hand in a threatening gesture before barking. Hurry up. Do you want a spanking again? Eep. Yes. I understand. In a neglected corner of the ruined forest, 2 figures walked side by side. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, illuminating the surroundings, the ground littered with withered leaves, bizarre mushrooms, berry-laden shrubs, and massive trees scarred with fissures and veiled in moss. A breeze stirred, bringing the sharp tang of earth and the green scent of foliage into Lin Linyi's nostrils, making him involuntarily wrinkle his nose. Li Xiaoning trotted from beside Lin Linyi and darted into a nearby shrub, eyes shining, as she began plucking the berries one after another. Lin Linyi, look at this, Li Xiaoning called, her slender brows arched, and a small green leaf still clinging to her robe. She ran over, cupping the bounty of berries, and pressed them into Lin Linyi's hands like a pet bringing a prize, urging him to check whether they were edible. There were a dozen or so berries, plump and dark brown, emitting a peculiar odor she seemed oblivious to as she beamed with childish delight. She kept her wide eyes fixed, unblinking on Lin Linyi, her gaze brimming with expectancy. It was odd they had only known each other a day, yet Li Xiaoning trusted him inexplicably. So much so that she had climbed into his bed to sleep beside him the night before. All right, oh look, Lin Linyi said with mild resignation, taking a berry from her and focusing his gaze. Foul-smelling berry, a rank. Description: a common berry in the ruined forest notorious for its extraordinarily foul juice. Upon contact it will cling to the body with an abnormal stench that is not easily dispelled. Inedible and useless medicinally. Lin Linyi fell silent, the name alone sounded ominous. He frowned and sighed helplessly. After all that she had picked so many berries only to learn they were inedible. Lin Linyi, how are they? Li Xiaoning asked, tugging at her dirty dress with slender fingers, tilting her chin up, and looking at him with an eager little face. When Lin Linyi remained silent, she bit her lip nervously, and said in a timid voice that these berries should be. She seemed eager to help, desperate to prove her worth. Perhaps from excitement a flush tinted the corners of her eyes, making her endearingly adorable. Lin Linyi felt awkward about whether to tell her the harsh truth, yet realized that if he hid it, she would discover it the moment she tasted one. So he resolved to tell her gently. He turned his head and cleared his throat. Though these berries cannot be eaten, he said they do have other significant uses. Li Xiaoning tilted her head. If they can't be eaten, what use could they have? He felt a little embarrassed. After taking the berries from her arms, and keeping a few, he tossed the rest into a new. The berries, Li Xiaoning cried, eyes welling with tears as she looked pitiably at Lin Linyi, like a wronged ragdoll. Don't be upset, he said. They'll tell you what these berries are for. With a tearing sound, Lin Linyi took a harpoon from his back and drove it through one of the foul berries. A deadly, indescribable stench burst into the air. A smell that brought to mind rotten eggs, mustard, dried herring, and castor beans blended into a vile concoction. Ground into a paste, blended and aged 1,000 years. As if it were a perverse culinary masterpiece. In a single ironic word, sublime. Li Xiaoning's eyes widened as she stared at the split berry on the ground. She could hardly believe it, twitching her nose as her expression went blank. Well, ahem, that's basically it, Lin Linyi. Lin Linyi pinched his nose to keep the stench from overwhelming him. He grabbed Li Xiaoning's hand, as if fleeing a horror, and hurried away. Coughing, he urged, let's go. After they left the reach of the berry's stench, Li Xiaoning only then came back to herself, wearing an embarrassed expression. Lin Linyi, she said. What's the matter? He asked, half irritated. Well, she spoke tentatively, as if timidly broaching something. You still have a few of those foul berries on you, don't you? Yes, I kept a few, he admitted. Earlier you said the foul berries have great uses, Li Xiaoning said, swallowing. I'm curious what they are. Also, could you throw them away? She paused, voice pleading. They're really so stinky, incredibly so. Lin Linyi sighed, and looked at her with helplessness. He reached out and gently pinched Li Xiaoning's soft cheek, then explained his identification skill to her. I have a skill called identification, he said. It reveals detailed information about objects, which is why I can so easily gather food that's safe to eat. If you don't have identification, you shouldn't blindly follow me in picking berries, he warned. I understand, she replied quietly without protest. As for the use of these foul berries, he began. When Lin Linyi finally agreed to explain, Li Xiaoning perked up and listened intently, as she could not fathom what purpose something so revolting could serve. Lin Linyi stroked his chin and fell into thought. Gradually a malicious plan took shape in his mind. Collect a large quantity of the foul berries, he mused, grind them into a concentrated pulp and brew them into a potion. A wicked smile curved his lips, cruel as an executioner's. In battle, spray the potion into an enemy's nose, he proposed. What do you think? Lin Linyi asked with a grin. Both of them instinctively respected the berry's potency. At the suggestion, Li Xiaoning shivered, imagining the scene. Her delicate body trembled. She drew her head in and lowered her voice in a wary tone. Such a terrifying tactic. I would absolutely never want to be your enemy, she declared. After that encounter with the foul berries, Lin Linyi led Li Xiaoning onward. They pressed deeper into the forest, avoiding monsters along the way. Throughout the journey, besides foraging for food, constantly kept his identification skill active, searching for any sign of their teammates. They had followed this direction for 2 full hours with no sign at all. Still nothing, Lin Linyi said, his face weary and his tone low. Using skills consumed both the user's mana and stamina, and Lin Linyi had been using identification without pause while searching for their comrades. This had taken a heavy toll on him, leaving him in poor condition. Let's go back to the stone cave, he said. Lin Linyi pinched the bridge of his nose, his voice thick with fatigue. Shall we head back now? Li Xiaoning asked, uncertainly pointing into the woods with a slender finger. But Lin Linyi, look, Li Xiaoning urged. Those 3 girls standing there, don't they look like our teammates? Lin Linyi stared in confusion. Her words instantly dispelled Lin Linyi's fatigue. He whipped his head around and looked in the direction she pointed. 3 finely featured young women stood there, their clothing riddled with bloody holes revealing gruesome wounds. Their eyes were wary and weapons gripped in their hands as they faced off against Lin Linyi and Li Xiaoning. Several figures stood in confrontation, and the atmosphere around them suddenly became eerie and tense. Lin Linyi felt a bit dazed. How could the teammates who had clearly been thrown in together by the goddess suddenly turn their blades against him? This feeling was akin to your closest brother whom you have laid your heart bare to suddenly threatening you with a stick from behind. Everyone calm down. We are teammates. Lin Linyi quickly raised both hands, forcing a reassuring smile on his face. Think carefully, there were a total of 5 people in front of that goddess, right? Yes, yes. Don't act. Don't act. Li Xiaoning shrank back, frightened by the imposing aura from the opposite side, burying her head into her chest like a timid ostrich. She softly echoed, "We are teammates, we need to complete the mission and survive together." The 3 young girls were gripping their weapons, hiding in the bushes across from them. They had been intensely focused on Lin Linyi and Li Xiaoning, their bodies tense like a bowstring drawn taut. However, upon hearing the words goddess, mission, and survive, their taut nerves instantly relaxed. They let out a slight sigh of relief, their tense bodies slumping to the ground. "You really scared me." Zhong Yaqian gripped her staff with one hand, hastily wiping the blood off her face with the other, her expression one of disillusioned relief after surviving a catastrophe. "I thought those damned green-skinned monkeys were coming back again." She wore a black and red mage's robe that hung down. A gash opened on her flat abdomen, the seeping blood taking on a dark hue. Her clothes were already soaked with blood, severely torn in multiple places, revealing the pure black dress underneath. Lin Linyi looked at her attire and guessed that her profession was most likely related to magic. "Phew. Finally I can breathe easy." Tao Weining smiled slightly, raising her hand to gently pat the towering structure in front of her, causing the peak to tremble. "We finally reunited with the new teammates. Now, we don't have to worry about being dragged away by those green-skinned monsters, right?" She wore a light brown tactical jacket paired with matching cargo pants, and a dark green streamlined cloak draped behind her. She wore leather gloves and slung a silver compound bow across her back. Lin Linyi glanced at her, understanding in his heart. Yes, she was an archer, definitely a core position. New teammate. Ling Xueli coldly sheathed her sword, her eyes revealing a deep fatigue. But the curve at the corner of her mouth proved her joy at finding a new teammate. She paused, her voice cold and hard. "Once the injuries heal, we must find them all and kill them." Ling Xueli wore a simple colored kimono with a dark-colored haori over it, a knife tucked at her waist. Both her clothing and the blade were soaked in crimson blood, as bright as the setting sun. The haori was covered in claw marks from monsters, and at the torn openings the outline of a fuzzy pink nightgown resembling a rabbit could be seen. "We can't just stay here, those monsters will smell the blood and come looking." Ling Xueli propped herself on her sword unsteadily, rising to her feet, pulling the other 2 girls up beside her, her gaze directed at Lin Linyi and Li Xiaoning. "You 2 follow me. We are going back to the base, it is safe there." She glanced back at Lin Linyi and Li Xiaoning, signaling for them to follow. "Hey, Lin Linyi, are we really going to follow them?" Li Xiaoning turned her head stealthily, approaching Lin Linyi's side, and asked in a hushed tone, "Aren't we going back to the stone cave? We still have the food we gathered there." She hung her head, the brightness in her beautiful eyes dimming slightly. At this moment Ling Xueli was supporting 2 teammates, her figure nearly disappearing among the layers of tree shadows. "It's fine, the stone cave is right there, it won't run away. In any case, let's follow them for now and see their base." Lin Linyi gave Li Xiaoning a reassuring look, suppressing her unease. Then he took her hand and stepped forward, quickly following them. Ling Xueli covered her terrifying wounds with one hand, her delicate face devoid of any expression, leading the way at the front. Tao Weining was supporting the heavily injured Zhong Yaqian, limping along behind her. Lin Linyi and Li Xiaoning walked at the back of the group, continuously using the identification skill to scan the vegetation along the way, collecting a lot of food. Seeing that the group's pace was somewhat slow, Ling Xueli stopped and glanced back. She happened to see Lin Linyi bending down to pick berries in front of a bush. "The fruits in the forest, if you don't recognize them, absolutely cannot eat them." Ling Xueli slightly parted her pink lips, her voice clear yet cold. "Yesterday the 3 of us were starving to the extreme, so we went into the forest to find some fruits. As a result, among those fruits, there was one that would cause a brief hallucination. Fortunately, there were no monsters around at the time, otherwise." Her voice paused, turning her head back to continue moving forward. "You would have only found our 3 decomposing corpses in the forest." "Li Ai." Tao Weining shot her an annoyed glare. "Why are you bringing this up again?" "Tisk." Ling Xueli wrinkled her nose, letting out a disgruntled hum. "It was you who picked them for me and Yaqian to eat." Tao Weining puffed out her cheeks, crying out in grievance. "I didn't do it on purpose. I don't want to die either. Hallucinogenic fruit." Lin Linyi furrowed his brows tightly at her words, then relaxed. "As long as you are fine. I don't want to lose 3 teammates on the first day. As for the fruits I picked, I have the corresponding ability to ensure they are 100% safe." Ling Xueli was momentarily stunned, her usually cold face softening slightly. 100%? Does that mean we won't have to starve anymore?" Zhong Yaqian immediately shouted in excitement, but her sudden movement tugged at her wound, causing her delicate face to turn pale, gritting her teeth in pain. Lin Linyi nodded, explaining, "If you give me some time, 5 people's worth of food and water shouldn't be a problem." No longer needing to fear food shortages, the 3 young girls rarely revealed smiles. Even the excruciating pain from their blood-red and dark bruises eased a little. The group advanced cautiously, and after crossing layers of bushes a makeshift base appeared before them bearing traces of life, yet extremely crude. The base had only a bed made of leaves, the remnants of ash from the extinguished campfire, and a small pile of fruits covered in flies. This is it. After signaling to everyone, Ling Linyi limped over to the leaf bed and sat down. Zhong Yaqian and Tao Weining helped each other and sat down beside her. The girls' faces were pale, filled with undeniable fatigue, and dark wounds were continuously oozing bright red blood. Not long ago they had been attacked by a goblin squad, and under overwhelming levels and numbers the three of them managed to survive with serious injuries, which was already fortunate. Among the three, Zhong Yaqian was the most severely injured. One of her arms hung weakly, clearly broken. The smooth, flat abdomen was torn with flesh exposed, and the dark red blood had long since congealed into a dark brown scab. Lin Linyi looked at her injuries, his brows furrowed tightly, his fists clenched tightly. The wound needed immediate treatment, otherwise the injury on her abdomen would only worsen, eventually leading to her death. With only 4 teammates, if one dies they are gone, so they must survive both for themselves and for their teammates. Fortunately, Li Xiaoning had healing skills, and she needed to handle it quickly. Li Xiaoning, I remember you have healing skills, right? Lin Linyi turned to Li Xiaoning and asked. Yes, I do. Li Xiaoning clearly noticed their injuries and quickly nodded. I have healing art which can be used to treat external injuries. Then help them treat their wounds first, and try to heal. They'll go back into the forest to gather some food. Oh, let's stay here for the night. Okay. Li Xiaoning turned and ran off. After instructing Li Xiaoning, Lin Linyi put away the food he had just collected. He turned around and once again plunged into the forest. Hunger-relieving berries, water-stirring vines, blood-staunching herbs, paralyzing fruits. Take them all, take. Lin Linyi prowled the forest with his appraisal skill active, winding among the trees until he had gathered sufficient. Because he had spent the past 2 days constantly using the appraisal skill to examine every shrub, berry, and mushroom, an immense amount of experience flowed into the skill. Using skills to raise skill levels and strengthen their effects caused appraisal to surge like a roller coaster, climbing rapidly toward a new tier. It rocketed up to level 3, and the experience gain efficiency inexplicably rose by a rank as well. Rapid leveling, one of the protagonist's fortunate advantages. Lin Linyi touched the black rune, and an interface shimmered into view before him. A system prompt informed him that his skill had leveled up. Appraisal leveled from LV1 to LV3 with the description that appraising an item now yields all detailed information. Experience gain efficiency rose from LV1 to LV2, meaning experience earned is increased tenfold. Lin Linyi's current status panel displayed his name and professions, as well as his skills. His skill list now read Appraisal LV3, Analysis LV1, Experience Gain Efficiency LV2, Multi-Profession LV1, A Job Changer LV1, Harpoon Specialization LV1, Fishkiller LV1. Level 10 is the cap. To avoid excessive exposition, similar skill descriptions will be placed at the end. His attributes showed Stamina, F Mana, E Strength, F Agility, F Endurance, F Intelligency. Skills. Leveled up, he murmured to himself. He closed the interface without pause and hurried toward the base. His teammates had been gravely wounded by goblins and urgently needed bleeding control and food, so he could not afford to dawdle on the road. Pushing past the brambles and turning left, the base came into view. Li Xiaoning managed a weak smile at his return and said that he was back. She lay propped on a bed of leaves, turned to one side, and still clutching a half-meter wooden staff. She asked how the foraging had gone. Ling Linyi sat nearby, gently wiping her blade, her gaze soft as she looked at Lin Linyi and asked about his haul. Her complexion had recovered somewhat, and no longer looked as pallid as before. Aside from Ling Linyi, Zhong Yaqian and Tao Weining also appeared considerably healed. Lin replied that the provisions were enough for the 5 of them for tonight. Lin placed the gathered food on a large leaf and separated out the herbs that could staunch bleeding. He asked Li Xiaoning what had happened to leave her in such a state. He looked at Li Xiaoning, exhausted as if drained dry, and asked curiously why she had become like this. She murmured that she had gone to perform healing. She mumbled weakly that her mana was insufficient and their wounds were not fully healed. Zhong Yaqian reached out to hold Li Xiaoning's arm, smiling apologetically as she explained. Zhong said that Li Xiaoning had just been healing their wounds and had spent too much mana, which was why she looked so worn out. Lin nodded understanding. He regarded Zhong Yaqian's stomach and noted that the previously exposed pale skin had been covered again. He asked if the wound on her lower abdomen was all right, his gaze lingering on her flat, smooth belly. She reacted with startled embarrassment. Zhong Yaqian blushed, her graceful neck and cheeks flushed pink. She waved her hands and stammered that it was only a small wound and would heal after a little rest. A small wound, Lin thought. If he had not just seen the gruesome injury, he might have believed her. He handed her the hemostatic herb he had gathered. He instructed her that the plant's sap would staunch bleeding and to crush it and apply it to the wound. He fell silent for a moment, and then said grimly that only by recovering quickly could they complete the mission and go hunt monsters. Only then, he added, could they return home. The girls fell into thoughtful silence. Indeed, only by finishing the mission could they go home. It was already the second day, and the deadline loomed. 9 days remained, and with 3 wounded among them, they still had 91 monsters left to slay. The probability of success felt vanishingly small. Lin urged them not to overthink and reminded them that they still had time. He suggested they eat some fruit first. Passing out the fruit to each girl, he said that once they had healed they would set out and kill the monsters. Ling Linyi paused her weapon cleaning, sheathed her long blade, and walked to Lin Linyi, saying that she understood and would follow his plan. When Wei Ning drew close and sat beside him holding at the hem of her garment, she praised Li Xiaoning's healing as powerful and noted that their wounds had improved somewhat. She believed that before long the 3 of them would regain their full condition. Covering her mouth with a hand, she smiled, and said that before officially beginning the mission the team should learn more about each other so that their bonds might grow closer. The teasing words left Lin Linyi and the other 3 girls momentarily stunned. Lin felt his throat dry, swallowed, and asked softly for an example. When Wei Ning fixed her gray-green eyes on him with perfect seriousness, she explained that she meant their respective professions, skills, and abilities, and that only by knowing one another well would the team achieve true coordination. A sharp tut escaped from someone in the circle. Ling Linyi frowned and gave her a disdainful look, asking why she would say something ambiguous when a self-introduction should be straightforward. At her words, Tao Weining's eyes curved with amusement as she scooted closer and sat beside Ling Linyi, pretending not to understand the supposed ambiguity. Under a flurry of scornful glances, she remained composed and urged them not to look at her that way, then proposed that she begin the introductions. She flipped back her long hair and smiled serenely, announcing that she would start. Tao Weining gave her name and said she was an level ranger, roughly a sniper. Her skills included composite bow, mana-infused arrows, and sniper mastery, all at LV1. To avoid excessive exposition, detailed skill descriptions would come later. Zhong Yaqian helped Li Xiaoning to sit up and joined the circle around Lin Linyi, filling the once empty space until everyone was crowded together. Li Xiaoning introduced herself weakly, her voice feeble and her long peach-pink hair drooping. She said she was an level holy light priest able to heal teammates and bestow beneficial effects. The skills she had learned included healing, negative purge, and light orb. After saying this, she collapsed heavily onto Zhong Yaqian's soft chest. The yielding softness of Zhong Yaqian's chest flexed under the weight, and then gently rebounded, cradling Li Xiaoning's head as Zhong murmured that she had worked hard and should rest. Zhong smiled faintly and adjusted Li Xiaoning into a more comfortable sleeping position that made her head seem to sink into a cloud of cotton. Zhong cleared her throat and, narrowing her deep blue eyes, announced that she was Zhong Yaqian, and level myriad magus, a mage by profession. Her current skills were explosive fireball, suffocating water prison, and mana fortification. After she finished, she blinked and looked to Ling Linyi, prompting her turn. Ling Linyi nodded in a cool voice and introduced herself as Ling Linyi and level blade walker. Her skills were nether sword, ink blade, dark water, and mastery of blades. She gestured to the pitch-black sword and blade at her side and said those were nether and dark water. When asked if that was all, she answered yes, and Zhong cheerfully told Lin that he was the last, urging him to hurry. The other 3 girls instinctively fixed their attention on him and asked what Lin Linyi's profession and skills were. Zhong Yaqian's large eyes glittered with expectation as she urged him to speak. All of the girls watched him with keen curiosity. The light in the sky faded and the day grew dim. At the open base, the 5 members of the team sat on the ground. The bonfire still blazed fiercely, occasionally spitting out a few sparks, only to be quickly extinguished. It's your turn to introduce yourself. The girls surrounded Lin Linyi, forming a circle. Quick, tell us your profession and what skills you have. Facing the girls' overwhelming enthusiasm, Lin Linyi no longer hesitated. I am Lin Linyi. He smiled awkwardly and tossed some dry branches into the bonfire. I have 2 professions, an SS level scholar and a clever fisherman. My skills include identification, analysis, efficiency enhancement, and experience acquisition, multi-classing, job-changing, spear specialization, and being a bane to the fish race. That's about it. Including Li Xiaoning, all the girls had big question marks above their heads. Awakening 2 professions didn't seem to surprise them too much. But hearing Lin Linyi list a full 10 skills, as if reading a menu, their expressions finally turned blank, as if they had watched an unbelievable, mind-boggling AI video. Wait a minute. Ling Linyi's cool demeanor faded slightly, her pink lips parting in disbelief. How come you have so many skills? She bit her lip, her lips taut, her eyes scanning Lin Linyi up and down, as if examining a monster. You should know the 4 of us girls only have 3 skills. And you have a full 7 skills. Maybe I just have more skills than usual. Lin Linyi avoided Ling Linyi's inquisitive gaze, fearing she might dissect him for research. After chatting for a while, the previously heavy atmosphere among the teammates eased somewhat. It seemed that the arrival of Lin Linyi and Li Xiaoning had given the three girls some hope of survival. The smiles on the girls' faces increased, and their spirits improved. They even started chatting more. Haha, what are you worried about, Li? There's nothing to be worried about. Zhong Yaqian squinted her eyes, her laughter carefree. If he's this strong, it just means we can kill fewer monsters and get home easily, right? What Yaqian said makes a lot of sense. Tao Weiniying covered her mouth and chuckled, her peach blossom eyes curving. TSK. Ling Zuilii wrinkled her nose and shot them a fierce glare. The three girls had known each other for a while and had a good relationship. Sitting aside and unable to join the conversation, Li Xiaoning tugged at Lin Linyi's sleeve sneakily. What's wrong? Lin Linyi turned his head to look at Li Xiaoning beside him, asking in confusion, do you have any questions about my skills? No, it's just that. Li Xiaoning hung her head, stammering for a long time, without managing to form a complete sentence. After a while, her earlobes had turned so red they seemed about to bleed, and she finally whispered, you're so strong. If monsters come to attack me, can you protect me? Li Xiaoning suddenly cast aside her shyness and looked up at Lin Linyi. Her peach blossom eyes were brimming with moisture, the corners flushed with crimson. My mom and dad must still be waiting for me at home. I don't want to die. Lin Linyi looked at her in surprise, not answering immediately, but bowed his head in thought. Teammates depended on each other, working together towards the common goal of surviving and returning home. Furthermore, since she trusted him so much, he seemed to have no reason to refuse her. I am very useful. Seeing Lin Linyi silent, Li Xiaoning's expression grew somewhat anxious. She tugged at Lin Linyi's sleeve with such force that her fingers turned white. I can heal you, I can buff you, I can also. She seemed unable to think of any other uses for herself, and her eyes turned red from anxiety. The experiences of blood, death, and fear over the past few days had completely crushed her. In an instant, tears flowed continuously, leaving her pretty face streaked with tear marks. Don't cry for now. Lin Linyi quickly supported Li Xiaoning's delicate shoulders, softly comforting her. I promise you, when monsters come, I will protect you and ensure you get home safely to find your mom and dad. Is that okay? Okay. Li Xiaoning did not push Lin Linyi away, she just covered her face and continued to sob. Her whimpers drew the attention of the other three girls. Zhong Yaqian and Tao Weiniying exchanged glances with Lin Linyi, then took Li Xiaoning aside and constantly comforted her in low voices. What happened? Ling Zuilii gently walked over and sat beside Lin Linyi. What happened? Why is the reflection of the bonfire danced in her beautiful eyes? We were just chatting normally, talking about going home and her parents, and then she suddenly cried. Lin Linyi was quite helpless and could only smile bitterly. He'll talk to her properly tomorrow. He did not have anyone he cared about in reality, so he did not quite understand Li Xiaoning's feelings. Perhaps in the end Lin Linyi would still die in this other world. Even so, it seemed that no one would be sad for his death. Don't blame yourself too much, it's not your fault. Ling Zuilii stared into his eyes, trying to comfort him. Girls are generally more emotional. They are sensitive to topics like separation and death. Crying a bit is fine, just like I did with Yaqian and Weiniying last night. We had a terrible cry then. Her pretty face remained cold, but her words did indeed comfort Lin Linyi. He had just been wondering if he was being too petty. Since Li Xiaoning relied on him so much, next time she asked something like this, he should just promise her directly. Hey Li. Zhong Yaqian, who was comforting Li Xiaoning, suddenly turned her head sharply and glared at Ling Zuilii through clenched teeth. Ling Zuilii's lips curled up slightly, revealing a crack in her previously icy demeanor. Alright, it's getting late. She tied her long black hair up and stood up to leave. Today Zhong Yaqian and Tao Weiniying will watch over the night, so you should rest early. Lin Linyi remained seated silent, continuing to toss wood into the fire. Li Xiaoning, such a soft and gentle girl, had lost control of her emotions tonight. Perhaps it was because she had exhausted too much magical power healing the injured. It could also be the deadline of the death mission and the dangerous monsters constantly tugging at the taut string in her mind. This situation cannot continue. Tomorrow they must start hunting monsters. The longer they delay, the worse the situation will become. Lin Linyi stared at the flames rising steadily, contemplating his plan. Suddenly a faint rustling sound came from the bushes behind him. Rustle. Rustle. Lin Linyi paused, his face turning pale as he quickly turned to look. In the pitch-black night, a pair of blood-red sinister eyes emerged from the center of the bushes. The pair of eyes fixed on him for a long while before slowly disappearing. Seeking bookshelf, seeking 5-star reviews. The night was dim, and by the campfire Lin Linyi's gaze was fixated on the strangely moving bushes before him. Those blood-red eyes had been staring at him ever since they appeared. The murderous intent revealed in those eyes was unmasked, as if they wished to devour Lin Linyi whole. It wasn't until the crimson pupils vanished that he withdrew his vigilant gaze. His palms were slick with clammy sweat, and his back was already drenched in cold perspiration. The campfire's crimson flames flickered left and right, resembling a demonic creature dancing, mocking his helplessness. He gritted his teeth, still thinking about the reedied shadow from earlier. Those bloodthirsty red pupils. There was no mistake, it must be a demon. Unfortunately, it was too dark to see clearly, and the identification could not be successfully used. Why would a demon come to their base at such a late hour? Moreover, it had found their trail, and had been lurking for so long. Why hadn't it attacked? What was it waiting for? One mystery after another surfaced in Lin Linyi's mind, dispelling any drowsiness. What's wrong? Why do you look so worried? Zhong Yeqian, noticing his furrowed brow, asked with concern. She was accompanied by Tao Weining, who slowly approached him. Walking behind Lin Linyi, Tao Weining, seeing him drenched in cold sweat, cast him a suspicious glance. Is something the matter? After pondering for a moment, her originally gentle smile turned serious. It can't be. A demon, can it? Lin Linyi pointed towards the bushes where the red eyes had appeared. Just now I saw a pair of red eyes at that position, and I suspect it was a demon. You two need to be cautious during the night watch. If something happens, wake me up, I can fight. A gust of wind blew, rustling countless leaves as if the demon was toying with them. A demon. Tao Weining squinted, her apricot-shaped eyes intensely staring at that patch of bushes. She decisively took down her composite bow from her back, stepping back slightly with her right foot. Her fair hand opened and glowing magical energy coalesced into an arrow appearing in her palm. Tao Weining knocked the arrow onto the composite bow, pulled it back, and shot an arrow forcefully. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the bushes, embedding itself in a tree stump, its fletchings still trembling. What a pity it got away. Tao Weining's face turned serious as she confirmed the situation, realizing the demon had indeed fled. It's fine, Weining, we can kill the demon when it wakes up tomorrow. Don't be disheartened, Yeqian said, maintaining her carefree demeanor. Lin Linyi, you should go rest, we can take turns. If there's any danger, I will wake you up. Hurry up and go rest. Alright, I understand. Lin Linyi didn't refuse. You two be careful. Lin Linyi got up and left, finding a flat spot, laying down some leaves, and turning to his side. The sound of the girl's light laughter filled his ears, and as time slowly passed, he drifted off to sleep. When Lin Linyi awoke, the light had already filtered through the gaps in the trees, illuminating the ground. Not far away lay a large leaf on which fresh berries were placed. For young girls were gathered there, nibbling on berries to stave off hunger while chatting about something. Lin Linyi propped himself up from the ground, covering his mouth as he yawned, tears pooling at the corners of his eyes. Seeing him awake, Li Xiaoning's eyes curved into a gentle arc. She bent down, picked a few brightly colored berries from the pile, and scampered over to him. You're awake. Li Xiaoning handed him the berries in her arms, her peach blossom eyes darting around, not daring to meet Lin Linyi's gaze. I'm sorry for being too excited last night. She bit her soft pink lips lightly, her fair cheeks blooming with a few rosy patches, her voice filled with youthful innocence. I was just too scared and meant no harm. Was she talking about how she cried yesterday? Indeed, it startled me, but it was just a startle. It's fine, I didn't mind. Lin Linyi took the berries from her hand, wiped them with his sleeve, and began to eat heartily. Thank you. Li Xiaoning cautiously leaned closer, and eventually sat down beside Lin Linyi. She held the fruit, taking small bites, the sweet and sour juice bursting on her tongue. The delicious berries reminded her of what the boy had said to her last night. He promised to protect her, and take her back to reality to meet her parents. She couldn't tell if the boy was comforting her with lies, or if he genuinely made a promise. But if he was serious, wouldn't that be a confession? Li Xiaoning's cheeks flushed, and she gently turned her head, subtly casting a glance at Lin Linyi. She encouraged herself in her heart, planning to ask him about that promise. So, she turned to look at Lin Linyi, her eyes filled with anticipation and desire. What you said yesterday, was it serious? You said you would protect me and take me home to meet my parents. Of course it's true. Lin Linyi swallowed the last of the berries, responding earnestly. I've already promised I will protect you home, and you will be my powerful support. After all, as teammates, it's normal to protect each other. In this bizarre otherworld, having a healer as support. Li Xiaoning's delicate body stiffened for a moment, the corners of her mouth curving into a smile. It's a deal. I will definitely be a good support for you. Somehow she felt a surge of courage to live on. I must survive, complete the task, and return home. My parents must be waiting for me at home, so I want to go back. At the very least, I want to bid them a proper farewell. After chatting with the cute and adorable Li Xiaoning for a while and finishing breakfast, Lin Linyi took Li Xiaoning to discuss today's plans with Ling Xueli. After last night's reedy demon incident, he was worried about the safety of this base. Thus, during the discussion, he elaborated on the stone cave, where he and Li Xiaoning had stayed on their first day. In the end, Lin Linyi persuaded them to abandon this base and re-establish a base in the stone cave. After all, the stone cave was much safer than this open base. Once the decision was made, everyone began to pack their belongings, preparing to head to the stone cave and also hunt some demons along the way to complete tasks. Lin Linyi crossed his arms, watching the busy girls. Although they were packing their bags, there wasn't much that could be taken. Soon the girls stood up and the base was tidied up. Speaking of which, I really feel a bit reluctant to leave now. Zhong Yaqian sighed, looking at the small base before her. Unknowingly, we've lived here for 2 days already. I still remember the first night, 3 girls crying their hearts out here, alas. Ling Xueli rarely showed a warm smile, softly comforting Zhong Yaqian. It's all right, Yaqian, since the stone cave is safer, it's better for us to leave. Lin Linyi leaned against a tree stump, kicking the fallen leaves on the ground out of boredom. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept up his back. Wait! Lin Linyi quickly grasped his spear, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. He swallowed hard, his voice tinged with cold. Do you guys feel that the atmosphere around us is strange? In the usual forest, there are at least bird calls and animal sounds. His words alerted the others. The girls gripped their weapons tightly, anxiously observing their surroundings. Time ticked by, but there was not a hint of movement around them. Tao Weining, maintaining her bow stance, turned to look at Lin Linyi, asking nervously. Lin Linyi, it's been so long, could it be the noises made by small animals? Lin Linyi did not answer, but continued to stare intently at a spot not far away. Rustle. In an instant, countless crimson lights flickered within the grass bushes and even the treetops. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes brimming with chilling malice greedily surveyed them, as if appraising chunks of meat meant for feasting. No, something's coming. Everyone prepare yourselves. Ling Xueli furrowed her brows, gripping her sword and blade tightly. A faint rustling sound continued to whisper from the grass. Gagaga, gagaga. First a goblin leapt forth, then a second, a third. In the end, over 40 small goblins burst from the undergrowth, their bloodshot eyes locked upon the group, thick, turbid saliva dripping ceaselessly from their jaws. This number is troubling. Lin Linyi clutched his trident with both hands, sweat streamed steadily down his face. Why are they here? A flicker of recognition stirred in his memory. The crimson glint of those eyes, hadn't he seen them before? Could it be the monstrous creature that escaped last night? Just as despair tightened its grip upon the group, heavy footsteps thundered from the forest. Thud, thud. 2 towering shadows emerged from the sea of trees, large goblins. Each brandished a crude stone club, its surface mottled with dried blood. Gagu. One large goblin cast them a mocking glance and roared. All the small goblins raised their wooden clubs, eyes burning with feral madness, surging forward en masse toward Lin Linyi and his companions. Beside him, several young women stood, frozen minds utterly stunned by the horror unfolding before them. Their faces had paled to ghostly white, their lips were drained of all color, petrified by the hellscape before them. We're in grave danger, Lin Linyi murmured, his expression grim. His gaze darted swiftly across the surroundings, gathering vital information. Monster detected. 43 small goblins. Overall combat rating F. 2 large goblins. Overall combat rating E. Small goblins level 6. Large goblins level 12. Listen carefully. Though their numbers are overwhelming, victory is still within reach. His teammates' composure was crumbling, and the monsters were closing in fast. Snapping back to reality, Lin Linyi bellowed at them, desperate to jolt them awake. I possess a skill that reveals their weaknesses. Stay focused. We will prevail. No sooner had the words left his lips than he fixed his gaze upon the goblin charging straight at him and activated analysis. In an instant, every vulnerability of the goblins blazed vividly before his eyes. Analyzing weaknesses of goblin monsters. Analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Weak points: limbs, abdomen, head. Special effect attacks targeting these areas deal double damage, 1 chance to ignore armor, and deliver an instant kill strike regardless of level. Listen. Aim for their limbs, bellies, and heads. With that, Lin Linyi gripped his trident and lunged toward the nearest. My skill grants a special effect. Striking these points doubles damage and may even slay them outright. Chunk. His trident pierced deep, cleaving through its abdomen like a chef's knife, slicing through soft butter. Blood soaked the trident. The goblin convulsed violently before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. At that very moment, the 4 young women joined the fray. Their movements were clumsy at first, but as time passed and rhythm coalesced, the team began moving as one seamless unit. Ling Xueli wielded both sword and blade in perfect synchrony, her delicate porcelain-fair face as cold and sharp as frost-laced steel. She dashed toward the nearest goblin, striking precisely where Lin Linyi had instructed. With a flash of icy light, several goblins were cleaved into grotesque fragments, crimson gore spraying outward in violent arcs. The other 3 young women held position at the rear, yet their assaults never slackened. Tao Weining stood poised on 1 foot, drawing her silver composite bow taut. Its string hummed like a celestial zither stretched to its limit. One after another, streaking arrows flew forth, piercing goblin skulls before embedding themselves deep into tree trunks. Zhong Yaqian parted her lips, softly whispering an incantation. Then several basketball-sized orbs of searing flame materialized beside her. With a graceful sweep of her ivory staff, she hurled them forward. They slammed into goblin faces with deafening force. Guga 8H. The goblin's agonized shriek was cut short, replaced by the acrid savory scent of charred flesh lingering in the air. Li Xiaoning's face was taut with tension as she watched her comrades battle fiercely. She was a healer, her combat prowess weak, her mana reserved solely for mending her allies' wounds. So she could only stand there, her blazing gaze the sole weapon she dared hurl at the monsters. Suddenly a goblin vaulted high behind Ling Linyi, swinging its club downward with brutal force toward her skull. Hey, Linyi, watch out. Crunch. Hearing Li Xiaoning's cry, Ling Linyi twisted sideways with desperate speed. The club meant for her head instead crashed heavily across her back, a sickening muffled thud echoing through the clearing. Ugh! She pivoted mid-stumble and slashed sideways, her blade bisecting the attacker cleanly in two. At that moment a gentle emerald light drifted toward her, settling softly upon her shoulders. Warmth spread across her injured back, dulling the pain significantly. Thank you, Xiaoning. Don't mention it. Get back to fighting. No matter how numerous goblins remained mere frank monsters. Under the squad's relentless assault and flawless coordination, their ranks dwindled at a terrifying pace. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, glinting off heaps of goblin remains scattered across the forest floor. Only a handful of small goblins still stood, shaken, disoriented, and near broken. Nearby the two large goblins stared with crimson, furious eyes. Their intellect was rudimentary. Sending the small goblins had been but a tactic to exhaust these humans, paving the way for slaughter. This technique had been taught directly by the Grand High Priest himself. How could it possibly fail? It must be these humans' fault. With a guttural roar, one large goblin charged headlong toward the squad's rear line, stone club raised high. Dangerous. These large goblins have attained sentience. Lin Linyi's face darkened as he saw them charge. Now that nearly all the small goblins lay slain, the squad's levels had risen considerably. All four young women now stood around level 5. Thanks to his experience acquisition efficiency boost, granting 100-fold experience multiplier, Lin Linyi the fisherman had ascended to level 18. He wrenched his trident free from the goblin's skull with a fierce twist, spraying droplets of crimson into the air. Ling Linyi will handle the large goblins. Trident dripping blood, he sprinted toward them. We cannot let them reach Xiao Ning and the others. They're untrained in close-quarters combat. Understood. With a swift sidelong slash, Ling Linyi cleaved the goblin before her into jagged pieces, and stepped squarely into the large goblin's path. Her wounds had not yet healed, and the prolonged battle had sapped her strength. Her face was now deathly pale, her strikes had grown sluggish, lacking their earlier lethal precision. Roar! Enraged at being barred, the large goblin roared, and swung its club with crushing force. Ling Linyi barely dodged sideways, but another blow followed instantly. Thud! She raised her weapons to parry, only to be flung backward by sheer brute force, crashing hard onto the earth, spitting a mouthful of scarlet blood before slipping into unconsciousness. The large goblin smirked, a disturbingly human expression of cruel triumph. It moved in tandem with its counterpart, cutting off every possible escape route for Lin Linyi. This is dire. Lin Linyi clenched his teeth, his gaze lowering with grim resolve upon the two massive figures before him. Roar! The two high-ranking goblins opened their mouths and howled, charging at Lin Linyi with stone clubs. Lin Linyi frowned and dodged, avoiding a direct confrontation. The high-level hobgoblins had even knocked out Ling Linyi and shrank frontline fighter with a single blow. He had to tread carefully. If he fell too, today none of the team would make it out. Fortunately, during the previous battle, Lin Linyi had slain many lesser goblins, and some of his skills had leveled up. Harpoon proficiency, LV1, LV2. Description: when using harpoon-type weapons, damage is permanently increased tenfold with a chance of critical hits. The tension remained, and the fight continued. Though Lin Linyi strove to keep distance from the hobgoblins, they relentlessly closed the gap. A gust of wind whistled past, and the rough stone club arrived before his eyes in an instant. Lin Linyi gritted his teeth and leapt back to evade, but the other goblin seized the moment to strike. Bang! He quickly gripped his harpoon to block, yet was sent flying by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground. Ugh! Damn! He endured the searing pain from his body, rising to his feet to continue the standoff. It seemed the goblins sensed that Lin Linyi was on his last legs with no way to turn the tide. Both goblins bared bloodthirsty grins, slowly advancing to deliver the final blow to this frantic human. The shadow drew nearer, and Lin Linyi clenched his teeth, his heart brimming with reluctance and helplessness. No, he couldn't win at all. Could this really be the end? After a brief lapse, he bit his tongue sharply, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. No, it wasn't over yet. Even if he died, he would drag one down with him. Lin Linyi wiped the trickling crimson from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. Analysis began to take effect. A red light emerged on the goblins. Their weak points. Weak points. Yes, exactly. If he struck at these, if he could kill just one goblin first, he would surely survive. He hoisted his harpoon and charged toward the goblins. Meanwhile, the remaining teammates had cleared out all the lesser goblins. They immediately noticed Lin Linyi locked in combat with the hobgoblins. No goodly eye was struck and fainted. Lin Linyi's situation is dire too. Tao Wenying said, bow in hand, her face drenched with cold sweat, panting heavily. Then what do we do? Zhong Yaqian's face was pale as a sheet, clearly suffering from overuse of mana. We have to go help him. Otherwise he won't last much longer. Using skills consumed mana, and after clearing a horde of lesser goblins, the two of them were nearly drained of mana. Li Xiaoning, being a healing medic, had lost little mana and was still lively as ever. She stared at Lin Linyi with tear-filled eyes, her pearly teeth biting hard into her soft pink lips. No, I have to go help him. I promised him. He said he'd take me home. Her long lashes trembled as she clutched her wooden staff, about to run toward Lin Linyi. Wait, Xiaoning, calm down. Tao Wenying grabbed Li Xiaoning's hand to stop her. Everyone in the team must return home safely. Her voice was gentle and soft, yet unusually firm. Yaqian, and I will go help. You heal Li first, okay? Li Xiaoning halted, her eyes filled with struggle. She knew her strength was weak, only her healing ability was an advantage. But she didn't want this. She wanted power, she wanted to protect those she cared about. Without hesitating long, Li Xiaoning lowered her head and nodded slightly. I understand. They'll go heal Li now. She ran to where Ling Xueli had fallen, shouting. You go help Lin Linyi. Leave Li to me. Yaqian, let's go. Tao Wenying, suppressing her fatigue, pulled Zhong Yaqian forward. I know, don't push. I'm already seeing stars. Bang. Another dull thud, the stone club slamming viciously against the harpoon. Lin Linyi raised his harpoon, his figure retreating steadily, carving 2 deep furrows into the muddy, leaf-littered ground. That's quite a force. In the few exchanges that followed, he kept probing attacks at the goblins' weak spots. Unfortunately, none of his strikes inflicted effective damage, leaving only a few bloody gashes on their bodies. Hey monsters, look over here. A girl's shout came from a short distance. Lin Linyi followed the sound and saw Zhong Yaqian and Tao Wenying. Li Xiaoning, beside the unconscious Ling Xueli, was channeling a soft emerald glow through her hands, healing the wounds. Female creatures held an innate allure for goblins, like a starving man seeing food and water. Their attention was drawn to the girl's voice, creating an opportunity for Lin Linyi. Now, die. Lin Linyi's face hardened as he thrust his harpoon swiftly. Swoosh. The harpoon pierced straight through one goblin's throat, severing the carotid artery in one go. Gurg. Crimson foul blood gushed from the wound, dripping onto the ground. Its body stiffened abruptly, then toppled over dead. Gurg. The other goblin, snapping back to reality, stared at Lin Linyi with blazing eyes. Roar. It let out a furious bellow, lifted its stone club, and charged again, swinging a horizontal slash at Lin Linyi. One was dead, the remaining would be much easier. Lin Linyi nimbly evaded the goblin's clumsy attacks and struck several times in the gaps. The last goblin's condition worsened, its movements growing sluggish. Lin Linyi, get ready to dodge. Tao Wenying shouted. Yaqian and I are about to support you. Good strike when I'm farther away. After speaking, Lin Linyi left another gash on the goblin and seeing him run off, the goblin roared and chased after him with bloodshot eyes. Whoosh, boom. A streak of cold light pierced the goblin's side, leaving a gruesome hole. A basketball-sized fireball danced rapidly and exploded against its head. The goblin's head burst like a watermelon, blood and white brain matter splattering everywhere. This fireball technique was immensely powerful, but its drawback was difficulty in hitting. Higher-level fireball was even jokingly called kumiao, meaning just one hit would instantly kill an enemy. Huff. Lin Linyi collapsed to the ground, exhaling heavily. Finally, they're all dead. Cross-level kill, 19 lesser goblins, 1 hobgoblin. Massive experience gained. Skill-triggered experience increased tenfold. You leveled up. You have leveled up. Scholar LV1, LV7. Magic ED, Intelligence ED. Fisherman LV1, LV21. Stamina FE, Strength FE. Your skill has leveled up. Experience gain, Efficiency LV2, LV3. Description, experience gain increased by 100 times. Analyze LV1, LV2. Description, see through enemy weaknesses, attacking weaknesses, triggers critical hits. Harpoon Mastery LV1, LV2. Proficient in using harpoons. Received an iron harpoon. Holy crap. 10 times experience was already amazing, and now it's upgraded to 100 times. After killing the goblin, Lin Linyi lay on the grass, gently touched the black mark on the back of his hand, and checked the changes in his panel. After a look, he found that not only had his class and skills leveled up, but his attributes had also improved considerably. Li Xiaoning had finished healing, and Ling Xueli had also woken up. Tap, she helped Ling Xueli and sat down beside Lin Linyi. Lin Linyi, are you injured? As soon as she sat down she asked with great concern, her eyes scanning Lin Linyi all over. I'm fine. Lin Linyi said weakly. It's good to be alive. Good to know you're okay. Li Xiaoning patted her chest gently, her tense expression easing a little. Xiaoning, want you care about me too. Zhong Yaqian said, her face pale, as she lay spread-eagled on the ground. She frowned and muttered discontentedly, that last fireball. I was afraid it wouldn't die, so I compressed all my magic power into it. Now, my mana is completely drained. I'm dying from the discomfort. Yaqian. Tao Weining collapsed weakly beside her, exhaustion evident in her brows and eyes. I used up all my mana too. I'm as drained as you are, so stop complaining. The team chatted, sporadically collapsing on the muddy ground stained with blood and the stench of corpses. Gradually the chatter faded and silence fell around them. After the battle, everyone was extremely exhausted. Only by resting quietly could they slowly recover their energy. Sorry everyone. It's all my fault. The girl's cold, clear voice rang out. Ling Linyi, who had been silent throughout the conversation, suddenly spoke softly. I shouldn't have fainted. It's my fault. Sorry. She hung her head, her fingers fidgeting, her tone filled with self-blame. I shouldn't have left you to fight on your own. Li, we don't blame you. Tao Weining reached out and pinched her cheek, smiling gently. This time we protected you. Next time it'll be your turn to protect us, okay? That's right, that's right. Zhong Yaqian patted her ample chest firmly. We're a team. There's no need for apologies. Li Xiaoning also nodded. Li, as long as you're okay. As if remembering something, she pursed her lips and said with lingering fear, when I was healing you just now, seeing you covered in blood scared me to death. Lin Linyi curled his lips into a smile, lying quietly aside, without joining the girls' conversation. However, he noticed that while the girls were chattering away, beneath Ling Lie's exquisite snow mountain-like face, her always taut lip line curved up ever so slightly. As if sensing his gaze, that faint smile vanished immediately. After the team had rested, they hurriedly got up and headed towards the stone cave. The goblin corpses continued to emit a pungent smell of blood. These bloody scents would attract even stronger monsters. The original open-air camp was no longer habitable. The team had to reach the stone cave before dark. On the way, Lin Linyi kept his identification skill active, leading the team to avoid monsters along the path. Finally, before darkness completely fell, the team arrived at the stone cave. In the spacious stone cave, a bonfire blazed beside them. The newly arrived girls opened their mouths in surprise, their eyes scanning the cave, as if unable to believe that this comfortable environment was where they would be staying. After all, they had been living in the open wilderness for 2 days. While fearing monster attacks, they also had to endure the cold wind and frost at night. In comparison, this warm and spacious cave was simply a villa. After the morning battle with the goblins, Lin Linyi and the girls were all mentally drained. Fortunately, there were still leftovers of food gathered in previous days, including berries and vines. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Linyi ignored the 4 girls and collapsed onto the bed of straw, gradually falling asleep as the night grew dim. The next day, sunlight streamed through the treetops into the cave, illuminating it. The bonfire nearby had long gone out, and the boy and girls on the straw bed were still fast asleep. Hot, so hot. Why is it so hot? Am I running a fever? Lin Linyi felt enveloped by stifling heat, extremely uncomfortable. He turned over, his arms sinking into something warm and soft, while a faint scent of girls constantly reached his nose. Soft and fragrant. What is it? He frowned, twitching his nose a few times, and the fragrance grew stronger. A milky scent, a bit strange. No. Why is there a milky scent on my bed? He abruptly opened his bleary eyes and looked at the small bed he was sleeping on. All 4 girls were lying on the bed, their long eyelashes closed, their little mouths emitting soft breathing sounds. Li Xiaoning, petite and small, was buried directly on top of him, soft and warm. Zhong Yaqian and Ling Linyi were on his left and right, firmly restraining his arms with their warm chests. As for Tao Weining, her sleeping posture was even wilder. Her fair, slender, fleshy thigh was directly draped over him. Holy crap, this! Lin Linyi's eyes widened. His emotions were extremely complex, joy mixed with greater concern. When they wake up and question me, how do I explain this? 2 won't be put on a wanted list on Zaihangshu. Lin Linyi's mouth twitched violently, his eyes filled with fear. He calmed down a bit, squinting his eyes. Hiss. Wait a minute. When I went to sleep yesterday, I was the only one here. So they must have crawled into my bed on their own. If anyone's going to question, it should be me questioning them. Besides, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm 18, still single, and still a virgin. What bad intentions could... Putting aside those unrealistic thoughts, Lin Linyi carefully moved his body, trying to escape from the girl's encirclement. He gently moved the soft Li Xiaoning out of his arms, then slowly pulled out his hand that was trapped by the boobs. Oh God! And this jade-like leg. Let me lift this piece of art and toss it aside. Almost there. Already almost there. My freedom. Ding. At that moment, a mechanical sound echoed in the minds of all team members. Mission status update. Current number of monsters slain 54. Time limit 8 days. The girls were startled by the sudden sound and woke up from their deep sleep. Their gazes were dazed and they all looked in unison at Lin Linyi, who was holding Tao Weining's thigh. Lin Linyi. The air remained silent for a few minutes as they squeezed onto the straw bed meant for 5. Lin Linyi and the girls stared at each other in shock, still gripping Tao Weining's fair thigh. Tao Weining's cheeks were flushed, resembling a fox dazed from hot water, completely out of commission. Meanwhile, the other 3 girls stared wide-eyed at Lin Linyi, their expressions filled with disbelief. Lin Linyi maintained his awkward position of holding onto the thigh, afraid to move, continuously complaining in his heart. Damn task reminder. Why announce it now? I was just one step away. Just one thigh away. The adorably naive Li Xiaoning didn't think in the strange direction of the boys and girls. She asked curiously in a soft voice, Lin Linyi, what are you doing? How come you're holding on to Sister Wing? Her eyes were still sleepy as she let out a soft yawn. Feeling the slightly hostile gazes from the surrounding girls, Lin Linyi's internal complaints intensified. What else could I do while holding a thigh? I'm a law-abiding citizen. No need to think about it. This is obviously an accident. I was actually trying to get up. Lin Linyi's body instantly stiffened, cold sweat breaking out on his back, but he still forced himself to He slowly released Tao Weining's smooth thigh, forcing an awkward and silly smile, but unfortunately this wild thigh is pressing on me, not letting me get up. I was thinking of moving it first, and then getting up, and in the end. You all saw what happened. Lin Linyi spread his hands, trying hard to explain why he was holding onto the girl's thigh. Upon hearing this, the girls lowered their heads, looking contemplative. Let's not dwell on this. Lin Linyi wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, interrupting their thoughts. The food in the cave is only enough for today. We need to hurry and prepare for tomorrow's food. Let's get ready. Right, we should go out. Zhong Yaqian was the first to leave the bed, jumping aside to stretch, while teasing Lin Linyi, your bed is surprisingly comfortable, thanks. Her face turned crimson like the sunset, using words to mask her shyness. Where did you find this grass? I want one too. No problem, I'll pay attention when we go to the forest to gather food later. Then I'll leave it to you. We girls also want a few beds like yours. She squinted her eyes, her laughter tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. If that's the case, we won't be crammed on your bed at night anymore, and there won't be any misunderstandings like this morning. Tisk, if you knew it was an accident, why didn't you say anything earlier? Was that just to scare me? Oh, I see. Lin Linyi frowned, casting her a speechless glance, his tone filled with annoyance at being teased. Then he sighed, since you're awake, follow me. There's a small stream near the cave where we can wash up. Alright, let's go. I can lead the way too. Just in time to wash our faces. Hey, Weining, are you still not awake? No. What? After the morning wake-up chaos, the team went to wash up at the small stream not far from the cave. After a while, all the team members sat on the rough stone ground, forming a circle to have breakfast. The team's breakfast was very simple. Strange-looking, but surprisingly tasty berries and water-rich vines. Zhong Yaqian chewed on the berries, hesitating before speaking. By the way, after you guys killed the goblin yesterday, did the panel update? She paused, swallowing a mouthful of berries before continuing. The one that appears after touching the black patterns on the back of your hand. It updated. Ling Swilly had already eaten her fill and was sitting beside, wiping her bloodstained sword. The job skills leveled up, and so did the skill levels. She replied without looking up, her voice still as cold as ever. I leveled up too. Tao Weiniying had returned to her usual graceful demeanor, every movement showcasing the elegance of a wealthy young lady. She gently wiped her mouth, her charming almond eyes curving into crescent moons. It feels just like a game. With how quickly we can level up by killing monsters, we'll surely complete the quest soon. Li Xiaoning, puffing her cheeks like a cute little hamster, asked in confusion, was it just the job and skills that leveled up? Didn't you all gain new skills? Li Xiaoning anxiously swallowed the berry juice, staining her plump pink lips. She didn't mind wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, and continued speaking. Besides the job skills leveling up, I gained a new skill. Li Xiaoning blinked her beautiful eyes at Lin Linyi, cutely bragging. One is Flash Spell, which can blind enemies. The other is Light Element Affinity, which increases my power when using light magic. She posed with her hands on her hips, her bosom swaying slightly, as she boasted, what's wrong, impressive, right? The girls' mouths dropped open, pausing their actions as their intense gazes fixed on Li Xiaoning. After yesterday's battle, they all understood the importance of jobs and skills. After all, having one more skill meant one more chance to survive. Lin Linyi raised his eyebrows in surprise as he looked at her. He had originally thought that Li Xiaoning, being a healer, would level up the slowest. But it seemed that the adorably silly Li Xiaoning had gained 2 new skills today. He focused his gaze on her and activated identification. Individual Li Xiaoning, Job S-Class, Holy Light, Priest, LV4 skills, Healing LV2, Negative Purification LV1, Light Bullet LV1, Flash, Spell LV1, Light Element Affinity, LV1 Character Attribute Stamina, E Magic D, Strength E Agility, E Endurance D Intelligence F. Very impressive, Xiaoning. Zhong Yaqian's eyes sparkled as she excitedly hugged her arm. Can you teach me how to learn new skills? I want to get stronger too. Li Xiaoning's smile froze at her words, feeling embarrassed as she scratched her head. Yaqian, I don't even know why I gain new skills. She stuck out her pink tongue. Sorry. Don't worry, Yaqian. Tao Weining's surprised expression returned to her usual elegant and serene demeanor, speaking softly. Since Xiaoning gained new skills, it means that as long as we continue to level up, we can also gain new skills. Ling Xueli stood up, her sword hanging at her waist. She patted the dirt off her rear and looked toward Lin Linyi, who was quietly examining the black patterns on the back of his hand. Lin Linyi, we're all full now. Shall we go hunting in the forest? Wait a moment. Let me take another look. Lin Linyi's panel after leveling up appeared before him. Individual Lin Linyi job SSS class Scholar LV7, C-class Fisher LV21 fixed job none skills identification LV3, analysis LV2, experience gain efficiency boost LV3 multiclass LV1, a job changer LV1 harpoon mastery LV2. Fish tribe nemesis LV1 character attributes stamina E magic D strength E agility F endurance F intelligence D. After a brief look, Lin Linyi lightly tapped the back of his hand, causing the panel to disperse. Let's set off, time is of the essence. He stood up, hanging the harpoon behind him, stepping into the sunlight, as the girls smiled, following closely behind. Let's go. Wait for me, let's go hunting. He finished quickly and then go home. Deep in the desolate forest. On the second to last day, before the mission deadline. Occasionally the mournful cries of magical beasts echoed through the woods, startling flocks of birds into flight. Damn, another one in the tree. Yiqian cast a fireball. A sleek black panther with well-defined muscles leaped down from the canopy. Bearing its ferocious fangs, it lunged at Li Xiaoning, the smallest, yet most voluptuous of the group. Eek! Li Xiaoning clutched her staff, eyes wide, letting out a piercing scream. Her pretty face turned pale, teeth chattering, legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground, too terrified to flee. Lin Linyi, save me. Lin Linyi was locked in a fierce battle with a high-level black panther. He gripped his harpoon calmly, his gaze fixed on the red, vulnerable spots on the beast. Hearing Li Xiaoning scream, he glanced back, his expression darkening. With a nimble leap, he disengaged from the fight to rescue her. Bang! The harpoon blocked the panther's attack, its iron shaft clamped tightly in the beast's jaws. Black Panther F-class monster level 14 night assassin pack creature, high individual agility expert, at ambushing prey level 14. The harpoon is stuck. How can I kill it? Lin Linyi's face grew grim as he racked his brain for a solution. The panther bared its teeth, the stench from its mouth assailing his nostrils. F-flash. Li Xiaoning, still on the ground, cried out, waving her wooden staff as a beam of light shot toward the panther. Roar. The panther howled in agony, its crimson eyes squeezed shut. Hey, coming through. Zhong Yaqian's voice, a mix of exhaustion and excitement, came rushing in with a wave of heat. Lin Linyi's mouth twitched, he quickly pulled out his harpoon and retreated. Bang! A fireball wobbled over, landing gently on the panther's head, the heat nearly sending Lin Linyi flying. After the blast subsided, the panther's head was gone. Its headless body swayed a few times before crashing onto the grass. Meanwhile, Ling Ziyuliai's battle was also nearing its end. She was drenched in blood, wielding a blade and a sword, while the last two panthers were also covered in wounds. The scene remained deadlocked, a tense standoff. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several cold beams shot forth, striking the panther's weak spots, shattering the prolonged stillness. The panther's attention was fixed on Ling Ziyuliai, so they failed to dodge. One panther had its neck pierced clean through, collapsing to the ground and convulsing. The last one reacted and tried to evade, but its abdomen, forepaws, shoulders, and neck were still pierced by Tao Weining's sharp magical arrows. Roar. Its gleaming eyes turned even more bloodshot as it let out a blood-curdling roar. But its defiant scream was not yet over. A flash of blade, and the panther's bloodied head fell to the ground. The battle ended. Phew. It's over. Ling Ziyuliai exhaled a breath of stale air, flicked the blood off her sword, sheathed it at her waist, and knelt on the grass to recover. Good work, Li. No thanks to your magic arrows. Of course I used up all my mana to assist you in killing monsters. Tao Weining pouted with her pink lips. What about me? Zhong Yaqian said, then sat down cross-legged unceremoniously. She tossed her staff aside and complained weakly. The mana fireballs consume is way more than your magic arrows. Tao Weining sat gracefully beside Ling Ziyuliai, her face equally haggard and tired. She gently patted Zhong Yaqian's shoulder and said with a smile, get some rest. Let me count how many monsters we hunted this time. Tao Weining placed her bow beside her fair thigh, swept her gaze over the panther carcasses on the grass, and a slight smile curved her lips. 1, 2, 9. She counted on her pale fingers, her soft pink lips parting slightly. This time we hunted 9 black panthers around E rank. Add the goblins, wolf packs, and goblins we hunted before. The total is 103. Lin Linyi carried the trembling Li Xiaoning on his back, supporting her soft bottom with his hands as he walked slowly toward the girls sitting side by side. He set Li Xiaoning down on the grass and sat down himself. We've already fulfilled the mission requirement. Kill 100 monsters. Really? I've lost track of the days. It's been so tough. Tao Weiniang nodded gently at Lin Linyi. By the way, Lin Linyi, you've worked hard too. Thinking of going home, her beautiful almond eyes narrowed slightly like a big milk cat that got its cat treat. So, can we go home now? Hearing that the mission was complete, the previously lifeless Zhong Yaqian jumped up and shouted. Yaqian, don't make a fuss. Ling Zuilei said coldly, her face as icy as frost. But the slight upward curve of her lips revealed she was in a good mood. I'm just happy. The girl's face showed a relieved smile as she sat up and clung to Tao Weiniang to chat. After these days of fighting monsters, the naivety of their first days in this other world gradually faded, replaced by greater competence and maturity. After a short rest, the team returned to the stone cave with their spoils. By the 8th day in the other world, the cave interior had undergone earth-shaking changes. The single straw bed had become 5, so the 5 of them no longer had to crowd onto one. Between 2 propped-up sticks, a sturdy vine connected them, hung with smoked wolf meat jerky. On wooden boards in the corner were stacked layers of raw meat and ice, the result of Zhong Yaqian's newly learned ice spike skill. A wooden basket on the stone table held fresh berries with mist rising from melting ice around it. Lin Linyi sat cross-legged on the ground, forming a circle with the girls. Lin Linyi, I leveled up again. Ling Zuilei handed him a piece of wolf jerky, her gaze fixed intently on him. And I learned a new skill. By now the team had shed its initial immaturity. Each member had a clear combat role. For example, she and Lin Linyi now held the front line, engaging monsters hidden. Let me see. After battles, Lin Linyi often asked the girls to let him inspect their latest status panels so he could select appropriate monsters to fight and avoid casualties. Fortunately, the girls cooperated. Or maybe they enjoyed it. Lin Linyi took the jerky, met her gaze, and used his appraisal skill. Individual Ling Zuilei class, Strength Blade Dancer LV. 9 skills, Nether Sword LV. 2. Ink Blade Dark Water LV. 2. Blade Mastery LV. 1. Haste LV. 1. Mana Wrap LV. 1 attributes, Stamina D, Mana F, Strength C, Agility D, Endurance D, Intelligence E. Very good, leveled up to 9, and your skills have diversified. Lin Linyi took a bite of the jerky. It was tough. You worked hardly, I. Keep it up. Her ears tinged pink. She nodded slightly and lowered her head to continue nibbling her jerky. Me too. Me too. Li Xiaoning, her cheeks still full, raised her fair hand high. The plump white rabbits on her chest swayed violently with emotion. I've been working hard too. Li Xiaoning was the team's backline healer, responsible for healing and buffs. Occasionally, when in good spirits, she would toss a few tickling skills at enemies. Alright, swallow what's in your mouth, Lin Linyi said helplessly, then activated appraisal. Individual Li Xiaoning class, Strength Holy Light Priest LV. 7 skills, Healing LV. 2 Negative Purification LV. 1 A Light Bullet LV. 1 Flash LV. 2 Light Element Affinity LV. 1 Holy Light Shield LV. 1 attributes, Stamina C, Mana C, Strength F, Agility F, Endurance E, Intelligence E. Perhaps because the death mission was completed and the team was no longer in mortal danger, the girls all relaxed. After Ling Zuilei and Li Xiaoning, Zhong Yaqian and Tao Weiniang also looked at Lin Linyi. Lin Linyi, check my panel too. Zhong Yaqian reached out and patted Lin Linyi's shoulder, looking excited. It's awesome. Her fiery hair was tied into a ponytail, flamboyantly hanging behind her. Tao Weiniang gave him a gentle smile and sat beside Zhong Yaqian, poised like a wealthy heiress. Individual Zhong Yaqian class, Strength Arcane Mage LV. 9 skills, Explosive Fireball LV. 2 Water Prison LV. 1 Mana Enhancement LV. 2 Ice Spike LV. 1 Blue Vine Entanglement LV. 1 attributes, Stamina E, Mana C, Strength E, Agility E, Endurance D, Intelligence C. Individual Tao Weiniang class, Strength Wild Ranger LV. 10 skills, Composite Bow LV. 2 Mana Arrow LV. 2 Sniper Mastery LV. 1 Farsight LV. 1 Mana Tripwire LV. 1 attributes, Stamina F, Mana C, Strength F, Agility E, Endurance E, Intelligence B. What do you think? Pretty strong, right? Zhong Yaqian put her hands on her hips, tilted her head, and said proudly, next time we run into a forest wolf pack, no more Hitandran tactics. Fight them, Hedon. 1 Blue Vine Entanglement, and it'll wipe out a whole pack. Yaqian. Tao Weiniang looked helpless, resting her forehead on her hand. Can we even eat the monsters you kill with Blue Vine Entanglement? Zhong Yaqian's proud expression froze, and she stared at Tao Weiniang with a resentful look. At that moment, Lin Linyi's gaze moved away from their panels. Everyone has improved a lot. Looks like all that monster grinding was worth it. He carefully studied the 4 girls, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. The death mission is complete. Let's eat something to replenish our energy, and then we'll discuss returning home. Great. Hearing that they would go home, soon the girls quickened their pace of eating. After finishing the meal, Lin Linyi reclined on the grass velvet wooden bed for a brief respite. Quickly open your black mark and check the mission interface. Zhong Yeqian exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. We can already teleport back. Lin Linyi raised the back of his hand and activated the black mark. Current mission: slay 100 monsters in the decayed forest. Monsters slain 103 time limit 2 days. Remaining team members 5. Warning. Failure will result in the annihilation of the entire team. Mission completed. You may return to the original world at any time, or wait until the mission timer expires and be forcibly returned. Return to original world. Yes, no, according to this. I could stay for another 2 days before going back. Lin Linyi raised an eyebrow, his gaze settling on the 4 young women. Excitement, elation, eagerness. They had been away from home for only a few days, but to these girls it felt like centuries. From the expressions on their faces it was clear they were homesick, desperately longing to return. But unfortunately Lin Linyi had no home. He had grown up in an orphanage. From what the mission interface says, it seems we can linger here for 2 more days. Lin Linyi rose from the grass velvet bed and asked them, are you planning to return now or stay for another 2 days? The air in the stone cave instantly froze. The young women paused slightly, their eyes fixed on Lin Linyi. In the spacious cavern the team members sat on a bed woven from grass velvet. Do you want to go back now or wait until the mission ends? Lin Linyi paused, pointing toward the forest. During the remaining 2 days we can hunt monsters to level up and acquire skills to improve our teams and individual survival chances in the next death mission. For Lin Linyi, returning to the original world whenever didn't matter. What mattered most was survival, so rather than going back he preferred to level up further and learn new skills. After all, no one in that world cared whether he lived or died. The lively, cheerful chatter faded away and the young women lowered their heads in thought. His words were like a spell, casting them into collective silence. Stay or leave. Strive to become stronger, or go home. After a long moment Zhong Yeqian was the first to lift her head, answering Lin Linyi's question. I want to go back. She met Lin Linyi's gaze, her tone utterly earnest. We were brought to this strange world almost 10 days ago. Maybe in our world we've been missing for 10 whole days. Her mind seemed to drift to her family. Zhong Yeqian's eyes reddened at the corners, her beautiful orbs glistening with tears. My mom and dad must be so worried about me. So, I have to go back and explain everything to them. She wiped away the overflowing tears with the back of her hand, biting her silver teeth. As for the next death mission, I believe that if our team grows stronger together we can definitely survive. Ugh, I promise. I will never be a burden to the team. Saying this is really selfish, but please, let me be willful just this once. Zhong Yeqian's fair face was streaked with tears, large scalding droplets falling continuously. Her words echoed in the hearts of the young man and the other girls. Yeqian, don't cry. Yeqian, don't cry. We're going home. Oh dear Lin Linyi. You're unexpectedly low on emotional intelligence. Li Xiaoning and Ling Xuelai stepped forward to comfort the sobbing Zhong Yeqian, while Tao Weining for once teased him. Lin Linyi didn't force the team members to stay and level up. He had only asked as a passing remark. Zhong Yeqian, don't cry. He sighed and quickly comforted her. No one is forcing you to stay and fight monsters. If you want to go home, during the time Lin Linyi had lived with the girls, almost everyone had come to regard him as the backbone of the team. Gathering food and water, formidable combat skills, and the ability to analyze monster information. He gave them an overwhelming sense of security. Normally Zhong Yeqian would have listened to him and stayed to level up. But they had finally endured until the day they could go home, and they simply couldn't suppress their longing to return. Fine, then I'll go first. Zhong Yeqian had stopped crying, but her eyes were still red. She sniffled pitifully, gazing at Lin Linyi with pleading eyes. Zhong Yeqian's small hand hovered in the air, about to press the return button. Lin Linyi quickly spoke to stop her. Yeqian, wait. The team needs a way to contact each other. Add contact info first, so we can get in touch after going back. Alright. Zhong Yeqian withdrew her hand and gave a sheepish smile. But we don't have phones. How do we add contact info? Let me think. Tao Weining picked up a pebble and scratched a series of numbers on the ground. Memorize this number. Add me on WeChat when you get back, and I'll create a group to invite everyone. Okay, I've memorized. Zhong Yeqian's pair of gorgeous fox-like eyes lifted high. She extended a finger and gently tapped the air. Her graceful silhouette appeared to be coated in a silver light, and in a turn she vanished. So hasty, really. Tao Weining gazed at the spot where she had disappeared, a curl at the corner of her lips. She operated on the panel, and a white light enveloped her as well. She looked at the remaining team members and spoke with a charming, joyful voice. Then I'll go first too. See you later, I'm going home too. Ling Xueliai's gaze was calm, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. Goodbye. Yes, goodbye. Another flash of silver light, and only Li Xiaoning and Lin Linyi remained in the stone cave. Li Xiaoning was hanging her head, her pink lips pressed tightly together, her expression flickering between light and shadow. What, aren't you going home? Lin Linyi turned his head, his gaze falling on Li Xiaoning, his tone teasing. I remember in the first few days you couldn't stop crying from homesickness. Now that you can go home, you're not going. He propped his chin on one hand, smiling as he watched Li Xiaoning. Actually, it didn't matter if all his teammates left. Through his interactions these past days, he had discovered what made him different. Whether it was Li Xiaoning or the other teammates, they all had only one class. Moreover, their panels showed no prompts about class advancement. In other words, the ability to carry 2 classes and the skill that allowed class advancement were both traits unique to him, or rather, a cheat. Growing stronger alone was fine too. Lin Linyi's gaze rested on Li Xiaoning, planning to head into the forest to grind monsters after she teleported away. I'm not leaving. Li Xiaoning's face was stern, her cheeks slightly puffed out, like a cute pufferfish. We already made a promise, didn't we? Her small hands clutched at her clothes, teeth marks visible on her tender pink lips. A promise that we'd go back together. So, I'm staying. With you, growing stronger little by little, and then, completing the death mission, surviving. No matter how many times. The girl's voice trembled on the last words, almost shouting them. Lin Linyi was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Since you put it that way, let's go. He stood up, slinging the fish spear stained with dark brown blood onto his back. Huh. Li Ai, Yakian, and the others are gone. Just the 2 of us. Where are we going? Li Xiaoning clutched her wooden staff and trotted after Lin Linyi. Fight monsters. Get stronger, then go home and visit your house. Ow, great. My mom's cooking is delicious. And my house is big, my room is big too, and also, you have leveled up. Crave Fisherman LV. 21 LV. 30. Class maxed out, solidifying. Solidification complete, changing class. Crave Fisherman, a grade space walker. Acquired new skill, storage space LV. 1 space / LV. 1. The warm sun rose, and set time spinning rapidly. In the dilapidated forest, the setting sun slanted over the treetops, casting a vast shadow. 1 space / LV. 1. The warm sun rose, and set time spinning rapidly. In the dilapidated forest, the setting sun slanted over the treetops, casting a vast shadow. Lin Linyi carried the corpse of a forest wolf on his shoulder, walking leisurely toward the stone cave. During the days they stayed under the joint efforts of Lin Linyi and Li Xiaoning, they had hunted a large number of monsters. His grade class, after gaining a large amount of experience, had reached max level and been solidified. Wait, hurry up, we still need to handle the wolf meat when we get back. Li Xiaoning, holding a wooden staff in her arms, panting, trotted to catch up with Lin Linyi ahead. The forest was brimming with spring vitality. The 2 walked side by side, and soon the stone cliff came. After entering the stone cave, Lin Linyi waved his finger, and a rift appeared in the air, the new skill storage space. A large number of forest wolf corpses fell out from it. He threw the forest wolf from his shoulder onto the ground, and began to dress the carcass. Li Xiaoning wiped the bloodstains on his face, a sweet smile blooming on her face. Lin Linyi, today is the deadline of the mission time. Her peach blossom eyes curved into crescent moons. Time passes so quickly, I feel we haven't leveled up much. We've already worked very hard. Lin Linyi did not stop his movements, tilting his face slightly toward Li Xiaoning to make it easier for her to wipe. He skewered several pieces of wolf meat onto wooden sticks. The bonfire beside them was already blazing. We'll take care of the rest next time. Li Xiaoning withdrew her hand, sat beside him, and quietly watched him roast the meat. Under the flames, the wolf meat sizzled and dripped oil. Soon a savory aroma filled the stone cave. It's done, here you go. Lin Linyi handed the roasted meat to Li Xiaoning and took big bites of another skewer. Thank you, I'll help myself. She took the meat with a smile, squinting her eyes as she nibbled. Outside the stone cave, the twilight light had completely faded. The sky was like a black curtain studded with starry lanterns, dazzling and luxurious. By the sparking bonfire, Lin Linyi and the girl sat side by side, very close. They simply sat quietly, like a perfectly attuned couple. They enjoyed this rare moment of silence. Current mission: kill monsters in the dilapidated forest 100. Current monsters killed 146. Time limit 0 days, 0 hours, 4 minutes. Team members remaining 2. The flickering firelight was dim, as if about to go out. On the grass mat spread on the ground, scattered animal bones were exposed. It's almost time. Lin Linyi turned his head, his gaze falling tenderly on Li Xiaoning. We've stayed here for 2 days, it's time to go home and check. Remember to come to my place when we get back. Li Xiaoning winked at him playfully, the corners of her lips lifting into a beautiful arc. I'll treat you really well. Hearing this, Lin Linyi smiled helplessly. This girl, Li Xiaoning, after these days of being alone together, didn't even bother to hide it anymore. But I'll remember. The corners of his mouth lifted as he said seriously. Then, see you on Blue Star. Yes. See you later. Return to the original world. Yes, no. Lin Linyi pressed yes, and with a whoosh a silver light enveloped him. Under the dazzling silver light, his figure along with the petite figure opposite him gradually faded. Team members, 35. Waiting for teammates. Team members, 55. Mission kill monsters in the dilapidated forest, 100 completed. Team returning. Time until the next death game. 1 month. Be prepared. Guanghai City White Star Academy male dormitory. It felt like the soul was pulled out into the air, constantly squeezed by the airflow. After a fleeting emptiness, a violent sensation of weightlessness swept through the body. After regaining his senses, Lin Linyi slowly opened his eyes. He had returned to the original world. His gaze wandered around, and he found himself sitting at the dining table in the student apartment. Strange. Lin Linyi frowned, his finger tracing across the tabletop, bringing it close to his eyes. Not a speck of dust. Doesn't seem like several days have passed. This position was exactly the same as where he had been sitting when he left. Even the heated sandwich and the porcelain white plate in front of him, and the glass of pure milk beside it were still steaming. I stayed in the other world for nearly 10 days. Yet in this world my position hasn't changed, even the breakfast hasn't cooled down. Lin Linyi frowned, his slender fingers tapping lightly on the solid wood table, producing a knocking sound. His expression turned grave, his eyes narrowed into slits, and his gaze was chillingly cold. During the death game mission, the time in this world is frozen, or its flow is slowed down. Isn't it? Ring, ring, ring. While Lin Linyi was pondering, the phone in his pocket rang at an inopportune moment, interrupting. He let out a deep breath, shook his head vigorously to dismiss all the strange conjectures in his mind, then picked up the phone and answered the call. Hello. Yes. Lin Linyi, why aren't you here yet? Is that Chen Qiqing? In the original world, Lin Linyi's personality was rather cold. He had few friends, even at school. And Chen Qiqing, who was calling, was one of his few friends. Are you sleepwalking? Today is the physical fitness test. Did you forget? You need to come to the North District Gymnasium right now. Oh, everyone else is already lining up to enter. Upon hearing this, Lin Linyi raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile. Dude, I was just crawling through the other world and earned a brief return to this world. And now that I'm back, I have to be a slave at school doing fitness tests and volunteer paperwork. Are you kidding me? I can't believe my eyes. Where are you? Chen Qiqing, stop yelling, I'll be there right now. He wolfed down the sandwich in 3 bites, chugged the milk, and hurriedly rushed to the North District Gymnasium. For the current Lin Linyi, campus life was something he could already abandon. After all, he was threatened by the death game. He couldn't guarantee that on some ordinary day he would end up as a broken corpse. But after careful thought, he still didn't want to give up. What if the death game ended one day? Then he could immerse himself in school life again. After leaving the student apartment, Lin Linyi sprinted toward his destination. Soon he arrived at the North District Gymnasium and found Chen Qiqing waiting for him at the entrance. Chen Qiqing, I'm here. Chen Qiqing turned around, spotted Lin Linyi, and waved at him with a smile. Lin Linyi stopped in front of Chen Qiqing, bent over with hands on his knees, panting heavily. Holy shit! Chen Qiqing suddenly yelled, tightly grasping Lin Linyi's hand. Her eyes sparkled as she stared intensely at him. Interesting, Lin Linyi. Is the reason you're late because you got this black-ass tattoo? Black-ass tattoo? Lin Linyi froze, following Chen Qiqing's gaze, and stiffly looked down. Outside the gymnasium, the summer breeze blew gently, and cicadas chirped incessantly. The sunlight fell on Lin Linyi, yet it made him feel a chill all over. On the back of his hand, a black-patterned evil dragon bared its fangs and claws, its cold eyes gleaming as if thirsting for blood. In the North District Gymnasium, Lin Linyi stood frozen, his head drooping, his gaze fixed on the back of his hand marked with black veins. The cold white light fell evenly on his pale face, highlighting the unconcealed astonishment on his features. How is this possible? This black pattern. Isn't it something that only exists in another world? Why did it follow me to this world? As if struck by a thought, Lin Linyi's expression changed abruptly. He clenched his fists. Right. What about skills? Can I still use the skills I learned? Lin Linyi frowned, intending to test whether he could still use his skills. Among his many skills, only appraisal seemed suitable. He fixed his gaze on Chen Qiqing before him and activated appraisal skill. Individual: Chen Qiqing. Occupation: none. Skills: none. Attributes: stamina, F magic, E strength, F agility, F endurance, F intelligence, F familiar interface, familiar parameters. It seemed there was no mistake. He had brought back the occupations and skills he had obtained in that other world to this one. A slow smirk crept across Lin Linyi's lips, his gaze fixed on his own palm. Unbelievable. I really did bring back even the skills. Just as he was imagining what his skills could do in this world, Chen Qiqing's slightly worried voice pulled him back. Hey Lin Linyi, why are you spacing out? You look a bit pale. Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to ask for leave? There's still a makeup exam anyway. Chen Qiqing stood with her hands in her pockets, a worried expression on her face. Lin Linyi withdrew his gaze, looked at her apologetically, and explained with a smile. I'm fine, I just didn't sleep well last night. He hid his black-marked hand into his pocket and started walking. Let's go to the physical test. Alright, let's hurry and line up. Baixing Academy placed great emphasis on physical tests, and its strictness regarding students' physical fitness was notorious in Guanghai City. At Baixing, failing the physical test was a tragic affair. Because you would be publicly named in the school your parents would be called, and it would affect your evaluations and awards. You would be delayed in graduating, and you would not get your diploma. Moreover, the precise measuring machines and the scrupulous teachers recording scores absolutely prevented any possibility of cheating or falsification. Thus, every May during the physical test season, you could see men at 3 in the morning on every sports field of Baixing. The gymnasium was crowded and bustling. A mixed line of male and female students snaked beside the boxing strength testing machine. The line moved slowly, and soon it would be Lin Linyi and Yi Ziyu's turn. 25 kilograms, a 0 points next. No. Teacher, wait. It's not over yet. A skinny male student knelt before the machine, his face covered with tears and snot. My potential is far more than this. I want to retake the test. The female teacher was entering data on her phone without even lifting her head. The next moment her icy voice rang out, laced with a hint of mockery and contempt. We take the best of 3 attempts. You have no more chances to test. Instead of making a scene here, you'd better think about how to pass the physical test with 0 points in boxing strength. No. Student council members drag him away. No, please no, I don't want to fail. Next, student, register with your student ID. Lin Linyi handed over his student ID, had his information entered, and retrieved it. Chen Qiqing, standing behind Lin Linyi, watched the boy being dragged away with a grave expression. He was being pulled by his hands, dragged across the floor. As he left, his legs thrashed wildly on the ground, and he let out continuous howls. SSS. She took a sharp breath and patted Lin Linyi on the shoulder. Your turn. Nervous? Not really. Dude, relax. Even if you fail, it's normal. Lin Linyi narrowed his eyes, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Failing. Don't worry, doggy. Beneath the huge machine hung a target with a red cross. Lin Linyi stepped forward with heavy, powerful strides, slowly standing before the boxing strength testing machine. He took a brief breath, stepped back a little, and threw a full-force Russian swing punch at the center of the target. He'll win. Bang! With a deafening sound, the machine emitted a sharp, agonized shriek. The test score jumped wildly like a broken toy. Finally, Lin Linyi's boxing strength score settled at 198 kilograms. The entire venue fell into a pin-drop silence, everyone staring wide-eyed at Lin Linyi. Especially Chen Qiqing, who knew him inside out, stared at him as if she had seen a ghost. Holy shit, Lin Linyi, did you take some damn drugs? A physical test, and you go this far. Get to the hospital for a stomach pump. Don't yell. Lin Linyi, looking relaxed, shook his wrist and returned to the line. It seemed that the interface had been inherited as well. He cast his gaze on his own hand and activated appraisal. Individual Lin Linyi's strength, a smug smile tugged at his lips. As expected, the female teacher raised her slender brows, her beautiful eyes fixed on the score displayed on the machine. Behind her reflective gold-rimmed glasses, she slightly narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and parted her red lips to speak. 198 kilograms, a perfect score. She gave Lin Linyi a meaningful glance. Student, you still have 2 more attempts. Would you like to try again? A perfect score, why would I test again? Lin Linyi waved his hand in refusal. No, teacher. Just record this score. Thank you. After Lin Linyi finished, Chen Qiqing went to the machine to test. Her face flushed red, she threw a heavy punch. 47 kilograms, passing. The female teacher held her phone, tapping the screen with fair fingers. Barely passing. Chen Qiqing's fair right hand was still trembling, but a satisfied smile spread across her face. Let's go now that we're done. Lin Linyi stretched, a few tears welling in his eyes. Let's go to the next event. Let's go. Student, wait a moment. Teacher, is there something else? Lin Linyi turned back, looking at the teacher recording scores with confusion. Well, it's like this. Zhuang Yan explained, squinting her eyes and swallowing a mouthful of saliva. She looked Lin Linyi up and down, then extended her pink tongue to lick her plump lips. Regarding this score, I need to verify it with you later. Student Linyi, please add my contact. After saying so, she pushed her contact information to Lin Linyi. Then she stared at him with sparkling eyes, motionless like a rabbit hunting. Despite some doubts in his mind, Lin Linyi still added the female teacher's contact. You have added Yin. Let's chat now. Teacher, I've added you. Then I want to disturb your tests. After saying that, her voice returned to its icy, snow-covered demeanor. Next, Lin Linyi pocketed his phone and walked with Chen Qiqing to the next test. On the way, Chen Qiqing elbowed Lin Linyi and lowered her voice. Hey Lin Linyi, don't you think Teacher Zhuang Yan's look at you was weird? What? Not at all. Yes, it was. She looked around to make sure no one was there, then said furtively, the way she stared at you. Tisk, it was like a pervert. In the student cafeteria of White Star Academy, at an ordinary table on the first floor, Lin Linyi's cheeks bulged as he tore into the meat in his hands, bite after bite. On the tray before him, chicken legs and pork trotters were piled into a small mountain. The heap of bones beside the plate was even more unsightly. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Linyi's face flushed red as he coughed incessantly, seemingly choked from eating too fast. Slow down, slow down. Here, have some juice. Chen Qiqing shot him a displeased glance, but carefully handed him a glass of juice. How many days have you gone without food? You're eating like a starving ghost. Lin Linyi took the glass with his greasy hand and gulped it down. Save. Thank you, Chen Qiqing. He returned the glass to Chen Qiqing and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Chen Qiqing sat properly in her chair, her big eyes fixed on Lin Linyi, as if she wanted to say something, but held back. In all the physical fitness tests that morning, this guy had unsurprisingly scored full marks on every single. Chen Qiqing checked online. Some of Lin Linyi's test records even surpassed the current world records. She hadn't known Lin Linyi for just a day or two. This matter was simply illogical. How should she ask him? Would he even tell her? Unaware of the girl's gaze, Lin Linyi continued to ravage the delicious trotters before him. Yes, that's it, Bruce. Tear into it like a hyena. While Chen Qiqing hesitated, the mountain of meat on the plate steadily shrank. Just as Lin Linyi reached for the last trotter, she finally couldn't hold back. Lin Linyi. Wait. Chen Qiqing's small face tensed as she slapped away his hand grasping the trotter. What's wrong? Lin Linyi looked at her with a pitiful expression, but slyly reached past her fair hand, grabbed the last trotter from the plate, ate it, and even licked his lips. During those 10 days in the other world, all he had eaten were berries and dried meat. All natural food with no additives, but of course the flavor was unbearably bland. Having finally returned, he had to properly comfort his aggrieved stomach. Well, it's just that. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Chen Qiqing leaned in and whispered, Lin Linyi, what have you been? How did your physical condition improve so much? She put on a stern face, wrinkled her nose, and said in a feisty tone, Don't try to fool me. We've known each other for a long time. Lin Linyi's mouth twitched. This was troublesome. What should he do? Should he tell her about that death game? If he died in the game, would Chen Qiqing be sad? Chen Qiqing, let me ask you something. Go ahead, I'm listening. Chen Qiqing nodded, then playfully stuck out her tongue. So secretive. Lin Linyi looked at her delicate, lovely face and forced a bitter smile. Suppose. Just suppose. If one day I died, would you cry, eh? Chen Qiqing's body stiffened, her face turning grim. She frowned and glared at him in displeasure. Don't talk about dying. Don't make jokes about yourself. The air fell silent. Only the sound of their breathing and heartbeats could be heard. Seeing that Lin Linyi didn't retort, Chen Qiqing's voice became noticeably panicked, her pretty face losing color and turning pale. Lin Linyi, you're joking, right? She bit her lip hard, her voice trembling slightly. Her fingers tightly gripped her white skirt, the tips turning white from excessive force. Chen Qiqing's overly worried expression had already told Lin Linyi the answer to his question. He never thought that in this world there was still someone who cared about him. Chen Qiqing, don't worry. Let me explain. Lin Linyi held her slender fair hand and spoke earnestly. For the short term, I'm out of danger. Simply put, I encountered some supernatural events. As Lin Linyi held her hand, Chen Qiqing blushed, but didn't let go. She rubbed her reddened eyes and spoke with a heavy nasal tone. What kind of supernatural events? Although it sounded very unscientific, the expression on Lin Linyi's face just now had been really serious. So, she believed what Lin Linyi said was true. This supernatural event sends me to another world, forcing me to do certain things. If I don't complete those things, I will die. He reached out his hand, revealing the black markings on the back of it. And this is something I brought back from that world. The strength you asked me about, I also brought it back from that world. She should have thought of it. Someone like him would never get a tattoo. He had been acting strange today. She should have noticed earlier. Chen Qiqing stared at him blankly, tears already pooling in her eyes. She wiped away the overflowing tears and rushed over to hug his waist. Why? Why does this have to happen? Chen Qiqing's tears fell again, pattering onto Lin Linyi's clothes. Her voice was muffled with a stuffy nose and thick with tears. We were about to graduate in a few years. We could have. Lin Linyi froze, not daring to move. After a long while, he slowly moved his arm like a robot and wrapped it around her slender waist. Don't cry, he comforted. It's okay. They'll come back alive. Woo-woo. Chen Qiqing still buried her head in Lin Linyi's embrace, sobbing continuously. The students around them in the cafeteria stared at them strangely. Time passed silently, second by second. Chen Qiqing pulled away from Lin Linyi's arms, wiped the tear stains from her face, and stared straight at him. Take me to your dormitory. Her voice was still hoarse from crying, but carried an undeniable determination. Lin Linyi frowned, thinking she was definitely going to do something foolish. He opened his mouth to refuse, but her stubborn gaze softened his heart. Take me to your dormitory. Now. Immediately. Right now. She bit her lip, raising her tone slightly in shame and annoyance. Lin Linyi's heart melted under her gaze. He looked away and agreed. All right. He'll take you. Lin Linyi led Chun Chiching out of the cafeteria, her hand held firmly in his. On the way back to the student dormitory, they passed a convenience store. Chun Chiching paused, her gaze falling on the store. Through the glass, she looked absent-mindedly at the candies and umbrellas on the counter. Seeing her stop, Lin Linyi turned back and looked at her quizzically. "What's wrong? Do you need to buy something?" She tilted her head slightly and looked into his eyes. The grip of their hands tightened, then slowly relaxed. "No. Nothing I really need to buy. It's just, I suddenly feel like having some candy." "You're all grown up, yet you still love candy like when you were a kid." Lin Linyi rolled his eyes at her, let go of her hand, and walked toward the convenience store without looking back. "Wait here. He'll buy it for you." "Okay, I'll wait right here." Chun Chiching nodded and watched him enter the store. After his figure disappeared into the store, she looked down at her hand that he had been holding just moments ago and clenched it a few times. Her small palm was fair and tender, covered in a thin layer of glistening sweat under the bright sunlight. "Haha, it seems. You're not completely indifferent to me." She narrowed her beautiful eyes, a curve of a smile lifting her lips. "It's 12 yuan, cash or scan." The waitress with delicate makeup and a sweet face smiled as she tied the plastic bag and handed it to Lin Linyi. "Scan it." Lin Linyi took the bag, his eyes fixed on his phone, said indifferently. He completely failed to notice the blazing gaze of the waitress who was looking him up and down. "Wow, this guy really looks like my bias. So handsome. It's almost time to get off work. I really want to go with him, but my boyfriend is still waiting for me to finish. What should I do?" Her mind was still debating, but her body had already acted. As she handed over the bag, her slender fingers brushed past his hand in an incredibly casual caress. The girl swallowed and cheeks flushed, said, "Handsome, you're really my type. Would you like to add my contact?" The girl tilted her head, pouted her pink lips, and wrinkled her high nose. She covered his hands with hers and gently shook them. "Please, please, sorry. Boyfriend, I must have this. Oh, it's already 6:30. I'm about to get off work." Seeing Lin Linyi unmoved, she quickly hinted, "I just had a fight with my boyfriend. I'm so lonely, boyfriend." Lin Linyi finally lifted his gaze from his phone and glanced lightly at the waitress. He silently withdrew his hand, maintained a composed smile, and pointed to Chun Chiching standing outside the convenience store. "Sorry, my girlfriend is waiting for me outside." He paused, then continued, "We were about to go back to the dorm, but she wanted some candy, so I came to buy her some. So, forget it, I don't have time, goodbye." The girl opened her mouth slightly, her gaze stunned as she looked at Chun Chiching through the glass. She lowered her head, biting her lip hard, as if she couldn't believe she was rejected. Finally, she wanted to say something to keep this handsome guy, but Lin Linyi turned and left. "What a pity, that body. Tisk looks really fit. Unlike my useless boyfriend, a limp bean sprout." The waitress watched Lin Linyi leave with a resentful expression, sighing with a worried face. She sat back at the counter, propping her chin on one hand, and scrolled through short videos listlessly. Beep beep. Her phone rang. It was her boyfriend calling. "Xiaomei, you're almost off work, right?" "Yeah, what's up?" "Good, you're off work. They'll come pick you up now. Let's find a hotel this time. They'll definitely." "No need, aiming." The girl curled her lip, her tone icy. "You're really ugly and really weak." Ugly limp bean sprout waste of a man, we're breaking up, goodbye. Beep. The call ended. "Boyfriend. What did you buy? So slow." "Just buy anything, I'm not picky." Chun Chiching crossed her arms, but upon closer inspection, one could see the undisguised joy spilling from her eyes. Inside the plastic bag were several boxes of candy. One box had bright strawberries printed on it, the other had peaches. Lin Linyi took out the strawberry-flavored candy from the bag and forcefully tore open the packaging. He picked out a whole candy ball, pinched it between his fingers, and brought it to Chun Chiching's lips with a soft laugh. "It's nothing, just took some time picking the candy. Let's keep walking back to the dorm." Chun Chiching's gaze fell on the candy before her, the tips of her ears slightly red. She parted her pink lips, flicked her tongue, and rolled the candy into her mouth. The pink tip of her tongue inadvertently brushed against Lin Linyi's finger, leaving a trace of moisture. Strawberry flavor, very sweet. At dusk on the campus of Baixing Academy, the path was sparsely populated. Lin Linyi held Chun Chiching's small hand as they slowly walked back to the dorm. Chun Chiching had the candy in her mouth, her tiny fingers interlaced tightly with his. Her brows were furrowed, lost in thought. The setting sun evenly bathed her, outlining the soft curves of her figure, delicate and beautiful. They walked from the cafeteria to the student apartment, took the elevator, and arrived at Lin Linyi's personal dorm. After opening the door and entering, Lin Linyi pulled Chun Chiching by the hand and sat down on the sofa. He put the candy bought from the convenience store on the living room coffee table, poured a glass of warm water for Chun Chiching, and then sat beside her. He thought for a moment, then hesitantly spoke. "Chun Chiching, what do you want to do now?" Chun Chiching glanced lightly at Lin Linyi, then looked away. Did he know about Chun Chiching's feelings for him? Perhaps. In his heart he did. Before participating in the death game, he was extremely insecure, only daring to hide that affection deep in his heart. Little did he know that such behavior would only let down Chun Chiching's sincere feelings. But now he had the confidence to accept her affection. Profession skills. In this world, they were a dimensional blow. As long as he could come back alive. Chen Qiqing didn't answer Lin Linyi's question, instead fiddling with her cute nail art, and said flatly, I missed you so I came to hang out. Is there a problem? Lin Linyi's mouth twitched. No problem, no problem. First go turn on the computer in my room. He smiled helplessly, stood up, and walked to the fridge. He'll get some drinks and snacks from the fridge. Okay, I want chips and Diet Coke. Coca-Cola. Chen Qiqing nodded, got up, and excitedly slipped into Lin Linyi's room. A faint smile curled on Lin Linyi's lips as he went to get the snacks. Creak, the door opened. Lin Linyi came in with chips in his arms and a can of Coca-Cola in his hand. As soon as he entered, he saw Chen Qiqing in front of the computer, sneakily browsing his e-drive. Cough. Chen Qiqing turned her head to look at Lin Linyi, her big eyes blinking a few times. Seeming to realize the owner had arrived, she quickly closed the open e-drive and grinned stupidly. How are you so fast? Oh, by the way, Lin Linyi, do you have any games on your computer? It's been a long time since we played games together. She stared at Lin Linyi with clear eyes, as if she wasn't the one who had been searching for treasures in the e-drive just now. Yes, I have many games on Steam. Lin Linyi sighed, still unable to scold her. After all, the resources on the e-drive were nothing compared to his childhood sweetheart. He squeezed next to Chen Qiqing, grabbed the mouse from her hand, and opened a farm management game called Stardew. Hey, what game is this? Old Farmer Simulator. Sounds cheesy, whatever, let's try it. Lin Linyi pulled out a pure white controller for her, while he took a black one. He used the mouse to operate, opened the game, created a new save, selected two-player mode, and confirmed. Cluck, cluck, cluck. With a rooster's crow, a soothing melody began to play. The two squeezed together on the sofa, holding their controllers, occasionally bursting into laughter. The last glimmer of twilight faded beyond the window, and scattered stars began to emerge in the night sky. In the room, Lin Linyi, who had been engrossed in the game, finally snapped back to reality. He saved his progress and shut down the computer. Lin Linyi, what are you doing? Chen Qiqing puffed out her cheeks, glaring at him with displeasure. I haven't had enough fun yet. Lin Linyi swallowed hard, averting his gaze. Chen Qiqing, are you planning to sleep here tonight? But you don't have a change of clothes. Stupid. I can use yours, can I? Yeah. Oh. Lin Linyi got up and went to the room, opening the closet to take out a white shirt and a pair of cotton shorts for her. He handed the clothes to Chen Qiqing. Here, make do with these. MHM. Chen Qiqing extended her small hand to take them, hugging the clothes to her chest. As her voice faded, the room once again fell into silence. Chen Qiqing bowed her head, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, and asked in a low voice, what time is it now? It's already 9:30. Lin Linyi unlocked his phone and glanced at the time. Do you want to take a shower first? No. Chen Qiqing raised a hand to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, the tips of her ears turning slightly red. I want to scroll through some videos. You go shower first. Lin Linyi grabbed his clothes and headed for the bathroom without looking back. Then take a rest for a while. He'll play some more games after I'm done. When Lin Linyi came out of the bathroom, Chen Qiqing was sitting on the sofa, hugging the clothes and staring blankly into space. You can go shower now. He wiped his hair with a towel. Yes, I understand. Chen Qiqing slowly stood up and darted into the bathroom, as if fleeing. After drying his hair, Lin Linyi leaned back against the sofa, sliding his fingers across his phone. A notification sound chimed from the phone. Im Tao Wenying. Come to this coffee shop on Licheng Old Street tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. Our team needs to discuss something regarding the black mark. Lin Linyi's hand gripping the phone tightened abruptly as his fingers tapped rapidly. Got it. Since he had brought back the black mark on his own body, it was only expected that the other team members had also brought back theirs. Why was this happening? Why was it possible for the black mark from another world to be brought back to this one? He hung his head, brows furrowed, pondering the possible reasons. With a creak, the bathroom door opened from the inside, releasing a cloud of steam. Chen Qiqing emerged from the bathroom barefoot, wearing Lin Linyi's shirt. Her chestnut hair, still wet, hung loosely down her back, glistening with water droplets under the warm lamp light, constantly dripping. The sound of a hairdryer started abruptly, then stopped after a while. Lin Linyi, what's wrong with you? A pleasant fragrance drifted over as the girl sat down beside Lin Linyi. Chen Qiqing frowned, biting her soft lip, her voice laced with worry. Seeing the weariness between Lin Linyi's brows, her tone unconsciously softened. Is it about that death game? Yeah. Lin Linyi had no intention of deceiving Chen Qiqing. He told her everything in detail. He turned off his phone screen and tossed it aside, rubbing his temples with his fingers, his voice tinged with bewilderment. The team has agreed to meet tomorrow to discuss why the black mark was brought back to reality. Chen Qiqing's warm, moist palm covered Lin Linyi's hand. It'll be okay. There must be a way. Lin Linyi let out a bitter chuckle. Yeah, there must be a way. Let's not overthink it. Let's play some more game. With that, he reached out to power on the console. Slap. A fair hand swatted his away, stopping his action. Lin Linyi turned his head to look at her, confused. What's the matter? It's only just past 10, isn't it too early to sleep? Hang on. Chen Qiqing shot him a glare, pouting with dissatisfaction. The loose white shirt didn't fit her well, exposing large expanses of fair skin. Her fluffy chestnut hair fell over her pale arms, making her skin appear a translucent pink. Chen Qiqing took a deep breath, her fingers gripping the shirt tightly. When is the next time you'll leave? To carry out that death mission. She hung her head, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. Tell me the truth. Don't lie to me. Lin Linyi looked at Chen Qiqing's face, which had turned pallid from fear, and his smile stiffened. 1 month from now. He paused and added, They'll come back alive. Chen Qiqing rubbed her reddened eyes, and without a word lunged forward to embrace Lin Linyi around the waist. Lin Linyi sighed, wrapped his arms around her slender soft waist, and gently patted her back again and again. Just as the embrace grew increasingly heated, Chen Qiqing loosened her small hands and pulled away from his arms. I can't stand by you through difficulties. I don't have the power to protect you, but tonight I'll give you the most precious thing I have. If in the end you die, then I swear never to marry anyone else, to be your wife alone. Carry me up. She stared straight at Lin Linyi, her eyes filled with determination and resolve. Lin Linyi's heart tightened. Of course he knew what she intended to do. Just as he opened his mouth to comfort her, Chen Qiqing glared at him expressionlessly and repeated coldly, Hurry up. Carry me up. Lin Linyi swallowed his saliva and lifted her into his arms. Kiss me. Chen Qiqing's long butterfly-wing-like lashes fluttered slightly as she slowly closed her eyes, her pink lips pouting lightly. Lin Linyi rapidly leaned in toward her flawless face and captured that tender softness. His strong arm supported her plump bottom, the soft, pillowy sensation sending a shiver down his spine. Good. Chen Qiqing hooked her arms around Lin Linyi's neck and wrapped her legs around his waist, clinging to him like a slick, adhesive, deep-sea octopus. She looked straight into Lin Linyi's eyes, her pink lips glistening with moisture, her clear, sweet voice carrying a touch of seductiveness. Suddenly a gentle force came from his warm embrace. Pushed lightly by her, Lin Linyi lost his footing, and they both tumbled onto the bed. He lay trapped beneath the bed covers with an extremely aggressive Chen Qiqing pressing on top of him. With thick quilts behind him and a hot body before him, Lin Linyi felt a surge of heat all over. Chen Qiqing, what are you doing? If you know very well. Chen Qiqing climbed up from his embrace, straddling him in a kneeling position, looking down at him. Those bright brown eyes held no complex desire, only deep love. Lin Linyi, I love you. I'm so afraid you'll never come back. So, tonight, even if I have to force you, I'm determined to give myself to you. Lin Linyi looked at her stubborn facade, and the softest part of his heart ached. Don't be like this, Chen Qiqing. He took her seemingly boneless little hand in his tone sincere. I promise you I will come back alive. Can't we save this? For our wedding. He wrapped his hand around hers, which trembled slightly from fear, his voice as gentle as if soothing a 3-year-old child throwing a tantrum. Chen Qiqing pressed her lips tightly, saying nothing. Get up first. Seeing that she had calmed down a bit, Lin Linyi continued, persuading, things like this. We can wait until we've confirmed our relationship too. No. What if? What if you don't come back? Before he could finish, her voice thick with tears cut him off. Chen Qiqing rubbed her sore nose, her eyes rimmed red. Lin Linyi, do you like me? You know the answer. Say it yourself. Chen Qiqing tugged at his collar, her pretty face flushed bright red. Lin Linyi seemed to have thrown caution to the wind, closing his eyes and speaking rapidly. I like you. I've liked you since I was a kid when I first met you. I like you the most. Haha. Chen Qiqing burst into tears and laughter, her brows arching into crescent moons. So you've been lusting after my body since we were kids, you pervert, you creepy lilicon. After her laughter subsided, she looked at Lin Linyi with calm eyes. Her light brown eyes brimmed with overflowing love and undeniable tenderness. You like me and I like you. That's enough. They'll wait for you to come back, even if it takes a lifetime. A smile curled at the corners of Chen Qiqing's mouth as her slender fingers rested on the buttons of the shirt. Snap, snap. The black buttons of the shirt were undone one by one. The white shirt slid slowly down her fair, translucent pink skin. Her fluffy chestnut hair was gathered into a playful high ponytail, hanging quietly behind her head. Lin Linyi found himself stripped completely bare like a freshly shorn sheep. Chen Qiqing. As Chen Qiqing fumbled, impatiently unable to find the right spot, Lin Linyi was about to offer guidance. Shut up. Chen Qiqing bit her lip, shooting him a glare mixed with shame. Just don't move. I'll do it myself. The moonlight was serene. Outside the window the shadows of trees swayed restlessly. A night breeze swept by, lifting a few crimson petals from the treetops and letting them fall onto the pure white snow. Lin Linyi. What is it? Chen Qiqing curled up in Lin Linyi's arms, her voice hoarse and heavy with post-exhaustion. She kept her eyes tightly shut, her delicate small face still bearing a few traces of tears. They'll always wait for you, so you must come back alive. Her murmurs were like dream whispers. Lin Linyi held her warm body, closed his gaze full of tenderness. Yeah, I promise. I will definitely come back alive. Wait for me. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight filtered through the gauze window, falling upon the slightly messy bed. Lin Linyi slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted his sight was a warm, snowy expanse. Without disturbing Chen Qiqing, who was still sleeping, he fumbled for his phone and glanced at the time. It was 11:30 in the morning. He carefully, inch by inch, withdrew his arm from Chen Qiqing's warm embrace. Lin Linyi nimbly got out of bed, slipped on his slippers, and entered the bathroom to wash up. When he emerged from the bathroom, Li Xiaoning had already woken up. She leaned against the headboard, her sleepy eyes resting on him. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Lin Linyi wore a gentle smile as he approached, pulled Chen Qiqing into a firm embrace, and planted a light kiss on her cheek. Chen Qiqing rubbed her eyes and nuzzled her fuzzy head against Lin Linyi's chest. After I woke up and found you weren't here, I couldn't fall back asleep. So clingy. Lin Linyi pinched the soft flesh of Chen Qiqing's cheek and gently stroked the delicate chestnut strands of her hair. Lie down and get some more sleep, it'll make you breakfast. Chen Qiqing lifted her face and pecked Lin Linyi on the cheek. I love you. The exhaust fan emitted a cool white light and buzzed incessantly. In the frying pan, a few slices of eggs sizzled, releasing a fragrant aroma. Lin Linyi placed the fried eggs on a pristine white porcelain plate, drizzled a few drops of soy sauce to enhance the flavor, and walked out of the kitchen. On the dining table, a pot of plain congee steamed with white mist, and Li Xiaoning sat quietly beside it. Why did you come out on your own? Lin Linyi set the porcelain plate on the table and ladled a bowl of congee for Chen Qiqing. His tone carried a hint of reproach. I was going to help you out. Are you still feeling unwell? I'm already fine. Don't underestimate me. Chen Qiqing staggered to her feet and spun lightly like a delicate butterfly. After last night's prolonged and intense activity, Lin Linyi's stomach was indeed growling. He sipped the plain congee slowly while glancing at the time on his phone, a little past 12. There was still over an hour before the scheduled meeting with the team. Chen Qiqing, I have something to tell you. Lin Linyi set down his bowl and looked at Chen Qiqing. He had decided to let her know that he needed to go out. Chen Qiqing held a piece of fried egg in her mouth, staring at Lin Linyi with an adorably dazed expression. She swallowed the egg in one big gulp and tilted her head. Gulp? Lin Linyi, what's wrong? Lin Linyi clenched his fists, finding it hard to speak. She had given her most precious possession to him only yesterday, and he should have stayed to take good care of her today, yet he. Seeming to sense his inner turmoil, she guessed that he had something urgent to attend to. Chen Qiqing's smile softened, revealing two sweet dimples on her cheeks. Lin Linyi, you have something to go out for, don't you? Taken aback by her question, Lin Linyi's expression froze, his throat feeling constricted. After a moment, he reluctantly uttered a few syllables. The team has arranged to meet in the real world at 2 this afternoon. I have to go meet them. Chen Qiqing leaned in and gently tugged at Lin Linyi's cheek. Relax, don't feel pressured. I did it willingly. Yesterday, I asked my counselor for the day off today. Her breath, warm and soft, brushed against Lin Linyi. Eat up and head out. Don't worry about me. After I finish eating, I'll rest at your dorm for a while, and then go back to my own room. After the experiences of last night, Chen Qiqing had completely shed her girlish shyness. She was mature, understanding, tender, and radiated maternal grace. Gulp. Lin Linyi stared intently at Chen Qiqing before him, swallowing nervously a few times. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you listening to me? Chen Qiqing blinked, her long, fine lashes fluttering, an utterly adorable sight. No. But before that, there's something I want to do. What is it? Meeting Chen Qiqing's puzzled gaze, Lin Linyi cupped her face in both hands. He captured her soft lips, no longer holding back, their breath mingling fervently. In the afternoon, the old street was still bustling with people, a lively crowd coming and going. Lin Linyi got out of the taxi and followed the navigation on his phone to the meeting spot designated by the team. He stepped onto the stone steps, pushed open the cafe door, and searched the crowd for his teammates. Over here, over here. Lin Linyi turned toward the voice and saw Li Xiaoning. Her face flushed red, she raised her small hand and waved frantically. We're here. Lin Linyi walked over to her, pulled out a chair, and sat down. On the table were 5 glasses of lemon water, and all the team members had already arrived. On his left were Li Xiaoning and Zhong Yaqian, and on his right were Tao Weining and Lingxue Liai. Everyone's here, let's start the meeting. Lingxue Liai wore a pure black kimono, her deep purple princess cut bangs falling softly across her forehead. She crossed her arms, her violet pupils cold and still like a glacier. I'm sure. You've all noticed that the black marks have been brought back, haven't you? Zhong Yaqian nodded, her delicate willow leaf brows tightly furrowed. Her winard wavy hair was casually draped behind her, and her water blue eyes held a hint of embarrassment. And if you try it out, you'll find that the skills have also been brought back. That's right. Li Xiaoning, like an adorable little puppy, grinned and squinted her eyes. I can use my skills too. Zhong Yaqian ruffled her hair and stuck out her tongue. 2 released a fireball and almost set my room on fire. Giggle. That was dangerous, Yakian. Tao Weiniying covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her eyes curving like a fox spirit reborn. She fiddled with her slender fingers, staring at the black mark on her hand with disgust. The reason why the black marks have appeared in the world. I don't know. She narrowed her light green eyes, brushed a strand of pale purple hair from her cheek, and her voice turned grave. But I have a premonition that before long something terrible will happen. And those events will definitely be related to the other world we traveled to. The entire team's expressions turned serious. Having returned to the original world for 2 days, everyone had reunited with their families, and their fear of death had deepened. They didn't want to part from their loved ones, nor did they want to perish in that other world. Thus they felt immense terror about the incomprehensible phenomenon. Let's set aside the black marks and the skills for now, and get back to the main topic. Ling Xueli tapped the table lightly, causing ripples in the glass of lemon water. In about a month we have to go back for the second death game. So how should we arrange this month of reward time? Regarding the arrangement for this month's reward time, Ling Xueli cupped her chin with both hands, her delicate face set in a stern expression, and said in a flat tone, I think we should focus and learn some abilities that will help us survive in the other world. Or martial arts that can aid us in combat. Lin Linyi leaned back against the soft sofa of the cafe, took a light sip of the fragrant lemon water. The swaying ice cubes in the glass kept clinking against the rim, producing crisp sounds. Reward time. That phrase is quite interesting. But what she said makes sense. During the time they stay in the original world, they can not only learn survival skills and martial arts like taekwondo. Even, they can raise their skill levels. That's right, in the other world using skills can increase skill levels. And in this world one can also gain experience by using skills. Zhong Yakian puffed out her cheeks and retorted discontentedly. She pointed at Ling Xueli, her voice trembling. Li, why do you still want to work so hard? We barely managed to complete the mission and come back once. Can't we just take a good rest first and work hard after we go back? Ling Xueli's hand that was propping up her face stiffened for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. She didn't argue with Zhong Yakian, but instead turned her gaze to the others. What are your thoughts? Li Xiaoning nervously glanced at Lin Linyi, bit her lip without speaking, and looked down while tugging at her skirt. Tao Weiniying wore a gentle smile on her face and lightly nodded her head. Ling Xueli's ever-straight lip line slowly curved upward a few degrees. Her black-purple hair fluttered in the wind. She opened her amethyst-like pupils and quietly gazed at Lin Linyi. I agree with your suggestion. However, I have something to add. Lin Linyi slowly put down the glass, reached out to take a tissue, crumpled it into a ball, and placed it in his palm. Under everyone's gaze, the paper ball in his palm instantly vanished. Storage space LV. 1 LV. 2 disappeared. Interesting. Lin Linyi is amazing. The girls, seeing Lin Linyi use a new skill, all appeared very excited. I think we should prioritize raising skill levels. Do you mean that in this world we can also raise skill levels? Ling Xueli stared intently at Lin Linyi's empty hand, her voice burning with intensity. Her slender fingers continuously caressed the black patterns. As if the next moment, she would conjure 2 large blades out of thin air in front of the entire cafe. Yes, great. We can train skill levels. Ling Xueli's cold, pretty face like a glacier after spring revealed a hint of a smile. I don't get too excited yet. Haven't you noticed something strange? Something strange. Tao Weiniying's gaze fell on Lin Linyi, her cute emerald eyes slightly narrowing. She lifted her hand and pointed at Lin Linyi, her pink lips slowly curling up. Lin Linyi just used a skill, and it's a new one, right? And it's related to space. Ling Xueli nodded thoughtfully. She narrowed her eyes and stared at Lin Linyi without blinking for a while. Moreover, I remember his professions are scholar and fisherman. Where could he get a space attribute skill? So, the other 2 girls who had been sitting idly asked curiously. So, he must have learned some tricks of the game. Tao Weiniying tightly hugged Lin Linyi's arm, her tone affirmative. She shook Lin Linyi's arm and said with a smile, right, Lin Linyi. Lin Linyi did not answer her question because Tao Weiniying's voluptuous figure separated only by a thin layer of fabric tightly pressed against his arm. The thick, soft mounds of flesh flowed like water in all directions with her movements. Lin Linyi swallowed a mouthful of saliva and calmly withdrew his hand from her embrace. As Tao Weiniying frowned, doubting her own charm, Lin Linyi explained, no, there's no such trick you mentioned. It's just my exclusive jaw change skill that activated. But I did acquire 2 space attribute skills. As the girls looked on in stunned expressions, Lin Linyi opened his palm, and the paper ball reappeared. Their eyes fell on the other open palm, and when they clearly saw what it was, the girls' breaths tightened sharply. Guguang berry, the fruit they had eaten in the other world until they almost vomited. Storage space, currently LV. 2 can store things inside. Lin Linyi looked at their slightly open mouths, and surprised expressions nodded with satisfaction. I've tried this skill. It can bring items from the other world back. By the same logic, it should also be possible to bring things to the other world. He tossed the paper ball into the air. The paper ball flew in an arc. When it reached its highest point, several small slashes appeared and tore it into pieces. This is another skill space slash. You saw its effect. Gulp. Tao Weining's almond eyes opened wide. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva, betraying her loss of composure. Seeming to realize that this action was not elegant, she sat up straight again, quickly adjusted her facial expression. Then she made a small fist, covered her mouth, and coughed lightly twice. Ahem, what a powerful skill. When it's time to leave, could we ask you to bring some things? She looked up at him with a pitiful expression and didn't forget to signal the others. Okay, please. Yes. Can you help us pack some luggage? They'll treat you to a big meal later, how about? Please, pretty please. Seeing the girls earnestly pleading, Lin Linyi didn't hesitate long and direct. Even if they hadn't said anything, he would have asked again when it was time to go to the other world. I got it. They'll bring you. Yeah. Great woo. Zhong Yaqian sat grinning with joy, while Li Xiaoning beside her had slightly. Tao Weining's almond eyes narrowed into slits like a fox that had stolen some meat. Ling Zuili eye crossed her arms, her originally tightly pursed pink lips lifted into a slight curve. Seeing the girl's embarrassment, the corners of Lin Linyi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He complained in his heart. What girls like? Nothing more than some snacks, cosmetics, and the like. It's just packing some luxuries unrelated to survival. Is it worth being this happy? What a bunch of goofy people. He wouldn't notice the faint smile on his own lips when he saw the smiles on the girls' faces. After a brief moment of joy, the young women finally began to settle down. Ahem. Alright, let's get back on track. Ling Xuelie's cheeks flushed as she quickly coughed twice to steer the conversation back. Where were we? Yes, we were talking about leveling up skills. Besides these, is there anything else you'd like to add? The moment her question fell, Tao Weining promptly raised her. I have another suggestion. Her elegant tone carried a touch more hesitation than usual, her brows curving like a mischievous little cat. I think our team should live together in one house. That way it will be convenient not only for daily training, but also for team communication. Tao Weining gazed at Ling Xuelie's cool, exquisite face, pursed her lips, and teased. What do you think? Lin Linyi's mouth twitched slightly as he stared at her speechlessly. Out of the 5 team members, he was the only male. Men and women had their boundaries. It was obvious that no other girl would agree to this proposal. He had no idea why when Weining would suggest such a thing. The group stared at her in silence, offering no reply. Even Zhong Yaqian, who had been clamoring about slacking off instead of training, shot her a contemptuous glare. The milky aroma of coffee and cake from nearby tables filled the air, mingled with the faint chatter of neighboring patrons. Li Xiaoning stole a glance at Lin Linyi, her cheeks tinged with crimson. I think Weining makes sense. Her soft, sweet voice drifted like a feather twirling in the wind. If we encounter obstacles during our improvement, it would be very convenient to seek advice from others. After all, our goal is to survive, isn't it? Ling Xuelii propped her chin on her hand, tapping her fingers rhythmically on the table. She furrowed her willow brows and pursed her lips as if weighing the feasibility of the plan. After a long pause, she spoke calmly. Fine. Yay. Tao Weining clapped her small hands together with a sharp. Her delicate almond-shaped eyes narrowed into slits, and her elegant drawn-out tone carried a hint of cunning, like an adorable little creature that had just stolen a piece of jerky. Xiaoning, little Li and I, that's 3 votes. The minority defers to the majority. Lin Linyi, please take good care of us from now on. A vein on Lin Linyi's forehead throbbed violently, forming a large hashtag symbol. TCH. What exactly does this Tao Weining want? What a damn sly fox. His expression remained unchanged, but the corners of his lips twisted into a stiff smile. Emma, please take care of me as well. Li Xiaoning, having confirmed the team would live together, gently patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Since we're going to live together, leave the house arrangements to me. Zhong Yaqian, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Of course you don't have to pay. My family has some influence in Li City. Getting a house is just a matter of saying a word to them. Her winered hair cascaded down her back, arms crossed over her chest. Her azure blue eyes, tinged with complex emotions, stared blankly at the empty lemonade glass on the table as she murmured softly to herself. There are 5 of us in the team. 1 room per person, so a 3-story villa would do. By the way, Zhong Yaqian raised her head, tilted it slightly, and asked in a naive tone, do you have any requirements for the villa? If not, I'll go with my own taste. At the earliest, the whole team can move in tomorrow. Tao Weining gulped down a sip of her drink, picked up the glass, and took a light sip to suppress her inner shock. She exhaled softly, and her elegant smile returned to her face. Phew. No requirements, Yaqian. Just go with what you like. She gave an embarrassed smile. I originally planned for everyone to split the rent equally for a house. I never expected. Yaqian, you're a hidden little rich girl. Tao Weining came from a scholarly family. Both her parents worked in government units. Their official positions were neither high nor low, but enough to ensure a comfortable life and support the family. People in such jobs. The honest ones couldn't afford a villa, the dishonest ones had mountains of gold and silver. I'm also quite surprised. Ling Linyi nodded her head with a serious expression, agreeing with Tao Weining's words. Houses in Li City are expensive. Villas are even more so. If what Yakian said is true and not just boasting, then Yakian's family must be very influential. Ling Linyi's family ran a dojo, but she wasn't from a wealthy background either. Her grandfather was surnamed Ling Xue, a Japanese national. He had once killed hundreds of Japanese soldiers on the battlefield against Japan. Eventually, he was awarded a Medal of Honor and granted the right to settle in Dragon Country. But even with the medal and the family's history, her family's financial situation was still far from being able to produce a villa in Li City on short notice. So amazing, Yakian. Li Xiaoning's pink lips parted slightly, her eyes wide like glowing light bulbs. Her family was very ordinary. Both parents were rural workers striving in the big city. A villa in a big city, a wealthy heiress. These things had only ever existed in the novels she read. It's nothing. Zhong Yakian's ears reddened slightly as she turned her head away. If I can help our team, I'm really happy to do so. Ling Linyi's expression was serene, her voice carrying a rare tenderness. Yakian, have you decided to work hard and become stronger? Zhong Yakian turned her face, biting her lower lip in embarrassment. That's great. Let's all do our best together. Okay. Tao Weining turned her head to look at Lin Linyi, a calm and natural smile on her face. Since we've decided, let's move tomorrow. Her tone suddenly turned somewhat wistful. First, say a proper goodbye to your family. Hearing this, the young women all sank into a sorrowful mood. No wonder they say women are emotional creatures. Once the somber atmosphere set in, even the usually aloof Ling Linyi had a trace of rosy red spreading from the corners of her eyes. She pouted her lips and wrinkled her nose, but her tears stubbornly refused to fall. Lin Linyi, like a country bumpkin who had never been to the city, watched the girls in their emotional state with great interest. Perhaps his conspicuous observation caught the girls' attention. They rubbed their eyes and snapped out of their emotional state. Lin Linyi, have you never seen a pretty girl feeling sad before? Tao Weining's eyes were red at the rims, her tone barely suppressing resentment. If you can't comfort us, fine, but why are you staring at us like a pervert? Don't you feel sad about saying goodbye to your family? In this death game, if we die, we're really dead. The girls all pouted and stared at Lin Linyi with gloomy. Lin Linyi still wore that cheerful grin, his tone carrying a rare lightness. Facing the unpredictability of death, of course I feel fear. As for farewells, I came from an orphanage. I grew up alone and have no family to... As Lin Linyi's words fell, the girls by the coffee table fell into silence. After a long while, Tao Weining bit her lip and said with a slight tremor, I don't know. I'm sorry. Lin Linyi casually waved his hand, not taking it to heart at all. It's fine, I no longer care about these matters. Okay. Tao Weining's voice remained muffled, and the corners of her eyes were tinged with a hint of pink. She carefully lifted her cup and took a small sip, falling silent. Ling Linyi, sensing the odd atmosphere, was unsure how to continue the conversation. Then let's settle on this. She maintained a delicate and cold expression, her voice carrying an undeniable firmness. Yakian will find a villa as a base, and then the team will train intensively at the base over the next month. Focus all our time on improving our skill levels to increase our survival rate in the next death mission. Zhong Yakian raised her small hand, shaking it back and forth. They'll go back and ask my dad for a villa right away. She squinted her eyes, laughing happily. We can move in tomorrow. Then I'll leave it to you, Yakian. Oh, you can count on me. Ling Zuela's cold and charming face showed a hint of warmth. Then let's end it here for today. Go home and have a good rest. Once the villa location is finalized in a few days, the team will fully devote themselves to training. Though the process was somewhat convoluted, it was good that a training plan was finally set. Lin Linyi nodded in agreement with their arrangement. See you in a few days. I'm heading back to the dorm. The wooden bench scraped against the ground, making a piercing screech as he stood up, preparing to return to the dorm to check on Qin Qiqing. Wait. Li Xiaoning's soft face showed an anxious expression. She grabbed Lin Linyi's hand, her tone a bit hurried as she said, Lin Linyi. Do you have time to wait a moment? Lin Linyi halted his steps as she pulled him back. He turned around, looking at her with a puzzled expression. If I wait a moment, I have time. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoning's beautiful peach blossom eyes brightened. She gently tugged at Lin Linyi's arms, speaking in a charming tone. Then, would you go with me to a play? Please, I'm your little assistant, right? Feeling the slight tug on her arm, Lin Linyi recalled his promise to this adorable loli in front of him. Take me home alive. Can I be your one and only little assistant? Lin Linyi nodded and pointed outside the coffee shop. Yes. Let's go. Li Xiaoning, like a little rabbit injected with hormones, instantly became excited. She squinted her peach blossom eyes, greeted the other girls in the team, and then took Lin Linyi's hand as they walked out of the shop. Lin Linyi's gaze fell on that delicate little hand holding his wrist. He shook his head with a smile, saying nothing more. Dingling the wind chime at the door rang as the two disappeared from sight. Galugulu. Zhong Yaqian swallowed, looking at the direction the two had left in with disbelief. Suppressing her curiosity, she said excitedly, "Hey, Liai Wenying. When did their relationship get? Isn't it just that they practiced a few more days in that other world? I wonder, could they be?" Zhong Yaqian suddenly squinted her eyes mischievously, a strange smile spreading across her lips. She made a circle with her left hand and extended her right index finger, demonstrating continuously. Could they be this? TSK. Ling Xueli frowned, her delicate brows disdainfully clicking her tongue. How long has the team known each other? Don't think such random thoughts. Exactly. Tao Weining rolled her eyes elegantly. As time together increases, naturally their relationship will improve. Zhong Yaqian had only intended to joke around to lighten the mood, but didn't expect her sisters to counter her so. I know I was just joking. She pouted her lips, murmuring, and then stuck out a small piece of her pink tongue. Okay, let's discuss the villa issue. I think that villa in the north of the city is really... After leaving the coffee shop, where the team gathered, Lin Linyi followed closely behind the petite Li Xiaoning. They walked through the bustling streets and arrived at a bus stop. Once on the 83 bus, the scenery outside turned into flowing lights, continuously retreating. Li Xiaoning sat beside Lin Linyi, her eyes fixed on the window. Her fluffy peach-pink long hair was tied in twin ponytails cascading to her shoulders, constantly emanating a peach fragrance. The little white dress in front of her shimmered in yellow, held up high by the continuous mountains. As the bus drove, the soft texture occasionally brushed against Lin Linyi's arm. After getting off the bus, Li Xiaoning pulled Lin Linyi's hand and dashed along the street. Her steps were bouncy and playful, stopping in front of an old residential building. This place is... Lin Linyi turned his head to look at her, his tone overly gentle, as he softly asked Li Xiaoning, "Shall we go up?" Li Xiaoning shook Lin Linyi's arm, pointing at the residential building in front of them, her peach blossom eyes sparkling brightly. "This is my home. Let's go up together." Lin Linyi was clearly taken aback, and he was dragged upstairs by Li Xiaoning. In front of the old, peeling dark green door, the girl held the boy's hand and kept knocking on the door with narrowed eyes. As Li Xiaoning's cheerful knocking echoed, Lin Linyi also came to his senses. He turned his head and gently, "What's wrong, Lin Linyi? You just said this is your home." "Yes, this is my home." Li Xiaoning tilted her head adorably, blinking her eyes, her pink lips slightly pouting. She glanced at the peeling old door in front of her and seemed to realize something, her head drooping in disappointment. If you don't like it here, then let's go." Li Xiaoning's voice was muffled, carrying a thick tone of... She rubbed her eyes and softly sniffed her nose. "Truthfully, I didn't really want to bring you here. It's just that we had made a promise." "A promise? Right, it seems I promised her that if I brought her back alive, I would accompany her home to take a look." Lin Linyi furrowed his brows, his gaze landing on the little loli in front of him, who had entered an emo state. But what was this silly, cute loli doing now? It felt like she wasn't thinking about anything good. He reached out his hands and fiercely pinched Li Xiaoning's soft cheeks, pulling them apart with force. "Ouch! That hurts." Li Xiaoning squinted, her eyes, tears welling at the corners. She covered her reddened cheeks, looking at Lin Linyi with a face full of resentment. "Lin Linyi, what are you doing?" "I'm really about to get angry." "I'm really going to get angry." Li Xiaoning pouted her little face fiercely, her lips practically reaching the heavens. Before the big-chested little loli could even begin huffing, the old dark green door was opened. The door was opened from inside, and a little loli with pink hair poked her head out, cautiously surveying the outside. Her appearance seemed as if she were cast from the same mold as Li Xiaoning. Her petite figure, peach pink and fluffy long hair, and peach blossom eyes brimming with spring water. Another Li Xiaoning. Lin Linyi's gaze fell on the girl, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Is she the younger sister? The two sisters really look alike. If they wore the same clothes, you probably couldn't tell who is the elder and who is the younger. The little loli craned her neck, squinting her big eyes, as she slyly observed Lin Linyi. "Mommy." The little Lola's body stiffened, and a stunned expression appeared on her face. When her gaze fell on Li Xiaoning, her eyes widened abruptly. "Ning ning ning. It's not a holiday today. Why are you back home?" Hearing the woman's voice, the fierce expression on Li Xiaoning's little face vanished, replaced by a sweet and she dashed over and threw herself into her mother's arms. "Mom, I missed you so much." Yes, Mommy missed Ning Ning too. Come on, let's go inside." The loli mom took Li Xiaoning's hand and was about to enter, then suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. "Ning Ning, who is this?" Li Xiaoning tugged at Lin Linyi's hand, signaling him to follow her inside. "This is my friend." "Oh, is this Ning Ning's friend? What's your name?" The loli aunt's smile grew even brighter. She snatched Lin Linyi's hand from Li Xiaoning, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Lin Linyi looked at this enthusiastic loli aunt and became a bit nervous. "I'm Lin Linyi, auntie. You can call me Linyi." "All right, Linyi, just call me Annie Chanru. I was just about to make dinner. Come in and join us for a meal." And so Lin Linyi was ushered into the house by the two lolis. The house was not large, about 50 square meters, but it was filled with warmth everywhere. The living room walls were covered with award certificates and chubby childhood photos of Li Xiaoning. Li Qianru walked into the kitchen with a smile, putting on an apron printed with little bears. She reached up and tied her peach-pink long hair into a cute bun, then turned her head and called gently to Li Xiaoning. Ningning, take Linyi to your room and play for a while. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Okay. Li Xiaoning nodded with a smile, taking Lin Linyi's hand and leading him into the room. The room had a tidy desk, and beside the desk was a double bed. Lin Linyi surveyed the room, his gaze finally landing on the lingerie casually draped over the headboard of the bed. It was a huge red lace bra resembling a mask. Just one half of it could completely cover Lin Linyi's entire Oh dear, I forgot my mom is a slob. Let me tidy up the room first. Li Xiaoning covered her face with a groan and pushed Lin Linyi onto a chair. Lin Linyi, sit here for now. Then Lin Linyi watched curiously as Li Xiaoning skillfully cleaned the room. From her practiced movements, it was clear she often cleaned the room. As she cleaned, she muttered complaints about her mom under her breath. Mom is really something. I was only at school for half a month and the room is already this messy. Huh, wait. Is this Mom's bra? Li Xiaoning's pretty face instantly turned so red it could drip blood. She quickly snatched the big red bra and stuffed it into the wardrobe. After finishing, she sat down beside Lin Linyi as if nothing had happened. Ahem. Did you finish tidying? Remembering the piece of clothing just now, Lin Linyi felt inexplicably guilty. It's done. Li Xiaoning bit her lip, her ear tips already bright red. She bowed her head as if brewing something, then suddenly lifted it. Lin Linyi. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked, interrupting Li Xiaoning's words. She stared with wide eyes, her mouth pouted high, looking extremely aggrieved. Ningning, Linyi. Dinner's ready. Come out and eat. Li Qianru's sweet voice came in. Lin Linyi extended a finger and pointed at the door. How about we go out for dinner first? Let's go. On the living room table were several ordinary home-cooked dishes. Lin Linyi, Li Xiaoning, and her mother sat together eating and chatting. Ningning, what's wrong? You seem a bit unhappy. Seeing Li Xiaoning looking sullen, Li Qianru picked up a piece of cauliflower and put it in her bowl. Swallowing the cauliflower in one bite, Li Xiaoning's gaze rested on her mother. The lowly mom was a bit clumsy, still wearing her apron after cooking. The bear-printed apron looked oddly strained, as if forcefully stuffed with several watermelons. Looking at the apron stretched high, Li Xiaoning's little mouth pouted even higher. I'm fine. Silly mom. She reached out with her chopsticks, picked up some cilantro that her mother hated the most, and put it into her mother's bowl. Li Qianru. She kept a gentle smile on her face and swallowed the cilantro expressionlessly. Lin Linyi silently ate his meal, observing without a word. Well, it seemed that Ms. Qianru often provoked Li Xiaoning's anger. But he hadn't realized that Li Xiaoning, with such a gentle personality, could get angry too. Until dinner was over, Li Xiaoning's father never appeared. And neither Li Xiaoning nor her mother mentioned him, which struck Lin Linyi as strange. Auntie Qianru, doesn't uncle come back for dinner? Huh, uncle? What uncle? Li Qianru tilted her head and looked at Lin Linyi, blinking naively. Oh, you mean my husband? She reached up and scratched her hair, a few strands sticking out from the bun, looking very cute. I'm not married and I don't have kids. Ningning is my sister's child. My sister and her husband died in a car accident when Ningning was little. Li Xiaoning nodded, holding a tissue and wiping her mouth with squinting eyes. So not mother and daughter, but aunt and niece. Lin Linyi looked at how similar their faces were, and his confusion only grew. Auntie, then why does Li Xiaoning call you mom? Well, that's a long story. Li Qianru hummed, squinting her eyes proudly, making circular gestures with her slender fingers. It starts when Ningning was 1.5 years old. 1.5. Wait. Li Xiaoning's soft little face turned red instantly, and she said urgently, Mom. You can't say it. Lin Linyi. You can't listen either. With that, she flailed and pounced on Li Qianru to stop her from continuing. Because I raised her. Li Qianru continued talking, curving her lips, as if oblivious to the danger. Back then Ningning was still so tiny, babbling her first words so adorable. At that time she hadn't been weaned yet. Even when she drank formula milk, she had to hold a pacifier in her mouth before falling asleep. And until today she's been calling me mom for over 10 years. She giggled. Ningning has been raised by me since she was little. Now she has called me mom for over a decade. Li Qianru chuckled foolishly, her eyes filled with maternal love. Mom. Li Xiaoning pouted angrily, hitting her a few times, and fell silent, pursing her lips. Outside the window the sky had darkened with a few wisps of white clouds drifting by. After dinner Li Qianru tidied up the dishes and walked into the kitchen to wash them. On the living room television a melodramatic romance drama was playing as Lin Linyi and Li Xiaoning sat side by side on the sofa, engrossed in the show. Lin Linyi had wanted to help Li Qianru wash the dishes, but she quickly refused him. The crisp sounds of bowls clinking echoed from the kitchen while Li Xiaoning and Lin Linyi chatted about their upcoming training. Li Xiaoning. Do you plan to tell your aunt, Mom, about the things from the other world? Lin Linyi suddenly asked, looking out the window. There's really no benefit in saying such things, is there? Li Xiaoning pouted, giving a faint bitter smile. I will leave a letter for my mom. If I die, she will find it when she searches my room for clues. Is it a suicide note? He sat on the sofa, propping his chin up with one hand, his brows knitted together. That would be good. Li Xiaoning sniffled, forcing a cheerful tone. Perhaps we can survive after all. Is that so? Lin Linyi murmured softly, his voice barely audible as he lowered his eyelids. After watching television for a while at Li Xiaoning's home, he stood up to bid farewell and left the apartment building. Walking back to school, he suddenly received a message from Tao Wenying. Yakian has found a suitable villa. Come to this location tomorrow. Qingfeng Garden. Luggage is not needed, everything is ready here. So fast. After replying to Tao Wenying, Lin Linyi put his phone back in his pocket. By the time he returned to the dormitory, the twilight had completely faded. The apartment was empty. Chen Qiqing had already left for her own place. Has she already gone back? Lin Linyi stared at the blood-stained bedsheets in the room, the bitterness in his heart growing stronger, like a cup of tea steeped too long. He had considered how Chen Qiqing might react if he told her about his experience in the death game. But he never expected her to be so resolute in defending the innocence of someone who might really die any day. I must survive. Lin Linyi sat on the soft sofa, holding a box of tissues, repeatedly taking them out and putting them back, while his other hand continuously struck at the air. Outside, the night grew darker as Lin Linyi relentlessly drained his remaining magical energy. Only after his magic was completely exhausted did he slowly fall asleep. You have gained a large amount of experience. Your skill has leveled up. Storage space LV. 2 LV. 3. Space / LV. 1 LV. 2. The next morning, the persistent ringing of the doorbell woke Lin Linyi from his sleep. Who is it so early? He opened his sleepy eyes, slipped on a pair of slippers, and went to the living room to open the door. Lazy bug, you really can sleep. Chen Qiqing held a bag of breakfast and shot Lin Linyi a sideways glance. Chen Qiqing, what are you doing here? Lin Linyi's lingering sleepiness vanished, replaced by surprise as he looked at Chen Qiqing outside the door. She wore a school uniform with a collar paired with a knee-length black pleated skirt, her chestnut hair tied into twin ponytails playfully cascading down her back. But today she radiated a hint of alluring femininity that was evident only after shedding the innocence of youth. Her snow-white cheeks were flushed, and her plump lips glistened with moisture, resembling a little raccoon who had not eaten meat for a long time, experiencing the taste of meat for the first time. Chen Qiqing shot Lin Linyi an annoyed glance, teasingly scolding him. What do you not want to let me in? Should I just go back to the dorm now? I didn't mean that. Come in quickly. Lin Linyi took Chen Qiqing's slender arm and pulled her into the living room to sit. Looking at the large bag of breakfast in Chen Qiqing's hands, he felt warmth in his heart. How did you suddenly think of bringing all this breakfast? I missed you. Chen Qiqing placed the breakfast on the table, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Linyi. Don't you want to see me? Or, you just slept together yesterday, and now you don't recognize me. Her probing gaze pierced Lin Linyi, but her expression was not one of challenge, rather it was one of anxiety. In fact, all girls who have just lost their virginity tend to feel insecure for a while. Lin Linyi quickly embraced her waist, kissed her lips, and whispered sweet words in her ear. Until her entire body turned to mush, and she was like a puddle of water, he lifted her up in his arms and slowly walked into the bedroom. After morning exercises, Lin Linyi returned to the living room, carrying the now limp Chen Qiqing, his steps light. Chen Qiqing leaned weakly against the sofa, a few strands of hair stuck to her sweaty face. Her fair face was flushed, resembling a little raccoon that had gotten drunk, while Lin Linyi continued to devour breakfast, replenishing his lost stamina and energy. His eyes, however, were fixed on the alluring pose of Chen Qiqing at that moment. What are you looking at? Noticing Lin Linyi's gaze, Chen Qiqing felt her body stiff and her voice trembling as she scolded. Hurry up and finish your breakfast. She was genuinely afraid of this strangely strong and frighteningly energetic guy. Taking advantage of breakfast time, Lin Linyi explained to Chen Qiqing that they would be moving. When she heard that among the 4 remaining members of the team aside from Lin Linyi, all were girls, the light in her eyes dimmed slightly. When are you planning to leave? She suppressed the sourness rising in her heart and spoke in a muffled voice. Lin Linyi paused for a moment, gently embraced Chen Qiqing. I'll leave in a little while. In a month there will be the next death mission, and we must gather together to grow stronger. Chen Qiqing did not respond verbally, only softly returned Lin Linyi's embrace. She squinted, her eyes resting her head on his shoulder. Lin Linyi, you must become stronger and come back. I will always wait for you, always wait for you to come back. A warm sensation on his shoulder indicated Chen Qiqing's tears. Her voice was muffled, filled with a heavy sob, speaking in broken phrases. Woo-woo, Lin Linyi. Promise me you must come back, okay? I promise you. Lin Linyi held Chen Qiqing in his arms, the two tightly embracing each other. After Chen Qiqing's emotions stabilized, Lin Linyi sent Chen Qiqing back to the girl's apartment, then took a taxi to the address Tao Weining had given him. The scenery outside the car window flowed quickly, and a charming villa appeared before his eyes. After getting off the car, a luxurious and spacious three-story villa came into view. Qingfeng Yuan, one of the best-located villas built in Liqing in recent months. Being able to acquire this villa within a single day was enough to show the immense strength of Zhong Yaqian's family. After sending Tao Weining a message about his arrival, Lin Linyi stood outside the villa patiently waiting. After a moment, Tao Weining, dressed in a pure black dress, walked out gracefully. Let's go. This villa will be the team's base from now on. Tao Weining opened the villa's gate and tossed a key to Lin Linyi. Here, this is the key to the villa. The two entered the gate and walked toward the villa. Along the way, Lin Linyi looked around and murmured softly. This villa is really magnificent. I wonder how much Zhong Yaqian spent to acquire it. Probably several thousand W. Tao Weining followed Lin Linyi's gaze to the rockery and flowers in the courtyard. Her father is a businessman. Several generations of her family have been in business. But compared to businessman, the term chaebol suits better. A smile curled at the corner of her mouth as she teased bluntly. As for Yaqian, although she usually seems unreliable, but she is a true chaebol heiress. Tao Weining gave Lin Linyi a meaningful glance, the corners of her mouth lifting as she spoke slowly. Before suddenly going to the other world, she was quite arrogant. And no guy has ever been as close with her as you are. She suppressed a laugh, her voice tinged with allure. Do you think you can win her over? She's the only daughter of the family. Win her over and you win the Zhong family conglomerate. Money that you'll never run out of. Lin Linyi rolled his eyes speechlessly and turned away without responding. Cling to Zhong Yaqian for money. That was something he would never do, whether before or after encountering the death game. Before the death game, his dream was simple: after graduation, find a stable job and have a home. After encountering the death game and facing death, he knew that no amount of money was but dirt, so naturally he would not try to curry favor with a wealthy girl. Walking along the path, they finally reached the villa. After the two entered the villa, they found all the teammates sitting on the living room sofa. Li Xiaoning, Zhong Yaqian, Aya Yukire, AI plus Tao Weining, and Lin Linyi. The hero team was assembled. Aya Yukire, AI, wore a plain training outfit, her pretty face as cold as snow. Before we start training, let's talk and simply exchange information. Her purple eyes, clear as gems, looked at Lin Linyi. Did anything happen during the 2 days you stayed? Lin Linyi looked at her and said flatly, simply hunting monsters, gaining experience, and leveling up the class. Did you get any new skills? I did, but Li Xiaoning didn't. Aya Yukire, AI, frowned, turned to Zhong Yaqian and Tao Weining. We didn't get any new skills either. Lin Linyi has a hidden class, right? It's normal for him to get new skills. Upon hearing this, her expression grew even darker. Since the last time they acquired skills, only Lin Linyi had obtained a new skill. This meant that only Lin Linyi was steadily growing stronger while the rest of the team made no progress. It wasn't that Lin Linyi getting stronger was bad, but one person's power was ultimately limited. To survive, the team couldn't rely on just one person. Seeing Aya Yukire's concern, Li Xiaoning blinked and opened her own panel. Don't worry, Li AI. She touched her chin and carefully analyzed the upgraded panel. Although I didn't get new skills, my skill levels and class level have increased quite a bit. All my physical stats have also increased. Look. Li Xiaoning's hand glowed with black patterns, and a virtual panel constructed of magic appeared. Everyone gathered around, Li Xiaoning looking at the panel on her hand. How about that? Amazing. Li Xiaoning smiled sweetly and dismissed the panel. After Li Xiaoning's antics, Aya Yukire's mood finally improved a little. Zhong Yaqian stood up and said excitedly, all right, let's go train now. The sun slowly rose and quick time came to the day of the death game. In Chun Kaiking's apartment, the night outside the window was pitch black, with unknown birds and insects chirping incessantly. Lin Linyi lay on the soft bed in the young woman's boudoir, holding the already sleeping Chen Qiqing in his arms. Her cheeks bore traces of dried tears, and the corners of her eyes held a hint of satisfied attachment. Lin Linyi looked at her face for a very, very long time. Finally, he planted a heavy kiss on her delicate pink lips, got up, and left. Once midnight passed, the team would participate in the death game. He didn't know if his body would remain there or be transported back if he died in the other world. So, he still intended to go to his student apartment to go to the other world. During this month, the team's training was very effective. Although their class levels didn't increase, most of their skill levels had been raised to LV5. After returning to his own villa, Lin Linyi opened and glanced at the clock. There was still some time before 12 o'clock, the moment they would be sent to the other world. 10 minutes left. Let's watch some news for a while. He turned on the TV and switched to the news channel. Recently, multiple cities in our country have experienced mysterious disappearances, and authorities are still searching for the missing. Nanda University Hospital announced the discovery of an incurable new skin disease. Tourists in Shenanjia were attacked by unknown beasts, resulting in 3 deaths. Researchers in Antarctica cited a suspected new species, but lost contact after in-depth investigation. After turning on the news, a series of bad news came one after another. Strange. Lin Linyi gripped the remote control, his brows furrowed. There weren't so many accidents before. He wanted to check the news reports on his phone. But as soon as he opened his phone, he saw that the time had reached 1159. The next moment, a feeling of weightlessness came over him. Current task: find a new town village and earn copper coins 5,000. Current copper coins, earn 0. Time limit 14 days. Team, remaining 5 members. Warning. Task failure will result in total annihilation. When Lin Linyi opened his eyes again, he found himself in a stone cave in a dilapidated forest. He let out a breath, stopping thinking about the news he had just seen, and began to examine the stone cave. 4 young girls sat on grass beds that felt familiar, their eyes sleepy. It was clear they had been summoned while asleep. They looked around in confusion at first, then their gazes unanimously fell on Lin Linyi. Huh. We meet again, everyone. Lin Linyi took out the harpoon he had stored in his storage space, held it in his hand, and stood up. His gaze fell on the endless forest outside the cave. Let's go. Let's go and complete this. Death mission. Before them stretched a lush green forest, the soft earth beneath their feet. Lin Linyi, using a harpoon as a walking stick, trudged at the forefront of the team, his face etched with exhaustion. After the mission began, they had packed all the supplies from the stone cave and set off in the direction most likely to lead to human habitation, marching relentlessly onward. Ah, this is so damn annoying. Zhong Yaqian yanked at her once gorgeous red hair, now a tangled mess, her face twisted with irritation. With a thunderous dong, she glared with bloodshot eyes and slammed her fist into a roadside tree, muttering under her breath. It's been 3 whole days since we got back to this godforsaken otherworld. This mission is to make money. Ha, forget money, we haven't even seen a single soul. At this rate. Zhong Yaqian's desperate cries startled a few birds from the bushes, bringing the team to a halt. Tao Weining's lips curled into a bitter smile. She unclipped the canteen from her waist, brought from reality using Lin Linyi's storage space. Twisting open the cap, she gently brought it to Zhong Yaqian's lips. Yaqian, have some water first. There's still time, we can talk slowly. Zhong Yaqian's aquamarine eyes trembled, then she reached out and took the canteen. Thank you, Weining. She paused, then continued. Sorry, Weining and everyone. I've been too— Ling Zuilei rubbed her brow and let out a sigh. Death is the mission, it's normal to feel fear. But it's precisely because we fear death that we must keep moving forward. Her cool, beautiful face bore more weariness than usual. After days of searching for a village in the forest, they inevitably encountered monsters they couldn't avoid. At night, with poor rest conditions, they had to arrange sentries to fend off monster attacks. Just 3 days had passed, yet the entire team's morale was frayed. Ling Zuilei pressed her lips together and turned her gaze to Lin Linyi, asking softly. Lin Linyi, just wandering like this isn't a solution. Do you have any way to find a village? Oh right, Lin Linyi was still with them. The girls instantly shed their negative emotions, their eyes shining as they fixed them on him. They all stared at Lin Linyi with sparkling bright eyes. Even Ling Zuilei, who usually wore an icy expression, looked at him with expectant hope. Come on, what skill do I have for map exploration? Don't look at me like that. I'm the main attacker, the main attacker. Lin Linyi froze, his mouth twitching like had been shocked. Ah, no way. He was just about to explain that he was— A sharp female scream carried by the wind came from not far away in the forest. Go. Follow me. Rescue them first. Lin Linyi's eyes gleamed with excitement. People meant a village nearby. And a village meant they could finally complete the money-making mission. Rustle. Lin Linyi dashed toward the direction of the sound. After bursting through the last thicket, he finally laid eyes on humans in this other world, though their situation seemed dire. On an open meadow, a group of goblins surrounded 4 children. One boy lay on the ground, his skull crushed into a concavity. The goblins laughed as they tore off the children's limbs and brought them to their mouths to chew. The warm brain matter and oozing blood around the corpse made it clear he was beyond saving. It hurts. It hurts so much. Please, spare me. Not far from the dead boy, another boy was restrained by several goblins, his clothes tattered, his body covered in blood. The lead hobgoblin swung a stone hammer, raining down cruel blows relentlessly. The boy squeezed his eyes shut, sobbing and whimpering through parted lips. A girl in fine clothes, covered in bloody cuts and bound hand and foot with vines, lay fallen on the ground nearby. Next to her lay another girl, her limbs mangled and bloodied, unconscious. Dio. No, no, no. You monsters. Get away. Save us. Please, someone save us. Navita collapsed on the leaf-strewn ground, watching her friend's head smashed flat by a hammer, tears streaming uncontrollably. Goblins crunched flesh with brittle, grating sounds. A girl's wails and desperate cries wove a symphony of hell. Lin Linyi watched the ghastly scene reflected in his own eyes. His blood turned to ice in his veins. Damn you foul beasts. He raised a palm toward the goblin horde, his eyes blazing with terrifying crimson light. Spatial slash. A torrent of magical energy coalesced in his hand, condensing into several razor-sharp slashes, each a meter long, hurtling forward with lethal precision toward the goblins' throats. The earth split beneath their feet as furrows tore across the ground. Goblins feasting on corpses, and those restraining the boy, froze mid-motion. In the next breath their heads soared skyward, severed cleanly from their bodies. Shooth whip. Skill proficiency increased spatial slash LV. 5, 1327. Yet not all goblins fell. The technique had failed to claim them all. The surviving chieftain goblin clutched its blood-soaked back before kicking the boy's corpse away with a savage kick. GAA. Snatching up a crude stone maul from the ground, it whirled about and fixed Lin Linyi with a venomous glare. Grew human die. Its narrow eyes swept over him, calculating, flickering between suspicion and dread. Gruga. Human strong. Bleeds, dies. Was it illusion? Lin Linyi frowned, watching the chieftain hesitate at the edge of combat. Unlike common goblins, it did not charge blindly. Instead, it stood utterly still, observing its foe with unnerving silence, as if it possessed intelligence. While Lin Linyi pondered, the chieftain's muscles erupted beneath its green hide, and the stone maul shot forth like an arrow. Without pause, it spun and fled into the distance the moment the maul left its grip. A shrill whistle sliced the air. The projectile loomed larger, faster, filling Lin Linyi's vision. Lin Linyi's gaze hardened. He leapt sideways, just in time. Boom. The maul slammed behind him, shearing a massive tree clean in two at the trunk. The goblin vanished into the thicket, its silhouette shrinking rapidly. Damn it, it's escaping. But my magic is already spent. Days of relentless travel had drained his reserves. The earlier slash had exhausted what little remained. Spatial slash. Lin Linyi locked his eyes on the fleeing goblin's path, resolve crystallizing into absolute intent. With every fiber straining, he forced the last dregs of magic from his body and slashed one final time. A jagged rift tore through space, streaking toward the goblin's neck. Sensing mortal peril, it lunged forward, but too late. The slash ripped open its back, cleaving its body cleanly in two as it collapsed into shadow. Lin Linyi stared unblinking at the fallen form, lips pressed into a thin, rigid line. Magic flared anew in his palm. He hacked the corpse into unrecognizable fragments before finally relenting. The intelligent goblin was dead, utterly, irrevocably dead. His body, pushed beyond endurance, betrayed him. With a dull thud, he collapsed onto the blood-stained earth. A sharp intuition pierced his haze. If I'd let it live, it would have found me again. At that moment, the unconscious girl stirred, her eyes widening silently upon seeing the boy's lifeless body. Gritting his teeth, Lin Linyi pushed himself upright and turned to the two pale-faced girls. After carefully freeing their arms from the constricting vines, he examined their wounds with quiet thoroughness. Nevia bore no serious injury, only livid red welts bleeding faintly along her alabaster arms. Ollie's coarse tunic lay in tatters, her lower leg was shattered, and her entire frame trembled with each shallow breath. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Linyi slowed down a little, would you? Zhong Yaqian's bright, lively voice rang out. Rustling leaves heralded the arrival of more girls emerging from the forest. When they beheld the carnage before them, speech abandoned them, stunned into frozen silence. Ugh! Zhong Yaqian turned deathly pale, gripping a tree trunk as she doubled over in dry heaves. Raised in a civilized realm, none had ever laid eyes upon a human corpse. Here, however, corpses were not merely present. They were mutilated, devoured, reduced to gore by monstrous hands. The other girls paled, further faces tightening into grim masks at the sight of the scattered remains. Tao Weiniying swallowed her nausea and approached Lin Linyi. Gently she grasped his arm, not for support, but to steady herself as her knees threatened to buckle. Lin Linyi, what happened here? Why are there children's bodies? They were attacked by goblins. Lin Linyi sighed, gesturing wordlessly toward the scattered, mangled remains strewn across the clearing. His gaze softened as it settled on the two girls clinging to each other in silent, shuddering grief. By the time I arrived, only these two remained. The one with brown hair, her leg was crushed by a goblin. Tao Weiniying's pupils contracted sharply. She stared disbelieving at the girl, then lowered her face, tears welling hot and fierce in her eyes. After weeping until her tears ran dry, before sorrow could even settle, Nevia wiped her cheeks and helped Ollie rise, though the latter's leg had gone numb. Leaning heavily on each other, they limped forward to stand before the party and bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you for saving us. Thank you for avenging Dio and Beck. Nevia's eyes shimmered red-rimmed as she sniffled, lifting her delicate nose. Are you adventurers? Adventurers? Were they akin to peacekeepers, or perhaps law enforcers? Yes, we're adventurers, exploring this forest. Let's speak later. Li Xiaoning, heal Ollie first. Lin Linyi watched Ollie clutch her shattered leg, her complexion fading to parchment white. Urgently, he motioned for healing magic. Heal, heal, heal. Li Xiaoning shook her dazed head and swung her wooden staff, casting healing spells over Ollie without pause. Golden light bathed the embracing girls, sealing wounds and soothing pain. How is it? Clutching her staff tightly, Li Xiaoning's small face twisted with anxious concern. Tell me if anything feels wrong. I'll keep healing you. No need. I'm much better now. Thank you, elder sister. Ollie managed a stiff, fragile smile. She turned shyly toward Lin Linyi and gave a tiny, trembling nod. Big brother, thank you. He nodded back, his throat impossibly dry. Bodily wounds could be mended, but what of the soul? To witness companions torn apart, devoured by monsters. Perhaps Navia would never forget this day. Comforting the girls lay beyond Lin Linyi's skill, so he entrusted it to Li Xiaoning and Tao Weiying. Gradually the full story emerged. Ollie and Navia hailed from Nanaxi village nestled on the border between the Violet Empire and the Sial Kingdom. On Dio's urging, the four had slipped secretly into the ruined forest, without parental consent. What began as exhilarating adventure ended in eternal silence. Bloodied corpses would draw predators, so the party left them where they lay. Amid Ollie and Navia's soft sobs, Lin Linyi buried Dio and Beck beneath the broad roots of an ancient tree. Once the grisly aftermath was cleared, the group followed Navia toward Nanaxi village. Lin Linyi carried the injured Ollie on his back, bringing up the rear. Big brother. Her whisper floated behind him. Thin, fragile like the murmur of a feverish kitten. What is it? He walked on, expression unchanged. He knew this was not the end. True tempests awaited them beyond the village gates. Big brother. Her warm breath brushed his ear, light as ants skittering across skin. Can I become an adventurer like you? I want, so desperately, to protect myself when danger comes. Could she? He had no answer. An interloper from Earth, he knew nothing yet of how native beings fought in this world. To think it was one thing, to voice it another. These children had suffered enough. Crushing their hope would be cruel. Yes, you can, Lin Linyi said firmly, shifting her gently on his back. I believe in you truly. I know you will. Time passed in measured silence. Warm and still, Ollie rested against him. So still he assumed she'd drifted asleep. Then softly, laced with quiet laughter, her voice returned. Is that so? Humph. I will become an adventurer. Big brother, you must wait for me. Deep within the ruined forest. In a crude, reeking hut at the heart of a nascent goblin settlement, several hollow-eyed females sat on filthy mud floors, swollen with pregnancy. Among them were beasts and humans. A chieftain goblin chanted low over a gaunt female, swelling her belly with dark, grotesque magic. Suddenly it paused, turning expressionless toward the endless forest beyond its threshold. Girk, the bloodline severed. My brother is dead. Slowly it extended a moss-green finger toward the forest, and raised its middle digit in silent, venomous contempt. Gruga, accursed human, wait for me. My brother Jeryu. I shall avenge you. Before the sky was completely dark, the team finally emerged from that barren, desolate forest. As night gradually fell, they trudged along the muddy path, steadily advancing toward the village. The silhouette of Nana Shi village grew clearer and clearer, the village entrance coming into view. The moment Lin Linyi stepped into the village, the panel immediately indicated that the task was complete. Found a new town village completed. Earn copper coins 5,000. Currently earn copper coins 0. Time limit 11 days. Off. Finally found the village. Zhong Yaqian stretched lazily, a smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. Next we should go earn that thing. Copper coins. Right? Time to earn copper coins. Let's finish this task quickly, then go home. Tao Weiying, seeing that she was no longer in a depressive state, couldn't help teasing Yaqian. Don't get so excited. These 5,000 copper coins. I'm afraid they won't be easy to earn. They still weren't clear about the prices in this other world. What if the average daily income of the otherworld people was just a few copper coins? Then they could never earn 5,000 copper coins in just over 10 days. That would be a dead end. While passing by the market, we should gather some information. Ling Shuili AI's cool voice rang out like a cold spring, emitting chill air. Tonight, let's find an inn to rest, and tomorrow we'll go earn copper coins. But we don't have money to stay at an inn. Li Xiaoning blinked, raising her small hand to protest. Or, can we use RMB to buy things here? It seems we need some startup funds. Ling Shuili AI pursed her lips and nodded, her gaze falling on Lin Linyi. I remember we stored some monster corpses in our storage space. Lin Linyi, let's first find a place to sell them, earn some copper coins, and then we'll have a place to stay tonight. Lin Linyi nodded and continued walking into the village. Alright, let's go. During their brief conversation, a market appeared not far ahead. In the market, the girls' curious eyes darted around the stalls. Sold severely broken goblin corpse 7. Intact forest wolf corpse 3, slightly damaged giant forest wolf corpse 1. Receive copper coins 36, copper coins 62, copper coins 94, currently earn copper coins 192. Let's go find an inn to settle down, and also send AO, Li, and Navita home. Lin Linyi raised the cloth pouch, filled with copper coins, the coins clinking crisply. 192 copper coins. We still need 4,808 more. Zhong Yaqian wore an excited smile, her mood exceptionally high. Yeah, let's go. After selling the monster corpses and gathering intelligence on market trading, the team returned to the street to continue looking for an inn. As they passed by a small alley, a drenched in sweat woman glanced at them and quickly stopped them. Aoli. Finally found you. You little rascals, where have you been playing? The sun is about to set, and you haven't come back. The woman walked up to Lin Linyi, reached out, and tugged Aoli's tender ear, constantly lecturing, sneaking out every day when the adults aren't looking. What if something happens? Ouch, it hurts, Mom, I know I was wrong. Aoli bit back, tears covering her reddened ear with her small hand, yet the corners of her mouth were turned up. And you, Navita? Yes. Navita stiffened her expression, immediately standing at attention and saluting. The village chief has been looking for you for a long time. Play a little longer, and then go home immediately. Okay, Annie, I understand. After dealing with Aoli and Navita, the woman's gaze fell on the team, then swept across, surveying the surroundings. How strange. She rubbed her chin, looking at Aoli, who was trembling with her head bowed. There should be 2 more. Didn't Dao and Bei could go out with you? Aoli and Navita turned pale, hanging their heads in silence like cats with their tails stepped on. The team members also wisely remained silent. Sensing the abnormal atmosphere, the woman seemed to realize something. She raised an eyebrow and carefully observed her daughter. With sharp eyes, she immediately noticed the peculiar green leaves stained on Aoli's clothes. Leaves from a tree species only found near the Pabai forest. You went to the Pabai forest. Aoli, did you go to the forest today? Aoli covered her face, tears streaming through her fingers. Woo. Mom, I'm sorry. Then where are Dao and Bei Ku? Aoli kept sobbing, stammering for a long time, without uttering a complete sentence. Auntie Dao and Bei Ku are dead. This wasn't their fault. It wouldn't do to keep watching these 2 girls cry. It was better to let them speak. Lin Linyi pulled 2 blood-stained strips of cloth from his pants pocket, his tone flat. This is the only thing we could bring out. The woman's vision went dark, her legs giving way as she nearly fainted. The village they lived in was very small, with only a dozen households. The neighbors were all familiar with each other with deep bonds. Dao and Bei Ku, those 2 little rascals, although usually very mischievous, would still politely call her Annie when they saw her yesterday. But today they had become 2 corpses. Sigh. She sighed, her voice dejected. How did they die? Lin Linyi's hand clenched into a fist, then slowly relaxed. It was goblins. They encountered a group of goblins. By the time I arrived, Dao and Bei Ku were already dead. In the end, I only managed to save Aoli and Navita. The woman's eyes turned red, and she just kept sighing. I understand. Still, thank you for saving Aoli and Navita. I'll go inform their parents and the village chief about Dao and Bei Ku's deaths. It's getting late. Please, you must stay and rest. Okay, we'll trouble you then. Lin Linyi nodded and led the team to follow the woman. Along the way, many villagers greeted her warmly, but she only responded feebly. It was evident that the death of the innocent children had hit her hard. Arriving at a 2-story inn, the woman exchanged a few words with the owner, then quickly left, pulling Navita and Aoli along. Navita turned her head, forcing an awkward smile. Big brothers and sisters. I'll come find you tomorrow. Her voice grew fainter until it could no longer be heard. Thank you for saving these 2 children. The innkeeper sighed and headed upstairs. Adventurers, follow me. Stay here tonight. No charge. Considering gender, the owner gave the team 2 rooms. Lin Linyi had one to himself, while Li Xiaoning, Zhong Yaqian, Tao Weining, and Ling Shuili AI shared the other. After washing up, Lin Linyi lay on the cold, hard wooden bed, staring at the white-painted ceiling. By the time tomorrow comes, there will only be 10 days left until the task deadline. Within 10 days, they needed to earn 5,000 copper coins. They had just learned from the street vendors that the exchange rate of copper coins to RMB was roughly 1 renminbi to 1 copper coin. That meant they had to earn 500 RMB a day to complete the task. In his mind, he summarized the team's current advantages and conceived a plan to earn money. Lin Linyi's head grew heavier and heavier until he finally drifted off to sleep. A sliver of faint light seeped through the half-opened wooden window. The sound of knocking at the door roused Lin Linyi from his slumber. Pursing his lips, he opened the door to find the young girl from his team waiting in the corridor as though she had been there for some time. As the door swung open, Li Xiaoning's face lit up with a beaming smile. She waved her hand at him in greeting. Good morning, Lin Linyi. Good morning. Lin Linyi rubbed his eyes and let out a long yawn. Zhong Yaqian crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing slightly, as she mercilessly teased, you're still asleep. Such a lazybones. Alright, Yaqian, it's not easy for everyone to get a good night's sleep. Tao Weining covered her mouth with a light giggle, her voice crisp and pleasant. She gave Lin Linyi a cheerful wave. Let's go, I saw a tavern on the street yesterday. We can have breakfast there. The other world lacked smart devices, but basic timepieces still existed. The wooden clock in the inn's lobby ticked and talked, its hands pointing to 9. Pedestrians bustled along the street as Tao Weining led the team toward the tavern. Lin Linyi kept his eyes fixed on the passers-by, his gaze brimming with curiosity. long-eared elves with flowing hair, catkins sporting fluffy feline ears, diminutive dwarfs. Species that existed only in fictional works back in reality now appeared right before his eyes. Tisk, a cat-eared girl, as expected of another world. Lin Linyi's eyes went wide, his breathing growing heavy. If it weren't for those damn death missions, he would surely have become a dashing adventurer. To venture into the labyrinth for gold coins, buy a house, then find an adorable cat-eared lady, and have a litter of kittens. Haha. Hey, what are you staring at? Zhong Yaqian shot him a glare over her shoulder. Hurry up and follow. If you get lost, I won't come looking for you. Hearing this, the other girls in the team silently turned to fix their eyes on Lin Linyi. Tao Weining's lips curved upward as she stroked her smooth, fair chin. She narrowed her beautiful almond eyes, looking toward the direction Lin Linyi had been gazing. She soon noticed the conspicuous fluffy tail swaying left and right beneath the cat-eared girl's white skirt. No wonder you were so captivated. Tao Weining let out a cold, displeased laugh. So you were eyeing the stray cat outside. She narrowed her eyes and smirked at Lin Linyi. Then our dear Mr. Lin Linyi, do you plan to keep standing here watching that lovely cat-eared girl, or come with us for breakfast? Gulp. What's going on? Why did she suddenly become so intimidating? Lin Linyi averted his gaze guiltily and trotted to catch up with the team. Inside a tavern, customers sat crowded together having breakfast. The team gathered around a table. Before them sat a bowl of goat's milk and several crisp breadsticks. Ling Zuili had a smudge of milk at the corner of her mouth, her eyes fixed on Lin Linyi. Lin Linyi, how many copper coins did this breakfast cost us? 4 bowls of goat's milk, 12 copper coins. 10 breadsticks, 20 copper coins. That's 32 copper coins. Lin Linyi swallowed the bread in his mouth and patted his money pouch lightly. Yesterday, selling the monster carcasses earned us 192 copper coins. We have 160 copper coins left. Tao Weining paused at his words, her brows knitting together. She set down the bread and bit her lower lip gently. So that means we need to earn 4808 copper coins in 10 days. The prices in this other world were roughly equivalent to those on Earth. 1 copper coin equaled about 1 RMB. Simply put, the team had to earn at least 400 copper coins each day to complete the mission. And having just arrived in this world, aside from hunting monsters to obtain copper coins, they had no other quick way to earn them. As if sensing Tao Weining's anxiety, Zhong Yaqian reached out and covered her smooth hand. Weining, don't worry. She met Tao Weining's gaze, her tone firm. We can do this. That's right, that's right. Li Xiaoning blinked. Even if the sky falls, Lin Linyi is here. He'll definitely protect us. Lin Linyi, who was devouring his food, slowly looked up at the sisters huddled together in sentimental embrace. His eyes turned into tiny dots as he mercilessly retorted, don't be so pessimistic. From the moment we found the village, the mission was already completed. Tao Weining pictured her parents discovering the suicide note she had secretly written. Hearing Lin Linyi's words, she immediately lifted her head to look at him, her eyes blinking and glistening. Feeling the intense stares of the girls, Lin Linyi took a large gulp of goat's milk. I already checked the market yesterday. Hunting monsters can earn money by selling materials, and the completeness of the monster carcass affects its final selling price. The ruined forest isn't far from here. We can hunt monsters there and use the skill storage space to bring them back. Ling Zuili nodded thoughtfully, pulled out a tissue to wipe the stain from the corner of her mouth, and stood up with a rustle. Have you all eaten enough? She pressed her hands on the table, her cool tone hinting at a change of atmosphere. Time is tight. No time to waste. Let's head to the ruined forest to hunt now. The girls' spirits soared as if invigorated by her idea. After finishing every last bit of breakfast, they patted their clothes and stood up. The girls' eyes burned with enthusiasm, all fixed on Lin Linyi, as if they were about to drag him off to slay monsters. Hold on, I haven't finished yet. Lin Linyi pushed aside the empty wooden bowl in front of him and stretched lazily. For the trip to the ruined forest, Tao Weining, Ling Zuili, and I are enough. Li Xiaoning, you and Zhong Yaqian will stay in the town. The girls froze their mouths, slightly agape, puzzled by his arrangement. Bang, why can't I go? Zhong Yaqian pouted her cherry-like lips and slammed her jade-like fist on the wooden table. I'm a magician, you know. Sure, I haven't gained any new skills yet, but all my current skills have been leveled up to LV5. What right do you have to keep me from going? That's right. Lin Linyi, why won't you let us come? Li Xiaoning blinked, her peach blossom eyes misted with tears, her voice soft and gentle. Yaqian can deal damage and I can heal and support you. Stop. Lin Linyi quickly waved his hand to cut them off, stood up, and walked out of the tavern. Follow me. You'll soon understand why I'm leaving you in the town. An hour later, in the most conspicuous corner of the market, a large crowd of curious residents surrounded a pink-haired girl whose face was flushed crimson. The pink-haired girl was pushed forward by her companion, standing shyly in the center of the crowd. Before her stood a wooden board inscribed with Peerless Divine Doctor in Debt. Bargain stall. Pricing fair to all ages. Treating all kinds of difficult ailments. Fracture price 100 copper coins per session. Purifying curses and negative effects. Crash price 200 copper coins per session. Whoa whoa. Li Xiaoning forced a reluctant smile onto her fair face, wailing bitterly inside. Why? Why do I still have to work even after being transported to another world? Current quest: find a new town village and earn 5,000 copper coins. Currently found one new town village, earned 4,399 copper coins. Time limit 2 days. Remaining team members 5. Warning. If the quest fails, everyone will be eliminated. In the depths of the ruined forest, 3 figures stood back to back, weapons raised. Be careful, there are many of them. Tao Weining's light green pupils glowed with fluorescence as she warily scanned the surrounding bushes. Rustling, 8 rabbit-type monsters leaped out of the grass, their eyes flashing with crimson light as they charged. Tao Weining shouted in the direction of Lin Linyi, west direction. They're coming. After speaking, she pulled back her bowstring and shot 3 arrows at the rabbit-type monsters that were biting at them. A series of piercing sounds echoed as flesh was penetrated, instantly killing 3 of the 8 rabbits. The arrows pierced through their foreheads, and the remaining force pinned their corpses firmly to the tree trunks in the distance. Appraisal. Drank monster killer rabbit. A pack-living carnivorous monster, small in size, agile with sharp teeth. Space slash. Lin Linyi pulled his hands apart in front of his chest, a sound of air being torn resounded, and a half-meter-long slash flew out rapidly. In an instant, the monster's body was torn apart by the slash, turning into a pool of blood and flesh stuck to the ground. Lin Linyi, seeing that the rabbit monster's corpse had turned into a lump of blood and flesh, losing its value for sale. Tao Weining put her hands on her hips, her delicate face stern, and reached out with her fair hand to pull at Lin Linyi's cheek. Didn't we agree? Why did you cut them up like this again? A single fatal blow preserved the monster's corpse intact, so we can take it back to the village and sell it. I didn't mean to. Lin Linyi grinned, covering his ears, bending down slightly to make it easier for the damned woman to pull his face. Ever since my skill upgraded, it's been hard to control the power. During this time, Lin Linyi, Tao Weining, and Ling Zuilei had been hunting monsters in the ruined forest. Their class levels and skill levels skyrocketed like a rocket. The monster corpses were stored in storage space, and they returned to the village every few days to sell them for copper coins. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoning and Zhong Yaqian stayed in the village and became famous healers in the surrounding area. The number of copper coins had been accumulating, reaching 4,399, with only 601 copper coins left. But the closer the task deadline got, the more anxious the girls in the team became. It's useless now. Ling Zuilei held 3 complete killer rabbit corpses in her hand, squatting beside the pool of blood and flesh. Her other hand held the ink blade, and she poked with the tip of the blade. Only after confirming it was truly useless did she slowly stand up. All right, Weining, pack up. Let's head back to the village first. We haven't been back for 3 days. We should go sell the stored monster corpses. Tao Weining looked down at the blood and flesh on the grass side, and slowly released her hand. Still unsatisfied, she looked up and shot Lin Linyi a displeased glare, then turned away, puffing her cheeks. Lin Linyi. After the scuffle with Lin Linyi, Tao Weining regained her usual dignified demeanor. She simply packed up the luggage from their time in the wild. They followed Lin Linyi, heading toward Nanaxi village. The sunset with a halo hung by the clouds, about to sink below the distant horizon. In just a few hours, the outline of Nanaxi village went from blurry to clear, finally appearing before them. Finally we're back. Hua. Back at Nanaxi village, standing at the familiar village entrance, Ling Zuilei's cool face showed a hint of relaxed smile. She stretched like a lazy cat, displaying the graceful and well-proportioned lines of her body under the faint. The first impression Ling Zuilei usually gave was that of a cool and aloof mature lady. She rarely showed such an adorable side. But after returning from hunting in the forest, her relaxed posture and the serene expression on her face were the purple-eyed, expressionless girl who always had no emotion on her face. One day she suddenly revealed an adorable side. Tao Weining, and Lin Linyi stared wide-eyed, unblinkingly watching her. Why are you all staring at me? She guiltily turned her head away, the tips of her ears slightly flushed, stammering. It's getting late. Let's go back to the inn and rest first. Lin Linyi couldn't help but laugh. He covered his mouth and looked at Ling Zuilei, then nodded seriously with feigned sincerity. Let's go back to the inn. No time to lose. You just laughed at me, didn't you? Ling Zuilei lowered her head, the tips of her ears and cheeks reddening to the point of dripping blood. Her hand rested on her waist where the ink blade was slightly drawn, flashing a gleam of blade light. Lin Linyi's mouth twitched violently, forcing a smile, as he quickly waved his hands in defense. No, I didn't. I really didn't laugh at you. Giggle. Li, he's lying to you. Tao Weining, who was watching from the side, suddenly burst out laughing, pointing at Lin Linyi and exposing him. He just laughed at you. I saw it with my own eyes. Go get him. Ling Zuilei squinted, her light purple eyes pouting as she walked step by step toward Lin Linyi. Seeing her coming toward him, without a word, Lin Linyi's expression completely lost control. Wait. Li, calm down. Don't. Dong dong dong. Opt. Ling Zuili kept a straight face, clenched her fair soft fist, and punched Lin Linyi's stomach a few times. After this period of hunting, their levels had increased quite a bit. Ling Zuili's strength couldn't hurt Lin Linyi, but he still covered his stomach, feigning pain and begging the girl for mercy. The girl's straight-pressed mouth slowly curled up and her puffed cheeks gradually returned to normal, like a pufferfish. Under the sunset, they walked back to the inn, chatting and laughing. Motherfucker, goddammit. How many days has it been? Finally, I've waited until the boss brats showed up. In a dark alley not far away stood a man as thin as a bamboo pole with a scar on his face. He was ecstatic, his narrow eyes fixed on the direction Lin Linyi and the others had left. After their figures completely disappeared, the man turned his head and looked at his companion, who was leaning against the stone wall, fast asleep. Hey fatty, the boss targets have shown up. Wake up. The sleeping fatty seemed to sense something. He smacked his lips a few times, reached behind to scratch his, but rolled over and went back to sleep. How well, you're sleeping quite soundly. The man aimed at Fatty's huge but kicked him hard a few times, his face covered in bulging veins as he roared. Fatty, I fuck your mother, goddamn bastard. In the inn room of Nana Village. The night outside was thick, insects and birds chirped joyfully. The 5-member team sat on the same bed, close together, forming a circle. You're finally back. Li Xiaoning placed her hands neatly on her thighs, maintaining a duck-sitting posture. It's been several days, Yakian and I were so worried about you. There are no more patients in Nana Village. During this time, Yakian and I only earned 207 copper. She blinked, her peach blossom eyes moist as spring water, and looked at Lin Linyi with anticipation. What about you? How did it go this time? Under the girl's gaze, Lin Linyi took out a money bag from his storage space. We didn't hunt many monsters these days. He tossed the money bag onto the bed. Only sold for 316 copper coins. Adding yours, were still 80 short of the mission target. Great. Zhong Yakian kicked the blanket aside, her sapphire eyes blazing with dazzling light. There are only 2 days left until the mission ends. Let's work a bit more tonight, and we can go back to Earth tomorrow. Yakian, don't forget what we agreed last time. Tao Weinian crossed her arms over her chest, her fox-like eyes shooting a seductive glance at her. This time the whole team will stay here to level up, and only go back when the deadline arrives. What the heck? Of course I remember, we need to level up. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yakian pouted her pink lips, discontentedly staring at Tao Weinian reproachfully. You three had it easy having fun leveling in the forest all this time, right? You left me alone in the village to protect Xiaoning, and my level and skills haven't improved at all. As she spoke, her eyes grew teary with a pink rim and her mouth pouted into an arc. During this time, the other team members had been steadily improving, while she alone had made no progress. Li Xiaoning, who stayed with her every day, had raised both healing art and negative purification to level 8. The 3 who hunted in the forest had leveled up even more and all gained new skills. Lin Linyi's new skill, Air Leap, allowed him to instantly move to a target location. Tao Weinian's far-seeing magic eye granted her vision spanning hundreds of meters with a built-in crosshair. As for Ling Xuelie's new skill, it was even more formidable. Omniscient perception dramatically enhanced her 5 senses and reflexes. Sorry, Yakian. Tao Weinian wrapped her arms around Zhong Yakian's, pressing a soft warmth against her. After we finish the mission, everyone will go leveling with you, okay? Yeah. Li Xiaoning also stepped forward, hugging Zhong Yakian's arm and gently shaking it. Lin Linyi looked away guiltily because he was the one who had left Zhong Yakian in the village. Ahem. Well, Zhong Yakian. He coughed twice, pretending to be serious as he looked at Zhong Yakian. What? She shot him a cross glance like a neglected wife. After we earn the remaining 80 copper coins tomorrow, we'll go leveling. We'll beat the monsters down to a pulp for you, guaranteeing your leveling speed like a rocket. That's more like it. Zhong Yakian snorted, crossing her arms, her expression much more relaxed. Tomorrow morning the whole team will go hunting in the forest. Since there are no more patients in the village, Xiaoning and Yakian don't need to stay here anymore. Lin Linyi stood up, stretched, and walked toward the door to his room. That's all for today. Everyone get some rest early. After returning to his room, Lin Linyi lay on the bed. The black pattern on the back of his hand glowed. Individual Lin Linyi. Occupation SS, rank scholar LV. 24, a rank space walker LV. 17. Fixed occupation crank fisherman. Skills appraisal LV. 7. Analysis LV. 7. Experience gain boost LV. 8. Multiclasser LV. 5. A job changer LV. 5. Harpoon mastery LV. 5. Fishbane LV. 5. Storage space LV. 7. Space/LV. 7. Air leap LV. 2. Individual Lin Linyi. Occupation SS, rank scholar LV. 24. A rank space walker LV. 17. Fixed occupation crank fisherman. Skills appraisal LV. 7. Analysis LV. 7. Experience gain boost LV. 8. Multiclasser LV. 5. A job changer LV. 5. Harpoon mastery LV. 5. Fishbane LV. 5. Storage space LV. 7 space slash LV. 7 air leap LV. 2. Skills appraisal LV. 7 analysis LV. 7 experience gain boost LV. 8 multiclasser LV. 5 a job changer LV. 5 harpoon mastery LV. 5 fishbane LV. 5 storage space LV. 7 space slash LV. 7 air leap LV. 2. 5 fishbane LV. 5 storage space LV. 7 space slash LV. 7 air leap LV. 2. Attributes Constitution C, Magic D, Strength C, Agility D, Endurance D, Intelligence B. Few 2 days left. Just need to earn 80 more copper coins, and we can go back. He dismissed the virtual screen on the back of his hand and murmured, staring at the ceiling, "These missions haven't been difficult. Probably still under the novice protection mechanism. I wonder how Chin-Chi-Ching is doing now." Current mission: find a new town village and earn 5,000 copper coins. Current status: 1 new town village found, 4,920 copper coins earned. Deadline: 1 day. Team: remaining 5 people. Warning: mission failure results in annihilation of all members. Early the next morning, the black pattern lit up, displaying the latest mission information right on time. After washing up, Lin Linyi opened his door to find the girls waiting at the entrance for a long time. "Let's go." Lin Linyi yawned, walking side by side with the girls. "Go eat breakfast, then hunt monsters, level up, and sell for money." Ling Xueli responded with half-closed eyes, swaying like a penguin, seemingly still half. Li Xiaoning bounced and raised her little hand, her pink hair almost brushing against Lin Linyi's mouth. "Leave the healing to me." Humph. Zhong Yaqian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she punched the air hard a few times in front of her chest. "I haven't used magic in so long. This time I'm definitely going to burn their dog heads off with fireballs." "That's exactly why Lin Linyi doesn't take you along." When Wei Ning covered her mouth with a laugh, her voice was sweet and gentle like cream clinging to the skin. Zhong Yaqian pouted discontentedly, then bared her fangs at Lin Linyi. After a simple breakfast costing a few dozen copper coins, the team headed deep into the decaying forest. Lin Linyi's group walked out of the village entrance, their figures growing blurry until they disappeared into the distant thickets. From a hidden spot at the village entrance, a dense group of over 20 people emerged. The leading middle-aged man held a refined iron sword and pointed at the spot where Lin Linyi had disappeared. "Skinny Monkey Fatty, is it them?" Skinny Monkey was naturally the thin Pole who had been watching Lin Linyi yesterday. "Yes, boss. It's them." Skinny Monkey trembled with excitement, his eyes burning with fervor. "I saw them walk into the shop that buys monster corpses in the market, and then they produced a mountain of corpses out of thin air. They sold them for several large bags of copper coins." The middle-aged man called Boss was named Ao Tua. He was the only high-ranked job holder in the village, a crank knight LV. 26. He originally served as a squire in the capital of the Violet Empire, but was sent back due to poor talent. After returning to the village, Ao Tua sank into depravity, becoming a notorious bully around Nana village. Bullying fellow villagers, robbing other men's women, extorting officials. He committed every evil imaginable. Initially, many people were outraged by his actions, but their graves were likely overgrown with several meters of weeds by now. Now no one in the village dared to oppose him because he was a high-ranked job holder. Space-type jobs are extremely rare worldwide, and their rank is at least a rank. Ao Tua's eyes gleamed with a sinister light, a thrilled grin spreading across his face. But a rank jobs are extremely rare, he can't be a rank. So, he must have a space ring. He stroked his stubbly chin, lowering his brows in thought. Lots of copper coins. Space-type ability. Looks like a big fish. And those little chicks beside him look so juicy. Hee hee. Listen up, grab your weapons, and follow them quietly. Don't lose them, or it'll kill your whole family. He bellowed loudly, and the crowd marched toward the forest with weapons raised. In the depths of the dilapidated forest, several figures stood atop the scattered, bloodied flesh. A hobgoblin is approaching from the right. Rank D. Its level is around 20. Roger. Li Xiaoning, holding her wooden staff and wearing a stern expression like a model student, said, "Then I'll cast blind first." "No need, Xiaoning. Let me do it." Zhong Yaqian's azure eyes gleamed with excitement as she shouted, "Watch my blue vine entanglement." Thick blue vines burst from the soil, tightly entangling the swiftly approaching goblins. Blood trickled from their mouths as they were lifted upside down by their necks, their wooden clubs scattering on the ground. "Hehehe, seems you're nothing special." Zhong Yaqian's pink lips curled into a smug smile. With one hand on her forehead and the other aimed at the goblins, she shouted, "Special move." Crimson particles radiated light, swirling rapidly around her, before coalescing into a magic circle. Blazing meteor shower. Countless fireballs, each the size of a basketball, and blazing with intense flames, hurtled toward the goblins. Their robust bodies were ignited and shattered, the flesh continuing to burn on the ground. After all the monsters were killed, the fireballs, having lost their targets, dissipated into particles. The grass was littered with monster corpses and traces of battle were everywhere. Lin Linyi was crouching on the ground examining the monster corpses. But clearly the charred meat had no fur. Wow, Yakian, you're so amazing. Li Xiaoning beamed with joy. She couldn't one-shot a level 20 hobgoblin, but she could only be a foolish healer tossing healing spells around. Nyaha. Zhong Yakian swiftly ran to Lin Linyi's side, hugging her chest and looking down at him. So Lin Linyi, my new skill is pretty powerful, right? I defeated them in one hit. She lifted her head proudly like a victorious peacock, her tail nearly reaching the sky. Impressive, impressive. Mage Zhong is still too overpowered. If this isn't nerfed, I really can't play. Lin Linyi looked at the charred corpses, emitting a strange meaty smell, and twitched his mouth a few times. Impressive, my foot, you wasteful girl. Don't you know these monster corpses can be sold for money? He cursed inwardly, completely forgetting that not long ago, he had also chopped monsters into bloody pulp that couldn't sell for a single copper coin. Hahaha, of course. Zhong Yakian's smile grew even more smug, as if she were bathing in dopamine. She tugged at Lin Linyi's sleeve, her voice inexplicably softer. From now on, don't you dare leave me behind. I'll be obedient, and am strong too. In truth, she kept wondering why Lin Linyi hadn't brought her to fight in this mission. The only reason she could think of was that she hadn't listened and had left before the last mission ended. Seeing Zhong Yakian's uneasy gestures, Lin Linyi felt a bit speechless. It seemed she had misunderstood something, but it didn't matter as long as she followed the team's arrangements. Lin Linyi, Ling's weely eye forcefully shook the nearly dried brown blood off her sword and walked over with Tao Weinying. Are we spending the night in the forest or going back to the village? She stood expressionlessly in front of Lin Linyi, gazing at him with her calm, dark purple eyes. Let's go back to the village. Lin Linyi stood up and rubbed his sore shoulder. The monster corpses we have are enough to sell for 80 copper coins. Let's go back and complete the quest first. Okay. Ling's weely eye nodded gently, her straight pink lips slightly curved, showing that she was in a good mood. Li Xiaoning and Zhong Yakian huddled together, happily chatting about their newly acquired skills. Tao Weinying hugged Ling's weely eye from behind her soft chest, pressing against her back, and said lazily with half-closed eyes, we can go back to the village after just a short while here. This is really too blissful, too lucky. Rustle, rustle. From the nearby bushes, several dozen men Oh, is that so? Lucky. Haha. Otto grinned lecherously, followed by his men. I don't think you're that lucky. Seeing so many people suddenly appear, Lin Linyi frowned and thought to himself. What's going on? Are these guys from the village? And why are they showing up here at this time? Identify. Auto Crank Apprentice Knight LV. 26 skills Whirlwind / LV. 5 sweep sword around, dealing area damage. Each level greatly increases damage. Iron Wall LV. 7 permanently increases own defense by 70 E10 per level. Fortitude LV. 7 permanently increases own vitality by 70 10 per level. Block LV. 7 when wielding a greatsword. 70 chance to block enemy physical attacks. Each level increases block chance by 10. Successfully blocking an attack reduces the next successful trigger probability by 50. Shield Bash LV. 5 use shield to attack enemy. Chance to cause stun. Each level slightly increases damage and stun chance. Greatsword Mastery LV. 6 when wielding a greatsword increases final damage by 60 10 per level. Holy crap. These stats. It's an elite monster. Could this be the boss of the newbie village? Could this be the newbie village's boss? Fortunately, apart from this LV 26 elite monster, the rest are only LV 15 or so small fries. The enemy is strong, a LV 26 knight with dangerous skills. Lin Linyi calmly pulled out a spear, his palm covered with sticky sweat. His expression stiffened and his breathing slowly lightened. They come with ill intent. Everyone prepare for battle. Tao Weinying's lazy expression vanished as she conjured an arrow of magic and knocked it onto her compound bow, ready to loose. Li Xiaoning waved her staff, instantly casting enhancement buffs on the others. Ling's weely eye drew her sword, while several fireballs floated around Zhong Yakian. The air seemed to freeze as both sides held their weapons in check. Kids, don't be so tense. Otto burst into laughter, a large iron sword in his hand. I'm strong. At least in this border village, so you're definitely no match for me. He shrugged, glancing at the men behind him. But if we fight, some of my men might fall. That would be troublesome. So boy'll give you a choice. Lin Linyi felt his throat parch dry. He met Otto's mocking gaze and slowly said, speak. How about this? Otto squinted, a lecherous grin spreading across his face, his gaze falling on the girls beside Lin Linyi. You've earned quite a few copper coins these days, haven't you? Hand over all the money, and I'll let you become my subordinate. As for these tender women, they'll be my pleasure slaves from now on. Of course, if you perform well, you might get a few turns. What do you think of my proposal? As for my proposal, what do you think? Lin Linyi's expression was as dark as water, his eyes locked onto Ao Ta. What do I think? Screw your thinking. Not only does he want to rob them of their money, he also wants to take the female teammates from the squad. This Ao Tua had already earned his death sentence. The young women beside him, hearing the veiled words from Ao Tua's mouth, paled in terror. They bit their lower lips, slightly looking at Lin Linyi with frightened eyes like rabbits about to be devoured. Don't worry. There's no way he'll agree to him. Lin Linyi kept his expression unchanged and whispered to his teammates. Prepare for battle. Judging by the situation, they don't intend to let us leave. Seeing Ao Tua so confident and arrogant, it seemed he could try to play a trick on him. For instance, using the excuse of handing over the copper coins to get clothes, then unleashing a space slash infused with full mana. Stay here. He'll try to see if I can take them down in one strike. Lin Linyi said in a low, impassive voice, handing his harpoon to Li Xiaoning beside him. Once I make my move, you all attack together and wipe them out. The expressionless girl nodded, her gaze hollow. They won't be going anywhere. The lowly healer pouted, her face full of worry. Be careful. Go ahead. Yiqian, and I will cover you. Tao Wanying narrowed her eyes, exuding a chilling aura. Heh, daring to have designs on me. Let's see how many pieces you can be chopped into. We'll cover you. Zhong Yiqian looked at Ao Tua with indignation. Kill him, then head home. On the other side, seeing Lin Linyi's prolonged silence, Ao Tua's face turned completely cold. Hey kid, don't you dare be ungrateful. He swung his greatsword, the air split apart, the blade pointing straight at Lin Linyi. If it weren't for your knack for making money, I'd have long chopped you into a human stump. He'll ask you one more time, the coins and the women. Will you hand them over or not? He'll hand them over, everything, just spare me. Lin Linyi put on an exaggerated smile, took out a money pouch full of copper coins from his storage space, and strode quickly toward Ao Tua. The scrawny man behind Ao Tua rolled his beady eyes and shouted, Boss, him handing over the money so readily seems fishy. Hey skinny, what's there to be afraid of? The fat man beside him scratched his head and laughed. The boss is so strong this kid wouldn't dare resist. Ao Tua squinted at the approaching Lin Linyi, sneering coldly. In the face of truly overwhelming power, all tricks and schemes are futile. As they spoke, Lin Linyi had already reached Ao Tua. Hand over the money pouch. Ao Tua's eyes burned with greed as he eagerly reached for the pouch. And, don't forget to hand over the spatial ring too. Spatial ring. What was that? Whatever. Since he wanted to attack me, he had no one to blame if I killed him. Boss Ao Tua. Lin Linyi deftly dodged Ao Tua's grabbing hand, pretending to be simple-minded. If I hadn't handed over the money, or my companions, just now, would you have let us go? Mana kept gathering and compressing in his hand, consuming nearly half of his internal energy. Hand over nothing, and you still want me to let you go? Ao Tua gave a contemptuous laugh. You're dreaming, you ba. Before he could finish the word, a hand shimmering with mana light suddenly appeared before him. That hand swept through the air, and in an instant a meter-long slash materialized. Cut. Now. A sense of death loomed over Ao Tua. The corner of his mouth twitched as he hastily activated his block skill. At the critical moment, Ao Tua raised his sword horizontally in front of him, successfully blocking the slash and deflecting it elsewhere. The slash deflected, curved, and sliced straight into the underlings behind him. A wet sound of blade cleaving flesh followed by agonized screams. Hearing the screams, Ao Tua's heart sank as he turned his head slightly to look behind. Severed arms and limbs lay scattered everywhere. Of the dozens of underlings, fewer than 5 could still stand. The fat man's head was half sliced off, pale brains mixed with blood splattering the ground. The scrawny man was cut in two at the waist, his face frozen in terror, blood frothing at his mouth. Kid, today you are dead for sure. As a local bully, he had relied mainly on this gang to collect money from the villagers. Though he was powerful, he couldn't do everything himself. Now that his lackeys were dead or maimed, his business in the village would become much more troublesome. Oh, is that so? Let's see who's tougher. Having succeeded, Lin Linyi immediately used Void Leap to return to his team. Slash. Another fierce slash came flying. Ao Tua raised his sword to meet it. Heaton. A chunk of the greatsword's blade chipped away and a tearing pain shot through his palm. I don't believe you can keep using such powerful skills. Ao Tua bellowed through gritted teeth. Those of you still alive, if you don't want to die, come with me. With that, he lifted his greatsword and charged at Lin Linyi. After firing off a few more small slashes, Lin Linyi retrieved his harpoon. Let's go. Blue Vine Entanglement. Zhong Yiqian cried out sharply as blue vines burst from the earth to coil around Ao Tua's ankles. Just as the vines were about to succeed, Ao Tua sliced them down with a few slashes, turning them into blue shreds on the ground. Cheap tricks. The distance between Ao Tua and the squad shrank. No, I can't hold him back. Lin Linyi, think of something. Lin Linyi gripped his harpoon, thinking to himself. This guy was a LV 26 crank apprentice knight, while he himself was not only a LV 24 SS rank scholar, but also a LV 17 a rank spatial walker. There was absolutely no reason for him to lose. He'll handle him. You take care of the others. Big talk. Whirlwind slash. Tua gripped his greatsword with both hands and swung it at Lin Linyi. Lin Linyi sidestepped and fired back a slash. Slash. The slash grazed Tua's body, leaving a horrifying gash. Tua stared at the wound on his arm, disbelief written all over his face. Bastard. He swung his greatsword again in another whirlwind slash. Void leap. Before the greatsword could touch him, Lin Linyi vanished in a flash. After putting distance between himself and Tua, he lowered his body and discreetly glanced at Zhong Yaqian's situation. In just a few minutes of fighting Tua, the battle on the other side had already ended. Those with low-level professions, or no profession at all, were no match for the young women. Several sword flashes flickered, followed by the crackling sound of fireballs exploding. All of Tua's remaining underlings were dead, each lying on the ground in their own manner of demise. Wanted money and women, did you? Knight Tua. Lin Linyi's lips curled upward, slowly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Your men are all dead. Now it's your turn. Deep within the dilapidated forest, the scorched grass was strewn with the corpses of demons and humans alike. Damn it. A bunch of useless fools. Otto's cold gaze swept over the fragmented bodies on the ground. He clenched his teeth, his face dark with anger, already contemplating escape. Stop wasting time with him. Keep fighting. With a swift motion, Tao Weiniang sidestepped and drew her bow, unleashing a flurry of arrows. Several icy glints flashed by as arrows shot straight for Otto's head. He brought his great sword up, defensively blocking all the arrows. Seeing his teammates preparing to team up against him, Otto felt a wave of panic rise within. Kid, I admit you have some strength. After dodging a few more arrows, Otto wiped the sweat from his forehead, suppressing his astonishment as he spoke slowly. But I believe you can see your attacks are futile against me. My blocking skill is incredibly powerful. Otto's hand holding the great sword trembled slightly as his gaze darted around. How about this? We each take a step back and leave each other in peace. What do you say? If his proposal was rejected, he would retreat into the thicket to escape. Lin Linyi fixed his gaze on Otto, contemplating how to kill him. Otto's blocking skill was exceedingly tricky, capable of nullifying physical attacks. His and Tao Weiniang's and Ling Zuela's attack methods were all physical. Li Xiaoning the healer was merely a lucky charm, only capable of healing and buffing. Although Zhong Yaqian's magic dealt high damage, it was difficult to land. Moreover, her control skill Blue Vine Entanglement had no effect on Otto. Lin Linyi dared not push him too hard. Who knew if Otto would retaliate in desperation? After all, he was a crank level 26 trainee knight, and if he died, he couldn't risk dragging someone else down with him. He couldn't bear to think about it. Fine, I won't kill you, but I have one condition. When we return to the village, you must hand over all your wealth to me. Okay, no problem. Excitement flashed in Otto's eyes, his mouth twitching maniacally. Since you won't kill me, you all must throw down your weapons first. All right, yours too. With a clatter, Lin Linyi threw his harpoon to the ground and turned to signal to Tao Weiniang and the others. Zhong Yaqian paused, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief before she gritted her teeth and whispered, Lin Linyi, he just tried to kill us. Why are you? Zhong Yaqian, I told you I'm not killing him. You. Zhong Yaqian's face flushed red as she stomped her feet angrily, her eyes glistening with tears. Yaqian listened to him. Ling Xueli said expressionlessly, dropping her sword to the ground. Zhong Yaqian fell silent, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, pouting as she tossed her staff to the ground. Sigh. Tao Weiniang closed her eyes and sighed, following suit and placing her composite bow on the ground. Thus everyone in the team was now unarmed. They watched as Lin Linyi's weapons fell one after another. Yes, just like that. Throw it all away. Otto's mouth twitched maniacally, laughter teetering on the edge of his throat, barely contained. Your reaction speed cannot match mine. As long as I pick up the great sword before you can react, I'll kill you all. Ha ha, your time of death is imminent. As Otto indulged in his fantasies, Lin Linyi's calm voice, laced with a smile, rang out. That should be enough. Otto, do you still have your great sword? What is this kid talking about? Of course not. Puffed. Warm liquid splattered across Otto's face as he stared blankly at his empty right hand, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. On the opposite side, Lin Linyi extended his hand straight out, a smile, curving his lips, the gathered magical energy in his palms still shimmering. Otto block LV. 7. When holding the great sword, there is a 70 chance to block the opponent's physical attacks. This probability increases by 10 with each level. Successfully blocking the current attack reduces the chance of triggering the next successful block by 50. Without the great sword, he had no chance to trigger the block. Having lost an arm, the outcome of this battle was already decided. My hand. My hand. Bastard. Bastard. I'm going to kill you. Otto shouted desperately, raising the great sword with his remaining left arm as he charged at Lin Linyi. His eyes were bloodshot, paying no heed to the blood gushing from his severed arm, his expression twisted like a ravenous demon. Lin Linyi, be careful. The girls behind him, witnessing Otto's bloodied figure and frenzied demeanor, turned pale with fear. They had just picked up their weapons too late to defend and could only shout a warning. Lin Linyi calmly watched Otto charging with his sword, radiant light flickering in his hands. Whoosh! The slash condensed in an instant, shining with an unprecedented brilliance. It charged forward, tearing apart everything in its path. Puffed! Otto's body was cleaved in two, the cut smooth as a mirror. His broken upper body fell heavily to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Ugh! Blah! How is this possible? Otto coughed up blood, his face as pale as a sheet. I don't want to die. I don't want. Fallen Knight. Death grants you eternal rest. Lin Linyi looked down at Otto, slowly extending his hand. The light flickered once more. Whoosh! Farewell, Knight Otto. Otto's torso was sliced in half, blood gushing out and staining the ground. Ugh! Huh! He widened his eyes sharply, spitting out blood, remaining silent. Otto gazed up at the sky, the light in his eyes gradually fading, ultimately returning to murkiness. Spatial /LV. 7 LV. 10 skill maxed. Otto was dead, his body shattered across the grass. Let's go. Time to head back to the village. Lin Linyi sighed, his face expressionless. After the battle, the girls seemed to finally realize they had killed someone. Though Otto and his men had malicious intentions and attacked the team, first the truth remained that they had taken lives. Tao Weiniing's delicate face was ashen, her lips tightly pressed together. Ling Zuili's expression remained cold and distant, yet her eyes held a hollow, lifeless void. Just as Lin Linyi was about to offer some words of comfort, a sudden weight pressed against him from both sides. Li Xiaoning and Zhong Yiqian, pale-faced, leaned weakly against him. The girls in his arms suddenly let out strange sounds. A foreboding sense crept over Lin Linyi. He gently patted the back of the girl clinging to him. Are you He am fine. Li Xiaoning forced a faint smile, struggling to stand steady on her own. Don't talk. Just let me lean for a while. Zhong Yiqian gritted her pearly teeth and shot him a glare. I've lived for over a decade in this life. It's my first time killing someone. I'm not used to it. Not. Is that something one can get used to? Lin Linyi reached out, wrapped an arm around her waist, and steadied her firmly, while muttering with disdain, Come on, you're too weak. They were the ones who picked a fight first. The girl's face remained pale, her eyes brimming with terrified tears. Ugh! A cream of mushroom soup with a milky fragrance splattered all over Lin Linyi. The soaked clothes clung tightly to his body. He twitched the corner of his mouth, veins bulging on his forehead, throbbing wildly. After emptying the unbearable nausea in her stomach, Zhong Yiqian coughed violently, a few times, a look of relief spreading across her face. She lightly wiped her cherry-like lips, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Linyi's top, stained with milky white filth. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. She propped up her limp body and apologized to Lin Linyi in panic. Lin Linyi narrowed his eyes, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Through gritted teeth, he growled, Zhong Yiqian. You little. I'm sore. Ugh. Intense guilt and agony already tormented the girl. Seeing Lin Linyi's terrifying, twisted face, her own delicate features turned deathly pale, and she couldn't help but vomit again. Lin Linyi's eyes bulged wide, disbelief written all over his face. Aya! Zhong Yiqian. After the farce ended, Lin Linyi carried the exhausted Zhong Yiqian on his back and led the girls back to the village. He dug a large pit and carelessly buried the bodies of Otto and his lackeys to prevent discovery later. Back at the inn, he first rushed into the bathroom to wash, then calmed the emotionally unstable girls. Leaving them at the inn, Lin Linyi went alone to the market to sell the monster carcasses. Young man here to deal with Got any fresh goods this time? The enthusiastic shopkeeper Baron smiled and struck up a conversation. Almost the same types as last time, but fewer in number. Lin Linyi snapped his fingers crisply, and a small mountain of monster carcasses appeared in the shop. Check them out. See if there's any problem with these monsters. The corpses were still bleeding, forming a small river on the floor. The shopkeeper cheerfully inspected them, as if such a scene was nothing unusual. He slipped a pair of white gloves onto his hands, crouched beside the mound of monsters, and flipped through the bodies, roughly tallying the damage and quantity. No matter how many times I see it, I still think you're extraordinarily skilled, young man. He removed the bloodstained gloves, returned to the counter, and filled a cloth pouch with coins. About 91 monster carcasses. Damage is negligible, so I'll count it as 384. The shopkeeper handed the pouch over, grinning. We're old friends now. Let's round it up to 400 copper coins. Obtain copper coins 400, earn copper coins 5320 currently. Found Newtown Village 1, earn copper coins 5320, quest completed. Can return anytime or wait until the deadline. Quest deadline 1 day, thanks a lot. Lin Linyi picked up the money pouch, thanked the shopkeeper softly, and turned to leave. This battle with Otto was the team's first fight against humans, and it had placed a tremendous psychological burden on the girls. If their inner feelings were ignored, the pent-up emotions would eventually crush them over time. He had to find a way to help them sort through their hearts properly since future missions might inevitably involve killing again. Young man, hold on a moment. I have something to tell you. Something else. Lin Linyi paused mid-step and looked back at the shopkeeper suspiciously. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, his face wrinkled with smiles like a blooming chrysanthemum. Well, I feel I shouldn't keep deceiving you any longer. I might as well tell you now. What is this guy talking about? Why is he suddenly confessing? I was cheated. I never knew I was cheated. Though a strong sense of irritation churned inside him, he forced his face to remain calm. Oh, then go ahead. What have you deceived me about? Air. Ahaha, it's nothing really. Just a suggestion. Having navigated society for decades, the shopkeeper could clearly sense Lin Linyi's displeasure. Young man, haven't you wondered? He widened his eyes, grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Why, with all the monsters you've been selling lately, you've earned so little money? Upon hearing this, Lin Linyi narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed sharply on him. You mean? You've been skimming. And not a little. No skimming. You see, monster carcasses are generally worthless. Nobody wants to buy them. So when you were selling them in the market, I knew right away you were newbie adventurers. Sensing the murderous intent surging from Lin Linyi, the shopkeeper quickly explained. Monster meat can't be eaten directly. Only after processing by a special profession can it be consumed, but the village doesn't have anyone with that profession. Lin Linyi paused, nodding thoughtfully. If monster carcasses are worthless, why did you buy them from me? I buy them because my profession allows me to extract materials from the bodies, and then I ship those materials to the Adventurers Guild to sell for money. The shopkeeper smiled apologetically. But processing the carcasses and transporting the materials requires time and labor, so I offer you a lower price. Just a middleman making a small margin. In short, what I'm saying is in the future, when you hunt monsters, consider selling the carcasses and materials directly to the Adventurers Guild. The guild will register you as an adventurer, record the number of monsters you've eliminated, and eventually raise your adventurer rank. A higher rank brings many benefits to your future travels. Is that so? I understand. Thank you for the information. You're welcome. If dealing with the monsters is too much trouble, feel free to come back. He chuckled. They'll give you a few more copper coins then. Got it. They'll drop by if I have time. Lin Linyi waved at him, stepped out of the shop, and headed toward the inn. Walking on the way back to the inn, Lin Linyi's gaze fell on the stalls lining the street. There were many stalls on both sides of the street, but most of them were rather shabby. Farmers were selling vegetables and fruits, vendors were offering strange snacks, and novice adventurers were selling the bloodied corpses of monsters. So would you like to try the freshly made sugar syrup berries from this morning? An old man cheerfully said to Lin Linyi, pointing to his snack stall. After completing his task and earning 5,000 copper coins, Lin Linyi had approximately 3,000 copper coins left after deducting necessary expenses like accommodation and food, which were stored in his storage space. After killing Otto and the others, the mood of the girls in the team was very low. Perhaps he should buy some sweets to cheer them up. After all, copper coins could be earned again. Hello, how much for a skewer of sugar syrup berries? 3 copper coins per skewer. Lin Linyi reached into his empty pocket and took out 60 copper coins from his storage space, handing them to the old man. I'll buy 20 skewers. Please pack them for me. 20 skewers. All right. I'll pack them for you right away. Thank you, boss. The old man happily accepted the coins, grabbed a large paper bag, and filled it with sugar syrup berries. Take care, boss. Holding the heavy paper bag, Lin Linyi took out a skewer of sugar syrup berries, examined it for a moment, then bit into a berry, savoring its taste. The wild berries were strung together with wooden sticks and wrapped in coarse sugar that melted from heat, forming the sugar syrup berries. They tasted very sweet with a hint of tartness and a strong berry fragrance. In short, they were somewhat akin to the popular candied hawthorn on Earth, a favorite snack for children. Walking back to the inn, Lin Linyi held the paper bag in one hand, while the black markings on the back of his other hand glimmered. The experience gained from killing Otto must be considerable. Lin Linyi murmured as he stared at the black markings, his eyes filled with fervor. It's been a long time since I checked my panel. I might as well take this opportunity to do so. He swiped through the holographic screen, and the panel appeared before his eyes. Lin Linyi occupation SSS rank Scholar LV. 32. A rank Spatial Traveler LV. 36. Fixed occupation C rank Fisherman Skills Appraisal LV. 7. Focus on items to view specific information improves accuracy, with each level reduces 10 mana cost. Analysis LV. 8. Analyzes the composition of items, identifies enemy weaknesses, triggering special effects upon hitting weaknesses. Experience acquisition efficiency LV. 7. Increases experience acquisition efficiency by 700, 100 increase per level. Multi-class LV. 6. Increases the maximum number of occupations by 1 class change LV. 6. Allows for class change upon reaching maximum level, improves the grade and type of available classes, 5. Chance of acquiring rare classes. Harpoon specialization LV. 8. Grants a steel harpoon, increases damage by 80 when using harpoon type weapons, 10 increase per level. Fish tribe nemesis LV. 6 increases final damage to fish and fish-like creatures by 60, 10 increase per level. Storage space LV. 8 possesses 800 cubic meters of alternate space for freely storing items 100 cubic meters increase per level spatial /LV. 10 consumes mana to control space for slashing attacks increases slashing power by 20 per level reduces 10 mana cost. Space leap LV. 4 teleports to a specified location within 400 meters mana consumption is determined by distance. Moved increases maximum teleport distance by 100 per level attributes stamina, C mana C strength B agility D endurance D intelligence A. Wow, is this panel really this long? Lin Linyi stared at the refreshed panel in astonishment. Damn, this is impressive. He carefully studied the skill descriptions on his way, and before long he arrived in front of the inn. After returning to the inn, Lin Linyi walked into the room rented by the team. Upon entering, he saw Li Xiaoning sprawled on the table, her small head resting on her overly large bosom. Behind her, Zhong Yaqian lay on the bed in a starfish position, her face devoid of expression. Tao Weining sat by the window, absent-mindedly polishing her composite bow. The wooden door to the bathroom was tightly closed. It seemed that Ling Xueli had gone in to take a shower. Lin Linyi, you're back. Li Xiaoning immediately jumped up and hugged Lin Linyi's waist, nuzzling against him like a clingy puppy. It might just be his illusion, but ever since the incident with Otto, Li Xiaoning could no longer hide her dependence on him. It wasn't just her, the other girls had also grown significantly more reliant on him. For example, previously the team would rent 2 rooms, one for the boys and one for the girls, but now they casually found a reason to turn the room into a single room with twin beds, disregarding his feelings. Well, since he had his fill of eye candy, he wasn't at a loss anyway. Li Xiaoning, stop messing around, get down first. Lin Linyi pulled her down gently, playfully tugging at her soft cheek, then stuffed the paper bag filled with sugar syrup berries into her embrace. We've sold the monster corpses, and the copper coins required for the task have been met. This is the snack I bought on the way, you can share it. Hey, haha, there's food, thank you, Lin Linyi. Li Xiaoning hugged the paper bag, laughing joyfully, and ran back to the bed barefoot, pulling out one to munch on. Is this candied hawthorn? It's so delicious. She pushed Zhong Yaqian, who was sitting nearby, with her sticky hands. Yaqian Weining, you have to try this. Seeing that Zhong Yaqian didn't respond, Li Xiaoning pushed her even more vigorously. Smack! Her hand was heavily swatted away by Zhong Yaqian. Sigh. Zhong Yaqian squinted at her with dead fish eyes, and slowly sighed. Xiaoning, I don't want to eat right now. Also, your hands are so dirty, can you not touch me for now? Hey, that's so unfair. Li Xiaoning pouted unhappily, turning to complain to Tao Weining. Beside her, Weining, look at her. Tao Weining slowly raised her empty eyes, and upon seeing Lin Linyi, her gaze gradually returned to its usual gentleness. Since returning from the ruined forest, she had been deep in thought. Why did Otto come to cause trouble for them, when they had done nothing wrong? If the strength of their team was inferior to Otto's, what would have happened to the few girls? Rather than the blood on her hands, she cared more about these answers, and the answers made her feel anxious. If Lin Linyi had not taken away his weapon and severed his arm, perhaps their team would have fallen under Otto's hands. Lin Linyi would be dead, and they would become Star Rage. Thank goodness for Lin Linyi, he was truly a reliable man. She was almost unable to resist falling. Wanting, why are you spacing out again? Li Xiaoning's voice brought Wen Weining back to reality. I'm fine, I was just thinking about something. Under the puzzled gaze of Lin Linyi and Li Xiaoning, Wen Weining brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. What's wrong? Keep drawing my attention. Could it be you're into me? Her red lips curled, and she playfully blinked her fox-like eyes at Lin Linyi, reverting to that seductive, enchanting demeanor. I was just trying to say the mission is complete. I wasn't trying to draw your attention. Lin Linyi gave an awkward laugh, his throat dry and itchy. You can go check the black pattern now to see how the mission went. She nodded and tapped the black pattern, causing a virtual interface to pop up. Detection mission completed. You may return to the original world at any time. Or wait until the mission time ends for forced return. Return to original world. Yes, no. You worked hard. Seeing the familiar notification, Wen Weining's lips curved upward, her mood brightening further. She took a skewer of berries from the paper bag and chewed them softly, her moist eyes gazing at him with a silent, smiling expression. Li Xiaoning stood beside her, puffing out her cheeks like a little white pufferfish, clearly pouting. Before Lin Linyi could catch his breath after being teased by that sly fox. With a creak, the wooden bathroom door swung open and steam billowed into the room. Ling Xueli AI, wrapped in a bath towel with water droplets dripping from her black-purple princess cut hair, walked barefoot to Lin Linyi, her gem-like, clear purple eyes staring straight at him. You're back. How was the mission? She raised her hands above her head expressionlessly, using a white towel to wipe the moisture from her hair. As she raised her arm to dry her hair, the thick, dark underarm hair of Ling Xueli AI was completely exposed to Lin Linyi's view. Below, the snowy bathrobe undulated, revealing flushed fair skin. The contrast of dark and white made his heart itch unbearably, as if someone were gently tickling him with a feather. Ahem. The mission went smoothly. We still have 1 day left. The blood rushed faster. Lin Linyi strained to keep his expression unchanged as he spoke with difficulty. Yeah, you've worked hard. Ling Shuali AI rose on her tiptoes expressionlessly and gently patted Lin Linyi's head with her cold, jade-like hand. Then she sat on the edge of the bed and continued drying her hair. Blushing fiercely, Lin Linyi returned to his own bed and lay down, fixing his eyes on his nose and nose on his heart, trying to calm his mind. But the constant laughter of the girls buzzing in his ears made it impossible for him to settle down. Let's all get a good rest tonight and go leveling with Lin Linyi in the forest tomorrow. Got it. Do you want a candied Hawthornely AI? Going to farm monsters again tomorrow. Then I must get a good beauty sleep tonight. Yakian, stop cosplaying as Desperabido. Sai, you wouldn't understand. When you reach my level. Yeah? Why are you pinching my chest? Hee Yakian, you're not small at all. Ugh. Take this. Dragon Claw. Ha ha ha, stop rubbing. Lin Linyi turned over expressionlessly, turning his back to the girls and letting out a heavy sigh. Oh, a tear trickled from the corner of his eye, his gaze filled with lifeless despair. It seemed he wouldn't be getting a good night's sleep tonight. Under the lush green shade of trees, a young girl in a gray robe and large hood had tear stains on her fair little face. Why? Why do I feel so sad? In the southern part of the Haiyu Kingdom, within a hidden dark and gloomy underground garden, a woman dressed in a dark mage robe sat in the main seat. As if sensing something, she abruptly lifted her head, murmuring in shock, "The barrier of the world has loosened again." In the scorching blood-red magma inside a 1,000-year extinct volcano in the Qilong Mountains. Is that the familiar sensation? A pair of golden vertical pupils suddenly opened. A graceful figure, completely naked, immersed in the magma, flapped her wings vigorously and soared high. The next morning, warm yellow sunlight playfully spilled through the half-open window onto the soft large bed crowded with sleeping figures. Ugh, hot, so hot. Lin Linyi was awakened by the heat once again. He tugged at his hair impatiently and opened his bleary eyes. The originally spacious bed now appeared crowded and messy. The young girls huddled around Lin Linyi, breathing evenly as they slept beside him. Their nightgowns were disheveled, and they kept exhaling warm breaths, their sleeping faces completely defenseless. Among them, the girl with the worst sleeping posture was Wenweining. A glistening trail of drool hung at the corner of her mouth. Her fair, smooth, and plump legs rested on Lin Linyi, while a pair of large, warm, and soft objects clamped around his arm. Natural and languid, completely devoid of her usual elegant and dignified demeanor. Wrapped in the soft snow-white and plump sensations, Lin Linyi's face showed no trace of joy. Who knew if, when they woke up later, they would cause another chaotic uproar? No, he couldn't just sit and... Lin Linyi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a clear calmness filled his gaze. Mana particles were attracted, gathered, and finally adhered to his hand. Pa 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 pa. Several crisp sounds rang out. The girls, their faces flushed and teeth clenched, clutched their numb buttocks behind them, bouncing up from the bed like little cannonballs and landing heavily. After the pain in their buttocks eased, and they sat back on the bed, Zhong Yaqian was the first to sober up. Lin Linyi, you. She scowled with displeasure, pouted her pink lips, and gazed at Lin Linyi with resentful eyes. Early in the morning, what are you doing? Don't you know it hurts? Apologize to me now, or else you'll what? Ugh. Hey, don't look at me yet. Give me a proper explanation first. Lin Linyi crossed his arms and looked at them calmly, preemptively accusing them. You girls. How did you end up in my bed again? Zhong Yaqian paused, her pretty face flushing red. Guiltily, she averted her gaze and fidgeted with the hem of her nightgown. Lin Linyi then looked at the other girls. He raised an eyebrow and brandished his palm, not saying anything. Do you want another spanking? He knew that recently the girls lacked a sense of security, and their dependence on him had become more apparent. But that was no excuse for them to prevent him from having his own room and crawl into his bed every day. He was a man, after all. If the situation ever got out of hand, it would surely affect the team's cohesion. Calm down, Lin Linyi, listen to me. Ling Zhuili Eye pursed her lips expressionlessly, her eyes cold, yet with a hint of adorable drowsiness. She straightened her face, extended her fair arm, and pointed at Wenweining. It's her. It's Weining. Wenweining. It was Waning. Wenweining. It wasn't me. Wenweining pursed her lips, gazing at Lin Linyi with a pitiful look. It was Yaqian who led the charge. Yaqian had a nightmare last night. She dreamed that Otto came to seek revenge, and she was so frightened she desperately needed to pee. Then after she came back from the restroom, as if possessed, she climbed onto your bed. I saw it with my own eyes. Damn it. It wasn't me. Zhong Yaqian, her face flushed, lunged at Wenweining, straddling her waist. Gritting her teeth, she tore at Wenweining's nightgown, exposing large swaths of fair skin. I'm only telling the truth. Yaqian, don't pinch my chest. Are you jealous of my figure? Then the girls' chaotic scuffles mixed with sharp, delicate cries rang out continuously. Behind them Li Xiaoning and Ling Linyi leaned together, their faces still bearing the drowsiness of just waking up, silently watching the two grapple. Occasionally when they caught sight of alluring snowy white vistas they would cover their mouths and giggle heads together, whispering quiet comments. Lin Linyi rolled his eyes, thinking helplessly, "Ah, what a noisy morning." But it was precisely this kind of chaotic morning that inexplicably brought him a sense of peace and grounding. These four exquisitely beautiful, vastly different young women were bound to him by fate, sharing weal and woe. Over the months of companionship their bonds had deepened. Particularly Li Xiaoning, Lin Linyi always felt there was something strange in the way she looked at him, but he could never quite pinpoint what it was. "Alright, stop arguing. I won't pursue this matter anymore." He quickly grabbed the girls who were still pulling at each other's cheeks, his voice filled with resignation. "It's the last day. Look at how slack you've become. Get up, tidy yourselves, and after breakfast we'll head to the forest to level up." Zhong Yaqian and Tao Weining's nightgowns were as disheveled as rags, barely hanging on their bodies, as they glared viciously at each other and simultaneously released their grips. Behind them Li Xiaoning and Ling Linyi had smiles tugging at their lips. When they saw the fight cease they both shrugged disappointingly and shook their heads in unison. After a while Lin Linyi went downstairs, greeted the innkeeper, and led the team out of the hotel. The morning streets were sparse with pedestrians, only a few. The group avoided the young vendors hawking their wares and walked into the tavern with the familiar sign out front, their usual haunt. "What do you want for breakfast?" Lin Linyi looked at the girls, handing them this eternal question. Zhong Yaqian toyed with the fiery red strand of hair falling over her chest, not daring to meet his eyes. She said in a low, guilty voice, "Same as before, 1 bowl of creamy mushroom soup and 2 crispy wheat buns each." "Alright, I'll order." After the creamy mushroom soup and crispy wheat buns arrived, the girls ate their breakfast in silence, tacitly avoiding any mention of the previous night. Lin Linyi tore into the bread and took a big gulp of the mushroom soup. As if recalling something, he fixed a reproachful stare on Zhong Yaqian. In the end, he still hadn't figured out exactly why they had slept in his bed. The last wisp of light at the edge of the clouds quietly faded, and the night sky spread like a black cloth studded with stars. Deep in the western part of the desolate forest, shadows of swords flickered and flames burst everywhere. The final demon beast fell weakly, letting out a desolate wail as it closed its eyes. The battle was over. Phew. I'm so dead tired. Zhong Yaqian wiped her small face drenched in sweat and caked with dust, then leaned back to back with Tao Weiniying. She flopped onto the grass without a shred of dignity, fanning herself with her little hand. The vicinity was littered with broken demon corpses. Ling Linyi with an injured arm leaned against a tree receiving treatment from Li Xiaoning, while Lin Linyi sat cross-legged on the grass, checking the panel on the dark pattern. "I'm completely drained. I've been utterly emptied. Mana. Not a single drop of mana left." She cried out in a tearful voice, then patted her chest with lingering fear. "Good thing tonight ends here. We can head back to the villa and rest well." "You're not the only one out of mana." Lin Linyi was bending over collecting the demon corpses that had luckily avoided being scorched or shredded, planning to sell them in the village to improve their meals. Hearing Zhong Yaqian's cheerful, crisp laughter, he pursed his lips in exasperation and shot her a hard glare. Rest. Look at Ling Linyi, she's badly injured but doesn't complain about the pain. It's only you who keeps whining for a break." Zhong Yaqian averted her eyes guiltily, turned her head aside, and even stuck out her little pink tongue as if protesting that Lin Linyi wouldn't even let her complain. "Even though we've completed this mission, don't get too excited. Remember what the goddess of light said when we first arrived in this world?" "What did she say, Zhong Yaqian tilted her head, blinking her sapphire eyes that shimmered in the night. Her staff sank into her bosom beneath the robe like a prey struggling in a marsh. "Speaking of the goddess." She pouted her pink lips, her delicate face scrunching up like an angry child's, looking utterly displeased. "It's been so long since we last saw that goddess. When you think about it, it's really too much, dumping us here and never checking in." Not far away, Li Xiaoning sat duck-legged on the grass, her hands radiating emerald light, slowly falling onto Ling Linyi's wounded arm. Hearing Lin Linyi's question and Zhong Yaqian's complaint, she spoke with a voice as soft as a new mother brimming with maternal radiance. "Yaqian, don't be mad. Maybe the goddess is very busy." "Lin Linyi, you asked what the goddess said." Is it this? "The goddess said that if you die here, you die for real." "Not that." Lin Linyi shook his head, his expression turning serious. "She said that the first few missions are a reward round, means giving you a chance to adapt and adjust." The girls did not interrupt him. Instead, they stared at him with serious expressions, wide-eyed. He paused and continued, "I have a feeling. Starting from the next mission, the tasks we receive won't be like these recent ones, killing monsters earning small sums, anymore. At the very least, we definitely won't be able to complete the missions as easily as these 2 times. Our mindset cannot, at least should not, be this casual and relaxed. This is about the lives of every team member. Do you understand what I mean? The girls pursed their lips and nodded, bowing their heads thoughtfully. Especially Zhong Yaqian, who was usually so boisterous, now bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes once again filled with bewilderment. In the inn of Nanaxi village, the wooden door of the bathroom was tightly shut. On the other side, the pure laughter of Li Xiaoning and Tao Weinying could be faintly heard as they playfully wrestled. Lin Linyi sat on the soft bed, holding a small stone in his palm, making it disappear and reappear, continuously looping to gain experience for the storage space skill. Currently, the LV-8 storage space had a capacity of 800 cubic meters. The girl had stored clothes, emergency food, gold coins, and about 10 square meters of supplies inside, leaving several hundred square meters still available. This excess space was essentially unused, but as a seasoned gal player on Earth, he was dedicated to obtaining all the female protagonist CGs and leveling up all skills. A meter away was another bed meant for the 4 girls to sleep on. In between the 2 beds was a small wooden cabinet adorned with a potted plant and several books. After returning from the forest to the inn, Ling Xueli quietly lay on the bed. She had been ambushed by a high-level monster during a battle, leaving a horrifying bleeding wound on her fair arm. At this moment, her petite nose emitted soft, adorable snores, clearly indicating she had fallen asleep. Zhong Yaqian lay beside her, her blue eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, pouting in frustration. Her long red hair spread out on the white sheets like dry red roses. She let out a soft sigh, firmly patting her small face, then got up and jogged to sit next to Lin Linyi. Lin Linyi glanced at the delicate fair hand in his, and looked at her in confusion, asking Zhong Yaqian, what? It's just that. Zhong Yaqian bit her pink lips, shyly fidgeting with her arms, her face turning bright red, struggling to utter a complete sentence. After a few minutes, she suppressed her shyness, and spoke in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Lin Linyi, let me also be your woman. Okay, what is this guy saying? Why did she suddenly confess? It's not like that in gal games. I clearly had no intention of pursuing you, nor had I even started, so why are you just handing yourself over? Zhong Yaqian. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Lin Linyi narrowed his eyes at Zhong Yaqian, seemingly trying to decipher something from her. She was a wealthy heiress on Earth, someone who usually stood above others, so Lin Linyi could not believe he had such good fortune to hear her say this. That is what I mean. Zhong Yaqian said shyly, her blue eyes shimmering with moisture, her fair face flushed a fiery red like her long hair. She gently wrapped her arms around Lin Linyi's waist, resting her head on his chest. I want to be your wife and have your babies. Seeing Lin Linyi not responding, the brightness in her eyes dimmed. Is that not okay? Her tone weakened considerably, tinged with grievance and unwillingness. Do I look ugly? Or do you dislike me? You look very beautiful, and I don't dislike you, it's just. Before he could finish, Zhong Yaqian, nestled in his embrace, suddenly looked up at him. Tears flowed from her azure eyes, wetting her cheeks, and slowly dripping onto his black coat. She tugged at his collar, her voice trembling with a hint of anger. If you don't dislike me, then why reject me? Clearly Xiaoning has already become your woman, why can't I be? Tell me, what have I done wrong? Is it my skin not being fair enough? Or is it that my chest is not big enough? Tell me, you jerk. Tell me. She shouted at Lin Linyi, tears continuously streaming down her fair face. Her small fists pounded repeatedly on his chest. Lin Linyi was completely stunned after hearing her cries. He grasped Zhong Yaqian's restless hands, pulling her into his arms to prevent her from moving. Wait a moment. I have something to say. Zhong Yaqian obediently nodded, rubbing her swollen eyes with her small hands softly, saying, are you having second thoughts? Do you want to agree to me? Wait. Let me speak first. Your heartbeat is fast. Are you nervous? Zhong Yaqian wrapped her arms around Lin Linyi's waist again, gently closing her eyes, slowly resting her chin on his chest, her tone sweet and soft, like cotton candy filled with moisture. She murmured, I know what you're worried about. Li Xiaoning has already become your woman, so you're worried she'll be jealous, right? So you don't have to worry, even if you are with Li Xiaoning, and with more girls I won't mind. On the contrary, I will work hard to persuade them to let me join your family. Let's face it together, okay? Facing Zhong Yaqian's clear blue eyes and her candid words, Lin Linyi felt a warmth enveloping his heart, clearly having a hard time resisting, almost nodding in agreement. Fortunately, he was a Sigma man. However, he clearly was not with Li Xiaoning, who spread this false news. The girls in the group didn't seem like the type to do such things. To reach a conclusion, he planned to clarify a bit with Zhong Yaqian. Zhong Yaqian. He flicked her smooth forehead covered with red hair lightly with his fingers, speaking gently, afraid to provoke the girl who had just been crying. Where did you hear that? Or who told you? That Li Xiaoning has become my woman, and that I'm with her. Zhong Yaqian was startled, looking up at him in confusion. What do you mean? No one told me this, I figured it out myself. Look, we just met during our first mission, right? But after that mission your relationship with Xiaoning became so good, and you even made plans to go out and have fun on Earth. And you were always so tolerant of her protecting and worrying about her. The reason why your relationship is so good is that you secretly made Xiaoning your woman when no one was around, right? He analyzed logically. He and Li Xiaoning were just friends on Earth. He merely visited her home, and there was nothing secretive about it. Lin Linyi's mouth twitched a few times, his expression deadpan as he tapped her forehead, his tone cold. So the reason you want to be my woman is... You already agreed to me. Why ask for a reason? Zhong Yaqian shrank her neck, shaking her head and rubbing against him like a spoiled golden retriever in her owner's arms. No, a big red-haired one. Well, since you want to know, I'll tell you in secret. She looked up at Lin Linyi with her head tilted back, her cheeks already flushed. Actually, after you saved me in the forest, I developed feelings for you. Then during this mission, seeing how close you are with Xiaoning and how well you treat her, I felt a bit sour, and so the conclusion was reached. Everything was just Zhong Yaqian's foolish imagination. Zhong Yaqian, Emma, what's up? She looked like a little wife nestled in Lin Linyi's arms, her warm body uncomfortably rubbing against him, making him feel restless and overheated. Actually, I am not with Li Xiaoning. When the last mission ended, we didn't do anything secretly. Her blue eyes, filled with affection, instantly lost their sparkle. Her delicate body stiffened in place, her smooth, translucent face forcing a faint smile, and she struggled to utter a few muffled syllables. How is that possible? So that's how it is. Then what was I just doing? Was I confessing? In the hotel room, the injured Ling Shuelii still slept soundly. No more sounds came from the bathroom, yet the wooden door remained tightly shut. The red-haired, blue-eyed maiden stared blankly, her small mouth slightly open, as she murmured to herself, still maintaining that ambiguous posture with Lin Linyi. Her fair thighs were gently parted, assuming a kneeling position, her entire weight pressing down on Lin Linyi's lap. Her arms encircled his robust waist, clinging to him like a deep-sea octopus. Realizing how foolish her actions were, Zhong Yaqian's face now wore a dazed expression, her head unconsciously tilting backward in a trance. Better to comfort her, Lin Linyi thought with a helpless sigh. Instead of urging her off his legs, he gently cupped her round, delicate bottom to keep her from falling, drawing her closer. After lifting her twice to adjust her seat, Lin Linyi sighed, brought his lips close to her ear, and whispered tenderly, Zhong Yaqian, don't overthink. You are an exceptional girl. I admire you and hold you in high regard. He gently patted her slender, finely curved back. But even if I weren't with Li Xiaoning, we couldn't be together because I already have a partner. She treated me well, gave me her first night knowing I might soon die. I cannot betray her. I'm sorry. The soft murmurs by her ear finally pulled Zhong Yaqian from her extreme embarrassment. Light returned to her eyes, and with it surged a fighting spirit. No. Though Lin Linyi didn't end up with Xiaoning, throwing a small wrench into my plans, I can't stay dejected. Lin Linyi's first girlfriend treats him well, but I don't have to fight for the first spot. He'll take the second. I must get ahead of Xiaoning and the others. Having made up her mind, Zhong Yaqian fully regained her determination, tightening her embrace and fixing her azure eyes on him. I'm not asking you to betray your girlfriend. I just want to join you. I'm willing to be with you and her. Making love, having children, anything. I'm ready. What the heck is she saying? Lin Linyi thought frantically. Doesn't she know that a threesome is illegal? And what can 2 women and 1 man do? Can they get 2 marriage certificates? No way. Zhong Yaqian, calm down and listen to me. As Lin Linyi restrained her, his mind involuntarily painted the scene she described. The instant the image formed, the kidneys beneath his belly twitched violently, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. His intuition rarely failed him. And now it whispered that if he let her have her way, there would soon be more than 2 women by his side. Moreover, his body was still imperfectly enhanced. Alas, his poor kidneys might face a hard life. Zhong Yaqian, this is a modern society. Harem is no way to live, and besides. Creak. The bathroom door opened, and Li Xiaoning, and when Wei Ning emerged from the dissipating steam, clad in nightgowns, arms linked intimately barefoot. Xiaoning, I never expected your chest to be more impressive than it looks. MMPH. Oh, we just finished washing, and you're still pinching me. Lin Linyi's hand on Zhong Yaqian's bottom withdrew sharply, his eyes wide, his entire body frozen like a statue. In his haste to coax the weeping Zhong Yaqian and reason with her, he had forgotten the 3 others in the room. The ancients were right. Beauty is a distraction. Don't be mad I'm praising you. When Wei Ning rubbed her smarting hand, which Li Xiaoning had slapped away, her eyes brimming with amusement as she stared at the other girl's bosom beneath the white nightgown. The touch is as soft and bouncy as cotton candy, the weight as solid and full as a watermelon, and the color so fair and delicate. I wonder which lucky man will get to enjoy them. Li Xiaoning's cheeks flushed crimson. Shyly she covered her face with her small hands, and mumbled, Wei Ning, you're so wicked. If you keep teasing me, I won't play with you anymore. The girls walked toward the bed, but when they saw the 2 people on it, their bodies stiffened. In the awkward silence, about 2 minutes passed. Zhong Yaqian wiped the tears from her face, leaped lightly, red hair flying, and landed steadily on the floor. You two finished so quickly. When Wei extended her pink tongue to moisten her dry lips. So, what were you Nothing. He wouldn't let me. What? When Wei eyes widened, her elegant composure shattered. She reached out and pinched Zhong Yaqian's tear-stained cheek, mercilessly teasing. That's not about whether he lets you. And since when did you two get together? Just now. Zhong Yaqian puffed out her cheeks like a disgruntled hamster caught stealing snacks, opening her mouth to argue further. Stop, Lin Linyi said with dead fish eyes, interrupting them. Zhong Yaqian, I'm going to take a shower. While I'm bathing, explain everything to them from start to finish. Hold nothing back. But if you don't make things clear, or if I end up misunderstood, then it's off the table. Fine. Zhong Yaqian tugged at the hem of her sorceress robe, grumbling, I understand. Go ahead. Lin Linyi grabbed his change of clothes and walked into the bathroom without looking back. A wooden basin filled with cold water. Basin after basin he poured over his heated body. As a mature college student, how could he not react with a warm, curvaceous girl seated on his lap? Back on Earth, he had been a good young man who would stand at attention even while reading certain novels on certain platforms. After roughly a dozen basins of cold water, the burning sensation in his body finally dissipated. He changed into fresh, well-fitted pajamas, picked up his soiled black robe and trousers, and approached the laundry basket to drop them in. What is this? Inside the basket lay the girl's discarded garments, with a small piece of white cotton fabric trimmed with black lace faintly stained with yellow resting atop, alongside a white mask and a black face covering. Damn! Lin Linyi stared, utterly stunned, his throat parched to the point of smoke. The heat he had just quelled with cold water surged back with unprecedented ferocity. Wait, buddy. Don't. I said wait. Holy. He covered his face in despair, bloodshot eyes wide. Don't these girls know they should be more discreet? A bunch of absolute idiots. Huh. He exhaled a hot breath, draped his own clothes over the pile, without touching theirs, adhering to his principles. After dousing himself with dozens more bucketfuls of cold water, he slowly dressed, a terrifying grin spreading across his face, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He walked softly toward the bathroom door. Outside, the girls, listening intently to Zhong Yaqian's explanation, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, raising goosebumps all over. Why did my back suddenly go cold? When Wei frowned, her cherry lips murmuring softly. And I have a bad feeling. Yaqian, hold on. Li Xiaoning hopped off the bed, lightly hurried to the window, and slammed it shut. I feel a bit chilly too. Must be the night temperature dropping. Alright, Yaqian, continue. I was just at the part where I hugged Lin Linyi with a whoosh and told him I wanted to be his woman like you. Was it really just the night temperature? When Wei glanced at the sealed window, her unease deepening. Oh well, Lin Linyi is here. Help protect everyone. No need to be paranoid. With only 2 hours left until the deadline, the option to return to the original world was rejected. In the room outside the bathroom, Li Xiaoning and Wei were utterly unaware of the crimes they had committed nor of the impending tragedy. They leaned side by side against the headboard, hugging pillows as they listened to the red-haired girl sitting across from them, who was vividly and animatedly recounting the bizarre events that had just unfolded. The four young women had spent several months with Lin Linyi, and each believed they understood his character well enough to trust that he was not the type to act recklessly. After Zhong Yaqian explained the entire situation from the beginning, it confirmed their belief that Lin Linyi harbored no improper intentions. Yaqian, I'm truly surprised. Surprised about what? Zhong Yaqian murmured quietly. I was worried she wouldn't agree. When Wei frowned, arms crossed over her chest, her face full of helplessness as she regarded her, speaking softly. He made it clear he has a partner, yet you shamelessly begged him to take you as his woman, even agreeing to share him with his girlfriend. She gently pursed her lips and let out a heavy sigh. Yaqian, be honest, what exactly are you trying to do? Yes, I want that. Zhong Yaqian. When Wei face flushed red with rage. She lunged forward, furious, as if to bite Zhong Yaqian, but Li Xiaoning quickly grabbed her and gently persuaded. Wei, don't be angry. Yaqian might have been holding it in for too long. Yaqian, this isn't good. Li Xiaoning turned to look at Zhong Yaqian, a foolish grin spreading across her face as she scratched the pink strands of hair falling over her forehead. Her gaze was sincere. How should I put it? I can understand your thoughts, and what you said about melting into their lives does make some sense. Makes sense, my foot. Xiaoning, are you trying to drive me crazy too? When Wei rolled her eyes and smacked Li Xiaoning's ample chest, complaining wildly. Li Xiaoning gave Wei a reproachful glare, then rubbed her sore chest and continued speaking to Zhong Yaqian. But Yaqian, acting so suddenly like that will scare Lin Linyi. You should take it slowly. Besides, our team should focus on leveling up first, and then... Oh, come on. Can you all stop lecturing me? We're all in this deadly game, and any one of us could die tomorrow. I just want to be brave for once. Just this once. In nearly 20 years of life, I've never been brave before. Zhong Yaqian clutched her head in distress, muttering loudly. So what if he has a girlfriend? I finally meet someone I like. I have to fight for it. I don't want to die still carrying the shameful title of a virgin. Besides, among the guys around me, the only one I have any feeling for is Lin Linyi. I don't care, I don't care. I want him. He'll do whatever it takes. Watching Zhong Yaqian roll around on the bed like a spoiled elementary school student, Li Xiaoning and Wen Weining exchanged a look sighed and said nothing more. Seeing that they had stopped their sermonizing, Zhong Yaqian cheerfully scrambled up from the bed and sidled up to them, counting Lin Linyi's virtues on her fingers. She planned to drag them down with her so that the sisters could fight on the same battlefield and shoulder the same gun. Li Xiaoning listened, her face flushed and her peach blossom eyes practically brimming with heart shapes. Wen Weining, however, was far more rational. She patiently listened to Zhong Yaqian's reasoning and refuted her until she was left speechless. As the girls' night talk grew increasingly heated and the topics more forbidden, a click sound was heard. The bathroom door opened and Lin Linyi stepped out with a calm expression, but his eyes were icy and carried a hint of murderous intent. You should all be done talking, ladies. If you finish, line up and come accept your deaths. His tone was steady, his expression normal, as if he were stating something utterly mundane. The girls' expressions stiffened, sensing trouble. They exchanged covert glances and saw surprise in each other's eyes. He's angry. They quickly straightened their postures, all sitting neatly in a duck-like pose, their little hands placed obediently on their thighs, backs ramrod straight, eyes fixed forward. They still remembered the last time Zhong Yaqian had openly given Lin Linyi a drink. She had already sipped from, teasing him relentlessly until he got angry. For an entire week, they were deprived of crispy snacks and sweet sparkling water, items the girls had pleaded for and secretly brought along in Lin Linyi's storage space. They exchanged furtive glances, each secretly wondering who had the audacity to provoke this young master. That Zhong Yaqian had completely lost the boldness she displayed while rolling around. She timidly raised her hand and said, I've explained everything to them. They won't misunderstand anything between us. We're perfectly innocent, heaven and earth as our witness. After speaking, she blinked frantically at the other two girls, signaling for them to save her. Lin Linyi nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Li Xiaoning and Wen Weining. He stared at them, his face still cold and expressionless. Did she make it clear? Very clear. Li Xiaoning and Wen Weining maintained their perfect little girl posture, nodding repeatedly as their nightgowns became disheveled with emotion. We know everything. It's all Yaqian's fault. All right. Lin Linyi turned his head and looked at Zhong Yaqian. You can get some sleep now. We'll return it. Yes. Zhong Yaqian quickly scrambled up, lay down beside the sleeping Yuki Rishia, and pulled the blanket over her stomach. She narrowed her eyes like a good little girl, but inwardly thought, great, this time, it wasn't me causing trouble. Last time I got chewed out by them. Lin Linyi stared at them, thinking that these girls didn't see him as a man at all, or at least not as a male. Yet in their hearts the girls knew that Lin Linyi was very good to them on a daily basis, and had contributed the most to the team. He had put great effort into guiding their professions and skills, often checking their status panels, and offering the most practical advice. Thus the girls frequently pestered Lin Linyi to review their panels and give suggestions. His storage space, besides other essential supplies, also held daily necessities for the girls, items like personal wet wipes, sanitary pads, tampons, and liners. He never asked questions, simply packing them away silently, for which the girls felt immense gratitude, their affection skyrocketing. In their otherworldly life, after brief discussions, the girls unanimously agreed to entrust all the rewards from hunting monsters to Lin Linyi purely out of trust in him. During routine supply runs, he would fulfill their reasonable requests, buy them candy to cheer them up when they were upset, and even after completing a recent mission, he split all his copper coins into 5 equal shares for each team member. In short, they trusted him completely, but all this was on the condition that they didn't provoke Lin Linyi's anger. Lin Linyi looked at them as he slowly approached, his gaze calm yet dark. Forget it. These two have made my brother so uncomfortable. I won't let them off today. Li Xiaoning and Wen Weining blinked at him innocently, trying to soften him with cuteness to avoid punishment, knowing that snacks and sweet drinks were practically their lifeline. Now it's your turn. Lin Linyi's icy gaze enveloped the girl. Pressure surged like a tidal wave. Wen Weining recalled Li Xiaoning's earnest instruction in her heart. Breathe in. Tuck in your stomach. Chest out. Head up. Right. And look straight ahead. She didn't know why she was so nervous, and she really couldn't remember what she had done. These bastards who don't see me as a man. I need to find something for them to do. Lin Linyi looked down at Li Xiaoning and Wen Weining with a gaze as if he were looking at trash. He squinted, slowly raised his head, and said in the most contemptuous and indifferent tone, wash the clothes in the bathroom laundry basket. Otherwise I won't use my storage space to bring you any snacks or drinks in the future. He paused, forcing his expression to become fierce. It won't matter how much you beg me, then understand. Dirty clothes. In the laundry basket. Wen Weining was baffled, wondering why they were suddenly told to wash clothes when the hotel maids would come to clean them. Why the unnecessary trouble? While she was thinking, Li Xiaoning took her hand and gently squeezed it, saying sweetly, got it, Lin Linyi. We'll go to the bathroom and wash the clothes now. Lin Linyi nodded, reached up to rub his brow. Go ahead. But it's already quite late. Li Xiaoning pointed to the soft bed beneath her. While the transition will probably wake us up, so you should rest early. Got it. With that, she took Wen Weining's soft hand, lightly jumped off the bed, slipped on slippers, and pulled the dazed girl towards the bathroom. After they left, Lin Linyi flopped onto the bed with a thud, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. In the bathroom, Li Xiaoning let go of Wen Weining's hand and cautiously walked over to the laundry basket. She reached out and picked up Lin Linyi's freshly changed, sweat-smelling black robe, finally seeing the culprit buried at the very bottom. They were a few black and white pieces of cloth that had been wrapped around her, and Wen Weining filled with a salty, strange fragrance and thick, milky scent, but without any creases or strange substances. Apparently, they hadn't been used yet. Behind her, Wen Weining slowly stepped forward to her side, looking at Li Xiaoning's pale face, and asked in a puzzled tone, "Xiaoning, why did Lin Linyi ask us to wash clothes? Do you have any idea?" "I might have some idea. But, Weining, it's no wonder Lin Linyi is so angry." So what happened? "I don't understand what you mean." "They're right in the laundry basket, Weining. You can see for yourself." Hearing this, Wen Weining lowered her head to look, and she was completely stunned. Her rounded earlobes, snow-white swan neck, and charming face flushed crimson, as if ignited. She pointed at the laundry basket, her voice trembling. Isn't this our undergarments and panties? Could it be? Lin Linyi, he saw them. Of course, silly Weining. Li Xiaoning blushed, rolled her eyes, and pouted playfully. When we took a bath, you were too busy grabbing my chest, and forgot to deal with the clothes. Did you forget that there's a guy living in the room now? Gulp. When Weining swallowed her saliva, her voice tinged with guilt. I really forgot. But why is he so angry? Shouldn't he be happy? She quickly picked up their underwear from the laundry basket, looking at Li Xiaoning with a face full of shame. In reality, some disgusting guys are like that. They think about taking girls' stockings and underwear to soak in water and drink, claiming it can prolong life. You know he's not that kind of person. Li Xiaoning extended a slender finger and tapped her smooth chin, narrowing her pink pupils as she speculated, I think maybe Lin Linyi is feeling lonely. When Weining was taken aback, her cheeks flushing a charming crimson. Why do you say that? Think about it. Just now Yakian was clinging to Lin Linyi and even sat on his lap, right? Lin Linyi is a healthy college student. He also has sexual desires, so he must have gotten aroused. Then when he came to take a bath and saw our dirty clothes in the basket, his body heated up again, but his girlfriend isn't here, so he has no way to relieve himself. That's why he's so angry. What's there to be angry about? Does he want us to help him? When Weining lowered her head, her light green fox-like eyes misted over, murmuring very softly, although we were in the wrong first. But keeping things bottled up is never good. Li Xiaoning licked the corner of her mouth with her pink tongue, her beautiful peach blossom eyes lifting, slightly curving into a lovely arc. Maybe one day we really will have the chance to help him. Like Yakian said, sisters fight side by side. Xiaoning, you're trying to make me mad. Alright, stop overthinking. Let's start washing the clothes first. Li Xiaoning gave a sly smile, dimples appearing on her cheeks, then quickly snatched the clothes from her hands, calculating the time. It's almost midnight, and soon we can go home again. 2 sets of black and white cloth and pink soap brought from reality were placed together into a wooden basin. Clear water flowed slowly down, covering them, and soon a layer of fine foam floated on the surface. When Weining knelt beside the wooden basin, took the clothes in her hands, and began to scrub. She sighed, looking dejected. I never thought that in this mission we actually killed someone. So I must see a psychologist when I get back. Li Xiaoning turned the pure white cover in her hands over, and said softly, while scrubbing, it's fine. Otto and the others wanted to attack the team. They deserved it. As they chatted happily, with a creak the closed wooden door opened, and Zhong Yakian sneaked in. Why are you two squatting here washing these small clothes? In the pitch-black room, only a night light emitted a dim yellowish glow. Lin Linyi lay asleep on the bed, not far away, his light breathing rising and falling like the tides. Hooray! Lin Linyi is asleep. Zhong Yakian, who was pretending to sleep with her eyes closed, twitched her small ears. A smug smile slowly curled at the corners of her lips, and her demure demeanor vanished completely. Let's go see what Xiaoning and Weining are up to. She didn't make a sound. Quietly rolling off the bed, she crept into the bathroom, like a silent, agile cat, barefoot and stealthy. In the spacious bathroom, a wooden basin sat on the floor containing clothes belonging to the entire team. Li Xiaoning and Zhong Weining were squatting around the wooden basin, chatting cheerfully while scrubbing their underwear in their hands. When they saw Zhong Yakian walk in, the 3 girls exchanged silent glances, and an awkward silence filled the space. Zhong Yakian blinked, seeming unable to believe the scene before her. She couldn't understand why they were washing clothes at this time of night. Why are you two squatting here washing these small clothes? When Weining's movements froze, a lace-trimmed bra fell into the water, now covered in white foam, and a splash of droplets wet her cheek. She pointed at Zhong Yaqian with irritation and embarrassment, her tone laced with frustration. Don't ask so many questions. You're partly responsible too. Get over here and help us wash. Come on, Yaqian. We share the blessings. Li Xiaoning chuckled lightly at Zhong Yaqian, handing her a bar of soap. If it weren't for you, maybe we wouldn't have been punished. Because of me, we were punished. Zhong Yaqian narrowed her azure eyes. Her gaze fell on the underwear in the basin, belonging to all four girls, and a glint of realization flashed in her eyes. So that's how it is. Alright, you really weren't to blame. He'll wash with you too. She tucked her disheveled red hair behind her ears, slowly crouched by the basin, grabbed a piece of clothing, and began scrubbing. So what have you thought about my plan I just mentioned? You should know that pent-up stress for too long must be released. Are you trying to anger me to death, Zhong Yaqian? Weining, don't be mad. Yaqian stopped provoking her. In a strange yet friendly atmosphere, the three girls chatted, while washing, laughter rippling like the water splashes in the wooden basin. The sleeping Lin Linyi had no idea. His act tonight, merely to retaliate against a foolish girl's careless deed, would bring immense pressure to his good brothers in the future. The room was dark with the night sky outside window filled with stars. Lin Linyi and the girls were already deep asleep. The clock on the wall moved its hands, ticking the hour hand about to point to midnight. Mission deadline expired. Current mission: find a new town village and earn 5,000 copper coins. Completed. Forcefully returning to the original world. Time until next death game, 1 month. Please be prepared. Baixing Academy, single room dormitory and student apartment. A playful beam of sunlight defying the screen of the window gently fell on Lin Linyi's face. Impatiently, he extended his arm to cover his face, then abruptly threw off the blanket and sat up. I am back. After experiencing multiple transmigrations, Lin Linyi had grown accustomed to the fleeting sensation of being enveloped and the strange feeling that accompanied each crossing, so he didn't wake up from the dream. After all, nothing would go wrong anyway. After getting out of bed to wash up, he sat leisurely at the dining table eating breakfast, swiping up and down on WeChat messages. Li Xiaoning, Lin Linyi, what are you doing? Lin Shuili, are you there? Zhong Yaqian, why isn't anyone in your room? Where did you go? When Weining, are you awake? Want to come to the living room for some late-night snacks? The phone displayed messages from the girls. They were all sent around midnight last night. It seemed they were all awakened by the transmigration. But he hadn't expected that this time he was still sent back around 12 o'clock. It seemed time was indeed frozen. I just woke up, didn't see the message. I need to take a day off from training today to go on a date with my girlfriend. Lin Linyi held a piece of bread in his mouth, and holding his phone in both hands replied to the girls, telling them that he would not return to the villa today and would instead focus on going on a date with Chen Qiqing. This was also to tell them not to waste their thoughts on him, so as to avoid discord within the team. The girls quickly responded to his message. After casually replying to them, Lin Linyi put his phone back in his pocket, wolfed down the rest of his breakfast, and went downstairs heading toward the girls' dormitory. In the past few months, in order to prepare for the death game missions, the team had hardly attended a single class at school. Fortunately, Zhong Yaqian's family was quite influential, so they easily maintained everyone's enrollment status. Now they only needed to show their faces at school occasionally. As for not paying attention in class, what could they do? They might die soon anyway. What use was studying? The campus in the early morning was quiet and deserted. There was almost no one on the stone-paved paths on both sides, only occasional silhouettes of morning joggers and fast-moving bicycles flashing by. Lin Linyi, carrying breakfast for Chen Qiqing, continued walking toward the dormitory. Just as he reached the dormitory building where Chen Qiqing lived and was about to take the elevator, a surprised sweet call came from behind him. Hey, isn't this classmate Lin Linyi? What a coincidence. Lin Linyi paused, looking back with slightly puzzled eyes. She looked familiar, seemed like the female teacher he met during physical fitness test who added his contact. Name seemed to be Zhuang Yan. Classmate Lin Linyi, why are you here? A gentle breeze carrying a strong scent of sweat blew, lifting the hair on Lin Linyi's forehead. Zhuang Yan stepped up to him, tilting her head slightly with a puzzled look. Why aren't you saying anything? She seemed to have just finished her morning run. Her whole body exuded heat. Her wheat-colored skin was flushed and covered with large crystalline beads of sweat. Her beige sports tank top was entirely soaked through, clinging tightly to her proud curves. Lower down, her slender waist was so narrow it could be encircled in one hand with a cute little navel. A pair of plump full thighs were encased in pure black tight leggings, and the fabric at the back was pulled taut by a pair of round full curves like a ripe, juicy peach hidden beneath. Damn, this woman is quite formidable. No, I can't keep looking. I'm here to see my girlfriend. Lin Linyi lifted the paper bag containing breakfast in his hand, indicating. Do you have something, teacher? If not, I'll be on my way. Oh, is that so? Then would you like to come to my place for a while? Zhuang Yan seemed not to catch Lin Linyi's implication. With a hair tie in her mouth, she mumbled an invitation for him to come to her place. She raised her hands above her head to retie her sweat-soaked black hair, revealing fine soft wisps of underarm hair stretching freely in the sunlight. What? Why suddenly invite me to your home? And sit for a while. Do you mean sit or something else? And what would I even do at your place? It can't be for studying, can it? Teacher, your invitation is quite tempting. Lin Linyi shifted his gaze away without changing expression. The hand in his pocket hastily adjusted his stance, truly a normal reaction, and he said sternly with a serious face. But, I refuse. Ah, so comfortable. In the narrow sealed elevator, Zhuang Yin tugged gently at her soaked cream-colored tank top. As the air conditioning's cool breeze brushed over her flushed skin, she squinted her eyes and let out a sigh of pure bliss. Lin Linyi stood beside her with a blank expression, the corners of his mouth drooping downward, clearly showing his displeasure. It seemed Qi-Qing was right. Zhuang Yin was indeed a pervert. Lin Linyi, don't be upset. Zhuang Yin tilted her head up to look at him, her cheeks flushed deep red, a sly smile curling at the corners of her lips. Joining the track team I lead will only benefit you, no harm. I guarantee it. 1 semester. Just 1 semester. And you'll completely transform. Lin Linyi's lips twitched uncontrollably. The delicate moist sensation still lingered on his palm, but his heart was seething with anger. She was indeed a pervert. But it wasn't this body she was obsessed with. It was the physical stamina and endurance of this body, damn it. Time rolled back a few minutes earlier. But, I refuse. Lin Linyi suppressed the agitation within him and decisively declined. Teacher Zhuang, don't underestimate me. The bond between me and my girlfriend is incredibly genuine because I am a proud pure love warrior. Pure love? Zhuang Yin froze for a moment, looking at Lin Linyi with a strange expression. She covered her chest where a faint white mark was visible, pouted and whispered, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm your teacher. Even if I don't teach your classes, I'm still your elder. I only discovered your strong athletic talent during your physical fitness test last time. The women's track team I've painstakingly built hasn't won any awards for a long time, and am really in desperate need of fresh talent." She glared at Lin Linyi with a resentful expression, pouting and whining. "So I thought I'd take you home quickly to write the membership application, then join the team for training right away. But you big lecher." Lin Linyi's expression stiffened, his eyes widening slightly. He struggled to keep his calm, and spoke in a tone as normal as possible. "Oh, is that so? Taking me to your home to fill out the application, then joining the women's track team." He spread his hands in feigned helplessness and shook his head. "Sorry, teacher, but I'm not interested. After all, what kind of good club can't even recruit new members?" Hearing Lin Linyi's slightly sarcastic words, Zhuang Yan's body stiffened. The hands that had been covering her chest slowly dropped. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Linyi, her gaze as if she wanted to devour him, speaking each word deliberately. "Whether the track club is a good one or not you can find out by joining and experiencing it yourself." "No, teacher." Lin Linyi waved his hand and strode toward the elevator, his tone lazy and mocking. "I'm really not that interested in the track club." Watching his retreating figure, Zhuang Yin stood still, clenching her fists, and whispered in the direction he left. "In my club, you can easily earn credits and bonuses far exceeding those of other clubs. I can even help you with party membership awards and evaluations." "Not needed." "Yes, that's what I wanted to see." Beg wailed Chase after the husband in the crematorium. "Huh." Lin Linyi walked toward the elevator without looking back, a smirk curling on his lips, a hint of vengeful satisfaction on his face. It was her greedy expression before and today's ambiguous words that had misled him, and yet she turned around and accused him of being a pervert, infuriating. Just as he was about to step into the elevator, Zhuang Yan's gentle smiling voice came from behind. "Come here, Lin Linyi. I know what you want." Lin Linyi stopped and looked back at her with confusion. "What does she want now? I've already refused." Seeing him not move, Zhuang Yin smiled slightly and walked slowly toward him. When she reached him, she reached out and gently straightened his collar, her soft fingertips accidentally brushing against his Adam's apple, and whispered, "You really have talent. You can absolutely lead the club to its peak. Won't you reconsider?" No, I'm really not interested." After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Linyi reacted and reached out to push her. Zhuang Yin watched his hand approaching side, softly released his now straightened collar, and took a step back. Lin Linyi's hands lost their original target and landed squarely on her soaked cream-colored tank top. In his panic, he unconsciously grabbed at it a few times, his palms instantly feeling the moist, delicate, soft, and springy texture. "Lin Linyi, are you finally interested now?" Lin Linyi tried to pull his hands away from that tempting paradise. Just as he attempted to yank them back, a pair of slender hands moved faster and more accurately, pressing his hands firmly against the tank top with undeniable force. The already soaked cream-colored tank top was a mess of wrinkles. Beneath Lin Linyi's broad palm, something seemed to resist his control, trying to break free with 2 points of force. But Lin Linyi had no time to mind the rebellious creature. He was frantic at the thought of someone showing up. "This is a student dormitory. There must be surveillance nearby. From the camera's perspective, it was you who voluntarily placed your hand on me. Lin Linyi, you don't want to be accused of molestation, do you? Lunatic, what do you actually want?" Zhuang Yan's eyes were full of tears, the tip of her nose stubbornly pink, staring straight at Lin Linyi. What I want is simple: join my club. Lin Linyi frowned and remained silent, weighing the pros and cons of agreeing or refusing. In truth, he could use brute force to break free from Zhuang Yan, but that would hurt her, so he gave up. You are truly the best and most promising talent I've ever seen. Zhuang Yan's eyes turned red, mist swirling within them, her voice already choked with tears. She gently released Lin Linyi's hand, wiped her reddened eyes, and the previously constrained tank top bounced up happily like two lively little bunnies. Forget it. A forced melon isn't sweet. I want to ask you to join the track team. You can go. Don't worry about the surveillance. As long as no one checks the footage in the next few days, what happened between us won't be discovered. The process to review the footage is very complicated, so the probability of us being caught is negligible. After saying that, Zhuang Yan turned around and staggered away like a soulless corpse. Watching her desolate back, Lin Linyi frowned, his heart tightening. He felt that if he let her leave like this, he might lose something precious. Teacher Zhuang, wait. Lin Linyi watched Zhuang Yan's retreating figure, his gaze flickering. He quickly caught up to her and grabbed her arm. Since he had already touched her, he couldn't let her escape. Joining the club it is. This woman wasn't getting away. After turning away, Zhuang Yan felt bitterness spreading in her heart. She walked step by step like a soulless corpse until a sudden force yanked her arm. She was seized tightly, and shock finally painted her face as she turned slowly to look at Lin Linyi behind her. I want to join your club. Lin Linyi stared into her eyes, his tone utterly serious. In fact, running has been my greatest passion since I was little. My lifelong dream has always been to join the beautiful teacher's track and field department and sweat freely on the track. Please, you must let me join your club. Zhuang Yan blinked, her gaze fixed on Lin Linyi. After a long moment, a faint smile crept across her face. She lowered her head, nodded slowly, then reached out and gently tugged at Lin Linyi's cheek, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. Pervert, soft-hearted scumbag classmate. Since you're begging me like this, I'll allow you to join the teacher's club. Having successfully recruited a new member, Zhuang Yan no longer wore the sorrowful expression from before. Like a little girl, she cheerfully dragged Lin Linyi back to her teacher's apartment. After Lin Linyi signed the slave contract, the club application, Zhuang Yan even tugged his ear, lecturing him about respecting teachers and propriety for a full half hour before finally letting him go. At Zhuang Yan's doorstep, Zhuang Yan had already changed out of the damp, sweat-fragrant sportswear she wore for her morning run. Now she leaned against the wooden doorframe in an enticing bathrobe, her well-maintained, tightly toned snow-white skin barely concealed beneath it. It's already June now. The department training ended a while ago. Ignoring the burning gaze Lin Linyi cast upon her body, her cheeks flushed, she said, the school starts summer vacation in July. For the 6th school competition next semester, the club will have an intensive training camp during the break. They'll notify you when it's time. Lin Linyi nodded, dazed by the assault of fairness and grandeur. I understand. It depends on whether I have time. Besides, it's just a league. I can easily take first place with a little effort. Keep bragging. Zhuang Yan's lips curled up as she gave him a light glare, but her eyes held undisguised admiration. Still, after training, it might not be impossible. Your physical condition is truly astonishing. Alright, stop staring at me. You should go find your girlfriend. She reached out and pinched Lin Linyi's cheek. One last time. Welcome to our track and field family. What's wrong with looking at you? Lin Linyi shot her a glance. If you hadn't thrown yourself into it and ended up looking so pitiful, I wouldn't have bothered. After speaking, Lin Linyi quickly dodged her grabbing hand and slipped into the elevator. Bastard. Don't you dare run. Dong dong dong. Lin Linyi raised his hand and knocked on Chun Kaiking's dormitory door. Soon the sound of her light footsteps came from inside. Seeing through the peephole that it was Lin Linyi, Chen Qiqing immediately opened the door. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she reached out and hugged him drowsily. Lin Linyi, when did you go out? Why didn't you sleep longer? He had just been with me last night. Normally he would stay in bed until I woke up naturally and then go downstairs for breakfast. Why did he get up so early today? Lin Linyi had only told her that he would go on a death mission a month later, but he hadn't specified the exact time, so she didn't know he had already been to the other world. Let's go inside first. I brought you breakfast. Lin Linyi pinched her smooth cheek, took her hand, led her to the living room, set down the breakfast, and then pulled her into the bathroom to wash up. The reflection in the mirror showed Lin Linyi and Chen Qiqing, the sink cluttered with traces of their life together. Brush your teeth, wash your face. Okay, I'll head out now. I'm just peeing, why are you leaving? After washing up, a spirited Chen Qiqing sat on the chair devouring breakfast. Lin Linyi sat beside her, continuously grinding experience points in his storage space. Raising a skill level enhanced its effects, and the experience required increased significantly. For instance, most otherworldly beings could never acquire a skill of LV10 in their entire lives. After finishing breakfast quickly, Chen Qiqing, her belly full and cheeks flushed, sat on Lin Linyi's lap. Hey Lin Linyi, want to do it again? I've rested enough. Clearly she had become addicted to this activity, and driven by the threat of his death mission, she desperately wanted to conceive his child. The magical power gathering in Lin Linyi's hands slowly dissipated, and his aura suddenly became unstable. Gritting his teeth, he looked down at Chun Qiqing, whose nightgown was disheveled, an expression alluring. He exhaled heavily, trying to regain clarity. Gah, damn it, I'm a Sigma male. Fine. Lin Linyi's eyes turned bloodshot, his gaze fixed on Chun Qiqing, like a starving wolf clutching an innocent, obedient little rabbit. Wait a moment. Chun Qiqing buried her face in his chest and rubbed against him, breathing in the masculine scent of his body. Her face flushed pink as she murmured shyly, "Carry me back to the room. Stop rubbing. Let me in first." Ugh. Several hours later, it was nearing noon. Sorry, Lin Linyi, I have no strength left. Chun Qiqing curled up in his arms like a well-fed raccoon, lazily nuzzling his chest. Suddenly she raised her head, kissed him on the cheek, and said urgently, "Oh, you're going on that death mission in a few days, right? Don't go train with your teammates these days. Stay here, okay? Let's try a little more. I want to have a baby with you." She wrapped her arms around his waist, her chestnut eyes fixed on his, showing not seduction, but only reluctance and loyalty. "If we have a child, even if you never come back, there will still be your bloodline continuing in this world." Lin Linyi was visibly stunned by her heartfelt words. His heart melted like ice under the scorching sun, warmth echoing within. "Actually, I forgot to tell you something." Lin Linyi patted her head gently, then tugged her smooth cheek. "Last night was actually my departure day, and today I came back." Huh. Chun Qiqing let out an adorable yelp as her eyes widened dramatically. She slapped his hand away, then threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. "Woo, you never tell me. When is the next time?" "Alright, stop crying. The next time is probably a month from now." "Wait. What are you doing?" "Right. Rested up and feeling bold, huh? Come on. Try me. Strength, B, agility, D, stamina, C. I don't want any more. Get away. Don't come near me." And so until the next day, when Lin Linyi left school to attend the routine squad training at the villa, neither of them stepped foot outside the dorm. The perfect date plan in Lin Linyi's mind also died prematurely. But at least Chun Qiqing looked happy, well, if wailing and collapsing unconscious on the bed could be called. As for the date, perhaps for Chun Qiqing no place was more romantic than the soft bed at home. Even so, she ended up taking 3 whole days off to recuperate in the dorm. A month passed quietly. During that time, Lin Linyi spent every day training with the girls of his squad at the villa, occasionally returning to school to date Chun Qiqing and make her happy all day long, and sometimes replying to Zhuang Yan's barrage of track and field training video recommendations on his phone. Finally, in the last moments before the teleportation, he returned to his own dorm, lay on the bed, and waited for that moment to arrive. Remaining time 1 minute, remaining time 0 minutes. Squad members 55 squad traveling to another world. Current mission: register in Adventurers Squad 1 at the Adventurers Guild and raise its rank to Mithril. Conquer a large-scale labyrinth 1. Time limit 3 months. In the end, Lin Linyi, who was originally lying asleep on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes along with the girls nearby, slowly sitting up. Outside the window, the night was pitch black and the chirping of birds was incessant, while the clock on the wall had its hour hand still resting on the 12 mark. Just a moment ago, they had just returned to Earth, and now a month had already passed since their return. The black pattern on the back of his hand felt hot, and the virtual light curtain slowly lit up. This mission: register an adventure team at the Adventurers Guild 1 and elevate the team's rank to Mithril level. Conquer a large maze 1. With a time limit of 3 months. Current unregistered adventure team: no rank. Current large maze is conquered. 0 mission. Deadline 90 days. Remaining team members 5. Warning. Failure to complete the mission will result in annihilation for all. The next moment, the light curtain vanished, and the team exchanged glances. Ultimately, the girls looked towards Lin Linyi, in unison, their expressions extremely grave. "Lin Linyi, do you have any clues?" When Waniying pressed her lips together, her light green eyes fixed on Lin Linyi. "What the mission mentioned Adventurers Guild and maze? I've never heard of them before." "I haven't heard of them either." Zhong Yaqian stepped forward to hug, when Waniying, her brow furrowing slightly, her small face tense, as she whispered, "It really is as Lin Linyi said, the rewards have disappeared. What should we do? Are we really going to die?" "Yaqian, don't interrupt." Ling Shuili crossed her arms, her fingers tapping lightly on her lotus arms, turning her face expressionlessly towards Zhong Yaqian, her princess-cut, dark purple gem-like pupils glinting like a clear spring. "Let Lin Linyi speak first." TCH. Since their arrival, Lin Linyi had been contemplating the wooden board, pondering how to complete. Firstly, from the content, the time given was actually 90 days. So it was certain that this mission was not something trivial like defeating monsters or earning copper coins like before. Secondly, the mission description clearly stated the 2 tasks they needed to accomplish. 1 was to register and upgrade their rank at the Adventurers Guild, and the second was to conquer a large maze. The uncle who collected monsters had information about the Adventurers Guild, Had he known about this mission, he would have asked him for directions last time, but now he would have to make another trip. As for the large maze, it seems he would need to visit the village chief's house tomorrow for a stroke of luck. As a village chief, his knowledge and experience should be quite profound. There is no adventurers guild in the village, but fortunately, I have a way to find out its location. However, I have no information about the maze. Lin Linyi raised his head to look at the girls, pointing to the clock hanging on the wall. Let's pack our bags now, and after dawn we'll visit the village chief to inquire about the maze and the nearby towns. Okay, understood. Upon receiving the order from their leader Lin Linyi, the girls immediately sprang into action, packing their belongings and tidying up the place they had lived in for nearly a month. Lin Linyi had very few belongings, so he finished packing quickly and leaned against the bed, continuously gaining experience by holding onto a paper ball. His storage space LV 991 was almost ready to level up, and he intended to max it out today. Storage space LV 991 LV 10 storage space LV 10 has 1,000 cubic meters of alternate space, can freely store items. Finally maxed it out. Lin Linyi smiled slightly, wiping the sweat off his forehead, and lightly touched the black pattern to reveal his panel. Individual Lin Linyi profession SS level scholar LV 32 LV 34 a level space walker LV 36 LV 41 fixed profession clever fisherman skills appraisal LV 7 LV 8 analysis LV 8 LV 9 experience acquisition efficiency increase LV 7 LV 8 multi-class LV 6 LV 7 transcender LV 6 LV 7 harpoon specialization LV 8 LV 9 fish tribe slayer LV 6 LV 8 storage space LV 10 space / LV 10 space leap LV 4 LV 6 Lin Linyi, what are you doing? Li Xiaoning had finished packing her belongings and came over to sit gently beside him, looking up at him and timidly asking, I'm upgrading my skill levels. Lin Linyi pointed at the light curtain. I feel that this mission is not as simple as it seems. We need to prepare well. Really, Lin Linyi is amazing. Li Xiaoning squinted, her pink eyes covering her mouth and giggling softly, her pink hair swaying gently with her movements. But this mission looks really difficult. I wonder if we can still go home. Lin Linyi remained silent, quietly sitting beside her and listening to her thoughts. Li Xiaoning secretly glanced at him, noticing he was quietly sitting and listening to her, the tenderness in his eyes swelling like dough under catalysis. During this time at home, my mom always remembers you asking me when you'll come over for a visit again. She gently shifted her position, almost sitting next to Lin Linyi, her fair little hands obediently resting on her thighs. If we can go back this time, would you like to visit my home again? The girl looked at him with hopeful eyes, a hint of careful exploration in her gaze, and when Lin Linyi noticed, she quickly lowered her head. This was her expression of anxiety and unease. Perhaps the unusual task brought her unprecedented pressure. Her pink hair draped behind her like a rose, dried and lost its moisture. Of course I would like to visit your home, and Aunt Qianru misses me very much, so I naturally can't let her down. Lin Linyi's gaze fell on Li Xiaoning, placing his hand on her fluffy pink head and ruffling it. Don't be too anxious, Li Xiaoning. We have completed 2 missions already. This time will be the same as before, next time, and the time after. Let's work hard together to survive. Okay. The girl's expression suddenly froze, her pursed pink lips slowly curling into a radiant smile, like spring water, as if a pink little cannonball suddenly crashed into his embrace. Let's live together. The tide of anxiety receded entirely, and the girl's face no longer showed confusion, as she was now nuzzling against Lin Linyi with her pink pupils squinting greedily, inhaling his scent. Lin Linyi furrowed his brows, looking at the pink-haired cat girl snuggling in his arm's side, and did not push her away. This mission was indeed difficult, so let her be a little mischievous for a while. Meanwhile, when Wei Niying stuffed the last piece of bright red lace lingerie into the suitcase, something she had brought from Earth, breathing heavily as she reached up to wipe the sweat rolling down her white neck. When Wei Niying gasped heavily, raising her pale arm to wipe the sweat trickling down her fair neck. That's Lin Linyi and Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning went to cuddle with Lin Linyi again. As she gently wiped her sweat, the corner of her eye inadvertently caught sight of the two in an extremely ambiguous posture, and her heart felt a hint of sourness and discomfort. She was also a girl who she feared death, felt anxious and frightened. Yet not everyone could set aside their pride and reserve to cling to a young man like a needy pet, especially someone as proud and strictly raised as she was. Gazing at the pure, unguarded smile on her face, she admitted that she truly envied Li Xiaoning. To have all the unease in her heart dispelled. That must be very delightful, she thought. Yaqian. When Wei Niying bit her red lips and lowered her brows, she reached out and patted Zhong Yaqian, who was huffing as she folded clothes and deliberately put on a coquettish and teasing tone. Didn't you say you have feelings for Lin Linyi and want to do it with him? Yeah. But why do you suddenly bring this up? Zhong Yaqian stopped what she was doing, looked at her with some suspicion, and said, Are you trying to steal him from me? Well, it's not impossible. I don't mind a threesome with sisters. But the first time must be mine. Humph. That thing you mentioned was already taken by his real girlfriend, right? Besides, who would want to join in an orgy with you all? When Wei Ning was screaming inside, but on the surface, she smiled sweetly and said, don't rush. Look at what Lin Linyi and Xiao Ning are doing over there. While you were burying your head in work, Xiao Ning, usually the most honest and naive, turns out to be quite eager when it comes to sneaking a bite. She's almost got the meat now. Zhong Yaqian's body stiffened. She whirled around to look in Li Xiaoning's direction. There Li Xiaoning was acting like a cat, playfully burying her face in Lin Linyi's arms, refusing to come out, while Lin Linyi helplessly indulged her. Hey, you two. While the three of us were busy packing the luggage, what are you secretly up to? She glared angrily at Lin Linyi, but when he looked back, she shrank her neck guiltily. Then she quickly remembered that she was the one in the right, so she lifted her head proudly like a hen. Witnessing the series of expressions on the face of this chaebol heiress, hot-bodied but with a temper like a toddler, Lin Linyi couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. Li Xiaoning was in a bad mood. After I comforted her, she just stuck to me like this, and won't get up. Excuses? Zhong Yaqian gritted her teeth, pointing at Li Xiaoning in his arms. Can't you be firmer, and just pull her up? Or do you give her whatever she wants? Oh, Lin Linyi looked down with dead fish eyes. Below, Li Xiaoning had her whole face buried, still squirming. Expressionless, he reached out, grabbed a few strands of her long pink hair, and yanked hard. Ouch. It hurts. Li Xiaoning quickly lifted her head, her pink eyes, misty lips, pursed, looking at Lin Linyi with a pitiful expression. Her little face was as red as a boiled lobster, making her look so pitiful that no one could bear to scold her. Lin Linyi rolled his eyes at her, reached out, and tapped her head a few times. Alright, stop acting cute. Go to the other bed. It's still a while until dawn, or I want to rest for a bit. Okay, he'll wake you up when it's light out. Lin Linyi pulled the covers over himself, closed his eyes, and slowly fell asleep. Yaqian, how could you do this? Li Xiaoning puffed her cheeks, walked up to Zhong Yaqian, and confronted her. I finally managed to act cute and cling to him, and you. How are you going to compensate me? Zhong Yaqian was trembling with anger, while when Wei Ning, the instigator, sat off to the side, covering her mouth to stifle laughter. Zhong Yaqian let out a low laugh. As she walked slowly toward Li Xiaoning, who was still pouting angrily, her hands made grabbing, squeezing, and pulling motions. She froze for a moment at the sight of Zhong Yaqian, approaching, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Yaqian, why are you so close to me? Ouch. Don't pull me. Not there. You evil cow. I've been dissatisfied with you flaunting your cup demons for a long time. Take this. Damn it. I know your weakness. Eat this move. Watching the two girls grabbing and tearing at each other, their nightgowns constantly falling to the floor, when Wei Ning doubled over with laughter, shaking uncontrollably. Her laughter was as melodious as the song of an oriole. What are they doing? Ling's wheelie eyes stood up, pushed the two suitcases she had packed aside, and sat down beside, when Wei Ning asking softly, looks like kindergarten girls fighting. Over there, Zhong Yaqian and Li Xiaoning had worn themselves out from the tussle. Now both were stark naked, legs clamped together, faces flushed, lying limp on the floor. When Wei Ning pointed at them and laughed. It's nothing, Li Ai. They're just playing. Ignore them. Ling's wheelie eye watched them expressionlessly, nodded her head, and looked thoughtful. Oh. The pale yellow stars dispersed the dark curtain and the stars in the sky, awakening the slumbering Nanashi village. In the hotel room, all the girls had woken up, leaving only Lin Linyi still sleeping with his head buried. Li Xiaoning rubbed her sleepy eyes. The thin straps of her nightgown had slipped down, revealing her delicate snow-white collarbones. She knelt beside Lin Linyi, gently pushing his arm with her small hand, while leaning her mouth close to his ear. Lin Linyi, it's already daylight. Wake up. Her movements and voice were so gentle that after busy for a long while, even after the other girls had taken off their nightgowns and changed into gear, Lin Linyi still hadn't woken up. Clip-clop, Zhong Yaqian walked over in leather boots, her dark brown mage robe swaying lightly with her movements. She knelt on the bed and inched closer to Lin Linyi, not forgetting to tease Xiao Ning. That won't wake him up. She mischievously lifted the hem of her brown robe, narrowed her blue eyes, and curled her lips into a sly, wicked smile. Let me teach you how to really wake him up. Li Xiaoning's eyelid twitched. She was about to open her mouth to warn her not to be rash, but before she could speak, Zhong Yaqian gently lifted her shapely hips and slowly pressed herself against him. Wake up quickly, Lin Linyi, or you'll be suffocated. Heavy. His whole body felt as if wrapped in deep-sea water with enormous pressure, unable to break free no matter how hard he tried. Salty and fishy. It was as if he had fallen into the sea and drifted to an unknown island, his nostrils filled with the wind carrying a sticky, exotic fragrance. Ugh. Breathing was about to stop. No. Just before being completely suffocated, Lin Linyi suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, filled with the smell of sea air. His vision was a pitch-black space and a strawberry bear sitting on a crimson velvet cushion, wearing a mischievous expression. After waking up and blanking out for a few seconds, Lin Linyi finally realized the current situation and where the bizarre hallucination in front of him came from. Zhong Yiqian. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, his voice slightly muffled as if trapped in a cloth bag. You really have a death wish. He was so furious that his teeth itched, feeling that he had been far too lenient with these idiots. Did they really think he dared not touch them? What a joke. Who would refuse meat when it's right at the mouth? Don't let them look down on me. I'm no tortoise. Hey, you're awake, Lin Linyi. Feeling the hot breath and muffled whispers, Zhong Yiqian knew she had succeeded. She looked triumphantly at Li Xiaoning beside her, curving her lips, and said, "Si Xiao Ning. I told you it would work. It really takes me to step in." Eek. Li Xiaoning tilted her head and looked at her. What's wrong, Yiqian? Ugh. A large labyrinth. Village Chief Zishi leaned back in a wooden chair draped with animal hide, a brass-tinged pipe clamped between his teeth. He furrowed his brow as he gazed at Lin Linyi and the young ladies of the squad seated in a row across from him. Besides them, Ali and Navita had also come to join the excitement, leaning against Lin Linyi on his left and right, curiously tilting their little heads to listen to the conversation. I want to know if there's a large labyrinth near the village. Lin Linyi paused, then added, "Oh, and also information about the Adventurers Guild. There's a town nearby called Luofeng Town, and on its outskirts lies a labyrinth named Undying and Decay. As for the Adventurers Guild, coincidentally there's one in Luofeng Town. Then how do we get to Luofeng Town? Go to the village coachman, they'll know about the carriage." However, Zushi squinted, took a heavy puff from his pipe, and exhaled a plume of white smoke that swirled in the air before slowly dissipating. "You folks have been in the village for nearly a month, and suddenly you're asking where the Adventurers Guild is. You've never even been there, have you? Suddenly inquiring about labyrinth information. Are you planning to go inside? It'll be blunt. No matter the size, labyrinths are extremely dangerous inside. Every year, countless adventurers die in them, their bodies never recovered. My son and daughter-in-law, Navita's parents, went missing in a labyrinth." He frowned at the two girls sitting obediently in Lin Linyi's lap, his voice tinged with bitterness. "You saved Ali and my granddaughter Navita. I can't just let you go to your death." "Grandpa Zishi." Ali raised her little hand, gently, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "What is a labyrinth?" Beside her, Navita turned to look at her, blinked, and also raised her hand. "Grandpa, what is the Adventurers Guild?" Zishi put away his pipe, blew out his beard, and glared at the two little ones. "Kids shouldn't be so nosy about everything. And next time when adults are talking, you two should go play in your room." Grandpa Zishi is a cheapskate. Grandpa's stingy." Navita turned and affectionately wrapped her arms around Lin Linyi's neck. "Brother Linyi, do you know? If I knew, I wouldn't be asking your grandpa." Lin Linyi ruffled the girls' fuzzy heads and said to Zishi, "Village Chief, how about you give us an introduction? We're quite curious too." Zishi watched his own granddaughter, whom he had raised since childhood, and the other village girl both siding with an outsider. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly. He steadied his heart and said, "A labyrinth is a sealed area formed by intricate winding corridors riddled with traps, monsters, and miasmas. A land of adventure where danger and treasure coexist. As for the Adventurers Guild, it's a neutral hub that receives and issues commissions, assembles adventurers into squads, provides supplies, and also gathers intelligence and handles identity verification." Lin Linyi nodded thoughtfully, his questioning gaze falling on the young ladies beside him. "No time like the present. Let's head to Luofeng Town today. 90 days isn't exactly generous. Then let's go." The young ladies nodded and rose to leave. "Yay, off we go." Lin Linyi reached out, wrapped his arms around Ali and Navita's slender waists, lifted them from his lap, and gently set them down on the floor. "Village Chief, little Ali and Navita. It's also time to say goodbye. We plan to set out for Luofeng Town today." Zishi nodded at them, a complex expression in his eyes. "Be very careful, especially when facing the Guardian." "We understand." Lin Linyi waved and headed for the door. "Wait. Brother Linyi, where are you going?" Lin Linyi felt a sudden weight on his leg as Ali rushed over and hugged his thigh. Her face, already budding with beauty, still carried a childish air. Her eyes were red like a rabbit's, and her long eyelashes were covered with teardrops. "Ever since you came to the village, you've been busy. You never had time to play with me. Now that you finally have a moment, you're talking about leaving the village. No. I don't want you to leave." "Ali." Navita drooped her brows, walked softly to Lin Linyi, bit her lip, and took his broad hand. "Brother Linyi, just stay a few days. Please. Ali and I both like you very much." Lin Linyi frowned at Ali clinging to his leg, and Navita holding his hand, a flicker of doubt and reluctance crossing his mind. Was it just because he had happened to save them both, or because he occasionally played and wandered with them near the village during spare moments between tasks, that they had become so dependent on him? "Ali, Navita, don't be naughty. Zushi sighed at the two children, deliberately putting on a stern face. Your brother Linyi has important business to attend to. Don't make things difficult for him. After Zex's shout, Ollie and Navita not only didn't let go but clung even tighter and cried even harder. Lin Linyi, when whinnying behind him, gently patted his shoulder and whispered quietly, actually staying one more night wouldn't hurt. They'll handle things. With that, Lin Linyi took Navita's little hand, slowly crouched down, and gently pulled the two girls into his arms. Ollie, Navita. Brother really has something very important to do, so I can't stay. But believe me, we'll meet again someday, okay? The girl's tears were wet and slightly cool, soaking through the fabric of his shirt and sticking to his skin. Brother, Ollie believes you. Ollie rubbed her reddened eyes and gently kissed Lin Linyi on the left cheek. You have to come back, okay? Ollie will always miss you. Navita, not to be outdone, shyly kissed him on the right cheek, her voice sweet and soft. Navita too. Ollie and I will wait for you in the village. He released the girls from his warm embrace, placed his hands on their fuzzy heads, and gently ruffled their hair. It's a promise. Brother will definitely come back to the village to find you. Hey Lin Linyi, are you some kind of pervert who likes little kids? Inside the jolting carriage, Zhong Yaqian rested her head lightly on Li Xiaoning's magnificent cup bosom, beside her, her gaze falling on Lin Linyi when whinnying and Ling Zuili eye across from her. Her tone was teasing. Do you know how old Ollie and Navita are this year? Ollie is only 9 and Navita won't be 10 until after her birthday. Do you want to eat a bullet, huh? Do you want 7.62 millimeters or 5.56 millimeters? The lush green shadows of trees raced past outside, while silence enveloped the jolting carriage. The sound of the coachman's whip cracking through the air was distinctly audible, and within the cabin it seemed to echo the deafening words spoken by Zhong Yaqian earlier. Sigh. Lin Linyi closed his eyes, leaning against the leather seat, his hands resting on his thighs, fingers gently tapping his knees. He slightly opened his eyes and calmly looked at Zhong Yaqian across from him. Zhong Yaqian. What? Zhong Yaqian's gaze drifted a bit, yet she stubbornly retorted, you clearly have been kissed by them, haven't you? She certainly knew that Lin Linyi could not possibly have anything happen with those little kids, but witnessing him being hugged and kissed by them left her feeling incredibly vexed. Heh. Lin Linyi scoffed, coldly crossing his arms and casting her a disdainful glance. Zhong Yaqian. I haven't dealt with you properly for what happened this morning, and now you're getting cheeky again, are you? But. Alright Yaqian, just apologize to Lin Linyi, will you? Li Xiaoning gently rubbed her head and sweetly, I'm sorry Lin Linyi. Li Xiaoning's suggestion provided Zhong Yaqian an opportunity to lower her head. She quickly apologized to Lin Linyi with a pitiful demeanor, humbly asking for forgiveness, just like she did that morning. It's fine, let's get to the main topic. Without putting too much pressure on Zhong Yaqian, who was lively like a golden retriever, trying to attract its owner's attention, he leaned back in his seat, pressed his fingers to his temples, and spoke with a weary tone. We need to raise the adventure level and tackle the dungeon. This time when we head to Luofeng Town, we can't avoid battling monsters. It's also time to assess the results of the monster hunting and leveling we've been doing. Show me your new status panel. Lin Linyi glanced at Li Xiaoning and said casually, Xiaoning. Let's start with you. Oh, I haven't checked your panel in a long... Okay. Li Xiaoning nodded, gently stopping her hands from fiddling with her long red hair, and obediently extended her hand after lighting up the black patterns. Lin Linyi took her outstretched pristine palm and carefully examined Li Xiaoning's panel. She nibbled her full pink lips, her petite body tense like a primary school student about to be called on by the teacher, her tone filled with anxiety. I haven't leveled up much because I stayed in the village to be a doctor. But, her voice suddenly rose, her eyes locking onto Lin Linyi with fervor, but I gained new skills. The names of the new skills are Holy Fire and Soul Binding. Individual Li Xiaoning class, rank Holy Light, Priest LV. 23 skills, Healing LV. 10 Negative Purification LV. 10 O Light Orb LV. 8 Flash LV. 7 O Light Element Affinity LV. 7 Holy Light Shield LV. 7 Holy Fire LV. 3 Soul Binding LV. 2 Attributes Stamina CB, Magic Power CB, Strength E, Agility E, Endurance D, Intelligence D. In just a few months, this adorable, well-endowed lowly had made astonishing progress. Her remarkable healing and shielding abilities, aside her light orb, had grown from the size of a glass bead to that of a lead ball, significantly increasing its power, and she had even learned 2 new damage-dealing skills. Lin Linyi ruffled her light pink fluffy head, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face as he softly encouraged her. Your panel is fantastic, Xiaoning. You've worked hard during this time, keep it up. She resembled a little cow being gently petted by its owner, joyfully shaking her head and beaming a sweet smile. I will keep working hard. Then amidst Li Xiaoning's resentful gaze, Lin Linyi slowly let go of her hand and shifted his attention to the remaining girls. It's your turn now, one by one. Whinnying. Alright. The dark screen lit up, and the girls' panel appeared. Individual Tao Wanian Class, Rank Wilderness Ranger LV. 32 Skills Composite Bow LV. 8. Magic Arrow LV. 7. Sniping Mastery LV. 7. Far Sight LV. 8. Eye of Ambush LV. For Rapid Fire LV. 2. Armor Piercing Arrow LV. 2. Ice Arrow LV. 2 Attributes Stamina D Magic Power ED Strength DB Agility F Endurance D Intelligence. Lin Linyi gently pushed her hand away. Next Yakian. Hehe, I'm here. This girl has made huge progress. Individual Zhong Yakian Class, Rank Omnivorous Mage LV. 30 Skills Explosive Fireball LV. 9 Water Prison LV. 8 A Magic Enhancement LV. 8 Ice Spike LV. 7 Blue Vine Bind LV. 7 Meteor Shower LV. 6 No Chanting LV. For Attributes Stamina D Magic Power BA Strength D Agility C Endurance C Intelligence CB. You haven't learned any new skills, but you've made huge progress. Lin Linyi shot her a disdainful glance. It's Li Ai's turn now. Individual Ling Shuelai Class, Rank Blade Dancer LV. 37 Skills Phantom, Sword LV. 10 Ink Blade Dark Water LV. 10 Sword Mastery LV. 8 Quickness LV. 9 Magic Binding LV. 7 No Sound LV. 6 Rapid Shadow /LV. 2 Attributes Stamina D Magic Power FE Strength CB Agility DC Endurance D Intelligence E. From the panels the team showed significant improvements across the board, except for Li Xiaoning. The other combatants had all reached around level 30. Furthermore, the levels and numbers of skills had clearly increased. Lin Linyi released Ling Shuelai's delicate boneless white hand and encouraged the girls. Great. There has been significant improvement, keep it up. Hearing this, Zhong Yakian tilted her head back and laughed triumphantly, vividly recounting how hard she had worked during this time. When Wei Ning lazily leaned against the back of her chair, occasionally teasing her with a smile, provoking Zhong Yakian to the point of gritting her teeth in frustration. Beside them, Ling Shuelai tilted her head, her gaze lingering on the warmth left in her small hand. After a moment, she raised her head, her small face emotionless, as she stared at Lin Linyi. Lin Linyi felt the intense gaze from beside him and tilted his head in confusion, asking, "What's wrong, Li Ai? Do you have any questions?" "I have a question." "Go ahead, I'm listening." Ling Shuelai's dark, cold princess-cut hair interspersed with streaks of dark purple, and her eyes akin to amethyst calmly gazed at Lin Linyi. She slightly parted her moist pink lips, her voice conveying rationality from contemplation, as she said softly, "Lin Linyi, you are biased." "Huh." Skill Detail Description Individual Li Xiaoning Class, Rank Holy Light, Priest LV. 27 Skills Healing LV. 8 Negative Purification LV. 8 Light Orb LV. 5 Flash LV. 5 Flash LV. 5 A Light Element Affinity LV. 5 Holy Light Shield LV. 5 Holy Fire LV. 3 Soul Binding LV. 2 Skills Healing LV. 8 Guides Magic to repair bodily injuries, continuously restoring health. The higher the level, the stronger the healing amount, and effect speed. Negative Purification LV. 8 Dispels debuffs, curses, and abnormal states from the target, purifying all negative effects. Light Orb LV. 5 Concentrates light attribute magic to form an orb, rapidly shooting towards the target to cause impact and light attribute damage. Flash LV. 5 Concentrates magic to suddenly emit a strong light, briefly obscuring vision and interfering with opponents' actions, and spellcasting. Light element affinity LV. 5 Greatly enhances perception and control efficiency over light attribute magic, increasing the power of light spells and reducing magic consumption. Holy Light Shield LV. What a... Lin Linyi's mouth twitched violently. Was he being biased? The money earned from killing monsters was split evenly, and when transporting supplies using his skill, he hadn't treated anyone unfairly. So where was the partiality? He let out a helpless sigh. "Li Ai, may I ask where I was biased?" "You may." Ling Xue Li Ai nodded her head. The other girls exchanged subtle glances, curiosity piqued as they wondered what Lin Linyi had done to wrong Ling Xue Li Ai. Under the gaze of everyone, Ling Xue Li Ai, who always maintained a cool and expressionless demeanor, had her cheeks flush with a rare tinge of crimson. Her violet pupils darted nervously. Xiao Ning got stronger, and you praised her and patted her head. She was grinning foolishly and looked really happy. But Mi Yakian and Wei Ning also got stronger, yet you only patted Xiao Ning's head. "I want my head patted too, so you're biased." Li Xiaoning was eavesdropping intently, and upon hearing her name mentioned, she blushed, pressed her lips together, and fell silent. Zhong Yakian belatedly realized the situation. Her eyes turned envious as she glared at Lin Linyi, making no effort to hide her jealousy toward Li Xiaoning. When Wei Ning simply turned her head away and remained silent. A polyamorous relationship contradicted the higher education she had received. Her parents and her somewhat feudal family would never tolerate such a relationship. She could only forcefully suppress the burgeoning feelings within her heart. Lin Linyi looked down at the somewhat timid Ling Linyi. He sighed, then reached out and gently stroked her cool silky hair. Alright, is this satisfactory? How does it feel? It feels wonderful. She tilted her head back in comfort, resembling a slow-witted cat squinting its eyes in bliss under a caress. I'm very happy. No wonder Xiaoning likes it. Hey Lin Linyi, me too. Zhong Yaqian bounded over and flopped onto his lap, her voice brimming with excitement. I want my head patted too. Well, this rose-furred puppy also needed some petting. Lin Linyi extended his other hand. Bring your head over yourself. Coming. After a while, both girls returned to their seats. Ling Linyi noticed the two other girls blushing in silence. Ignoring Li Xiaoning, who had already been indulged, she tilted her head toward Wen Weining and recommended in a calm tone, Weining. Head pats are really comfortable. Don't you want to give it a try? Wen Weining quickly waved her hands, her gaze somewhat evasive. He'll pass, Across from her, Zhong Yaqian, now comfortably reclining on the large cushion, turned her head in confusion. Yaqian, don't you like Lin Linyi? Or is there something you don't find good about him? Lin Linyi shot her a glare. Do you think everyone is as tactless as you? I wouldn't bother with anyone else anyway. Wen Weining's body stiffened instantly. She forced a smile and explained, there's nothing wrong with Lin Linyi. It's just because she didn't get close to him didn't mean she didn't like him. She had to consider reality. Was she supposed to give herself to him simply because she had feelings for him? This wasn't a novel. She pulled at the corner of her mouth and continued, it's just that I think a normal romantic relationship should. Bang! Shriek. Before she could finish, the carriage suddenly lurched violently from side to side, accompanied by the piercing screech of wheels scraping against muddy ground. Caught completely off guard, the team tumbled in a heap. Ouch, ouch. Yaqian, you're squishing my chest. Sorry. He'll get up now. As Lin Linyi fell, he found himself enveloped in something soft. His nostrils were filled with a rich fragrance, his palms met warmth, and his back was pressed against supple curves. He was like the patty in a burger sandwich between a large and a small bun, Wen Weining beneath, Li above. Lin Linyi and Wen Weining locked eyes. The atmosphere grew gradually intimate, but even more so awkwardly embarrassing. Wen Weining's cheeks were flushed. Her voice, trembling and hurried, came out as soft as a mosquito's hum. Lin Linyi, could you get up? It's a bit uncomfortable being held there. Li, who was lying on Lin Linyi's back, stood up upon hearing this. Her calm voice carried a hint of concern. Uncomfortable? Are you injured, Weining? Where does it hurt? Huff. Am fine, not hurt. Lin Linyi quickly released his hold. Sorry. I didn't mean to. It's okay. She slowly stood up, her face bright red. Turning her back to him, she hugged her chest, then raised a hand to gently smooth the messy wrinkles on her robe. It was an accident, so it's fine. Her words seemed both for Lin Linyi's ears, and as a reason she could accept herself. Lin Linyi gave an awkward laugh, and hastily stood up, heading toward the carriage door. You all wait here. He'll go out and see what happened. Inside, the carriage items were strewn everywhere. The girls recovered their composure and slowly sat back in their seats. Wen Weining, now back to her senses, stared blankly at Lin Linyi's retreating figure. The heart pounding in her chest showed no signs of slowing. Her face burning, she lowered the small hand covering her chest, her pearly white teeth nearly biting through her lip. The carriage was still moving, but at a much faster speed. The coachman, drenched in sweat, tugged at the leather reins, furiously waving his whip. The lash repeatedly cracked against the horses' rumps. He occasionally glanced back, then whipped again, even faster. Coachman. Lin Linyi grabbed the wooden railing and walked up behind him. What happened? Why has the carriage suddenly sped up so much? It's all because you insisted on taking a shortcut. The coachman, pale-faced, glared at him and screamed hysterically. I told you shortcuts like this that nobody uses are usually infested with monsters. Now a monster is chasing us from behind. If it catches us, we're all dead. I regret it now. By the radiant goddess above. If we survive today, you'll have to pay me 10 times the fare. 5,000 copper coins. The regular route from Nanaxi village to Luofeng town would take a week, but taking the lesser-known shortcut would require only 3 days. After searching around the village, the team finally found a coachman willing to take the shortcut to Luofeng town. They gladly paid 500 copper coins and set off. A monster. Getting this scared over a monster. Lin Linyi wrapped his black robe tighter and said calmly to the coachman, keep driving, steady the carriage. He'll handle the monster. The coachman scoffed as if hearing an absurd joke, his face full of mockery. You? Don't make me laugh. A greenhorn like you wants to go deal with a monster. Trying to stuff it to death and make it die laughing. Lin Linyi ignored the jeers. He leaped onto the carriage roof and fixed his gaze on the herd of monsters charging rapidly behind. They were massive boar-shaped monsters, kicking up clouds of dust as they ran. A smirk tugged at his lips as his eyes locked onto the stampeding hogs. Appraisal, complete number of monsters 12. Overall strength drank. Individual info as follows. Drank monster LV. 24 Forest Man-Eating Boar. Drank Monster LV. 22 Forest Man-Eating Boar. Crank Monster LV. 39 Forest Man-Eating Boar Chieftain. Have Forest Man-Eating Boars. And 12 of them. Still a bit too few. Lin Linyi's eyes burned with excitement. A cruel grin spread across his face as he thrust both hands forward, aiming at the grunting running pigs. A massive amount of mana gathered and compressed in his hands. The air let out shrill, anguished screams. A slash large enough to cover, and even exceed, the width of the path abruptly materialized in the air, radiating a lethal sharp aura. Slash. The burst slash exploded with a thunderous roar as if a nuclear bomb had detonated. In an instant the slash vanished. The trees, boulders, everything along the path seemed to freeze. A breeze passed and fissures spread like cracks, then everything collapsed like a house of cards. The earth was gouged open, the cut surface as smooth and reflective as a mirror. The 12 corpses of Forest Man-Eating Boars, now square blocks oozing blood, slowly crashed to the ground, leaving trails of red. Killed Drank Monster LV. 24 Forest Man-Eating Boar. Killed Drank Monster LV. 22 Forest Man-Eating Boar. Killed Crank Monster LV. 39 Forest Man-Eating Boar Chieftain. Experience multiplied by 1,000 times you leveled up. SS Rank Scholar LV. 34 LV. 39 A Rank Space Walker LV. 41 LV. 50. Acquired new skill Snatch LV. 1 teleports a touched object or creature to any location within 100 meters. If the target resists the teleportation, has a high chance of failure. Acquired new skill Coordinate Marking LV. 1 imprint spatial coordinates at fixed points up to 10. Mana can be consumed at any time to teleport to a marked coordinate. Can carry creatures within a 1 meter radius together during teleportation. If the target resists the teleportation, has a high chance of failure. New skills. A bit overpowered. But the more powerful the skill, the more terrifying the mana consumption. Otherwise, with just this coordinate marking ID, already be invincible. Lin Linyi raised an eyebrow as he looked at the new skills in the panel. After reading the descriptions, he noticed the progress bar behind Spacewalker had disappeared. Is this max level? Then I can have a new class again. A rank Spacewalker has reached max level. Consolidating a rank Spacewalker. Consolidation successful. Drawing a new class. Draw successful. Obtain new class. Trees on both sides of the path kept receding. After an unexpected incident, the carriage resumed its steady pace. On top of the carriage, Lin Linyi lay comfortably, his gaze eagerly fixed on the dark textured light screen. Extracting new class. Extraction successful. Acquired new class, Strength Spirit Contract Beast Tamer LV. 1 Holy crap, it's in Strength class. Lin Linyi grinned excitedly, his fingers sliding quickly across the panel as he carefully examined this new class. Let me study its effects carefully. In simple terms, the new class granted him the ability to form soul contracts with any creature. Once a contract was established, both he and the contracted creature would gain attribute enhancements and could even share skills. After acquiring the new class, several more prompts appeared on the light screen, granting the initial skills of the Spirit Contract Beast Tamer. Acquired new skill Spirit Contract LV. 1 Voluntarily form a master-servant contract with 1 creature, becoming its master. After the contract is established, the contracted beast can be stored in the beast space, summoned, and recalled at any time. You and the contracted beast share a mental connection and can communicate through thought. Acquired new skill Beast Space LV. 1 Gain an independent enclosed dimensional space of 100 cubic meters that can store living beings. Time flows freely within the space. Contracted beasts within the space can slowly recover from injuries. Not bad, this skill. Although for now it only allows contracts without any substantial boost, there should be new skills later. Whatever. Lin Linyi nodded in satisfaction, while stroking his chin, then nimbly climbed up from the carriage and lazily stretched. Time to get down. The carriage was still jolting, and the wind blowing in his face tousled his hair. Lin Linyi used air leap to return behind the driver, who immediately sensed someone behind him. He quickly turned back and said ingratiatingly, "Oh master, you're back. Your skills are really impressive. I really admired that neat slash just now." "Shut up. Sure thing, you'll shut my mouth right now." Lin Linyi frowned at the driver. He hadn't forgotten how this guy had been sarcastically mocking him not long ago, and even tried to fleece them for 5,000 copper coins. But they still needed him for the rest of the journey, and no one else in the party knew how to drive the carriage, so he decided to let him. Lin Linyi glanced at him, then turned and walked toward the carriage, speaking calmly. "Drive properly, and you can go a bit faster." "All right, leave it to me." Pushing open the carriage door, he saw that the scattered items on the floor had been tidied up and put back in place by the girls. They were blushing and chatting cheerfully about girly topics. "You're back? How was it?" Li Xiaoning narrowed her peach blossom eyes with a smile, adorable dimples appearing on her cheeks, as she handed him a cup of water. Her small hand gently patted the empty space between her and Zhong Yaqian, and she said softly, "Sit down and tell me all about it." Trusting in Lin Linyi's strength, the girls obediently stayed put without going out to help. Lin Linyi took the cup and slowly sat down as the cool liquid slid down his throat. Phew. Nothing major. There were monsters chasing behind the carriage, so the driver sped up suddenly. But it's already taken care of. I killed all those monsters. Zhong Yaqian twirled her crimson hair between her fingers, glanced at him upon hearing this, and said softly, "That commotion just now was so loud. We were really scared. My magic isn't even that loud." She paused noticeably after speaking, a hint of eagerness in her blue eyes, as she looked at Lin Linyi. "By the way, Lin Linyi, I'm really curious, just how strong are you now?" Lin Linyi extended his hand, leaving a small gap between his thumb and index finger. "About this much." What kind of answer is that? Everyone. Ling Zuilii, who had been sitting opposite, suddenly raised her hand expressionlessly. Panel wanna see vote. In a flash, the girls all raised their hands high. Even when Wei Ning, who had remained silent all along, raised her hand. A clear sign that they were genuinely curious. "It's nothing special." Lin Linyi smiled helplessly and brought up the panel. "Go ahead and look if you want. Class SS Rank Scholar LV. 39 Rank Spirit Contract Beast Tamer LV. 1 Fixed Classes Crank Fisherman a Rank Space Walker Skills Identify LV. 8 Analyze LV. 9 Experience Gain Efficiency Boost LV. 8 Multiclasser LV. 7 Class Changer LV. 7 Harpoon Mastery LV. 9 A Fishbane LV. 8 Storage Space LV. 10 Space/LV. 10 Air Leap LV. 6 Pickpocket LV. 1 Coordinate Engraving LV. 1 Spirit Contract LV. 1 Beast Space LV. 1 The crisp sound of wooden wheels hitting stones rang out from time to time, and the carriage was eerily quiet. The girls held their breath, staring intently at the glowing screen. Ling Zuilii squeezed to the front, her cool little face almost touching the screen. "Hey, it's a new class." "New class?" Zhong Yaqian abruptly pushed her aside, leaning in and pointing at the panel as she shouted. "You only just changed classes not long ago. How are you changing again? You've maxed out twice already." "Gulp this. This is too exaggerated." When Wei Ning swallowed hard, looking at Lin Linyi with disbelief, speaking stiffly, "One person having 4 classes. And the number and levels of these skills." Li Xiaoning slid her slender finger across the screen, her gaze falling on the long list of skill descriptions. Her brow relaxed with pleasure, as if the astonishing panel on the screen was her own. "Great, Lin Linyi has gotten stronger again. Our chances of survival have increased." "Yeah. Right. Lin Linyi, you have to protect me." Zhong Yaqian hugged his arm, and kept shaking it gently, leaning close to his ear, and speaking happily. Lin Linyi irritably covered his ears, rolled his eyes at her, then pushed her aside. "If you want my protection, then provoke me less in the future or else." "Heh. Oh, lineage edge, get lost. Don't imitate Ali and Navita." Detailed skill introduction. Individual Ling Zuilii class, strength Swordblade Walker LV. 37 skills Nether Sword LV. 10 Ink Blade Darkwater LV. 10 Swordblade Mastery LV. 8 Haste LV. 9 Mana Wrap LV. 7 Unseeing Perception LV. 6 Rapid Shadow Chain/LV. 2 Skill Nether Sword LV. 10 Generates a Demonic Sword. Slashes carry netherine energy, can attach sword marks causing body erosion and mana disruption. Ink Blade Darkwater LV. 10 Generates a Demonic Blade. Slashes carry Darkwater erosion, can inflict curses causing slowed movement and mana dissolution. Swordblade Mastery LV. 8 Mastery of Swords and Blades, comprehensively enhances swing speed, power, and parrying, making sword and blade techniques more fluid. Haste LV. 9 Greatly boosts movement speed and action transition rate for a short time, making attacks, dodges, and positioning quicker. Mana Wrap LV. 7 Coats weapon surface with personal mana to enhance attack damage. Unseeing Perception LV. 6 Perceives truth through the heart, senses sharpened to the finest detail, can discern enemy attack trajectories at the moment they initiate. Rapid Shadow Chain/LV. 2 While wielding a sword or blade, performs a short distance dash and delivers a series of consecutive strikes within range. Cannot be hit during the process. Mission deadline 87 days. The setting sun cast the slowly moving shadow of the carriage onto the ground, when suddenly a breeze carrying the fragrance of wheat blew in through the window. On both sides of the stone-paved road lay vast wheat fields where many demi-humans with furry ears and villagers wearing straw hats were bent over working in the fields. The golden wheat ears bent their backs under the urging of the breeze, paying the highest respect to the travelers from afar. 3 days passed in a blink and Luofeng town was already in sight. The huge town ahead grew closer, its massive brick and stone city gate standing majestically. Beneath the gate stood sentry posts equipped with special magical devices and patrolling guards. Entry and exit required passing an ID check through the magical device. When it was the team's turn to be inspected, Lin Linyi and the girls slowly descended from the carriage under the urging of the guards while the driver was taken by another guard to inspect the items on the carriage. The guard looked them up and down, noting their fully equipped armor, and said flatly, "Are you adventurers? Where are your adventurer ID cards?" ID cards? I don't know, I'm a time traveler. Lin Linyi looked at him dubiously and forced an explanation. We haven't registered at the Adventurers Guild yet, so we don't have adventurer ID cards. The guard quietly took 2 steps back, his eyes wary. Since you don't have adventurer ID cards, you must have resident ID cards, right? Where are your resident ID cards? Lin Linyi was taken aback and grumbled inwardly, this ID card, that ID card. How the hell would a time traveler have so many ID cards? Well, the newly issued ones were lost. The newly issued ones were lost, but you must have the old ones, right? No, I don't have them either. The guard's face instantly darkened. He lifted his spear and quickly assumed a defensive stance, then signaled to his nearby colleagues. The surrounding guards quietly closed in, encircling Lin Linyi and the girls. Realizing he had misspoken, Lin Linyi felt a sense of impending doom. He shielded the girls behind him and instantly gathered magic power in his hands, ready to strike at any moment. He fixed his gaze on the guard and activated appraisal, muttering under his breath, "What do you think you're doing?" The girls were terrified, their faces pale, but they mustered their courage and gripped their weapons tightly, standing side by side with Lin Linyi to face off against the guards. Identifying. You're carrying weapons and equipment. And you say you don't have an adventurer ID card. That might be forgivable. The guards slowly tightened the encirclement, their spears gleaming coldly in the sunset. And you don't even have a resident ID card. You must know that in the Violet Empire it's common sense that residents need a resident ID card to enter and leave the city. Then there can be only one truth. He raised his iron spear, its tip pointing at Lin Linyi. You are either undocumented residents, or spies from another country. Damn. What if you travel across worlds and forget to bring your ID card, and the locals think you're a spy? The Empire has zero tolerance for spies. Come quietly with us to the prison for investigation, and we'll release you once your identities are confirmed. Appraisal successful. For humans, 2 demohumans, 1 beastman. Overall strength crank. Individual information as follows. Crank guard LV. 32. Brank guard captain LV. 41. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense, the driver's panicked voice came from the side. Guard sir, please don't fight. I brought them here. I can vouch for their identity. He ran over swiftly and stood between the team and the guards. It wasn't just to save Lin Linyi and the others, but also to save himself, for if they resorted to violence, he as their driver would also face dire consequences. The leading guard captain raised his hand slightly, and the surrounding guards retreated a few meters. He looked at the driver suspiciously and said, "You say you can prove their identity. How will you prove it?" "I am a driver from the Naxi village. I frequently carry passengers to and from Luofeng town. Some of the guards know me. These are youngsters from the village, some foolish kids who think they can be adventurers without knowing the world. Just look, they even forgot to bring their ID cards." Huh. The driver's wrinkled face squeezed out a sycophantic smile. His hands fumbled anxiously inside his clothes. His eyes lit up as he pulled out a silver metal card from the lining of his clothes. "Found it. Guard sir, please take a look." The guard captain took the card and scanned it with the magical device handed by his subordinate. The driver's personal information was displayed. "If you don't have a resident ID card, go to the town's administration office to get a replacement." His expression softened somewhat. He dismissed the surrounding guards and waved his hand casually. "Since your identities are fine, hurry on in and don't hold up the people behind you." "All right, thank you, guard sir." The driver quickly pulled Lin Linyi onto the carriage, and the girls followed closely behind. Once on board, the driver turned around and looked at Lin Linyi reproachfully. At this moment, he ignored his fear of Lin Linyi's strength and just wanted to vent his bitterness. "Oh my dear Lin, were you trying to get me killed? If a fight broke out, you would be wanted. The villagers might also suffer." "It's my fault. I'm sorry. Never mind, as long as no fight broke." The driver pursed his lips bitterly at Lin Linyi behind him, his wrinkles like the bark of an old tree. He waved his hand and reminded Lin Linyi, "Don't forget to get a replacement ID card at the administration office." Lin Linyi took out a bag of copper coins, tossed it in an arc, and threw it to the driver. "This is your payment for bringing us to Luofeng town." The driver caught the money bag, tossed it in the air a couple of times. It felt substantial. The copper coins inside were definitely more than 500. "Thanks, kid. Don't thank me, you deserve it." Lin Linyi herded the standing girls into the carriage and turned to walk inside. "Find me an inn, or we'll get off there. You're really blessed with good fortune. Just sit back and rest a bit. We'll be at the inn soon." The driver cracked his whip, striking the horse's rump with a resounding smack. The carriage resumed moving along the open street. He skillfully steered the carriage around the dense crowd, and the team formally entered Luofeng town. The windows on both sides of the carriage were opened, revealing the various shops along the street. Although the atmosphere in the team had been somewhat tense after the confrontation with the guards, now the girls' curiosity about new things dispelled the silence. and everyone relaxed again. Wow, so this is Luofeng town. Zhong Yaqian stuck her bottom out and leaned by the window, poking her furry red head out to look left and right. On both sides of the road, paved with square granite, there were shops such as fruit and vegetable stores, grocery stores, blacksmiths, and apothecaries. The counters were thronged with adventurers and merchants, and the servers were flustered and overwhelmed. Before long, the carriage stopped in front of an inn with an imposing decor and exquisite appearance. The driver bid farewell to Lin Linyi, turned the carriage around, and disappeared from their sight. Let's go first get a room. Lin Linyi strode inside, followed closely by the girls. At the hotel counter, the receptionist, dressed in a light white shirt and a black bow tie, had her hands pressed flat against her abdomen. With a professional smile, she politely asked Lin Linyi, "Sir, how many rooms would you like?" "Any requirements for the rooms?" "2 rooms with good soundproofing and quietness." "Okay." The maid wrote on white paper with a quill in her hand, making a rustling sound. She opened the drawer under the counter and pulled out 2 keys. 2 rooms, 60 copper coins per night. Rooms 201 and... Wait. Tao Wanying reached out and pulled Lin Linyi's hand, dragging him back into the group of girls. Her light green eyes fixed on him, her tone accusatory and stubborn. "Saving 1 room can save 30 copper coins every day. Why do you want 2 rooms?" She believed that saving money would definitely be useful in the upcoming missions, so she transformed into the team's housekeeper. She would strike down other girls when they were buying things, and also impose sanctions on Lin Linyi when he overspends. Lin Linyi was a bit stunned, intimidated by her sharp demeanor, and murmured in defense. "You are girls, I think you should have some private space." "We don't need such things." "Miss Receptionist, well, just take 1 room." "Yes, the one for 30 copper coins a night is fine." And so Lin Linyi was once again dragged back into the room by the girls. The distant church bells rang leisurely, and pedestrians began to appear on the streets. Outside a street-side stall near the inn, several large round wooden tables were neatly arranged. Only one beastman was working in the shop, and most of the customers were also beastmen. The canine beastman proprietress, with drooping golden furry beast ears, her dark apron in front was bulging high by a pair of voluptuous breasts, and behind her a fluffy, soft, large tail swayed slowly with her movements. This plump canine beast woman was about 20-something. She carried a tray laden with food, moving deftly between the round tables to serve the customers. Lin Linyi and the girls of the team sat at one of the wooden tables. On the table were porridge made from coarse grains and soft white wheat bread stuffed with meat, filling, the total cost being just over 20 copper coins. "Ah, I haven't had such delicious porridge in a long time." Zhong Yaqian raised her hand and waved it continuously. The wooden bowl in front of her was already empty. She extended her pink tongue, gently licking her lips with expectant eyes. "Boss lady, another bowl." "Please wait a moment, miss, they'll be right there." After a while, the well-endowed proprietress walked slowly over with a tray, refilling Zhong Yaqian's bowl with porridge. Then she bent her slender waist to clear the wooden utensils and wiped the wooden table with a cloth. Lin Linyi picked up the bread with a blank expression and chewed it, but his gaze was almost glued to the proprietress, staring intently at her golden, fluffy, and soft beast ears and tail, as well as the pair of round, pendulous breasts hanging in midair. "TSK. This other world is really vast." Lin Linyi nodded in satisfaction, sighing inwardly. "Should I go find a canine monster to contract? What if it later becomes a canine beastman?" While he was considering whether to contract, Li Xiaoning's slightly hesitant voice came. "Lin Linyi, what are you looking at?" "Nothing, I'm just eating breakfast." "But..." She pursed her lips, her cheeks blushing with shyness. She leaned close to Lin Linyi's ear and whispered, "Your gaze is too obvious. The proprietress has long noticed you staring." Lin Linyi twitched the corner of his mouth upon hearing this, then secretly glanced at the proprietress again. Her cute furry beast ears lay flat against her scalp, and she hugged her chest, nodding her head toward him before fleeing hastily with her tail tucked between her legs. The surrounding beastman diners also noticed them and lowered their heads to whisper among themselves. "Look at that, this human's eyes are glued to her. Don't humans hate beastmen the most? What they hate most are orcs. But this proprietress figure is also quite average, no muscles at all soft flap. Right? One should marry a strong female to have strong offspring. This proprietress is no good at all. This human has no taste." "Yeah, haha." The proprietress' footsteps stiffened slightly, her tail stopped wagging, and her furry ears drooped weakly against her golden hair. Her retreating figure looked somewhat desolate and lonely. The loud laughter and gossip of those male beastmen reached the team's ears perfectly, causing Lin Linyi to feel somewhat socially embarrassed. TCH. So Lin Linyi likes furries and big breasts. Zhong Yaqian's bowl of porridge was empty again. She wiped her lips lightly with a tissue, looking at Lin Linyi with surprise in her eyes. "Isn't your fetish a bit niche?" "Cough. None of your business." Lin Linyi suddenly coughed violently and glared at her. Li Xiaoning picked up a glass of water and handed it to Lin Linyi, comforting him softly. "Don't be angry. Yakian always talks nonsense. Ling's wheelie eye slowly raised her head, her cold melon seed-shaped face expressionless, as she stared at Lin Linyi, her purple eyes filled with confusion and doubt. When Wei Ning had been sitting in her seat from beginning to end, quietly eating breakfast. Lin Linyi finished the water in his cup in a few gulps, then put on a stern face, and looked at the somewhat relaxed girls. Everyone, you've eaten enough. For days have passed, and it's time for us to set out and complete the mission. Let's go, let's go. Zhong Yaqian stood up and stretched. Her tall, slender waist and chest were outlined by her mage robe. Her water-blue eyes looked excitedly at Lin Linyi, and she said urgently, Lin Linyi, should we go register at the Adventurers Guild first, or go find the dungeon outside the city? After the conflict with the guards yesterday, Lin Linyi understood the importance of having a legitimate identity in this other world. The adventurer identity obtained after registering at the Adventurers Guild would make their subsequent actions much easier. First, go register at the Adventurers Guild and get an ID card. Without an ID card, we can't get in and out of the city, nor can we find the dungeon. Fine, but ID, rather go grind monsters in the dungeon. Let's go pay the bill to the proprietress. Lin Linyi got up and walked to the counter, ignoring Zhong Yaqian's eager desire to grind monsters. At the stall counter, a menu was displayed, and several pots of exquisite green plants were placed. Damn those males. What right do they have to look down on me? Forget it, I never planned to find a male anyway. I can live alone. The proprietress lay listlessly on the counter, fanning her face with her small hand, sticking out her pink tongue to cool off, muttering indistinctly. Ah, it's really hot. They'll hold on a bit longer, and then close up and go home. After serving all the customers with no new customers coming for a while, she just lay on the counter in a daze. Lin Linyi walked straight toward the proprietress sitting at the counter and placed a few copper coins on it, the coins clinking together as they fell. Boss lady, this is our meal fee. The proprietress, who had been squinting and muttering something like damn males or smelly muscle women, was startled. Startled by Lin Linyi's sudden voice, she abruptly stood up. The golden furry beast ears on her head bristled slightly, and her fluffy large tail behind her stood straight up like an antenna. She stood rigid and said tensely, okay. I saw it. She didn't know why she was so nervous. Perhaps this strange human didn't dislike her. In the past, humans who passed by the stall and wanted to eat would run away disdainfully upon seeing me, a canine beast woman proprietress. Thank you for the breakfast. It was truly delicious. Lin Linyi waved his hand at her, took another careful look at the cute canine beast woman in front of him, then turned and walked out of the shop. Well, we'll be going now. The girls nodded at the proprietress and tacitly followed behind Lin Linyi. Sir, please wait. The proprietress ran out from behind the counter. Her large eyes, glistening with moisture, stared intently at Lin Linyi. Her two sharp canine teeth lightly bit her thin pink lips, and her tail swept the ground in anxiety. I must get to know this strange human. I absolutely cannot miss this chance. Otherwise, a beast man like me who isn't strong will truly be alone for the rest of my life. What's the matter? She let out a soft breath, her golden brown eyes locking straight with Lin Linyi's. I'm Irsha, a golden retriever beast man. Irsha's small hands clenched her apron tightly. Please, you and I. Tomorrow, please come again. He'll treat you to breakfast. Oh, okay. Lin Linyi. So Irsha, see you tomorrow. Great. This human is already captivated by me. I'm such an outstanding canine beast man. And bye-bye. Irsha squinted, her smile as bright as sunshine, her golden tail spinning like a propeller. See you tomorrow. Lin Linyi waved at Irsha again and finally was dragged away angrily by the girls. But what exactly happened? I just ate breakfast and a golden retriever busted canine beast man fell for me. No way. The sound of boots crunching on the granite echoed as the team, having inquired about the location of the Adventurers Association from passers-by, slowly made their way toward their destination. After passing through an intersection and traversing a dark alley, the Adventurers Association stood at the end of the street. It was an extraordinarily striking and unforgettable building constructed with large blocks of black-brown stone, its wooden doors wide open as equipped adventurers flowed in and out. As the Adventurers Association came into view, the girl who had been holding back her thoughts finally couldn't contain herself any longer. So I asked, why did that canine beastman tell you her name? Zhong Yaqian crossed her arms and looked at Lin Linyi with suspicion. You don't mean you want to form a contract with her using spiritual bond, do you? Lin Linyi shot her an eye roll. Even if I wanted to form a contract with her, what of it? You. She pouted, her azure eyes fixed on Lin Linyi, her cheeks puffing up like a hamster hump. Li Xiaoning gradually tightened her grip on the wooden staff in her embrace, stepping closer to Lin Linyi. Lin Linyi, what do you think of Miss Irsha? What do I think? Lin Linyi pondered while stroking his chin. Irsha managed the shop all by herself, and from the words of her customers it was clear that as a beastman she was not well regarded by her own kind, appearing more like an outcast among them. Miss Irsha is somewhat pitiable. Ooh, I can't say I like her, but I do feel a sense of admiration and compassion for her. Li Xiaoning nodded, a slight curve forming on her pressed pink lips. Really? You truly are something. While they chatted casually, the team had reached the end of the street and entered the Adventurers Association, weaving through the bustling crowd toward a counter. At the counter stood a female attendant in a black uniform, holding a feather quill, her badge reading number 2 hanging from her chest as she scribbled diligently at her desk. Hearing a flurry of footsteps approaching, she gently adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and spoke, without looking up. Welcome to the Adventurers Association. For posting or submitting quests, please go to the left side at counter 1 next to the bounty board, where a dedicated staff member will assist you. To register as an adventurer, register an adventuring team, or reissue an adventurer ID, please proceed to the right side at service area 3 for payment, then return to counter 2. Not that you finished speaking, I still have questions. Just as Lin Linyi was about to ask, his mouth twitched as he led the girls to the service area on the right. May I ask what service you require? To register as adventurers and a team, Lin Linyi pointed at himself and the girls. There are 5 of us. The fee for registering 5 adventurers is 50 copper coins and 30 copper coins for registering a team. Lin Linyi reached into the pocket of his black robe and took out 80 copper coins, placing them on the counter. The attendant with the number 3 badge lightly counted the coins before putting them away, handing them several sheets of white paper framed in black. Inside are 5 individual forms and 1 team form. After filling out the information, you can complete the process at counter 2. Lin Linyi took the information forms, distributing 1 to each of the girls, and began to study his own carefully. In simple terms, the individual form included the adventurer's profession, level, skills, etc., while the team form contained the name and member details. Oh, by the way, the attendant from service area 3 adjusted her black-rimmed glasses and spoke in a flat tone. There can be no corrections on the forms. There is only 1 form, and if you make a mistake, you'll have to buy a new one, which costs 10 copper coins. Lin Linyi's mouth twitched slightly as he led the girls to a nearby wooden table to fill out the information forms. Lin Linyi. Li Xiaoling leaned closer to Lin Linyi, her dark purple eyes revealing caution, and whispered, "Are we supposed to fill out all this sensitive information truthfully? We can't fill everything out truthfully." When Wei looked up at Li Xiaoling and then at Lin Linyi, her voice serious and insistent, "We can reveal our class professions, but Lin Linyi's SS class scholar must not be exposed. That's the team's biggest trump card." "Exactly," Li Xiaoning said, gripping her feather quill and frowning in agreement. Lin Linyi's profession is 2 special fixed profession, unlimited job, changes, massive attribute accumulation, and skill inheritance. Truly the only SS class. I feel that if we expose Lin Linyi's profession, something dangerous will happen. Zhong Yaqian stared blankly at the open forms on the table. After all, everyone has only 1 profession, and while everyone else has just 1, Lin Linyi's profession has infinite potential for growth. The girls shifted from serious discussions to debating just how impressive a unique profession can be, their faces flushed and voices hushed. Lin Linyi quietly observed them, feeling a bit drained. He interrupted with a hint of exasperation, "Stop chatting, fill out the forms first, then we can talk later at the entrance." The girls immediately fell silent, looking at Lin Linyi like obedient children. "You all write your profession level as a class, and just list a few less commonly used skills." I'm resting my chin on one hand and pointing at the white forms on the table. "Don't worry, I won't expose my profession. I'll write a class in that section, and I won't list all my skills, just pick a few weaker ones." "I get that." Zhong Yaqian raised her hand excitedly. "Watch me fool Tang Yin and the others." "Ugh." She got a light knock on the head from Lin Linyi. "Don't interrupt." He picked up the team form and displayed it before the girls, a hint of a smile on his lips. "Take a look at this." The white paper was held aloft, and the girls slightly parted their lips, widening their eyes at the form. "Let's come up with a name for our team." Team formation application form. Team name, team members, handler, guild seal. At Luofeng Town, the Adventurers Association. The wall clock points to 11 in the morning, and only a few people remain in the spacious room. The team arrived at the Adventurers Association several hours ago, and under the mocking laughter of the 3 receptionists, they spent 30 copper coins to buy a new form and finally completed all the paperwork without a single mistake. After filling out the forms, they had to use a magical device to record their faces, which would be clearly printed on the adventurer's ID. After going through these processes, the team's otherworldly identification was finally completed. Lin Linyi stood alone at counter No. 2, while the girls waited on a leather sofa not far away. Outlanders. All A-level professions. This strange team name, and the absurdly high levels. They really dared to write that. The maid at the counter wearing a No. 2 badge frowned as she checked the forms in her hands, the paper crinkling under her delicate fingers. "The information you provided on these forms. It should all be accurate, right?" She raised her slender brown eyes to stare at Lin Linyi, her voice carrying a hint of warning. Due to privacy considerations, the association does not forcibly check adventurers' black marks or their professions, but that does not mean you can fill in false information. How did she notice that we didn't fill it out truthfully? Despite the shock in his heart, Lin Linyi did not show it on his face. He explained to the maid with great composure. I'm sorry, miss, we really filled it out truthfully. Truthfully filled out. Hee, I do not like liars, mister. Lin Linyi. She slowly raised her head and removed the golden-rimmed glasses resting on her nose, taking a piece of gray velvet cloth to gently wipe them. Mr. Lin, perhaps you do not know what it means to have all A-level professions, but I can first introduce you to some basic knowledge about adventurers. The association compiles reports each year on the number and level distribution of professionals within the territory. Based on this year's data, let me briefly explain the current status of professionals to you. The probability of becoming a professional is about 1 in 10, and among that 1 in 10, 70% are clevel professionals, 20% are B-level, and the last 10% are mostly A-level. Among them, S-level is rare. S-level has only the current empress of the ruling empire, and SS-level has never been heard of. Also, A-level professions are quite rare. But our team consists entirely of S professions. If I had known, I would have filled in B. Ahaha, so that's how it is, Miss Maid. But our team really does consist entirely of A-level professions. Fine, let's assume you are an ALA team. Here, this is your adventurer ID and team registration license. Remember to keep them safe, getting replacements can be quite troublesome. She raised her hand to put on her golden-rimmed glasses, tucking the loose strands of hair behind her ears, and handed over the ID and team license. If your team becomes famous in the future, the title of Outlanders will spread throughout the empire. Lin Linyi quickly reached out to take it. The ID felt cold to the touch with a metallic texture, while the team license was made of soft sheepskin stamped with the guild's wax seal and clearly printed with the black letters, Outlanders. The team is registered, completing the registration of the adventure team at the Adventurers Association. Current team level black iron, not yet qualified. Current large maze cleared 0. Task deadline 86 days. Remaining team members 5. Warning. If the task fails, all members will be erased. Lastly, let me correct you. I am the head of the Adventurers Association in Luofeng Town. Not some so-called maid. Well, if they are really A-level professionals, it wouldn't hurt to get to know them just to build connections. I forgot to introduce those two silly sisters. Pouted and casually pointed to the two girls who were slacking off at the other counter. She lightly blinked her brown eyes and revealed a trace of disdain. They're my younger sisters. Second sister Iu is responsible for payment services, and little sister Irue is responsible for the bounty board services. Since you have become adventurers, you will surely be regulars at the Adventurers Association, so you will naturally have to interact with us three sisters. Triplet sisters. After hearing Ino's introduction, Lin Linyi quietly observed the girl in front of him and silently compared Ino with Iu and Irue over there. They had the same beige-black trimmed uniforms, the same oval faces, and the same brown eyes. If one had to say what differences there were among the three sisters, it would probably be their auras and gazes. Ino had a cold and hard aura, her mind being rational, and her demeanor strong. Iu always pursed her lips and squinted, her character being quite scheming. Irue. She was sitting at counter no. 1 in a daze, giving off a rather silly impression. Hey, Mr. Lin, where are you looking? Ino glared at him with pursed lips. No, you misinterpreted. TSK. I advise you to give up. Don't try to pursue any of us three sisters. I said no, okay. Just appreciating, do you understand? Lin Linyi rolled his eyes at Ino and walked towards the waiting girls not far away, saying, He'll take my leave now, goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. After leaving the counter, Lin Linyi walked up to the drowsy Zhong Yaqian. When she saw Lin Linyi return, the hint of fatigue in her bright blue eyes disappeared, and her eyes widened as she focused on the metallic card and sheepskin scroll in his hands, speaking urgently. Did you get it? Did you get it? Give it to me. No way. To avoid you losing them, I have stored them in a storage space. But we worked so hard to fill out the forms and take pictures, and we haven't seen the results yet. Li Xiaoning looked up at Lin Linyi with her cute sparkling pink eyes gently tugging at the hem of his robe. Lin Linyi, can you please take them out so we can see? After we look, we'll put them away and keep them safe, okay? The other girls, seeing this, imitated Li Xiaoning and tilted their heads to look at him cutely, the four girls looking up at him like obedient kittens. We really want to see. Lai Ying looked at him expressionlessly. Hey, Lin Linyi, just let us take a look, please. Zhong Yaqian's watery blue eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing. When Wei Ning bit her lip in silence, still unable to shake off her moral compass. Lin Linyi's mouth twitched slightly in exasperation as he distributed the cards to them. See, it's already noon, and you're wasting time looking at these. Once you're done, let's go have lunch. Yay? Wow. Xiaoning, look at my profile picture, it's so beautiful. Very pretty. Look at mine, it's not bad either. The girls cheered as they eagerly searched for their IDs, cradling them in their hands, and carefully flipping through them, giggling and chatting together. After all, which girl in this world doesn't love beauty? Lin Linyi sat beside them and began to look at his own adventurer ID as well. Adventurer Lin Linyi, simple portrait retained by magical device. JPG. Human male, 20 years old. Profession A-level lightning invincible harpoon hunter. Special skills harpoon specialization LV. 10. Fish Clan Nemesis LV. 10. From Town Nanaxi Village. This is for outsiders to see, not the panel. Not the panel. Not the panel. After the girls played enough, they obediently handed the metallic cards back to Lin Linyi. He stored them in the storage space and stood up, stretching his back, his tone casual. With the remaining time today, let's first head to the government office to resolve the team identity issue, then we'll head to the shops and markets to procure equipment and supplies in preparation for completing the commission and exploring the maze. Do you all have any objections? No problem. Then let's set off now. Lin Linyi walked shoulder to shoulder with the boys out of the Adventurers Association's door. The midday sun poured down unshielded onto the town, the granite stone pavement, scorching hot, as if the air carried a hint of a burnt smell. Stepping lightly into the deep black shadows cast by the eaves, avoiding the passing crowd accompanied by laughter, they strode steadily forward. The following morning at the same breakfast stall. Here is today's special complimentary offering. Elsa, a canine beastkin with ample curves, approached with a warm smile, balancing a wooden tray with steady grace. She set it down upon the round table, overflowing with savory meat-stuffed wheat buns, just as she'd promised. Their golden crisp crusts exuded a fresh, earthy aroma of wheat, while each bun swelled perilously beneath its generous filling. One bite released a cascade of rich, glistening fat, mingling seamlessly with deep, succulent meat fragrance. She bent gently to refill Lin Linyi's empty wooden cup with floral tea, a gesture beyond her duty. Behind her, her large golden-furred tail swayed like a whirring fan, stirring warm gusts laced with delicate fragrance. Thank you very much for the complimentary offering, Elsa. And please just call me Lin Linyi. Adding Mr. feels unnecessarily formal. Under the girl's piercing, almost predatory gazes, Lin Linyi flushed and scratched his head awkwardly. This candid, straightforward beastkin had stirred within him a quiet, radiant warmth. Perhaps the very essence of keeping a dog was ahem. Yes. No need to thank me at all. Do promise you'll come again tomorrow without fail. I certainly will. I've already grown dependent on your cooking. MMPH. Hee. That's wonderful. I'll get back to work now. Elsa's tail suddenly quickened its sway, broadening in arc and tempo. She turned slowly, humming a nameless lilting tune under her breath, her slippered feet skipping lightly as she resumed tending to her stall. If only I could keep a dog like this back on Earth someday. Lin Linyi gazed absently at Elsa's retreating figure, his heart fluttering like ripples spreading across still water. He lifted the wooden cup and sipped the floral tea, his grin rising so high it mirrored the euphoria of an ordinary man who'd just won millions. This tender moment did not escape the other beastkin patrons in the stall. Hey, what's going on? Has the shop owner gone in a heat over that male human? You weren't here yesterday, were you? Then you wouldn't know. This young human spent the whole time yesterday staring at her, utterly entranced. So what if she cooks well? Her plump figure doesn't have a single trace of muscle. It's downright revolting. Humans, well, their tastes are eccentric by nature. As for me, I'd only accept a muscular woman. Same here. And the stall was small. Their mocking laughter, laced with smug self-assurance, carried clearly to both the girls' table and Elsa's ears. Yet today Elsa's reaction was far milder than yesterday's. Her tail merely stiffened for a fleeting moment before resuming its gentle sway as she continued serving customers. Are these male beastkins all utterly senseless? Lin Linyi frowned, glancing sharply at them, the irritation still raw, when a teasing melodic voice chimed beside him. Oh dear, calling her Mr. Isn't that rather distant? Yakian leaned in slightly, her sapphire blue eyes half-flitted, her voice a low, playful murmur. Look at you now, you've only known her 2 days. That furry preference thing. I was only joking yesterday. Or, are you truly a furry enthusiast? It's just that Elsa is so warmly attentive, and besides she's genuinely kind. No, genuinely admirable. As a beastkin. Lin Linyi turned his head away, guilt flickering across his expression. Were he not already in a relationship with Chun Chiching, he would have declared Elsa his ideal partner without hesitation. Her devotion reserved solely for him, her slender waist and generous bust, her soft furry ears and tail, even her quiet self-conscious charm. Oh, you. Yakian flushed crimson with indignation and seized a bun, biting into it fiercely. Though admittedly her breakfast is delicious. And the girls subtly edged closer together, and in unison quietly kicked Lin Linyi out of their chat group. Ling Xueli AI ate her bun with serene composure, her amethyst eyes cool and detached as they observed Zhong Yakian. After chewing and swallowing, she spoke softly. Elsa may well become one of our allies. Yakian, do not harbor undue hostility toward her. Why would she become one of our allies? Li Xiaoning squinted slightly as she sipped steaming, carefully prepared mixed grain congee, then sighed contentedly. Yakian, really, don't you recall reviewing Lin Linyi's status panel just days ago? His spirit pact skill allows him to forge pacts with any living being. At maximum level he may bind 10 such pacts, and each bound being becomes a steadfast ally. Elsa stands among the most likely candidates. But I thought the skill description said otherwise. In when Wei set down the half-eaten bun, her slender brows drawn tightly together. Her pale purple hair fell in a low ponytail behind her. After the pact is sealed, doesn't the bound being become Lin Linyi's pet? What possible reason could Elsa have for wishing to become Lin Linyi's pet? There simply is none. That remains uncertain. Having grasped the full effect of the spirit pact skill, Zhong Yaqian's understanding crystallized. Her sapphire eyes narrowed thoughtfully and a faint knowing smile curved her lips, as if her mind had already conjured vivid private fantasies. Lin Linyi. She whispered, her voice barely audible to him alone. In what? He shot her an impatient, would you consider binding me first, and get lost in Adventurers Guild counter no. 2. Yaino stood behind the counter lifting her gaze with quiet poise as Lin Linyi and the girls approached. We meet again, Mr. Lin. So today you intend to formally begin accepting commissions, with your team. Commissions are handled at counter no. 1, my younger sister, Irue's station. And no, I'm not here for a commission. And then what brings you to me? I oversee adventurer identification and team registration. Surely, your ID card didn't vanish on— Impossible. And Lin Linyi's lip twitched faintly as he gave Yaino a wry, exasperated look. Before beginning commissions, I simply have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Go ahead. Yaino crossed her arms. And there's a large dungeon outside Luofeng town, correct? Please tell me everything you know about it, and how one properly undertakes a dungeon expedition. Of course, I know it well. The high-risk, large-scale malign dungeon beyond the outskirts, the undying and the corrupt. Yaino lifted her smooth, fair chin with a fingertip, her amber eyes narrowing in contemplation. The Adventurers Guild designated it the undying and the corrupt because its denizens consist almost entirely of undead, zombie skeletons, and incorporeal spirits of malice and decay. Yet the true peril lies not in the creatures themselves, but in the corruptive curses and necrotic toxins they carry. Contract either, and without immediate treatment death is certain, and worse, the fallen often rise again as new undead. Thus countless adventurers perish within its halls each year, far more than most realize. Their corpses are absorbed by the dungeon, reborn as fresh undead, fueling the dungeon's malignant expansion, rendering containment futile. That sounds truly perilous. Lin Linyi's face darkened. He drew a slow, steadying breath and met Yaino's gaze directly. So, how does one successfully clear such a dungeon? Yaino paused, her professional composure faltering for a beat. Leaning against the counter, she let a faint, mischievous smile lift her rose-petal lips. Her tone dripped with irony. So, our newly registered commissionless rank Thunderbolt Spear Hunter, the illustrious Mr. Lin, you wish to clear that dungeon, the one whose annual fatality count nears 3,000, where even elite platinum tier teams have suffered catastrophic failure. The undying and the corrupt. Sorry, Mr. Lin. PFFFD. And Lin Linyi watched face black as storm clouds as she doubled over, clutching her abdomen in helpless laughter. So beneath that stern exterior, the elder sister shares her younger sister, Yu's delightfully cunning disposition. Only the proportions differ. Indeed, the balance is merely different. In the Adventurers Guild, the girl, named Yaino before him, was laughing so heartily that her whole body trembled. Have you had enough of laughing? Laughing like that? I once held you in high regard as the leader of the guild, but now— Lin Linyi glanced at her, squinting his dark eyes in speechless exasperation. A hint of helplessness flickered in his gaze, and his esteem for Yaino quietly diminished. Now that you're done laughing, shouldn't you explain how to conquer the labyrinth? Yaino covered her delicate pink lips, which curled into a smile, and pulled out a tissue to dab the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. She turned back to Lin Linyi, her face still flushed with lingering pleasure, contrasting with the 2 black beauty marks beneath her eyes. Sorry, Mr. Lin. I've undergone professional training, so I rarely lose my composure. Before I explain how to conquer the labyrinth, you need to understand its information. Current research shows that all labyrinths are alive. They autonomously construct and generate monsters, and unconsciously expand their own territory. The smile on her face had completely faded, replaced by earnestness in her brown eyes. And the most authoritative university in the Violet Empire, Violetta Magic Academy, has published a widely accepted academic theory, the living labyrinth predatory propagation theory. This theory proposes that to better expand their territory, labyrinths actively absorb ambient, drifting mana as nourishment for growth. They produce high-quality spoils as bait to lure creatures inside, and after the creatures die, they extract the mana from their corpses to accelerate development and expansion. Under normal circumstances, the nutrients consumed by a labyrinth and the number of creatures that accidentally die within it maintain a delicate balance. But undying and decay is different. It miraculously broke that balance. The number of deaths inside that labyrinth already far exceeds the resources it consumes, so it has been expanding rapidly. In just a single year, its depth has surged from 29 floors to a full 57. From the moment he finished hearing about the living labyrinth predatory propagation theory and its rapid growth, Lin Linyi realized something was terribly wrong. If what Yino said wasn't nonsense, then conquering that labyrinth was utterly unimaginable. After listening, Lin Linyi's mouth twitched incessantly, his face darkening slightly. Conquering the labyrinth meant entering its depths. If the creatures that died inside were turned into zombie monsters, then accounting for the nearly 3,000 adventurers who perished annually along with the labyrinth's own spawn, the monster count at a conservative estimate would be 10,000. How could he possibly fight that? Sensing the pressure bearing down on Lin Linyi, the girls standing behind him stepped forward gently. Li Xiaoning stood shoulder to shoulder with Lin Linyi, softly patting his hand. Lin Linyi, don't be nervous. We still have plenty of time. Zhong Yaqian and Ling Zuili patted his back from behind, offering reassuring glances. Miss Yino, does conquering the labyrinth mean eliminating all the monsters inside? When Wei Ning raised a hand to her chin, her light green eyes fixed intently on Yino. Does the Violetta Magic Academy you mentioned have any theories about conquering labyrinths? Well, there is one, but it's still too early for you all. Yino gave Wen Weining a surprised look, seemingly impressed by her sharpness. What if after I tell you all this information you rush off to the labyrinth and get yourselves killed, then come back as zombies to take revenge on me? Yeah, your lives matter too. Since you're active in the Adventurers Guild under my charge, I have to be responsible for you. Lin Linyi and the girls fell silent. They had indeed considered visiting the labyrinth. After all, with 3 months ahead, they would have to go in sooner or later. Every first-time adventurer thinks they're special. So how about this? Yano pointed lightly at the massive quest board near counter No. 1 and the girl standing behind it, Irue. Her small face turned serious, her tone brooking no argument. Go complete quests or bounties from Irue. Once your party reaches bronze rank, it'll tell you everything you want to know, no secrets. But you must listen to me. Do not enter Undying and Decay until you're ready. Yano chattered on for a long while, essentially advising Lin Linyi and the others not to go down into the labyrinth. Yet even if he insisted, she couldn't stop him. All right, we won't enter the labyrinth during this time. Thank you, Yino. Lin Linyi nodded to her, expressing, as she had said, completing quests and bounties would raise the team's rank. And coincidentally, there were tasks available that could boost their rank. Current party rank Black Iron, not yet met, large labyrinths conquered 0. Don't mention it, Mr. Lin, go on. Early in the morning, Irue is sitting there almost asleep. Yino waved her hand dismissively, as if afraid they would break their promise. She reminded them, don't forget, don't come to me until you reach bronze rank. At counter No. Wandue sat behind the counter, her head nodding drowsily. It wasn't her fault. Few people came to take on quests or bounties at this hour. Noon was the busiest time. Miss Irue? Yeah. Irue scrambled to her feet, standing ramrod straight. She wiped the drool from her lips with her fair hand and mumbled, who's calling me? Like her elder sister Yino, the girl wore a snow-white work uniform with a low-cut black trim. The obvious difference was that Irue had a beauty mark under her left eye while Yino had one under both. Interrupting the girl's slumber, Lin Linyi felt a twinge of guilt and smiled apologetically. Sorry, Miss Irue. I'm here to accept a quest. Eek. Irue's expression shifted from fluster to shock. She covered her chest with both hands. Though like her two sisters, she was flat-chested and there was barely any curve. Her voice trembled with surprise. I haven't introduced myself yet. How do you know my name? Could it be? Could it be what? Could it be what indeed? Of course not. Lin Linyi's mouth twitched. He explained, I know your sister Yino. Anyway, would like to accept the quest. The girls behind him all frowned at Lin Linyi, their eyes seeming to say, how do you always manage to catch a girl's attention wherever you go? Irue paused for a moment, then let out a soft breath. She removed her pale hand from her chest and patted it firmly. Huff. So that's how it is. Holding a clipboard against her chest, she slowly walked out from behind the counter, a quill pen dipped in ink in her hand, and led Lin Linyi and the others toward the quest board. Come with me. They'll take you to the quest board to pick one. At the Adventurers Guild counter No. 1. We're here. This is the quest board. Take a look and see which quest you'd like to pick. The team stood before a wooden wall covered with yellowed papers, which was what Irue called the quest board. Under her guidance, they approached the board to examine the quest listings. After all, with insufficient intelligence, they couldn't yet raid Undying and Corruption. For now, they could complete quests to raise the team's rank. Irue stopped before the wooden wall, pointing with her slender finger at the wall divided into several sections. You can accept bounties and quests here. Once you've decided which one to take, come to me to register. But note, a quest can only be taken by one adventurer, but there's no limit on the number of quests an adventurer can accept. She stood tall and proud before the quest board, facing Lin Linyi with her slender finger raised straight and twirling in the air, looking thoroughly confident and cocky. And you must remember, if you accept a quest and fail to complete it on time, you'll be charged a hefty penalty and the team's reputation will suffer. So don't take on quests beyond your ability. Lin Linyi approached the quest board, his gaze falling on the papers on the wooden wall. These papers were pinned in 5 sections, all clearly stating the quest details, rewards, and the official Adventurer Guild's rating, from Drank to Strength quests. The girls were now tilting their heads, carefully studying the quests on the wooden wall. Lin Linyi also took down a few Strength quests to read. Irue stood quietly aside, not disturbing them. Strength quest seeking large quantities of Crimson Dragon blood and Crimson Dragon scales. Please send by courier to the Violet Magic Academy Library. 3 gold coins per milliliter of dragon blood. 5 gold coins per scale. Strength quest kill or capture members of the Waning Moon Night Court. Please bring the corpse or prisoner to the Church of Light. Our church will grant you the opportunity to believe in the goddess. Strength quest go to the ruins far within the Blackthorn Forest, kill or drive away the evil elves lingering there. Report back to the guild promptly after completion. After confirming the target has left 1 gold coin will be issued. Don't enter the ruins or no payment. What kind of messy quests are these? Lin Linyi frowned, repinned the quests onto the wooden wall, and kept complaining in his mind, dragon blood and scales driving away elves and such meager rewards. Would anyone actually complete these quests? The girls were still chatting noisily. Ling Linyi, with her cool expression and tightly pursed lips, glanced sideways at Lin Linyi and quietly walked over. Lin Linyi, these are suitable for us. Ling Linyi expressionlessly handed over 2 quests. Her dark purple pupils, usually devoid of emotion, now stared straight at him, as if expecting something. Lin Linyi grabbed the edges of the papers with both hands, spread them open, and carefully read them. Rank quest: hunt down 200 crank monsters in the Blackthorn Forest. Bring back part of the corpses to the Adventurers Guild, 20 silver coins. A rank quest seeking moon moss. Please send by courier to the Violet Magic Academy Library, 1 silver coin per plant. Hunting monsters and gathering plants were exactly what they had been doing in their previous 2 missions. It was indeed suitable for the team, and the rewards were reasonable. Lin Linyi. Ling Linyi tilted her head, her neat and clean Heimcut hair framing her face, and her violet gem-like eyes quietly gazed at him. The quests I found, how are they? Great, they're perfect for us. Let's take these 2 quests and set out today. Hearing this, she gently lowered her head, her dark purple flecked fluffy head lightly leaning toward Lin Linyi. What are you doing? Hurry up and pat my head. This is my reward. Alright, whatever makes you happy. Lin Linyi pursed his lips and reached out, gently resting his palm on her head, his fingers slowly stroking through her soft, smooth black hair. Ling Linyi stood obediently still, squinting comfortably and lazily like a napping cat. Hey, what are you? Zhong Yaqian pointed at the warm scene, her voice mixed with anger. Ling Linyi slowly opened her eyes, her dark purple pupils calmly fixed on her. The corners of her mouth seemed to curl up by a few nanometers more than usual. This is my reward. Do you have a problem? You? Zhong Yaqian and Ling Linyi huddled together, chattering about something unknown. Wen Weining and Li Xiaoning stood nearby, curiously pricking up their ears. Lin Linyi withdrew his hand from Ling Linyi's hair, walked around the noisy, clustered girls, and approached Irue. Irue, please check these 2 quests. If no one has taken them, yet well, accept them. Irue took the quests from Lin Linyi, held them in her hand, and gave them a careful look. She then put them down, opened her clipboard, and scribbled with her quill. Neither of these quests has been taken. I've already registered them for you. You can go ahead and complete them. Thank you, Irue. That's a big help. Although he had accepted the quest, Lin Linyi had some questions about the moon moss mentioned in the quest. By the way, Irue, do you know what moon moss is? Moon moss. Irue put the clipboard back and held it to her chest, tilting her head in thought. Moon moss only appears on nights of the full moon, usually deep in the forest. Its growth areas are often infested with monsters. A full moon night deep in the forest. This didn't seem like an easy quest. But don't worry too much. Irue suddenly smiled brightly at Lin Linyi. There's plenty of moon moss near the town. It just takes a bit of effort to find. Alright, no time to waste. Let's set off for the Blackthorn Forest to complete the quests. Good luck with your quests, Mr. Lin. The girls were still bickering, and the onlookers were enjoying the show. Lin Linyi walked over, gave each of them a flick on the forehead with a crisp snap, then pulled them toward the door. Is this the Blackthorn Forest? Lin Linyi and the girls stepped down from the carriage, standing on a path some distance away, their eyes fixed on the eerie forest not far ahead. The ground of the Blackthorn Forest was devoid of any green vegetation, covered only with dark brown withered leaves and branches. The tree trunks were full of thorns, and the barbed leaves were a purplish black. From deep within the forest came occasional mournful cries of monsters, startling a few jet-black birds into flight from the thicket. Alright, stop standing around. Lin Linyi, hands in his pockets, strode into the Blackthorn Forest. Time for the hunt again. Let's go. Wait for us. The girls hugged their weapons and followed closely behind him. The blazing midday sun slanted down harshly on the team, casting dark shadows on the black-brown mud. Their figures slowly disappeared into the ink-black, thorny thicket. The monsters in the forest howled with unprecedented screams and wails, and crimson blood nearly stained the ground covered with black-brown fallen leaves into a vivid red. When the blazing sun in the sky burned out and slowly sank like a corpse into the distant horizon, when no more monsters could be seen, the Brank quest was completed. Brank quest: hunt down 200 crank monsters in the Blackthorn Forest. Completed. At the periphery of the Heiji Forest, the tangerine-red setting sun gently rested upon the treetops, while the ground was littered with stone pits of varying depths. On the dark brown muddy ground lay heaps of mangled blood-soaked corpse pieces. Not far away, a panting adventurer in tattered robes was locked in combat with the few remaining monsters. More monsters coming. Lin Linyi, watch out. To your left. Forcefully, he swung out 2 slashes, tearing the monster in front into shreds. Lin Linyi jerked his head to the left, fixing his gaze on the direction of the oncoming monsters. Appraisal in progress. Appraisal successful. The following 17 monsters. C rank monster LV. 36 spiked back giant lizard. B rank monster LV. 34 dark pattern direhound. The direhound bared its stinking fang-filled maw and lunged at Lin Linyi, who sidestepped and leaped aside, dodging with ease. In the distance, several spiked-back giant lizards were gathering magical power. Several razor-sharp rock spikes materialized in the air, and with a whoosh shot like meteors toward Lin Linyi, who was still airborne. Lin Linyi calmly glanced at the rock spikes speeding toward him, his hands continuously absorbing and compressing magical power just at the moment the spikes were about to pierce him. Skyleap. The scene before him shifted instantaneously like a dropped frame. Lin Linyi appeared behind the sneaky spiked-back giant lizards, so close he could clearly see the twitching muscles on their panicked faces. Slash. A faint, seemingly weightless fissure abruptly hovered before Lin Linyi. It flew out at nearly the speed of light, slicing through all the monsters on the field in a single round trip. The next moment, droplets of crimson blood rained down from the air. Stinking, sticky chunks of flesh exploded like firecrackers, splattering onto the surrounding dark brown wood. Experience points amplified by 1,000 times. You leveled up. SS Strength Scholar LV. 39 LV. 47. SS Strength Scholar LV. 47120 current level max level. Strength Spirit Contract Beast Tamer LV. 1 LV. 17. Strength Spirit Contract Beast Tamer LV. 17,100. Phew. After confirming that all monsters around were dead, Lin Linyi lay spread-eagled on the ground, panting heavily with no regard for his appearance. On their first death mission, the team had spent 7 days. Today, in a single afternoon, they had completed twice the workload of that time. One might wonder how this was possible. The density of monsters in Heiji Forest was far higher than in the ruined forest. Each encounter with a monster group allowed them to hunt 10 to 20, or even 30 monsters. Moreover, their current status and combat experience were incomparable to what they had when they first arrived. Good work, Lin Linyi. I didn't expect we could finish a commission in just one afternoon. A soft glow slowly settled over Lin Linyi, warmth flowing through his body, easing some of his fatigue. Ah, that feels great. Thank you for your healing spell, Xiaoning. Lin Linyi pushed himself up from the blood-soaked ground, casually wiping the blood off his hands onto his clothes. Since the commission is done, let's head back to the inn to recover. We'll finish the remaining A-rank commission tomorrow. He raised a hand to rub his sore neck, then aimed his palm at the shattered monster corpses and collected them all. Turning to look at the equally exhausted girls beside him, he said softly, "Everyone get used to this intensity. To raise our Outlander rank to bronze as soon as possible, we'll go out for commissions every day like today, so we can quickly go find Inua for information on the labyrinth." "Oh dear. So tired. Lin Linyi, take pity on me and carry me back." Zhong Yaqian, dressed in a brown mage robe, her crimson hair stained with stinking blood and gore, pouted and reached out to Lin Linyi, pleading pitifully, "My magic power is drained completely. I have no strength left. Get lost." "What's the big deal, eh?" Lin Linyi gave her a light glance, his black eyes narrowing with disgust, as if looking at a disgusting pile of trash. "You're all dirty and stink to death, and you haven't broken any limbs. Can't you walk yourself? Why would I carry you?" "Hey, saying that to a girl is really harsh. Do I have to be crippled, broken, and disabled before you'll care for me?" Zhong Yaqian pouted in dissatisfaction, thrusting her slender finger forcefully toward the other girls. "Look at Xiaoning, Li Ai, and Wanning. Aren't they just as dirty?" Lin Linyi followed her slender finger. Li Xiaoning's peach-pink hair was tied neatly behind her head, strands of pink hair, soaked in wet blood, her fair cheeks, also stained with gore. Wanning sat lazily on the muddy ground, hugging her knees. Her emerald green robe was soaked with blood into a brownish green, clinging tightly to her body. When she saw Lin Linyi looking over, she awkwardly covered her chest. Ling Shueli AI lay expressionless on the ground, a loosely hanging black robe barely covering her body. Almost the entire robe was torn to shreds by monsters, revealing glimpses of snow-white skin beneath the broken black cloth, with half of her small breast exposed. Seeming to sense Lin Linyi's gaze, she turned her head and stared straight back at him, not concealing her awkward state at all, as if it were only natural. TSK. How could she go back like this? What if others see her? Truly a bunch of troubled girls. The thought of other men's gazes licking her immature fair body inexplicably ignited a restless, nameless fury in Lin Linyi's heart, making him want to gouge out those men's eyes, crush and grind them. No, I need to stay calm. I have a girlfriend. He sighed inwardly, raised a hand to take off his mildly damaged robe, and gently draped it over Ling Shueli AI, covering her exposed, immature body. Ling Shueli AI stiffened, stunned, looking down at the black robe that completely enveloped her. She lifted her head slightly, tilting it with a somewhat dazed look at Lin Linyi, her voice tinged with puzzled confusion. Lin Linyi, my body. You don't like it? No, it's not that. I just don't want others to see you. Oh. Ling Shueli AI looked up at Lin Linyi expressionlessly, slightly parting her pink lips. If you don't dislike it, then you must like my body. Didn't I just say I don't want others to see you? Lin Linyi covered his face, shaking his head, refusing to answer her somewhat bold words. He took several clean towels from his storage space and handed them to the other dirty girls, telling them to wipe off. Actually, it didn't matter much. They could bathe once back at the inn, but he didn't want the girls to go back sticky with blood, afraid the gore would make them stink. Let's go. Head back. Lin Linyi walked on his aching legs toward Luofeng town. The girls followed closely behind him, like furry kittens trailing after their father cat. Yay? Going back to sleep. In the large room of the inn, there were two soft and spacious beds. Lin Linyi sat on one of the beds, towel in hand, drying his damp short hair. His gaze fell upon the sky outside, where dark clouds floated, and a round, pale, yellow moon hung, radiating bright moonlight. The sounds of young girls' laughter and playful banter echoed in his ears, as they searched for clean clothes, preparing for a long-awaited girls' bathing conference, while also preparing for another legendary title contest. First Busty in another world and First Flat in another world. By the way, in the last girls' bathing conference, the one who won the title of First Busty in another world was E-Cup. The one who won the title of First Flat in another world was Ling Shueli AI. The girls sat with their legs spread apart in a duck-like pose right in the center of the other bed, forming a large circle, with various styles and colors of underwear and panties piled in the middle. To save some money in another world, they had prepared a lot of clothes when they returned to Earth, neatly organized and stored in Lin Linyi's storage space to bring to this world. After all, the storage space had a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, so why not use it? Under the bright lights, the girls were rummaging through the pile of underwear. Zhong Yaqian casually pulled out a piece, examining it closely. Wow, what an outrageous thing. You all come look, whose is this pure white lace dress? Such a big piece, it looks just like a white mask. Under the warm yellow light, Zhong Yaqian lifted her head and gently unfolded it. Her bright blue eyes sparkled with excitement. If mine were this big too, that would be great. Although I have a C-cup, I think this one is bigger and more impressive. Eek. Yaqian, what are you doing? Li Xiaoning, who was still rummaging through the pile of underwear, looked up just in time to see Zhong Yaqian examining her clothes. Embarrassed and furious, she snatched the clothes back from Zhong Yaqian's hands and gave her a few hard grabs. Ugh, damn, you sneak attacked me. Realizing what had happened, Zhong Yaqian bit her lip and lunged at Li Xiaoning like a hungry wolf, tearing at her clothes and her bust. Holding a set of lacy clothes for changing after drinking, she sat tightly in a safe spot, narrowing her fox-like eyes and smirking like a cunning fox, while watching the girls continue their fierce battle. However, Ling Shueli AI was not so lucky. She had just found her own underwear from the pile, and her lips had not yet had a chance to lift in a smile. Smack. Zhong Yaqian wrapped her arms tightly around Li Xiaoning's slender waist, extending her fair calf to kick her, but as Li Xiaoning dodged, her foot landed squarely on Ling Shueli's hand. The beige strapless bra that Ling Shueli AI was holding flew out of her hand and fell back into the pile, followed closely by Li Xiaoning tumbling into the pile, scattering all the underwear, and the beige bra disappeared among them. Ling Shueli AI pressed her lips tightly together, her expression calm as water, her gaze fixed on the two still wrestling. Suddenly, she reached out her small hand and grabbed their chests, twisting them together in her fist. Ouch! That hurts. Hiss. Li, what are you doing? Ling Shueli AI joined the fray, creating a 1-against-2 scenario, while Wen Weiniang laughed even louder from behind. The moon is full. Why not take this chance to go to the forest and see if we can find some moon velvet moss? Lin Linyi withdrew his gaze from the bright moon outside and walked over to the girls. As soon as he approached, a dirty robe was thrown at his face. Stop it, what are you doing? He reached out to take the robe from his face, raising his hand to pat each girl's head. Did you not say you wanted to go take a bath together? Yaqian is being bad. Li Xiaoning covered her exposed white skin, pointing at Zhong Yaqian with teary eyes. Zhong Yaqian grabbed the blanket to cover her disheveled clothes, fuming as she looked at Lin Linyi. It was Xiaoning who grabbed my chest first. Lin Linyi, you have to believe me. Ling Xueli AI sat quietly to the side, gently smoothing out the wrinkles on her clothes, while Wen Weiying leaned gracefully, beside her, a hint of a smile on her lips, clearly enjoying the show. I need to step out for a bit. Looking at the disheveled girls before him, Lin Linyi sighed lightly, and pointed outside the window. Tonight is a full moon. According to Inuo's explanation, we can find moon velvet moss tonight. I need to go to the forest to take a look. At this time, I want to go with you too. Li Xiaoning raised her small hand high, her eyes burning with determination as she stared at Lin Linyi. After leveling up, my healing abilities are quite good. If you get hurt, I can treat you. Oh, I want to go with you too. Zhong Yaqian's bright blue eyes lit up as she followed Li Xiaoning's lead. Ling Xueli AI, and when Wen Weiying's gazes slowly fell on Lin Linyi, gradually lowering their clothes, clearly also planning to go out with him. No need, I can go out alone. WWHYA. Li Xiaoning's pink pupils were covered with a thin layer of mist as she looked at Lin Linyi with a pitiful expression. Do you dislike us? But the other girls also pursed their lips, looking disappointedly at Lin Linyi, unaware of what they had done wrong. Don't overthink it, it's not about disliking you. Lin Linyi rubbed his temples helplessly, explaining gently to the girls, it's very inconvenient for you to run around at night. I can use space leap to travel quickly. I have already used coordinate marking to leave a coordinate in the room. Even if danger occurs, I can teleport back immediately. Coordinate marking LV. 2. Imprint 2 spatial coordinates at fixed locations can consume magic power to teleport to the spatial coordinates. Spatial coordinates Luofeng Town in them. Is that really the case? Li Xiaoning rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand, weakly asking, is it really? It is. Lin Linyi frowned as he looked at their messy clothes and the disordered beds, lowering his voice, but it's just a gathering task, I'll be back soon. But if you haven't finished bathing and tidied up the room before I return, I will make you regret it, understand? The previously lethargic girls instantly sat up straight, their bodies stiff, as they hastily grabbed a few pieces of clothing and rushed towards the bathroom. Watching the girls disappear from view, Lin Linyi snapped back to reality, calculating his destination in his mind. Moon velvet moss. Inuo said they appeared deep in the forest during the full moon. As for the nearby forest, the only suitable one would be the blackthorn forest. With that thought, Lin Linyi pushed open the wooden door of the room and left the room filled with the scent of the girls. Under the dim yellow moonlight, a figure flickered like a ghost and soon vanished into the shadows. Lin Linyi continuously used space leap to move quickly, speeding towards the direction of the blackthorn forest. In the dense blackthorn forest, the night slowly descended, enveloping the surroundings in darkness as thick as ink. A silvery glow, soft and fluffy like cotton, drifted down onto the gnarled black-brown branches covered in thorns. Deep within the black forest stood several twisted and contorted giant stones, their uneven surfaces adorned with a layer of shimmering vegetation. Moon velvet moss. Is this what they are? Great, a magical herb, moon velvet moss. Silver like moonlight, slightly toxic, used to create special potions. With a rustling sound, Lin Linyi cautiously stepped out from the grass beside him, gathering magical energy in his hands, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. He did not forget Inuo's warning. She had said that magical creatures lurked near the blackthorn forest, so it was wise to be cautious. Lin Linyi scanned the area warily. Apart from the trees and bushes, there were those peculiar giant stones, and he found no trace of magical creatures. He cautiously approached the giant stone, maintaining his magical energy at a level sufficient for instant casting. His gaze lingered on the surface of the stone, thickly covered with moon velvet moss. Each plant was worth a silver coin, and 1 silver coin equaled 100 copper coins. There were at least a dozen here. This was a great haul. However, could there really be no magical creatures? Lin Linyi narrowed his black eyes, a slight smile tugging at his lips as he reached out towards the moon velvet moss, feigning relaxation. The dense, soft, and damp sensation came from his fingertips, and at that moment a vague white shadow lunged at him from behind, its mouth filled with sharp teeth, snapping towards the unsuspecting Lin Linyi. Sensing the movement behind him, Lin Linyi's half-closed black eyes held a hint of mockery, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Empty leap. His figure vanished from atop the giant stone, reappearing not far away on the muddy ground strewn with dry leaves. The white shadow lost its target and crashed into the giant stone, the force causing it to wince and shake its head in pain. Under the bright and clear moonlight, Lin Linyi finally discerned the true form of the ambushing vague white shadow. Its fur was pure white, cold and translucent, resembling a North American white wolf from Earth. Identification. Grade A, Frost Whispering Lone Wolf, LV. 37. A Frost Whispering Lone Wolf. An A-grade magical creature. Lin Linyi appraised it up and down, while the Frost Whispering Lone Wolf did the same to him. Only by using skills could one level up and to enhance the empty contract one needed a contracted beast. Perhaps I could turn this frost-whispering lone wolf into my first contracted beast. What if it transformed in the future becoming a voluptuous beast girl like the sexy Elsha? Wouldn't that be a huge profit? Hey, can you understand what I'm saying? With a soft squeak, Lin Linyi stepped forward, keeping a safe distance to cast spells, and called out to the frost-whispering lone wolf observing him atop the giant stone. Do you want to be my contracted beast? Wong. Do you want to be my contracted beast? I can personally teach you some magic to make your belly grow. The frost-whispering lone wolf narrowed its eyes, giving him a slightly seductive smile, its wolfish gaze filled with disdain and contempt. Then it proudly turned to the side, lifting its leg high, showcasing its meager male assets, which were not even a quarter of Lin Linyi's. What the hell? You're a male too. Lin Linyi's face darkened immensely, the image of the voluptuous white beast girl comparable to the busty Elsha instantly dissipating from his mind. He murmured inwardly, was it looking down on me? What the hell? Was I just mocked by a damned magical creature? The magical energy in his hands surged like a tidal wave, roaring forth and whipping up a violent whirlwind that stirred the dry branches and leaves on the ground. In Earth playing 2D games, I never pulled for male characters or raised male characters. Lin Linyi gritted his teeth tightly, his black eyes fixed on the frost-whispering lone wolf. The cutting strike in his hand had already been charged. Now that I'm playing in this otherworldly online 3D Pro Max, how could I possibly raise a male character? Moreover, as a magical creature, how dare you mock my assets? / Die for me. A strike powerful enough to shred the frost-whispering lone wolf into pulp shot out, instantly streaking towards the still-lifting leg of the frost-whispering lone wolf under the silvery moonlight. It seemed somewhat dazed, maintaining its elevated posture, staring blankly at the soft white slash that came. Under the ruthless pressure of death, the frost-whispering lone wolf desperately leaped to the side in an attempt to dodge, but was still cut in half at the waist. Aya! Grr! Several muffled sounds echoed as its upper and lower bodies fell to the ground like two clumps of white flesh heavily thudding down. The lower half of the frost-whispering lone wolf lay twitching to one side, constantly spewing out dark blood, while its upper body contorted in agony, its front paws flailing like a fish about to drown in water. With a series of crisp footsteps, Lin Linyi approached the dying frost-whispering lone wolf, casually crushing what it had proudly showcased beneath his feet as he passed its lower half. Ambush. Mockery. Weren't you so arrogant just now? He said. Now it seems like you're about. The frost-whispering lone wolf's struggling movements paused for a moment, its eyes filled with fear as it looked up at Lin Linyi. It dragged its remaining body, leaving a trail of blood in the mud, slowly crawling towards Lin Linyi's feet. Its pink tongue extended, licking at his boots, eyes filled with pleading and a desire to please. Sorry. Lin Linyi quietly gazed down at it, not even lifting his eyelids, and softly said, the thing I hate the most is apologizing afterwards. Another slash fell, and the frost-whispering lone wolf, with half of its tongue out, its eyes losing their sparkle, died completely under the bright moonlight. Under the night sky, the silvery moonlight dimmed slightly. After clearing the moon velvet moss covering the giant stone before him, Lin Linyi looked at the storage space, containing a total of 91 moon velvet moss plants, murmuring softly. This amount should be about enough, right? After killing the frost-whispering lone wolf, he continuously used empty leap, delving deeper into the blackthorn forest, swiftly killing magical creatures and collecting what was needed for his commission. Along the way, he encountered other magical creatures, but he still hadn't found a creature he desired, so he hadn't completed any contracts. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and jumped down before him. The stripped and bare giant stone stretched lazily, exhaling heavily. It's so late already, why not teleport back to the inn now and rest? He slowly raised his hand, just about to cast the spell for a coordinate inscription, when a faint sob from a woman suddenly reached his ears. What is happening? Is this the depths of... Why is there a girl crying? Lin Linyi felt utterly perplexed, treading softly as he crept toward the direction of the sobs. After pushing through a thicket of thorny dark brown shrubs, his eyes fell upon a heavily damaged ancient architectural ruin. The one weeping was it her? Wait, she's not human, and what exactly is her body? Upon the rubble of broken bricks and discarded tiles sat a woman draped in a tattered black robe, her dark hood half drawn over her head. Silvery moonlight illuminated the entire ruin. A wisp of breeze swept past and blew the hood from her head. That eerie sight sent a chill of dread through Lin Linyi's heart. The skin exposed on the woman's face resembled cracked, withered bark, a strange dark brown in hue. Her slender elf ears drooped like withered sunflower blossoms, quietly resting beside her temples. She tilted her head, staring vacantly at the moon, while tears of blood, as black as ink, as thick as gore, trickled unceasingly from her hollow, dried-up eye sockets. As if sensing Lin Linyi's gaze, the woman abruptly lowered her head, pulled the hood back on, and concealed her. Her voice was hoarse and rough like gravel scraping harshly against sandpaper, dry and piercing, as she said, "You have come again. I told you. I cannot let you enter this place. If you are still the same as last time, you cannot defeat me. Please leave. I do not wish to hurt you." Lin Linyi did not answer. He swallowed a few times, fixed his gaze on the woman, and swiftly activated his appraisal skill. Individual Remy Celise Athena. Occupation before weakening SSS rank nature, tree, lore, 100. Special status decay, curse disfigures appearance source curse weakens power soul curse weakens soul. Skills before weakening tree spirit, healing LV. 9 the source imprisonment LV. 9 ancient tree domain LV. 8 spatial recall LV. 7 nature judgment LV. 8 source aegis LV. 9 pact symbiosis LV. 10 ovine pierce LV. 8 life revival LV. 7 forest barrier LV. 9 sea of flowers erosion LV. 8 ancient tree avatar LV. 7 nature shield LV. 9 Uolinity communication LV. 6 spatial teleport LV. 500 flower spirit bind LV. 7 wind swift LV. 8 leaf blade slash LV. 8 earth recrudescence LV. 7 purification LV. 6 spirit rain rebirth LV. 9 dense forest maze LV. 7 attributes before weakening stamina SS magic power SSS strength S agility S endurance SS intelligence SSS. Great heavens. This stat sheet. This woman. Who exactly is she? Why does she feel somehow familiar? And those curses, decay source and soul. I've never seen them before. Who inflicted them on her? Not speaking. Are you going to try forcing your way in again? I really don't want to hurt you. Could you please just leave? Remy Celise Athena's dark brown skin was ravaged by curses as she buried her face deep within the pitch-black hood and said in a frigid tone, "I told you, you cannot do it. No, I have no intention of entering this ruin." Your voice. The iciness in Athena's voice instantly melted, replaced by a hint of doubt. She turned her head to look at Lin Linyi. "You are not the person from last time. Who are you, and why are you here?" "A ruin, an elf." Lin Linyi suddenly remembered. "That's rank commission. Strength commission, go to the remnants of the ruin deep within the black thorn forest, kill or drive away the wicked elf lurking there. Report back to the guild as soon as the commission is completed. Upon confirmation that the target has left, a reward of 1 gold coin will be issued. Do not enter the ruin or the reward will be forfeited. I am Lin Linyi, an adventurer who came to the forest to hunt." Hearing someone's crying, I grew concerned and came to check. Athena's body stiffened slightly. She clutched at her black robe, muttering stubbornly, "I wasn't crying." Still putting on a brave face even after being inflicted with so many vicious curses. "Miss Elf, to have a girl's beauty ruined, weeping alone in the dead of night. How pitiful." Lin Linyi felt he had to help her. "You've been cursed. Do you know that?" "I know." "Then do you know who did it? Why did they put these curses on you?" "I don't know." Athena curled up her dry stick-like body, a sob creeping into her voice as she spoke weakly. I lost my memory. I only remember my name is Remy Celise Athena. My past, my identity, and all my other memories. I can't recall anything, they're all gone. I'm sorry." Lin Linyi watched the figure swathed in the thick black robe, and a deep ache of pity welled up in his heart. "It's all right. You should leave, go away from here." Athena's raspy voice carried an unguarded sorrow. She turned her gaze toward the full moon in the sky and whispered softly. "Or, you could choose to kill me. After all, I'm nothing but a monster." Lin Linyi stepped toward Athena, slowly sat down beside her, and silently gazed at the moon with her. "What are you doing?" Athena stiffly turned her head, her eyes falling upon Lin Linyi. "You've seen my face, don't you find it utterly repulsive? But that's not your original appearance, is it?" Lin Linyi stared straight at her face. "It's just the effect of the curse. If we can remove the curse, you'll return. Those curses are very troublesome." Athena lowered her head. "On my own, I can't remove them. But right now I'm so ugly, so frightening. Everyone treats me like a demon, and no one is willing to help me. That's why I'm here." Lin Linyi reached out and took her hand, holding her slender palm. "I have a way to remove those curses for you." Athena's delicate body froze. She did not pull her hand away, but merely tilted her head slightly. "Then, how do you plan to remove the curses?" "Look at this." Lin Linyi raised his hand, touched the black mark lightly, and summoned the skill description of spiritual contract. "With this I can remove the curses on you." The black mark twisted faintly, and a beam of light shimmered into view. Spiritual contract LV. One voluntarily forms a master-servant pact with one being, making you the master of the contracted beast. Upon formation, the contracted beast can be stored in the beast space, summoned, or recalled at will. You and the contracted beast are spiritually linked and can communicate telepathically. All negative effects on the contracted beast are cleared upon formation of the contract. Contract formed, you and the contracted beast are spiritually linked, able to communicate by thought. All negative effects on the contracted beast are are cleared upon establishment of the contract. Athena stared at the skill description flickering on the light screen, falling into silence. Seeing Athena quietly reading the skill description, without speaking, Lin Linyi hurriedly explained, even if the contract is established, it can still be dissolved. Although the contracted beast cannot initiate a dissolution, you have to trust me. Once the curse is removed, I'll immediately terminate the contract with you. No need. A gentle smile lifted the corner of Athena's mouth. She shook her head softly, then extended her hand straight toward Lin Linyi, placing the back of her hand in his palm. Lin Linyi, there's no need to dissolve the contract. I, Remy Silis Athena, am willing to become your contracted. Pleased to meet you, Master. Under the vast silver-white moonlight's serene glow amidst the black-brown thorny branches and leaves, Lin Linyi clenched his teeth fiercely, extending his hands as he continuously released magical power. Magical power coalesced into threads that slowly merged into Athena's body, while fine beads of sweat continuously streamed from his forehead. The mana required to form a contract with Athena far exceeded his imagination, though fortunately the contract was now completed. Spirit contract forming. Spirit contract formed. Remy Silis Athena has become your contracted beast. All negative states of the contracted beast have been removed, including several curses and damages. Spirit contract LV. 1 LV. 2. Contracted creatures increased by 1. Beast taming space increased by 1. At the moment the contract was established, Athena was enveloped by a powerful white light. Athena, almost drained of magical power, Lin Linyi was drenched in sweat and panting, unable even to move his fingers. Don't worry, Master, I'm fine. After a moment, the blinding white light gradually dissipated and Athena, freed from the curse, slowly walked out from within. Huff. Seeing Athena wearing the dark hood emerge safely, Lin Linyi let out a gentle breath and said with relief, "It's good that you're okay. Since it was my first time forming a contract, I thought it had failed. Master, I think perhaps the contract was very successful." I know the contract was established. Athena, you. Under Lin Linyi's shocked gaze, Athena slowly took off the hood covering her head. After all the curses had been removed, Athena's appearance returned to its original form. She was tall and slender, with snow-white skin tinged with a hint of pink, eyes like pale blue jade, waist-length wheat-colored hair lightly draped over her shoulders, and a pair of fair, delicate elven ears perked up playfully. How about it, Master? All the curses are removed. Athena quickly trotted forward and gently took Lin Linyi's hand. She narrowed her eyes, a sweet smile lifting the corners of her mouth, and shook his hand ceaselessly, like an immensely joyful kitten. Great Master, I no longer have to hide in this forest forever. Lin Linyi's gaze was fixed intently on her, and he suddenly felt reluctant to dissolve the contract with Athena. No, although Athena was very powerful and fit his preferences perfectly, he had promised Athena that he would dissolve the contract immediately after removing the curse, and he could not break his word. Lin Linyi suppressed the palpitations this elf stirred in his heart, coughed lightly, while covering his mouth. Since all the curses on you have been removed, let's dissolve the contract now. The moment his words fell, Athena's arm-shaking motion came to an abrupt halt. Master, are you going to abandon Athena? Whether it was his imagination or not, Lin Linyi felt the surrounding temperature drop instantly, sending a chill down his back. No. Listen, the contract was formed only to help you, not to make you my contracted beast. Athena pursed her pink lips, lifted the black robe covering her front, revealing the contract mark engraved on her snow-white, flat belly. Master, look at Athena's little tummy. The patterns on it were drawn by you. Master, Athena really likes these patterns. Please don't let Athena leave your side, okay? Seeing that Athena was unwilling to dissolve the contract, Lin Linyi felt a headache. In fact, he wasn't unwilling to maintain the contract with Athena, he just had some concerns in his heart. Before losing her memory, Athena was an SSS full-level powerhouse. Who knows if, when she recovers her memories one day and finds herself contracted as a slave to a human, she might decide to kill him. Athena. Lin Linyi rubbed her wheat-yellow fluffy hair and advised earnestly, I'm not driving you away from me. You can stay by my side as a companion, not as a contracted beast. And you said you lost your memory, forgot everything from before, right? He stared into Athena's misty blue eyes and warned seriously, have you ever thought that if you recover your memories later, how would you view this absurd, completely unequal master-servant contract? Any normal person would definitely feel humiliated and angry, and then come after me, right? I don't want to put myself in danger. Athena was still gently tugging at Lin Linyi's clothes, her head bowed, quietly listening to him speak. Was he worried that after I recover my memory, I would hurt him? But he clearly helped me restore my appearance, remove the curses, and gave me the hope to live again. How could I possibly hurt him? Even if I recover my memory in the future, I will definitely remember the experiences I had while amnesiac, and won't forget the help you gave me. Athena puffed out her cheeks stubbornly, and looked up at Lin Linyi with a determined expression. So I refuse to I won't agree to dissolve the contract. Since forming a contract requires mutual consent from both master and servant, dissolving it should also require mutual consent, right? As long as I don't want to leave you, you can't do anything about it. Sorry, Itina, dissolving the contract actually doesn't require your consent. But since you insist so much, if I keep refusing, you'll look like a pushover. Lin Linyi increased the force of rubbing her hair and even gave her tender cheek a pinch. On the very first day, as a contracted beast, you dare to disobey your master's orders. It seems I really must punish you. MMPH. Itina narrowed her eyes, allowing Lin Linyi to do as he pleased with her face. So you agree? You're not going to drive me away? Yeah. Lin Linyi rolled his eyes at her. When you recover your memory in the future, you'd better remember what you said today. Otherwise ill. Well, I can't do anything about you anyway. Alright, I won't hurt you, he. After waiting until his magical power fully recovered, Lin Linyi placed Itina into the beast taming space and used coordinate engraving to teleport back to the inn in Luofeng town. The lights in the room had been extinguished. The girls wearing loose and baggy nightgowns were lying sprawled across Lin Linyi's bed with glistening drool at the corners of their mouths, sleeping soundly. His gaze fell upon the girls' snow-white and ample fruits, making Lin Linyi's mouth twitch. He sighed softly and turned to lie down on the bed that originally belonged to the girls. In the pitch-black room, Lin Linyi lay back on the soft bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Today he completed a brank commission and in a rank commission, and even unknowingly finished in rank commission. And tomorrow he would have to go to the Adventurers Association to accept more commissions. He turned over, buried his head in the pillow, and wrapped himself in the blanket. Mithril rank. Clearing the large labyrinth. Undying and corruption. Must quickly raise the team's rank to bronze and clear the labyrinth. Who knows what might happen during the labyrinth run. After clearing the labyrinth, raise the rank to mithril, and what else? What was it? Consciousness gradually receded like a tide, and Lin Linyi slowly fell into sleep. In the early morning at an inn in Luofeng town, the warm sun slowly filtered through the gaps in the wooden window, gently casting light upon the sleeping girls. Among the soft white blankets, the pink-haired voluptuous lowly Li Xiaoning trembled slightly. Moments later, her long butterfly-like eyelashes fluttered gently as she drowsily opened her delicate pink eyes. Where is Lin Linyi? She rubbed her bleary eyes, searching for Lin Linyi's figure on the large bed beneath her. Unfortunately, after looking back and forth several times, all she could see were the boring, exposed whiteness and largeness of the other girls. Li Xiaoning raised her hands and stretched lazily like a little cat, unfurling her waist. She extended her small foot to connect with the slippers on the floor and wobbled her way toward the bathroom. However, as Li Xiaoning leisurely passed by another bed in the room, her movements suddenly halted, her pink eyes widening involuntarily. Hey, what? Is there a woman on Lin Linyi? Li Xiaoning stared blankly at the sleeping Lin Linyi, who was sprawled beneath a completely naked girl with golden hair, pointed ears, a wasp waist, and full hips. The golden-haired girl affectionately wrapped her arms around Lin Linyi's neck, her lips slightly moist, sleeping. It seemed that Li Xiaoning's gaze was too intense. Lin Linyi's tightly closed eyes fluttered slightly. Unconsciously, he tightened his embrace around the soft girl in his arms, slowly opening his eyes. Oh, that was a great sleep. Li Xiaoning. The room remained eerily quiet as Li Xiaoning and Lin Linyi stared at each other, while Itina still lay in his arms. Xiaoning, do you want to hear my explanation? Lin Linyi glanced at the naked Itina in his arms, then looked at the silent and pouting Li Xiaoning, awkwardly tugging at the corners of his mouth as he said, "This girl is named Itina. She is an elf, and I have no ulterior motives with her." Li Xiaoning's gaze flickered slightly as she nodded gently. Then, please help her get dressed first. He'll go wake up Yaqian Liai and Wei. She turned around and hurriedly left as if escaping. Lin Linyi looked down at the soft and pale Itina and attempted to wake her up with a gentle slap. So you mean, you went to the Blackthorn Forest last night to collect moongrass, not only obtaining an elf as your contract beast, but also unexpectedly completing an S-level commission. In the breakfast shop run by the voluptuous dog girl, Elsa Zhong Yaqian chewed on a meat-stuffed white bun, raising her eyebrows as she looked at Lin Linyi. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Lin Linyi shot her a glare, took a sip of the juice Elsa prepared for him, and savored the specially made meat burger on his wooden tray. Although it's outrageous, that's just. Hey, you didn't mention it, Lin Linyi, but look, Wei Ning doesn't believe you either. Zhong Yaqian pointed at the bewildered Wei Ning, whose light green eyes were filled with surprise as she shot a fierce glare at Zhong Yaqian. However, Zhong Yaqian paid no heed to Wei Ning's discontent. She turned to Itina, who was sitting quietly beside Lin Linyi, demurely eating her breakfast. Miss Itina, why did you choose to be Lin Linyi's contract beast? Earlier, when the girls woke up in the inn, they all noticed Itina's presence. In just a few minutes, the girls had gotten to know each other. With Lin Linyi as the connection, their relationships quickly warmed. Zhong Yaqian pointed her greasy little hand at Lin Linyi, questioning, Did this guy grab some dirt on you and threaten you? Aitana looked at her with a puzzled expression, gently speaking. My master didn't do that to me. He even wanted to release me from our contract. But I willingly chose to be his contract beast, so I refused his request to dissolve the contract. And why would you want to be his contract beast, Miss Aitana? Zhong Yaqian asked with a frown, her tone tinged with rare curiosity. Do you know what a contract beast is? That is. The moment Zhong Yaqian finally asked the most critical question, the girls quietly perked up their ears to listen. Of course I know what a contract beast is. My reasons for wanting to follow my master are quite simple. Aitana turned her gaze to Lin Linyi, her eyes filled with gentle sincerity and unabashed affection. My master does not despise me, nor has he harmed me. He even rescued me from hell. So I want to be with my master forever. Aitana is such a well-behaved elf, and she's so cute. How could anyone dislike you? Zhong Yaqian looked at Aitana with some surprise. Aitana covered her mouth and chuckled softly, winking at Lin Linyi. This is a secret between my master and me. You can't tell anyone, okay? Still a secret. Zhong Yaqian shot Lin Linyi a resentful glance, internally complaining. Originally this dog girl had been fixated on Lin Linyi, and now another elf contract beast appeared. When will I get my chance with Lin Linyi? Li Xiaoning glanced up at Lin Linyi, then quickly lowered her head, appearing deep in thought, while Wen Weiying and Li Ai were quietly eating their breakfast. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, the beautiful, voluptuous dog girl, Elsa, the group headed toward the Adventurers Association. At counter 1, Irue exaggeratedly opened her mouth wide, her gaze fixed on the nearly piled mountain of moon grass, and the proof that Lin Linyi and the others had successfully hunted monsters. Gulp, mister. Lin Linyi, wait a moment. She sucked back the droplet of saliva that almost spilled from her mouth, putting on a serious expression as she looked at Lin Linyi. Are you sure you completed 3 commissions in just one day yesterday? And one of them was an S-level commission. Irui's big eyes blinked as she recalled that the content of this S-level commission was to expel or kill an evil elf near the ruins deep in the Blackthorn Forest. But elves are not that easy to deal with. They not only have lifespans of thousands of years, but also have a high probability of awakening professions with powerful skills and attributes. Could it be? He's lying. Irue felt her reasoning was flawless. She looked at Lin Linyi, her tone becoming serious. Let me be clear, if it turns out that the commission was not completed, you won't just lose your reward, but your squad's reputation will also take a hit. I really didn't lie. Lin Linyi's mouth twitched as he raised a hand to gently support his forehead. After a moment, with the help of Sister Ino, Lin Linyi finally received the rewards for the 3 commissions: 20 silver coins for the B-level commission, 100 moongrass for the A-level commission, and 1 gold coin for the S-level commission. Now with 2 gold coins and 20 silver coins along with the small change saved from earlier, the squad had approximately 3 gold coins in total. Completing 3 commissions on the first day, impressive. Are you this desperate to dive into the labyrinth? Ino shook a bag of coins in her hand, squinting her eyes curiously at Lin Linyi. I'm really curious about why you guys are so eager to dive into the labyrinth and risk your lives. Shut up, Ino. Lin Linyi shot her a gentle glare, calling for Irue and the girls to head toward the commission board. No more small talk. We need to take on some commissions today. What kind of commissions should we look for today? In order to quickly level up, we should focus on A-level and S-level commissions. Lin Linyi looked up at the wooden wall plastered with papers. Current mission: register an adventurer team at the Adventurers Association. Raise the team's level to Mithril and conquer a large labyrinth 1 within 3 months. Current team level Black Iron, not reached. Current large labyrinths conquered. 0 mission, deadline 85 days. Remaining team members 5. Warning. Failure to complete the mission will result in the annihilation of the entire team. A few tangerine cotton-like clouds drifted in the sky. Pink twilight gathered around the sun as it slowly descended. Beneath a withered tree with sharp thorns, the dark brown muddy ground was strewn with the corpses of demonic beasts. Li Xiaoning was treating Lin Linyi's wounds while Ling Shueliai and Wen Weiying sat leaning on the ground. Zhong Yaqian, with her slender legs crossed, sat on the carcass of a huge demonic beast. Resting her chin in her hand out of boredom, she looked at Lin Linyi, who was collecting the demonic corpses nearby, and asked softly, Lin Linyi, after completing so many commissions these past few weeks, shouldn't our team's rank be about to rise to bronze? During this time, they were either on the way to undertake commissions or finishing them, busy like little tops every day, returning to the inn and falling asleep immediately. But from Ino's words, they learned that unless they accomplished some major event, merely completing commissions to raise the team rank would take a long time. For example, an ordinary all-class team would need 3 months to rise to bronze and a year to rise to mithril. Zhong Yaqian tugged uneasily at her robe, her tone carrying a hint of worry. It's almost been a month since we came to the other world, and we haven't even completed a single main task. Current team rank Iron, not qualified. Current large dungeons conquered. 0 task, deadline 69 days. Don't worry, I asked Ino yesterday. The team only needs 1 more commission to reach bronze. Lin Linyi pointed at the bloody broken corpses on the ground. Today's commission to clear demonic beasts is already finished. Once we pack up these corpses and go back to the Adventurers Association, we should be able to rise to bronze today. Zhong Yaqian's fingers stiffened, and she lowered her head lost in thought. Lin Linyi, so we're going to enter the— When Wei Ning lifted her head to look at Lin Linyi, fear flickering in her eyes. Didn't Ino say it's very dangerous there? If there's still time, maybe we should switch to another large dungeon. At this, Li Xiaoning, Zhong Yaqian, and Ling Shuliai stealthily raised their heads, their gazes burning, as they awaited Lin Linyi's answer. They were all terrified of the large malignant dungeon, undead and corruption. After all, according to Ino, the dungeon was filled with undead spirits and corrupted corpses, and the average death toll had already reached 3,000, increasing every year. No. To complete the mission as soon as possible, we have to enter undead and corruption, and take a look. As he spoke, Lin Linyi had already gathered all the demonic corpses. He turned to explain to the girls the large dungeon that fits the mission requirements besides undead and corruption in Luofeng Town is the Wolf's Land in Xingcui City. But if we go to Xingcui City, even by carriage it would take a week, and we can't guarantee that dungeon is easier than undead and corruption. Alright, I understand. Zhong Yaqian pursed her lips and didn't say more. Then let's not delay, we should head back to town now. Luofeng Town, Counter 2 of the Adventurers Association. Ino and her sister Inrue stood side by side, their small faces serious, as they carefully counted the demonic corpses Lin Linyi had hunted. Big sister, the number is correct, they've completed the commission. Inrue slowly stood up, and not bad, Mr. Lin. With this commission, sojourners can rise to bronze rank now. Ino wiped the sweat from her forehead, and eyed Lin Linyi suspiciously. I never thought. Just a few weeks, and you actually made it. Lin Linyi ignored her teasing, and urged her to quickly process the related certificates. Shortly after, the team rank finally rose one level, bronze. Current team rank, bronze, not qualified. The Adventurers Association was sparsely populated. Lin Linyi looked at Ino, and without caring whether she was busy, directly asked, now that we've reached bronze according to our agreement, it's time you told me the intelligence for conquering undead and corruption. The smile on Ino's face slowly faded. She stared intently at Lin Linyi, then finally let out a heavy sigh. Alright, I'll tell you the method to conquer the dungeon now. She gently brushed the bangs by her ear, a few strands of hair falling over the two small beauty marks at the corners of her eyes, adding a touch of charm. The so-called conquering a dungeon means going deep into the dungeon, eliminating the dungeon guardian, and then completely destroying the dungeon core, the brain, that controls its autonomous consciousness. After the core is destroyed, the dungeon belongs to the conquerors and can no longer expand malignant. The conquered dungeon will use the absorbed magical energy to generate monsters and treasure chests, refreshing periodically within the dungeon. So after conquering, the dungeon becomes a farm for monsters and loot. Lin Linyi crossed his arms and pondered the information from Ino's words carefully. Conquering a dungeon, simply put, means killing the guardian, destroying the core, and then owning the dungeon. Definitely more benefits than drawbacks. We understand. Thank you, Ino. Lin Linyi expressed his gratitude, then turned to lead the girls away to prepare supplies for the dungeon planning to enter tomorrow. The girls followed closely behind him, heading toward the street outside the door. Are you really going into the Ino bit her lips, staring at Lin Linyi, unable to hold back her voice. It's getting late today. I plan to prepare supplies today and go into the dungeon tomorrow. Lin Linyi stopped walking. Then I suggest you enter the dungeon with the cleanup team. Ino's voice suddenly rose as if she was anxious about something. They go every year at this time to clear out the monsters in the dungeon, preventing them from escaping and endangering the nearby residents. With them accompanying you, you'll definitely be safer than going alone. Lin Linyi was surprised at Ino's flushed cheeks and tearful eyes, clearly worried about the safety of their team. He broke into a grin and laughed, raised his hand, and patted his chest heavily, then gave Ino a thumbs up. Don't worry, Ino. We'll come back safely. The girls also smiled and waved at her, slowly walking out of the door. Ino stared blankly as they disappeared from view. She bowed her head, clutching her chest, her eyes burning with unshed tears. Sis, what's wrong? Inrue and Inue, sensing their older sister's unusual emotions, gathered around her. It's nothing. Ino rubbed her reddened eyes and pursed her lips, looking at the figures that had vanished beyond the door. I just remembered Xiaodan and the others. Dan, the captain of the platinum-ranked team White Wolf, was Ino's close friend. Dan and her team had died in undead and corruption a few months ago. Before departing, she had been just like Lin Linyi, confidently telling Ino to rest assured, promising, we'll come back safely. Having worked at the Adventurers Association for so many years, they remembered almost every adventurer who came and had forged extraordinary friendships. And watching those familiar friends die one after another in the dungeon, unable to even bring back their bodies intact, who could know how much pain they felt in their hearts? Inrue gently patted Ino's back and comforted her. Lin Linyi and the others are really strong. They'll definitely come back safely. Don't worry. Yeah. Inoue reached out and poked her sister Ino's chest, grinning. That guy named Lin Linyi is pretty interesting. I haven't finished teasing him yet. I can't let him die in that stinky dungeon. Ino slapped away Inoue's mischievous hand, sniffled, and finally felt some relief from her melancholy. She gazed toward the door, toward the direction of undead and corruption, and murmured softly, Lin Linyi, you must come back safely. In Luofeng town, a bustling street market inside an armory. Zhong Yaqian raised her hand, tugging at the leather armor draped over her arm, her face puffed up in displeasure as she cast a dissatisfied glance at Lin Linyi beside her. Hey Lin Linyi, do I really have to wear this? It's so heavy on me. I'm a mage. Can't I just wear a mage robe? Those monsters can't get close to me anyway. Lin Linyi assessed the armor hanging on the wall, contemplating which one he needed. Hearing Zhong Yaqian's complaints, he replied without turning around. If I tell you to wear it, then wear it. Stop whining. Look at Xiao Ning Waning and Li Ai, they're all wearing theirs obediently. Zhong Yaqian still pouted, pointing at Itina, who was standing beside Lin Linyi in a daze, and huffily said, Then why doesn't Itina have to wear it? Lin Linyi's mouth twitched a few times, ignoring her, and said to Itina, Itina, show them your skills. Itina obediently nodded, gathering green magical energy in the air. Okay, master. In the next moment, a layer of sparkling emerald green magic enveloped Itina, the magic clinging tightly to her clothes, accentuating her already slender figure more alluringly. This was a powerful protective barrier that Itina had constructed using the magical energy in the air, effectively defending against attacks. Zhong Yaqian and the other girls watched Itina with wide eyes filled with surprise and envy. Lin Linyi turned to give Zhong Yaqian an exasperated look and mocked, That layer of magic on Itina is equivalent to 3 pieces of armor. Hurry up and try it on. I don't want any of you getting hurt. Zhong Yaqian pouted, mumbling something softly, and obediently went to the fitting room to try on the clothes. Itina, dispel the magic now. Lin Linyi gently stroked Itina's golden hair and lightly rubbed her long, soft ears, causing Itina to blush. After the curse on her was lifted, perhaps due to the effects of amnesia, her strength had not returned to its peak. Her attributes had drastically declined, and she had forgotten all her skills, relying solely on her instincts to utilize the magic within her. Her overall strength not even matching that of the weakest member in the team, Li Xiaoning, who had already learned light magic. But even if Itina lost her strength, so what? Having a delicate and adorable sprite by her side to pet her head and rub her ears when bored, and after their relationship grew closer, she could even play 3D immersive games with her. What's not to enjoy? Lin Linyi, are you bullying Itina again? Li Xiaoning, who was the first to emerge from the fitting room, frowned at Lin Linyi. She wore a piece of silver light armor, her ample bosom straining against the armor, showcasing her ample assets. She walked slowly to Itina's side, gently taking Itina's small hand. Itina, if Lin Linyi touches your ears again, you must resist properly, okay? Itina nuzzled against Lin Linyi's palm and looked at Li Xiaoning, puzzled. But, Xiaoning, you didn't resist when Li Xiaoning was taken aback, her gaze dropping to the ground as she stammered, Because I don't mind Lin Linyi patting my head. So I don't feel the need to resist. Itina nodded thoughtfully and replied honestly, I like master touching me, whether it's my ears or other places. So I don't want to resist. What are these two fools talking about? Lin Linyi tapped Li Xiaoning's head and pinched Itina's cheek. Soon after, the other girls also came out, one after another. Ling Xueli stood expressionless in front of Lin Linyi, looking up at him. She was encased in a suit of fine iron heavy armor, her petite figure not quite filling it, the deep black armor glimmering in the sunlight. When Waning wore a light brown leather armor, her chest proportioned and exquisite, her curvy hips accentuated, adding to her unique charm. As an archer, she needed to move frequently in battle, so her armor couldn't be too heavy. Zhong Yaqian donned the leather armor, her soft curves tightly wrapped, extending down to outline her long, slender, fair legs. She smiled at Lin Linyi, her long, rosered hair swirling as she twirled in front of him. How do we look, Lin Linyi? Lin Linyi shot her a glance. I didn't bring you all here just to look good, it's to protect your safety. Isn't it not good looking? Ling Xueli stared at Lin Linyi with her cold little face, her flat tone hinting at a touch of disappointment. You don't like us? The girls all stared at him in unison, even when Waning, who had been avoiding him, quietly glanced over. Lin Linyi knew he couldn't brush it off any longer. He coughed a few times, his fist at his mouth. You all look great. I don't dislike any of you. Then tell us our strengths. Zhong Yaqian crossed her arms, squinting her blue eyes at Lin Linyi. If you don't say it, how will you prove you don't dislike us? As her words fell, the girls' eyes lit up, and they looked at Lin Linyi with even more fervent gazes. Lin Linyi gritted his teeth and glared at Zhong Yaqian. Fine, so they wanted him to rate whose figure was better, huh? Amidst the girls' shy attempts to cover up, his gaze kept roaming over their uniquely appealing bodies. Then he pointed at Li Xiaoning. No matter how you look at it, Xiaoning's figure is the best, right? Look at Xiaoning's chest. Is yours as large as hers? Lin Linyi. As dusk fell, the street took on a hue like a dark cloth speckled with countless white dots. The team had wandered through the market spending all their savings over the past few days. Lin Linyi's storage space was filled with a large amount of supplies needed for tomorrow's descent into the labyrinth and the exquisite outfits the girls had insisted on. You all go back to the inn first and try on your clothes. Lin Linyi took out bags of clothing from the storage space and handed them to the girls. Lin Linyi, aren't you coming back? Li Xiaoning asked as she received the clothes, looking up at Lin Linyi. Lin Linyi pointed to a nearby shop that was already open and quietly explained to them, "We're going to the labyrinth tomorrow morning, and during this time we won't be eating at Elsa's shop. I want to talk to Elsa and not let her worry about us." TCH. Xiaoning, let's go. Zhong Yaqian stuck out her pink tongue at Lin Linyi, wrapping her arm around Li Xiaoning's and pulling her away. "It's just because you're thinking about that big-breasted shopkeeper. I really don't see what's so great about her home."